Chapter 1. Black Gold. On April 12, 5075, it marked the 1038th year of humanity's wandering in the universe, also known as the 1038th year of the star calendar. A starship named Deep Dive was docked near Lingping star, with thousands of mechas parked on its deck, resembling rows of neatly arranged tombstones. High-density soundproof materials isolated the massive engine noise within the engine compartment, making it appear from a distance like a star sleeping in the cosmos. Its owner, Yin Sui, was currently piloting a light shuttle, quietly appearing on Lingping star. The universe is infinite, and even now, scientists at the Research Institute have yet to prove whether the universe is expanding or contracting. The places humanity has visited are still far from sufficient. For example, Lingping star is not under the jurisdiction of the Interstellar Alliance, and over time, it has become a notorious base for the Island-born organization. The Island-born exist in the gray area between Wasteland and the Alliance, where both representatives of justice and evil can coexist in temporary harmony. The permanent residents here are of different species. In the star calendar era, humanity was divided into two main categories: natural humans and other species. Natural humans are those whose gene chains have remained stable since leaving their home planet, with minimal disturbance from cosmic radiation, also known as purebreds. Other species, on the other hand, are those who, during the long journey through space, were affected by intense radiation and managed to survive against the odds. It can be said that both natural humans and other species still belong to the primate order, but they are not of the same species. Therefore, although the Alliance's legislation emphasizes equality, deep down, they do not truly respect each other. This is human nature. Once the living environment stabilizes, people begin to ponder seemingly trivial, yet seemingly useful questions. Just a month ago, Yin Sui submitted a substance intercepted on the Island-born to the Alliance's Kirk Research Institute, which was named Element 467, commonly known as black gold. It was later confirmed to be a completely new type of dark matter, highly radioactive, with a long half-life and immense energy. The director of the institute, Luca, stated that this substance is extremely dangerous and that its source must be found as soon as possible. To maintain confidentiality in the investigation of black gold, this task was entrusted by Alliance President USO to General Yin Sui. The deep dive had been hiding near Lingping star for nearly half a month, but only scattered clues had been uncovered. The last appearance of black gold seemed like an ordinary coincidence, but Yin Sui did not believe in coincidences. This substance had come to him for a reason, and someone must have deliberately orchestrated it. Yin Sui and his chief guard, Qin Shan, arrived at the Island-born square, where a fervent speech against the pioneers was taking place, which could be more accurately described as a missionary activity. The preacher was Su Su, the third-in-command of the pioneer organization, also known as Old Su, who was a focus of the Alliance's attention. In the era of Earth, Darwin proposed the idea of natural selection, survival of the fittest. The theory of evolution tells us that only superior genes can be preserved. To this day, the Alliance still endorses this principle, which is enough to prove that other species are the future of humanity. Yet that elite group of natural humans continues to suppress other species, as if we are some filthy creatures. But we have every reason to become the leaders of humanity's future. As soon as Yin Sui arrived at the square, he heard Old Su's inciting speech, and the other species below cheered, as if they had found a spiritual leader. Is Old Su planning something again? Qin Shan frowned slightly as he looked at the shouting crowd. Yin Sui also gazed ahead and asked, "What do you think of his viewpoint?" Qin Shan was clearly taken aback by the question, his expression showing surprise, but he quickly adjusted and replied, "I am a natural human. The Alliance's citizen legislation clearly states that all citizens are equal. However, Su Su does not belong to the Alliance's citizens. He has caused us plenty of trouble over the years. I admit I have a personal dislike for him, so I naturally do not agree with his viewpoint. I believe that existence is rational, whether natural humans or other species." After saying that, he continued to ask, "General, what do you think?" "I believe in science," Yin Sui replied. "What do you mean?" Qin Shan asked, puzzled. "Science does not pretend to know exactly how the future will unfold, but religion and ideology tell people they have foreseen it all. The universe is constantly unfolding with unpredictable events: planetary extinction, gamma ray bursts, black hole collapses. That it is foolish for humanity to predict the unknown future with our narrow perspectives." Yin Sui continued, "However, What you said is also correct. Existence is rational. The foundation of evolution is diversity, not equality. Even among other species, their gene chains vary widely, yet they refer to those with countless differences as the same species, attempting to use their unified identity to eliminate the groups they exclude. The classification of races should not have overly clear boundaries. Yin Sui smiled slightly as he finished speaking, but the island-born seemed to fully agree with his viewpoint. Moreover, the other species in the Alliance and the interstellar pirates in the wasteland also agree. Qin Shan thought Yin Sui was showing off, yet he also found his words reasonable that he looked at old Su in the center of the square, feeling that humanity itself is truly fascinating. Yin Sui chuckled and said, in the Earth era, some who accidentally learned the rules would fabricate many false stories to make others obedient, like praying to God for redemption. The pioneer's ideology is merely another set of lies, a constructed order imagined by old Su to exploit and incite desires that should not exist. As long as I am here, I will not allow them to destroy the existing peace and human evolution. I wonder when natural humans and other species will reconcile. Qin Shan adjusted his headgear. Even in the Earth era, despite sharing the same gene chain, there is a long history of conflict between blacks and whites. But I believe this issue will eventually be resolved. Yin Sui looked at the sky over Lingping's star. Old Su was right about one thing. The evolution of other species indeed stems from crisis. Humanity was forced to leave their home planet, exposing themselves to cosmic radiation, and only a few, uncertain whether to consider themselves unfortunate or fortunate, managed to evolve into other species. But in this world, who knows what greater possibilities tomorrow may bring? Who can truly know where humanity's future lies? A viral outbreak, a nuclear explosion, a meteor strike, stellar particle flows. Humanity can only seek a sliver of survival in this crisis-ridden universe. Reaching this point has involved far too much luck. Qin Shan pondered, and Yin Sui patted his shoulder, signaling that it was time to go. Weren't we just saying that old Su might be related to black gold? Are we leaving now? Qin Shan appeared slightly confused. Standing at the edge of the square, Yin Sui pointed to the group of fervent pioneers and calmly said, do you think we can obtain any useful information in this situation? Qin Shan shook his head, and Yin Sui continued, I've already instructed Snow to monitor him here. Let's go check on Alan. Snow is an artificial intelligence developed by the Kirk Research Institute. Due to the scarcity of materials, only 10 units were mass-produced, and Yin Sui's unit is the only one that has passed 5 rounds of the Turing test. Even so, there are times when it still struggles to understand human thoughts and feelings. However, as a combat robot, its performance is sufficient. Yin Sui glanced once more at the spittle-flying old Su, chuckled softly, boarded the light shuttle, and left. He harbored a secret that no one knew. In fact, he was also an other species, a mutation of extreme intensity, and the island-born of Lingping's star, where old Su gave his speech, was also the place of his birth. Chapter 2. Just on the other end of the island-born, Alan, as Yin Sui's right protector, followed the guidance of the intelligence brain to arrive at an underground boxing gym. The boxing gym outside is disguised as a nutrient liquid vending point, inconspicuous, and the passing carbon-based humans and artificial intelligences have not noticed its anomalies. Sitting in the light shuttle, she connected to Yin Sui's communication request, and Yin Sui's virtual 3D image appeared in the light shuttle space. How's it going on your side? Yin Sui asked straightforwardly. Someone is auctioning black gold on free. I've bought it for inspection and confirmed it's genuine, but it seems to be a different model from the last one we intercepted. I secretly infiltrated their auction database and found out the seller's identity, but most people from Island Life use fake identities. This guy hasn't left Island Life, yet he went to an inconspicuous underground boxing gym, and I'm still tracking him. Got it. We'll head over right away. After saying that, Yin Sui intended to cut off the communication. Wait, Commander, the auction price for this black gold is a bit high, and Island Life isn't our territory. We have no right to seal it. Alan interjected. How much did it cost? Yin Sui immediately guessed what she was holding back. 1 million interstellar coins. Upon hearing this, Yin Sui's expression remained unchanged, but he took a deep breath. Island Life has its own currency, but the inflation rate is high, making it almost worthless over time. Eventually, the common currency became the interstellar coins issued by the Alliance. In fact, both interstellar pirates and those aliens who constantly shout about exterminating natural humans cannot resist the currency issued by the enemy. 1 million interstellar coins is a lot. During the last commander's term, the attacks by interstellar pirates decreased, the external environment stabilized, and the alliance's financial allocations have been decreasing. Year by year, they have long ceased to be vigilant about potential crises. In recent years, the Ether Army seems glorious, but is actually struggling financially. Gets Xia Yin to reimburse it. Yin Sui said helplessly it seems this debt could only grow. Before long, Yin Sui and Qin Shan piloted the light shuttle to the underground boxing gym where Alan was located. After passing the nutrient liquid sales area, they were greeted by a long corridor. At the end of the corridor, they turned right, and with the entry code that Alan had prepared, they swiped it, revealing a door at the end of the corridor where a security guard stood. Judging by his build, he appeared to be an alien. They boarded a short-space transporter heading to the underground boxing gym and arrived at the destination, which was the center of the gym. The decor resembled an ancient Roman Colosseum, arranged in a circular layout, with purple and blue lights flickering in a way that created a bizarre, cyberpunk feel, contrasting sharply with the bloody arena in the center of the ring. Two burly men were locked in a fierce fight, with cheers erupting from the audience. Clearly, in this underground boxing gym, life and death where irrelevant boxers risked their lives for money, while the audience paid for the thrill of danger. It seemed that no matter the time, witnessing the demise of powerful beings always stirred up bloodlust, which Yin Sui found hard to understand. Sir, they needed to conceal their identities outside. The third person on my right, Jia Yun, Alan pointed out. Yin Sui glanced over and saw a short man with fair skin and a youthful appearance, wearing a pair of retro glasses from the Earth era. If he weren't cheering for the red team below, one might almost mistake him for a student from that school. Are you sure it's him? Yin Sui frowned. Sure. How much did he bet on the red team? I didn't investigate that. I just followed this kid here after the auction. Alan glanced at Yin Sui and immediately added, I'll check right now. Moments later, Alan replied incredulously. He bet the entire auction amount, 1 million interstellar coins. Not only that, over 85 of the audience bet on the red team. Upon hearing this, Yin Sui said after a moment, he won't win after he loses. Bring him directly to the Zongshan. Aren't we going to catch the big fish behind this? We finally found a clue, Alan questioned. We've been investigating for so long without any leads, and now he suddenly appears. Either this black gold was stolen by that kid, or we were the fish, Qin Shan chimed in suddenly. Regardless of the reason, we need to find the person who controls this element, and capturing him now is the most appropriate course of action. I understand. Alan closed his eyes for a moment, and then asked Sui Gu, why do you say he won't win? Yin Sui looked at her and said, look at the scale of this boxing gym. Does it seem like they like to run loss-making businesses? Just as he finished speaking, bang! The red team fell to the ground, and a few audience members gasped in shock, while a large portion of the crowd erupted in curses and sighs, hurling words like weakling and trash into their ears. If I had known, I would have listened to you and bet on the blue team. Alan sighed. Qin Shan looked at this latecomer speechlessly. Alliance soldiers are not allowed to gamble. True, otherwise with the kind of luck. Sir Has, you would have been a billionaire long ago. Time to work. Yin Sui reminded, knowing the blue team would win for another reason. He understood the rules here too well. After all, this was the land he had lived on for 16 years. Capturing someone like Jia Yun was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut for Alan. Before long, with his eyes covered, Jia Yun appeared in one of the Zongshan's transport pods. With his eyes blindfolded, the seemingly valuable glasses were long gone, and his hearing became sharp. He was bound by an unknown rope to a chair, and the surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of any sound. Who are you? Come out. Yin Sui and his team watched the increasingly agitated Jia Yun and shook their heads. He donned a virtual 3D face-swapping device and opened the pod door, walking over calmly and looking down at this potential lead. Jia Yun? Upon hearing someone finally arrive, he eagerly asked, who are you? Yin Sui pulled off the blindfold and took out the black gold box that Alan had bought at the free auction, asking, where did this come from? Seeing the black gold, his eyes visibly widened, and he quickly responded, I don't know what you're talking about. This isn't mine. You've got the wrong person. I checked your account at the underground boxing gym. You spent 1 million interstellar coins there, and this money was just deposited this morning. Moreover, you come here every month to spend money. So why don't you tell me where this money came from? I have money at home. I can spend it however I want. Is that any of your business? Coincidentally, this morning I spent 1 million Interstellar coins on this item, and it just happened to go into your account. Why do you think that is? Yin Sui weighed the box in his hand. How would I know? I really haven't seen black gold. You can't just say that money came from you just because 1 million Interstellar coins happened to be in my account, he said. Of course, he had a reason for saying this. The auction funds on free must go through their third-party account. So his money couldn't have come from the person in front of him. Before he could think of how to dodge the next question, Yin Sui asked again, did I ever say this was black gold? How do you know? Cold sweat instantly poured down his back, but he still refused to admit it. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm an Alliance citizen. If you island life don't want conflict because of small fry like me, you better let me go soon, or the Ether Army will make you regret it. Hearing this, Yin Sui smiled, surprised that his army still had this deterrent effect. We've checked your genetic data. Your real name is Jiasite, a Washington Star native, the Secretary General of Mori. You better tell the truth now. You're an Alliance citizen and should have heard of mental guidance. The name spiritual guidance sounds nice, but it is actually a method of mental power guidance invented by the Kirk Institute. By removing the brainwave chip that connects to the spiritual network and conducting brainwave searches outside the domain, the human body's control over the spiritual network will be greatly reduced, leading to an inadvertent leak of information. You have no right to do this. It's illegal. Jaster finally realized the intentions of the intruders. He had thought his identity would serve as a passport across the stars, but the person before him clearly didn't care. Whoever could uncover this information must be someone he couldn't afford to provoke. So, can you explain? Yin Sui asked. I can't say if I do, I'll die. Jaster's voice was filled with fear. Yin Sui moved 2 steps away and turned to Alan, saying, Lon, give him spiritual guidance. Okay, sir. Jaster panicked visibly. I'll tell you. It's Mori. He meets with a mysterious person every month. I'm his secretary, but I've never seen the true face of that mysterious person. The black gold is given to Mori by that person. I started liking to watch boxing matches on the island, and since I had little money, I stole some. Jaster's voice grew quieter as the Secretary of Star Leader. This was quite a disgraceful matter. How much black gold does he have? Yin Sui continued to ask. Not much, half a mekbay. Those belong to Mori, but there's a lot more sent to Washington Star for processing by the mysterious person. Only Washington Star and Yuhui Star have the extraction and stripping technology. How often does that person come? I'm not sure. There's no pattern, but on average, about once a month. They seem to have some plans. Although I'm Mori's chief secretary, I'm basically just a lifestyle assistant. He's always obsessed with things from the old era. I'm only responsible for collecting his preferences. His son handles the political affairs. Where's his black gold hidden? In Mori's personal mech hangar, inside mech number 13. Does the mysterious person have any special traits? Yin Sui asked again. Jaster thought for a moment and replied, There's one thing. I feel something is strange. His sense of smell seems very sharp. He should be a different species. But Mori has always hated different species. He is the only star leader in the Alliance planets who has publicly stated he does not accept them. That's not very reasonable. I understand. After saying this, Yin Sui turned to Qindan and said, Send him to the Alliance Central Prison. Hearing this, Jaster became anxious. These people were indeed sent from above to investigate. You're secretly investigating, right? If I disappear, Star Leader Mo will definitely know that I can go back and be your undercover. Qindan smiled. Do you think Mori wouldn't know what you did if you went back? Foolish. What? Yin Sui and the others did not respond to him again. Chapter 3. Washington Star. Exiting the flying chamber, they each removed their disguises. Qindan turned to Yin Sui and asked, Can we trust Jaster's words? Regardless of whether it's credible, we must investigate. What if it's a trap? Yin Sui smiled. Haven't we encountered enough traps over the years? We're not afraid of adding one more. Whether or not Jaster is a bait intentionally released by the other party, one thing is certain. Washington Star is definitely related to black gold. So what does it matter if we go there? What should we do now? Alan asked. Qindan, create a false message saying Jaster lost money gambling while watching matches on the island and was taken out by the island organization, and find a way to relay this message to Mori. Also, keep an eye on the news from Piaoxue. Alan and I will go to Washington Star. Aren't we sending Jaster to the Alliance Central Prison? Qindan asked in confusion. Just to scare him, we're conducting a secret investigation. Who knows if the Alliance has their people in place? Yin Sui replied with a smile. However, in the past 2 years, Washington Star has been quite active. They're developing quickly and are the only planet besides Yuhui Star with military autonomy, repeatedly wanting to become independent. If it is him, the Alliance probably wouldn't want to tear their face with him. Dan sighed. Dan, there's one thing you need to remember. Our mission is to follow the Alliance's directives and maintain the external security of the planets under the Alliance's jurisdiction. Their internal affairs are not within our responsibilities, and we have no right to overstep. Yansui reminded. I just feel it's somewhat messed up. If Mori really has it, according to the research report from Luca, with the power of black gold being so strong, he will definitely break away from the Alliance. Even if we investigate, it would be futile and instead become a huge threat. I don't even know where this element is mined or extracted. Dan shook his head. This reminds me of the history of humanity being forced to leave Earth. Even if it was due to a nuclear weapon used by a certain country in war, we had to withdraw. What's the difference between the current black gold and the nuclear explosion back then? Such dangerous materials shouldn't exist. Alan said, but it has already appeared. What we need to do is find a source. With so many scientists in the Alliance, we shouldn't be too pessimistic. Yin Sui comforted. The current Interstellar Alliance was established when humanity left their home planet due to a nuclear crisis. Forced to sail into the unknown depths of the universe, various crises lurked. To integrate resources from different countries and unify dispatch, the Interstellar Alliance was born. The Ether Army was also established at that time, with ether meaning limitless and broad. This name constantly reminds every member of the Ether Army to revere the unknown. The purpose of the Ether Army is to address external threats to the Interstellar Alliance and is composed of the military forces of various countries on Earth. During that period, humanity was still wandering in space, having not found a suitable planet to dock, and no different species had appeared, so it was relatively harmonious. Later, as humanity moved further away from their homeland and gained more understanding of the universe, traditional physics was continually denied and technology advanced rapidly. However, people still had not found a habitable planet like Earth. Reluctantly, they chose to use existing technology to create an artificial planet similar to Earth, which is now Yuhui Star, also the location of the Alliance, and named the Alliance Central Hub Zimming, meaning the voice of the homeland. It's somewhat ironic that the homeland was destroyed by humanity itself, so they chose to create a similar one to reminisce about their native land. Thus, many buildings on Zimming are printed based on representative architecture from various countries during Earth's time, combining avant-garde technology with retro architecture, which often feels somewhat discordant. When humanity left Earth, they dreamed of one day finding a substitute as habitable as Earth. Unfortunately, they haven't found it until now. Instead, artificial planets are increasing, and humanity has shifted from initial unity to separation. More and more star leaders are beginning to stir, and the Alliance's leadership over the planets can now be said to be minimal. On Washington Star, Yin Sui and Alan had quietly arrived in their mechs. They were very lucky. One standard day of the Alliance would mark the 200th anniversary of Washington's founding, during which the Alliance President Uso would send congratulations, and Washington Star leader Mori would also give a speech in a public setting. Due to some well-known reasons, Mori does not like different species and has publicly stated that Washington Star will never accept them. Therefore, the anniversary is a celebration for natural persons, especially now that the conflict between natural persons and different species is escalating. It's likely that all natural persons from various stars will send their congratulations to Washington Star using their virtual IDs. Sir, how do we investigate? Alan asked. Tomorrow, you'll attend Mori's speech and watch him. He'll go in to investigate myself. But can you do it alone? Washington Star is comparable to the Alliance in terms of technological and military strength. What do you think? Yin Sui looked down at her. When I didn't say anything, Alan quietly rolled his eyes in a place where Yin Sui couldn't see him. In this universe, things happen every day that are beyond the rules. The foundational disciplines have developed quite mature theoretical frameworks, yet there are still 20 of phenomena that cannot be explained by science, such as Yin Sui. Generally speaking, the mental strength of a natural person reaches its limit at 70, while evolved species known for their advancements can reach a maximum of 85. However, Yin Sui, as a natural person, has astonishingly achieved a mental strength of 95. If it weren't for encountering natural phenomena like black hole collapses, which humanity has no means to resist, Yin Sui could navigate through human society with ease. When humanity first ventured into deep space, operating spacecraft required the collaboration of many knowledgeable scientists. Initially, this was manageable, but as time passed, the population of newcomers increased and human lifespans extended to nearly 200 years. However, the number of excellent scientists remained limited, leading to various issues arising during flights. Thus, the Research Institute invented brainwave chips that could connect directly with the human brain. By installing a nanoscale chip in a person's brain, individuals could issue commands to their brain via the chip, significantly enhancing flight efficiency. Over time, brainwave chips gradually evolved into a network of interconnected devices applied to all aspects of life, with a smart brain being a particularly perfect product. However, the efficiency of brainwave chip usage is limited and closely related to individual mental strength. Its introduction brought many conveniences, but as time passed, some issues began to surface. For instance, because control information is transmitted in wave forms, individuals with higher mental strength can prey on those with lower mental strength through mental networks in response. The Research Institute developed new brainwave chips that ensure the safety of mental networks for individuals with mental strength below 85. Beyond that, the Institute has no solutions. They periodically check Yin Sui's brain structure but cannot determine the underlying reasons, making him both safe and dangerous for the Alliance. Chapter 4. Mech number 13. Over the years since the establishment of Washington Star, we have been grounded and committed to creating a better life for humanity. The splendid present of Washington Star is inseparable from the efforts of every generation of Washington Star citizens. In the days to come, I will lead all Washington Star citizens to stay grounded while gazing at the stars. The speech of the leader of Washington Star was broadcasted to every corner of Washington Star through particle flow sensors. At this moment, Yin Sui had successfully taken control of all of Moore's private mechs. He arrived at the number 13 mech mentioned by Just, linked his mental power to the chip sensor of the number 13 mech, and successfully opened the mech's hangar door. As expected, it was empty inside, with no trace of black gold. It seemed that Moore, this old fox, had long known about Just's actions. He tacitly allowed him to steal the black gold for auction on the island, intending to use the neutral organization of the island to inform those in the know that he possessed such a lethal weapon. However, Washington Star is still a member of the Alliance. If he openly declares that he has such dangerous goods, he will definitely be condemned and investigated by the other Star leaders. And what's more, Washington Star might even be subjected to military surveillance. Therefore, when investigators of black gold followed the clues to find this place, they would find nothing, and thus no charges could be established. Yin Sui connected his mental power to the chips of other mechs and found that they all had the same weight, indicating that they definitely did not contain any black gold. It seemed that this time he would once again return empty-handed. Yin Sui sat in the number 13 mech, planning to get off and leave, when suddenly the mech docking area sounded the alarm. It turned out that they were waiting for him here. Yin Sui smiled, connected to the mech's chip, and started the engine. He did not take this level of warning seriously. Soon, Moore's private army stationed here rushed over, getting into their mechs. Given their stance, they were determined to keep this uninvited guest today. But how could Yin Sui let them have their way? He directly continued the mental web takeover against Moore's private army, and soon their mechs lost autonomous control. Yin Sui switched the mech to manual driving mode and sped away. Alan, I'm waiting for you at the number 3 transformation point on Washington Star. Hurry. While driving the mech away, he issued orders. Alan received the command and immediately headed to their mech docking point on Washington Star. However, today was the 200th anniversary celebration of Washington Star, and those reclusive individuals, usually occupied by the Interstellar network, had come out to experience this grand festival. They crowded the streets, listening to Moore's voice echoing in the sky, and the streets were packed tightly with people, making it difficult for Alan to move. After bumping into one person after another, Alan finally stumbled to the light shuttle. Due to the grand festivities, the light shuttles were flying erratically in the ground and sky, causing artificial traffic congestion. After making several turns, she finally reached the place where they hid the mech. When she arrived at the number 3 transformation point on Washington Star, Several mechs had surrounded another mech of the same kind in a semicircle. It was obvious that the one in the middle was her general, and those mechs did not approach, but simply stood still, clearly being controlled, as the military of Washington Star consisted of natural persons, whose mental power was evidently much weaker than Yin Sui's. "Sir, this is Alan." Alan connected to Yin Sui's communication. "This mech has a tracker installed. Come and pick me up." "Okay, sir." After saying that, Alan drove the mech toward the one that seemed to be surrounded. Yin Sui successfully transferred to Alan's mech through the link port at the rear of the mech. "What do you think?" As soon as Yin Sui got into the mech, Alan joked, referring to her concern about Yin Sui being in danger and suggesting to accompany him. Yin Sui retorted her question. Yin Sui did not pay attention to her presumptuous behavior. All signs indicated that Just was not lying, and Moore must have moved the black gold. After a month of investigation with no results, it suddenly reappeared. It was clear that it was a deliberate act by Moore. He is telling us that he has black gold, but even if we investigate it, it will be the mysterious person's reward for him to process, and has nothing to do with him. Truly an old fox, Yin Sui frowned. Fortunately, we have already found a breakthrough. Following this line of inquiry, I don't believe we can't find anything. Now, there's a troublesome matter. Moore should know that I am investigating this. Yin Sui pointed to the mechs outside. "Do we need to silence them, sir?" Alan asked. "No need. To a certain extent, the Alliance's regulations state that they are also our protected subjects. At this level, it would be hard for Moore not to know, especially since Just was bait set by him." Yin Sui sighed and continued, "But it's okay. At least both sides are now in the open. However, investigating the mysterious person will likely be a bit difficult, as Moore will definitely obstruct it." Alan glanced at the mechs outside. It seemed that the people inside were about to wake up. The reason she and Yin Sui remained here was to ensure they could wake up and pilot the mechs. Their current mechs were still under Yin Sui's control. Otherwise, under the force of gravity, they would soon become space debris. "Shall we go, sir?" Alan asked. Yin Sui sensed the mental conditions of those mech pilots, looked ahead, and calmly said, "Let's go. Let's go back and see how Chin Dan is doing." Alan drove the mech to the transformation point, preparing to head to the island. The Alliance was established for humanity's voyage into the stars, but with the emergence of artificial planets, more and more people chose to establish their own settlements. In order to commemorate the origin of humanity, they named these planets Washington Star, Cape Town Star, London Star, and they still belong to the Alliance's management. The number of artificial settlement planets was increasing, and the distances between the stars were becoming farther apart. For example, the distance from Ewing Star to Washington Star was a full 2 light years, and human contact was continuously being isolated. Later, the director of the Kirk Institute proposed the megacharge theory, and based on this, the transformation point was invented. It is a linking point of the spatial field, an accelerator and transfer station for cosmic navigation. With the transformation points, the connections between the stars became closer and information exchange became faster. For instance, human spacecraft used to take 2 to 3 years to cover a distance of 1 light year. Now it only takes 1 day, which is 1 Alliance standard day. In the interstellar era, the rotation speeds of different stars vary, and thus the time is also different. To facilitate communication among the stars, the Alliance's Kirk Institute proposed the concept of standard time, with all time based on Ewing Star as the standard. Chapter 5 Provocation. At this moment, the star leader of Washington Star, Moray, was slumped in his favorite rosewood chair, which was said to be a luxury item from ancient Earth, its value now immeasurable. A nearly 180-year-old man, if pushed onto the street, would cause people to scatter, fearing that they might accidentally send him off to the afterlife. Yet this little old man had spent most of his life keeping Washington Star among the top 3 in strength, becoming a force to be reckoned with. Standing beside him was a young man in his 30s, with very fair skin and an effeminate appearance. When he fixed his gaze on something, it could send chills down one's spine. This was his administrative secretary, Hull, who was now a source of pride for him, and the future default leader of Washington Star. At this moment, he was bowing his head, making it hard to see his expression, looking rather submissive. "Father." The young man half knelt in front of the rosewood chair, signaling that he had something to say, which was said to be the highest form of etiquette from ancient Earth's most developed countries. The old man, whose body could no longer move, insisted on maintaining the good manners and upbringing he valued. He straightened his back with effort and connected his mental energy to the brainwave chip to activate the implanted assistive system in his body, ensuring he wouldn't suddenly lose control during the exchange. The assistant to the star leader seemed unfazed by this peculiar father-son relationship and discreetly left the conference room. Jaster, that fool, actually provoked the ether army. Though Moray's limbs were stiff, his voice remained strong. This can't be entirely his fault. That person said there was black gold emerging on the island, which isn't from the ones we've dealt with. It indicates that others have mastered this technology. I just didn't expect the Alliance to have already set their sights on this substance, clearly investigating this batch of black gold as well. What a pity for the bait I released, and I didn't receive any news. Moray said with a sinister look in his eyes. It's obvious Yin Sui has already set his sights on us. I've heard he is very powerful, but today I truly witnessed it. So many mechas lying in wait can be easily controlled by him. In fact, Hall had one more thing to say. If there were alien species in their regiment, would their confrontation with Yin Sui last a bit longer? But Moray detested, and collaborating with the Alliance had already been his greatest compromise. Useless things, boosting others' ambitions while extinguishing one's own prestige. Moray's tone was tinged with thin anger. Hearing this, Hall seemed accustomed to it and did not refute. What should we do now? What to do? You are the future leader of Washington Star. Our ancestors invested heavily to build this planet, not for it to be handed over one day. Since the Alliance already knows, there's no backing down. Moray slowly twisted his body, making the sensors beneath him beep, as if they too wanted to feel his madness. Then let us simply declare independence. We've prepared for so long. The time has come. After a moment of silence, Moray spoke the latter part of his sentence. He had prepared for this his entire life, not hesitating to ally with. Should we contact the wasteland? Hall asked. What do you think? We need an independent opportunity. Inform the wasteland that Yin Sui, regardless of whether he is in the Alliance or not, has been suppressed for so long. They will not miss this chance for revenge, and we also need an opportunity to showcase this new material to all of humanity. Let us send Yin Sui another batch of processed black gold. Moray slowly closed his eyes, seemingly unwilling to say more. Hall cautiously stood up according to Washington Star's etiquette, clasped his hands in a bow, and quietly exited. However, once he completely left the room, his submissive demeanor vanished, revealing his rebellious side. On the third day after Yin Sui returned to investigate the island, they intercepted a batch of black gold on the black market. Looking at the serial numbers, it was identical to the one Allen had photographed on Free, clearly originating from Moray. Although he didn't know Moray's intentions for the moment, he sensed that Moray must have a bigger plan waiting for him. Is this a provocation? Qin looked at the black gold in the mecha storage, clearly dissatisfied with the other party's actions. No, Moray already knows I'm investigating black gold. There's no need for this entire act. He must have other moves. Could it be that he wants to use this opportunity to draw us in? Although we don't participate in the affairs of various stars, he wants independence, and the Ether Army is undoubtedly the biggest obstacle on this path. Qin asked. There's no need for that. We've always maintained neutrality. That's the consensus of the Alliance. Yin Sui frowned, then seemed to think of something. No, he wants independence. This is a smokescreen. His target may be the Alliance. Just as Yin Sui finished speaking, Allen burst in, visibly agitated. Commander! In the island, they usually referred to him as Sir. For her to be this flustered clearly indicated a major issue. Allen took a deep breath and quickly said, The Alliance is convening a cabinet meeting. The Interstellar pirates have attacked Alpha 3, and the Alliance's supply chain for the Luadi energy has been cut off. I understand. With that, Yin Sui headed to the virtual conference chamber of his ocean. Chapter 6. Interstellar Pirates Before the Meeting. Yin Sui learned that the Interstellar Pirates had occupied Alpha 3, the largest supply planet of liquid dark energy in the Alliance. Liquid dark energy is the most important energy resource in the interstellar era, essential for the normal operation of the Alliance. The nearest planet, New Delhi, detected that the Interstellar Pirates were approaching, putting New Delhi in a precarious situation. Meanwhile, a massive demonstration erupted in the Alliance's headquarters, Zimming. with a predominantly natural human London star declaring independence and establishing a new regime to protect the interests of natural humans and pioneers. The alliance faced its greatest challenge since its establishment, and the cabinet convened an emergency meeting. New Delhi was under attack by the Interstellar pirates, which housed the alliance's most important energy transfer station. If it were occupied, the alliance would be in grave danger. General Yin, I remember that New Delhi is a key garrison for the Ether Army. Why is your army wandering near Daosheng? You better give the cabinet a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, it will be hard for me not to suspect your collusion with the Interstellar pirates. The man speaking had a wrinkled face, probably over 150 years old. He was Yi Jia, the Minister of Security. Yin Sui remained silent, expressionless as he looked at Yi Jia, of course. Only his personal virtual 3D projection was present at the meeting. Yi Jia, now is not the time for this. The cabinet will investigate General Yan's dereliction of duty later. The most important thing right now is to resolve the current crisis. General Yin is grossly negligent. He is now a suspect, and we can't discuss it. The ensuing chaos completely tore apart the hypocritical harmony beneath the technological prosperity. Those cabinet members who usually looked down on Yin Sui eagerly revealed their ugly fangs. Everyone wore masks, and everyone was repugnant. No one knew whether their loud condemnation was connected to a deity that could save humanity or a demon from hell. Moreover, this investigation into the black gold was conducted secretly, and he had even less desire to explain. Perhaps only at this moment could the Alliance remember the Ether Army. This sort. All right, I believe the most important thing now is to repel the Interstellar pirates. Losing Alpha 3 has already caused panic. We cannot lose New Delhi. This battle against the Interstellar pirates will still be led by General Yin, and the investigation into his dereliction of duty will come later. The speaker was around 80 years old, the current president of the Alliance, USO. He was in his prime, his eyes revealing something incomprehensible, like ambition and helpless compromise. In short, it was hard to imagine how these two emotions could coexist in one person. Mr. President, we must first clarify the truth of the matter, Yi Jia continued. Are there any other dissenters besides Minister Yi Jia? He ignored Yi Jia's request and directly questioned the remaining silent majority. The meeting room suddenly fell silent, quiet enough that one could hear a pin drop. On issues that did not involve their interests, most of the legislators and senior officials would only remain silent to give this president some face. They believed it was absurd for the Interstellar pirates to attack the Alliance. And moreover, the liquid dark energy from Alpha 3 must be reclaimed. On this point, their goals aligned with the president's. If there are no other opinions, then it's settled. General Yin will immediately head to New Delhi. Although the Alliance is strong, we cannot retreat. Behind New Delhi is Yuhui Star, and behind that is Ziming. This battle cannot fail. I believe in you. Yes. After speaking, his projection disappeared from the cabinet meeting venue, seemingly indifferent to everyone's arguments. General Yin has taken his troops to New Delhi. We will continue discussing how to resolve the alien protests. When the Ether Army arrived near New Delhi, the Interstellar pirates were launching a fierce attack, their concentrated fire turning the sky over New Delhi into a glowing sieve. The New Delhi Self-Defense Forces mechs were being relentlessly suppressed by the enemy's overwhelming firepower, continuously retreating, and were about to reach the residential area. Once the Ether Army finally arrived on the battlefield, they launched a fierce attack against the Interstellar pirates, who quickly could not withstand the Ether Army's assault. The mechs and starships were shattered, and some remaining combat-capable mechs attempted to flee but were soon surrounded by the Ether Army. Seeing the tide turning, the starships, now in tatters, quickly retreated towards Alpha 3. Without Yin Sui's orders, the Ether Army did not pursue them aggressively. Captain Sheen, I think this is a good opportunity. We should teach these despicable interstellar pirates a lesson. In the past, our army could never find their forces, and this time they came to us. Yin Sui received his subordinate's suggestion through his earpiece. No need to pursue. Their goal is not New Delhi. Return to Ziming now. General, the New Delhi self-defense team is requesting communication. No time. Xinjiang was probably already used to his behavior, but he couldn't help but persuade him. Without an alliance order, returning with the troops will lead to prosecution by the cabinet. You know they have always looked down on us. Xinjiang, Do you remember your declaration when you joined the Ether Army? We are the brightest light of the Alliance, for the safety and dignity of the Alliance. And what else? For the safety and dignity of the Alliance, we will be forever loyal. We will fight to the last moment. Our mechs are our final graves. Good. Now do you know what to do? Yes, sir. All right, I sense their fleet. There are no individuals with over 80 mental power among them. Most of their mechs are models long eliminated by the Alliance. This is very different from when we clashed 4 years ago, so their real elite is not here. Why are you telling me this? Even if you don't say it, I will always follow your arrangements. I'm explaining to you. Trust between us is important in battle. Yes. To return to the Alliance from New Delhi, they had to pass through 2 folding points, which would take about 2 Alliance standard days. When they reached the first folding point, they discovered a small mech squad following them. Likely the same squad that had counterattacked the Interstellar pirates with a New Delhi self-defense team earlier. General, there is a small mech squad behind us. Judging by the insignia, it should be a part of the Alliance's exploration team, possibly seeking refuge back in the Alliance. Contact their leader and verify their identity. Before long, Qin Zhan returned to report, General, the opposing team is Shangxia's exploration team. Alpha 3 is primarily managed by their group for extraction, processing, and transportation. Shangxia. I understand. You go prepare for the fleet's folding procedures. Yes, General. Meanwhile, Xia Yin had just led her exploration team to the vicinity of Alpha 3. She originally intended to rest and adjust there, but did not expect the Interstellar pirates to suddenly attack Alpha 3. Her mech team was uniformly distributed by the Alliance and could only fend off some scattered small groups of Interstellar pirates. Faced with such a large-scale attack, she had no choice but to lead her team and some technicians working on Alpha 3 to flee. She initially planned to sneak back to the Alliance, but most of the workers' homes were relatively close to New Delhi, so she had to take them home first. Just as she settled the workers and prepared to leave, the Interstellar pirates launched an attack on New Delhi. The scale of the Interstellar pirates' uproar had not been seen since 4 years ago, when the Ether Army had been withdrawn from New Delhi. The Alliance was likely being restrained by various forces, and this time the Interstellar pirates' attack clearly seemed premeditated, making it unlikely to end easily. Did she have to die in this ridiculous struggle for resources and territory? Fortunately, the Ether Army arrived just in time, allowing her to return to the Alliance under their protection. However, this meant that her father would inevitably find out about her return to the Alliance. The Ether Army is the pride of the Alliance, and Yin Sui is the faith of the Alliance. It seems that as long as he is present, the Alliance will remain unshakable, and no force or organization can dismantle it. Yin Sui has served as the commander of the Ether Army for about 5 years, and since he took office, external threats to the Alliance have significantly diminished. Generally, Interstellar pirates would not dare to provoke him, which has led to a reduction in pirate activities in recent years. However, it seems that this might just be a period of recuperation. He plays a crucial role in the security of the Alliance because he is the first natural person with extreme mental power since the Alliance was established. He can control mechs perfectly through brainwave chips, representing that special abilities are not exclusive to other species. Natural humans can achieve them through evolution. Therefore, his emergence has brought a collective euphoria to all natural humans. More importantly, he maintains a secretive relationship with Ying Hui, a Star Show host known for her resilience. She is one of the few who knows about this matter. When the Ether Army arrived at New Delhi Star, a mysterious and large force was quietly approaching the core star of the Alliance. Moments later, the Alliance's security inspectors detected this imposing force, and shortly after, Zi Ming activated the Sky Shield system to prepare for the impending battle. At this time, members of the cabinet and high-ranking military personnel gathered together, their faces displaying a mix of confusion, seriousness, and anxiety. They seemed completely unprepared for the flames of war to reach them. Contact Cape Town, Washington, Moscow, and Rio de Janeiro to request support. The Interstellar pirates are close to breaching the first layer of the Sky Shield, and our combat power is vastly inferior. Report, Commander. Moscow Star is on its way to support, expected to arrive in about 1 Alliance Standard Day. Minister Su, Cape Town has declared independence. Commander, Washington has declared independence. One after another, These messages push the long-standing alliance toward an unknown fate. If this crisis is not resolved, the alliance will cease to exist. If it is resolved, the alliance will also cease to exist. After arranging basic dispatching, the alliance president finally answered Yin Sui's call. Commander Yin, the target of the interstellar pirates is Z-Ming. They have 3 starships and about 20,000 mechs. The Sky Shield can only withstand this intensity of attack for a maximum of 1 day. And the mechs under the Sky Shield have lost control and are not responding to commands. The Star's guard team has betrayed us, and they are well prepared for this attack. The Z-Ming guard team will not last long if they engage with them. Wu Su calmly stated this fact, and no one could tell what his perspective was on this life-and-death crisis. I have passed the first transformation point. You all need to hold on for another day and a half. Yin Sui knew that the loss of control of the Sky Shield was an extremely dangerous signal for the Alliance, indicating that the enemy was within. The Alliance will hold on until you return. After saying this, he abruptly cut off the communication. Turning off the video, Yin Sui turned to Qin Zhan, saying that the Alliance is in great danger. I will take the Zhongshan back to the Alliance first, and you and Alan should lead the mechs following behind to hurry back. Commander, are you going to use the black gold? We haven't fully researched its radioactivity and decay period. Using it rashly is very dangerous. Qin Zhan's eyes were filled with disapproval. He had followed Yin Sui for many years and understood his decisions and thoughts well. Although he knew he couldn't persuade him, he couldn't help but worry each time. Have you forgotten what I said before? He looked at Qin Zhan with an unprecedented seriousness. Don't worry, I will be fine. Don't forget that the armor-breaking power valve uses the most advanced radiation protection technology of the Alliance. It won't easily affect me. Qin Zhan wanted to say more, but Yin Sui interrupted him. Protect Shang Xia's exploration team. Perhaps Alan can reimburse all the expenses this time. After saying this, he turned and left. Chapter 7 Alliance Dissolution. Yin Sui arrived at Inghua Star after a whole day since the interstellar pirates began their siege on the central hub of the Alliance. The second layer of the Heavenly Shield had been breached, and the final layer, the most solid part of the Alliance's defense system, was also looking precarious at this moment. Through his long-distance detector, he could clearly see the scattered mechas on the surface of Inghua Star, indicating that the battle was quite brutal. At this time, 2 interstellar pirate starships were very close to the Alliance's second warp point, while another was hovering outside the atmosphere of Inghua Star, directing mechas to attack the Alliance's escort and the local military forces of Inghua Star. Their attacks were becoming increasingly intense, and the Alliance forces quickly fell at a disadvantage. With the interstellar pirates closing in, their fierce assaults seeming like a premature celebration of victory. Suddenly, bang, bang, bang. Several loud explosions echoed from deep within the sky. Before the interstellar pirates could react, the 2 starships docked at the second warp point exploded. The tremendous noise reached the ears of the pirates through the soundproof chamber, and they could even see the bizarre firelight produced by the starship explosions without needing to use the long-distance detector. The particle waves from the explosions spread far and wide, completely ending the operational life of the Heavenly Shield. Both the Alliance and pirate mechas were shaken far away by the shockwave, witnessing a scene they had never seen before since their birth, both beautiful and eerie, destined to be unforgettable for them. Faced with the overwhelming strength of the interstellar pirates, Yin Sui chose to take a risk. The Zhongshan was crafted using the Alliance's most advanced technology, making it difficult for enemy detection systems to detect its presence. Through the information relayed from the Alliance, he learned that 2 interstellar pirate starships were stationed at the second warp point. So he chose to take a detour and approach the first warp point on his return. He then connected to 10 heavy mechas on the Zhongshan via brainwave chips. Stealthily infiltrating near the 2 starships the interstellar pirates were watching, parking the mechas close to the power systems of the starships. He instructed the 10 concealed mechas to self-destruct. The self-destructing mechas were equipped with a newly discovered substance called black gold from the black market, making these 2 starships the perfect test subjects for the new product. Facing a numerically superior enemy, if this gamble failed, the enemy would undoubtedly launch even more ferocious attacks. But fortunately, he succeeded. The interstellar pirates suddenly lost 2 starships. Clearly thrown into disarray, and under the command of the only remaining starship, they quickly retreated, giving Inghua Star a chance to breathe. However, there were no extra troops to pursue them, and the mechas of the Heavenly Shield were also in a state of chaos. The Alliance lost face in this battle. Of course, the main reason for the interstellar pirates' panic was not just the two destroyed starships, but the overwhelming power of the explosive material used, which they had never encountered before. The emotional shock was comparable to the destruction of Hiroshima and Nagasaki by the U.S. military during the Earth era. The crisis on Inghua Star was temporarily alleviated, but the real crisis was still to come. Even the shattered sky seemed to foreshadow the precarious situation of the Alliance, which was now shrouded in dark clouds, with storms impending. On the 14th, the Alliance Daily published a report. The president was hospitalized due to a sudden illness, with cabinet affairs temporarily handled by the Minister of Security, Ija. On the 16th, after an investigation by the Ether Military Department and the Inspection Institute, evidence of collusion between Ija and the interstellar pirates was found, leading to his temporary detention in the central prison. On the 17th, to address the Alliance crisis, the cabinet established the Alliance Emergency State Security Committee. On the 25th, the cabinet issued a statement declaring the Emergency State Security Committee illegal, resulting in President USO resigning in shame, followed by the announcement of the dissolution of the Alliance. Thus, the Alliance, which had been established by humanity upon leaving their home planet, finally came to an end amidst a series of upheavals, completely collapsing. At this moment, in a high-end private residence of Zimming, two people were sitting on a sofa, facing each other. One was Yin Sui, the commander of the Ether military, who should have been in a state of turmoil. The other was a woman in her 30s, wearing a vintage, solid-color sweater from the Earth era, with long black curls lazily draped around her waist. She had clearly been well-groomed before, and her striking features gave her a beauty that was hard to replicate even in the highly developed cosmetic industry of the interstellar era. She was one of the beneficiaries of this regime change, a former member of the Alliance cabinet, now the governor of Inghua Star, Yi Neihan. After the crisis of the Alliance was lifted, she was the first to announce Inghua Star's independence, seizing power with thunderous momentum and firmly grasping the Alliance's valuable resources, including the escort responsible for protecting the core security of the Alliance, which had suffered heavy losses due to their betrayal. I assume you didn't call me over late at night, just to share sweet nothings. Yi Neihan broke the silence first. Is this what you call an ideal state? Yin Sui asked calmly. No one knew what he was thinking at that moment. While it deviated slightly from the plan, thankfully the difference isn't too great. It still falls within the plan. Yin Sui remained silent for a moment before adding, I just want to know, was the fate of the Ether military within your considerations? Am I supposed to answer that? It's hard for me to say. I understand. Yin Sui knew that her obsession with power had nearly driven her mad. And no matter what he said, Yi Neihan likely wouldn't listen. That would be best. For Yi Neihan, Yin Sui was a rising star in the Alliance. But no one knew that they were lovers behind the scenes. He always gave her a strange feeling, as if he loved her, yet didn't he love her. And he was a person of strong principles, always adhering to his grand ideals. Their clandestine relationship was probably the only blemish on his otherwise perfect resume. This was their first meeting after the turmoil in the Alliance, and she hadn't expected it to turn out so miserable. She should have thought of this. He was her comrade in arms as well as her lover, and having a secret affair with him should have been the most outrageous thing for this upright leader. Not to mention how shocked he would be to find himself forced into this political contest. Did you also think of the Ether military? Yin Sui casually asked. I don't have plans for that for now, but I can't let it fall into the hands of other planetary leaders. Is there still a possibility for us? He continued to ask. We have always been together. As long as you don't withdraw, it has never ended. I understand. It was my fault for crossing the line before. I apologize. It's fine. She hadn't finished speaking when Yin Sui turned his body away, as if about to leave. Good. It's better you leave than see me in an even more loathsome light, Yi Neihan thought. Just when she thought he would leave, Yin Sui turned back, his face devoid of any expression, looking as if he had just exerted a great effort to control his emotions. I think we're not just lovers, but also partners in collaboration. You haven't told me your entire plan. You didn't want to say before, and I could pretend not to know, but the Alliance has dissolved. Perhaps now is the time to tell me? Yi Nahan's voice was almost inaudible. The dissolution of the alliance was part of my plan. I have always known about Hija's connections with the Interstellar pirates. I also knew that Washington, London, and Cape Town would declare independence when attacked in New Delhi and Alpha 3. I was merely playing along, wanting to use this opportunity to announce the dissolution of the alliance. What I didn't expect was that the Interstellar pirates would have the audacity to attack the alliance headquarters. Inghua's star suffered heavy losses, and the heavenly shield was nearly destroyed. While I can't escape blame, my plans will not stop. Although she was explaining, there was no doubt about her determination to reconstruct the new human world within her plans. In the plan we discussed earlier, the dissolution of the alliance was not included. When did you change the plan? Although Yin Sui did not directly ask why the plans were changed, his question remained difficult to answer given their current relationship. Although we are an alliance, London, Washington, and Cape Town have always resisted alliance dispatch, secretly engaging with interstellar pirates. For them, joining the alliance was to gain better protection when leaving their home planet, while separating from the alliance could yield greater benefits. Now is their best opportunity. The problems within the alliance have long been insurmountable. I need to establish a strong regime that will instill fear among all sovereign planets, causing them to restrain themselves out of panic. Aswei, you must help me. We envisioned building harmonious and equal human relationships. But your plan has already taken on violent connotations. Are you unwilling? I said before, I will not refuse you, but you must explain clearly to me. We must trust each other. This is far from our original plan. Moreover, didn't we agree to establish a utopian ideal state, free of discrimination, conflict, and naturally harmonious? It's not that I want to split the alliance. Its disintegration is only a matter of time. I'm simply choosing to go with the flow. You may not understand that local powers outweigh the alliance's central authority. They develop quickly, but still have to submit most of their output to the alliance every year, which raises concerns among the various planets. The split is inevitable. The alliance's disintegration is not a conspiracy, but a trend. Yin Sui paused. I can understand the disintegration of the alliance. We have worked together for many years. Outsiders only see our opposing stances. Yet no one knows that you and I are in the same boat. Yi Nahan, I ask you, after all these years of cooperation, how much of what you say is true? How much is false? I just hope that what you say to me is different from what you tell those idle legislators outside. This is the last time you can deceive me. Is that okay? I have not deceived you. I just did not tell you. All right, fine, you did not deceive me. I can understand the disbandment of the alliance, but I have only one request now. I hope you do not interfere with the Ether Army. I hope it can remain pure forever, rather than a victim of power struggles. Yin Sui said seriously. In your eyes, am I such a despicable person? After all, you do have many past offenses, he said half jokingly, half seriously. Yi Nahan did not want to argue with him. Why you trust me so much? Do you like me? Trusting or liking you is a personal matter for me. You don't need to know. Loving someone doesn't have to have a result. Was it just because I helped you during our time at the Alliance Military Academy? Perhaps. He seemed reluctant to elaborate. Hearing his somewhat perfunctory answer, Yi Nahan knew he did not want to answer her question, and she responded with a forced, self-deprecating remark. Well, I never expected the illustrious General Yin to be such a person who knows how to be grateful. Yin Sui ignored her self-deprecation and sarcasm. It's too late. I'm going back. Are you sure you want to stay? She asked. It is a time of turmoil. The Alliance's referendum still chose to let you serve as the president of the Alliance, and you, as the mayor of Yuhui Star, which is also the Alliance's center. Publicly announced Yuhui Star's independence, opposing the president's legitimacy. In the eyes of the pro-Alliance faction, your actions are simply kicking someone when they are down. Now you have already become the public enemy of the Alliance. The Ether Army was established for the external security of the Alliance, although the Alliance no longer exists. Our frequent interactions at this time are indeed inappropriate. Where's the frequency? Your troops have been stationed outside for more than a year. That is simply nonsense. Yi Nahan disagreed with the statement. Under his persistent persuasion, Yin Sui ultimately chose to stay. After the former Ether Army General Yi Yunhuan shed blood in space, Yi Nahan changed. However, General Yi told him before his death that he volunteered for this fate. The only thing he was worried about before he died was his only daughter, Yi-Neihan. He said he did not ask Yi-Neihan to achieve great things for the Alliance or to be wealthy and prosperous. He only hoped she could live a simple life after his death. General Yi also predicted that she would definitely investigate the cause of his death and that the Alliance would face a new crisis. He left the Ether Army to him, hoping he could help Yi-Neihan when she crossed her bottom line and that he could remain unscathed when the Alliance faced insurmountable forces. Chapter 8 Uso on the 26th. Supporters and opponents of Yi-Neihan gathered in Zimming Square, waving flags and shouting for the system they endorsed. After the dissolution of the Alliance, Yuhui Star, once the center of the Alliance, now found itself in a very awkward position. Zimming is the largest city in Yuhui Star and also its administrative center, where discussions of politics and democracy were rampant, as if such conversations could make those in power hear their voices. Living in this city of centralized power, they had witnessed the change of authority and mistakenly believed they had gained rights, leading them to become increasingly reckless. Just days ago, the Star leader Yi-Neihan announced the independence of Yuhui Star and strongly condemned the illegality of the emergency committee established during the formation of the Alliance. Along with her followers, she seized control of the Zimming Advanced Hospital, confirming that the news of the Alliance president's serious illness was entirely fabricated. Soon after, rumors spread throughout the Interstellar Alliance that the Minister of Security was colluding with space pirates to undermine the president's authority. As news broke, the already shaky alliance became even more unstable. To cater to public opinion, the alliance held a referendum, the result of which still elected Uso as the alliance president. However, by this time, most rapidly developing planets had declared independence, making the referendum rather absurd. What the public did not know was that the president had already been controlled by Yin Sui and was now a puppet of Yi-Neihan, effectively a pawn in her hands. The door to the president's office was tightly shut, and the middle-aged president sighed helplessly at the situation. Ahan, I have never doubted you. You, with your suspicious nature, never doubted me either. I guess my acting skills are indeed quite good. Don't you think, Uncle Wu? Do you think this is living up to your father? He cared for the safety of the alliance until his death. Upon hearing this, Yi-Neihan scoffed. You dare to mention my father? I wish my father had never met you. He always regarded you as a confidant. But until his death, he never realized that the very confidant he trusted pushed him into the abyss. Did someone say something to you? Uso asked with certainty, his eyes seemingly losing all light. And he appeared dejected. What was said? You must know there is something, right? But that is not something a prisoner like you can ask about. I'm here today hoping you can sign the presidential decree on this document for the dissolution of the alliance. Trust me, this will be the highlight of your political career. Faced with such chilling words from a girl he had watched grow up, no one knew what Uso was thinking inside. He merely sighed deeply once more. I do feel guilty toward your father, but not in the way you understand. Neither your father nor I had a choice back then. You are too obsessed now. I still can't fully tell you what happened back then. The dissolution of the alliance is a trend I had long anticipated. I just thought I could maintain this facade of peace for another 2 years. Now is not a good time for dissolution, but you are right. I truly have no way out now. Perhaps this is the fate humanity deserves, and it is also the fate I must accept. Uso seemed unwilling to say more. He took the document from Yi-Neihan's hands, skipped over the parts of confession and apology, and went straight to the last page, signing it as the last presidential decree of his career. It was a different kind of emotion. Was it truly his fate to personally end the alliance? Before the building collapses, no amount of repair is useful, he thought. Why couldn't they have given it 2 more years? Uso looked out into the vast outer space through the office window. Yi-Neihan took the document. Don't worry. Yuhui Star will be more prosperous than during the Alliance era, and human life will be better than it was during the Alliance. If you still believe in fate, I will have someone build a church for you tomorrow at your future residence, so you can pray to God for good luck every day. Ahan, don't call me that. You don't deserve it. It makes me sick. Her voice became urgent and sharp. Star leader, the alliance has dissolved. Yuhui Star is the strongest among all member planets of the alliance. I hope you can adhere to the principle of peace. Whether human or alien, they can't withstand more turmoil. Centering on human interests is also your father's wish. Otherwise, though I am in a cage, I still have the ability to fight you. And I really don't want to see that day. How human society develops is a choice made by humanity and history itself. As for what I do, I think you have no right to interfere. You should think about how to get out of your current situation. With that, she turned and left the president's office. In Zimming, inside and out, were Yi Nahin's subordinates, and he remained a puppet, unable to leave Zimming even a step. In this light, Uso's threat seemed like his last stubbornness. But those familiar with Yi Nahin would know she would not overlook any suspicious details, no matter how small the threat might be. And with the loud bang of the door closing, the Alliance era came to a complete end. Yi Nahin stepped out of the president's office, looking up at the sky of Yuhui Star, where the artificial sun still shone brightly, as if nothing had happened. The sky shield system, destroyed by space pirates, was mostly in ruins. It was her father's lifelong effort, yet this system, meant to protect the safety of the Alliance's core, became the death knell for him. You also agree with my actions, right? It doesn't matter if you don't. I have no other path to take. Yi Nahin murmured in a voice only she could hear, then sighed. I'm sorry, old Yi, for destroying your sky shield. 5 years ago, while cruising, former General Yi Yunhuan of the Taiwan military encountered a small-scale group of space pirates and ultimately captured 56 pirates and 12 mechas. However, on his way back, he faced a large-scale attack by space pirates. Due to the limited forces he had with him, he had to return to Yuhui Star, which had a direct connection to the distortion point, hoping to use the sky shield system to fend off the attack. Yet he was turned away by the new president, his most trusted ally and confidant, who was the only one with the authority to activate the sky shield system. With no other option, he took his cruising force and the captured prisoners away from Yuhui Star. During their escape, they entered a gray black hole. Perhaps feeling the irresistible power of the black hole, he activated the self-destruction program of the mechas, ultimately achieving his wish to become debris floating in the universe. Perhaps he could see himself if he looked up. On, Daddy loves you. You must take good care of Yin Sui. This was the last message left for her by old Yi. The chaotic background of the video revealed the turmoil at that time, while she was quarreling with him during his life and death moment. 3 days after the Ether Army's cruising fleet was annihilated, the Alliance daily published his death information. General Yi Yunhuan of the Ether Army was killed in action near the Gray Black Hole on April 13th, 1033 of the Alliance. During his tenure, he made outstanding contributions to maintaining the security of the Alliance. He is a hero admired by all in the Alliance, and his brilliance will shine on every corner of the Alliance. His soul will forever protect humanity as it moves forward. The warships that had once been blocked outside the sky shield system were explained as military exercises, as if their cries for help had never existed, dissipating with the wind. He was a hero. Of course, he was a hero. His heroic deeds spread to every corner of the Alliance, so much so that everyone forgot he was just an ordinary person, an ordinary father. No one would know what their hero experienced before his death. He was a hero of humanity, yet merely her father. He must have planned everything, leaving no way out for himself. Even after entering the black hole, there was still a possibility of survival. Why was he so resolute? Later she learned that it wasn't that he had to die. It was a military order for him to die. It was the president who wanted him dead. It was the people he protected who had given up on him. The Alliance had become irreparably rotten, so he had to make a final stand at dusk. The protests and parades, mixed with various voices, continued in Yunhuan Square. The once heroic statue gazed forward, its serious yet kind eyes quietly watching this farce. The truth was no longer important. Humanity had gradually degenerated in the long interstellar life, turning into a complete rabble, becoming the lackeys of public opinion, completely losing rationality and thought. Except for the rapidly advancing technology, their self-awareness was even inferior to that of the time of Socrates. In this massive parade, it no longer mattered whose faction they belonged to. Yi Nahin had become one of the apparent victors in this change of power. General, where will the Ether Army go from here? A series of changes were not only affecting politics and the people's direction. The position of the Ether Army, formed by the Alliance, had also become quite awkward in this upheaval. It wasn't just Qin Shan who was worried. Different voices were quietly spreading within the ranks of the Ether Army. Qin Shan organized a meeting of senior Ether Army officers. All officers of mid-level and above must attend. Yes. Wait. I remember you were admitted through the Cape Town military exam. Cape Town was also one of the first planets to declare independence. Now that the Alliance has disbanded, I want to know your choice. You should understand what I mean. Yen Sui asked seriously and earnestly. General, you know I am from Cape Town. But since I joined the military, I have taken the protection of the Alliance's safety as my duty. But the Alliance has suddenly disappeared. Do you know what that feels like? It feels like losing my spiritual homeland. How could this happen? As soldiers, obeying orders is our duty. But now we have lost our object of obedience. Now various forces are competing for resources and military strength. I hope my troops and my comrades will not become the victims of political struggles. I understand. You just asked me how I would choose in this situation. In fact, the moment I saw you, I had made my choice. 3 years ago, I participated in the Cape Town military exam, joined the Ether Army, and was fortunate to stand by your side, shedding blood for the safety of the Alliance. I no longer need to think about which side to stand on in the Alliance's referendum, nor do I need to care whether the election results are valid. I don't want to serve any political organization or institution anymore. I hope that after the Alliance disbands, my mission will still be to maintain human welfare and rules. Because there are people I love there, so I choose to follow the general forever. Hearing his declaration, Yen Sui was shocked. Why did he believe in me so much and not fear that I would also participate in this political power struggle? Would you? He asked without using honorifics. I will never. Then I will go organize the meeting. After saying that, he smiled and left, as if the unease and entanglement that had lingered in his heart for days had finally been resolved. After the Alliance disbanded, the political separation issue was relatively easy to solve. Several planets had been restless before the disbandment, and those with plans had already divided the rights to the new world early on. Some government officials who did not join this power struggle became unemployed, while most of the government secretaries selected from various planets returned to the new government after independence, where they would enjoy a perfect political career. Professional technical personnel remained, while all Alliance enterprises were sold off, with original leaders either changing careers or stepping down. Yi Nahan had long anticipated these outcomes. As the location of the Alliance, Yue Star had been ready to seize this piece of fat meat early on. By the time the other planets realized it, it was already too late, and they could only curse the despicable actions in secret. The Ether Army had existed since the establishment of the Alliance. It was independent of politics and was the direct military of the Alliance. As the central power of the Alliance weakened, a large number of redundant administrative officials placed a huge burden on the Alliance's finances. The long-term external environment had made the need for military forces decrease increasingly, and the Ether Army's voice became quieter. However, it was the strongest backing for the people of the Alliance to live a stable life, to the point that they forgot about external crises, content with their lives, only knowing how to fight over trivial interests. Chapter 9 New Order. The conference room was filled with high-ranking officers of the Ether Army, all of whom had made significant contributions to the security of the Alliance. However, they were now whispering and engaging in quiet conversations, clearly caught off guard by the sudden turn of events and filled with concern for the fate of their subordinates. When the door to the conference room opened and closed again, the murmurs abruptly ceased, and everyone present maintained their good military decorum. Yen Sui walked into the conference room. Today's meeting would lead to an immensely difficult decision, marking a significant upheaval in the Ether Army's 1000-year history. Ladies and gentlemen, the dissolution of the Alliance has become an undeniable fact. Today, I have urgently called this meeting primarily to discuss the future direction of the Ether Army. Although the Alliance has disbanded, we remain a complete independent entity, which has evidently become the greatest threat in this new era. I believe you are all aware that various factions are eager to take a share of this major threat. As the commander of the Ether Army, I have the responsibility to protect you from being divided. At this point, Yen Sui paused, while everyone quietly listened to his account. He continued, in recent years, the Ether Army has gradually been marginalized by the centers of power. Our only remaining duty has been to expel interstellar pirates and maintain the safety of various stars in the Alliance. Thus, we have been independent from a coup. Before coming to this meeting, I had two thoughts. First, every soldier in the Ether Army was selected from a particular planet before joining. Since the Alliance has dissolved, You can all return to your home planets to continue fighting. However, this would inevitably lead to the disbandment of the Ether Army. Before he could express his second plan, an impatient general jumped in to speak. The old alliance no longer exists. We should establish something new. General, we have no choice. Godai, what do you mean? Do you want to leave the Ether Army? We do not agree. Yes, we do not agree. If you want to disband the Ether Army, it will be over my dead body. The Alliance only remembers us when it needs us. Why should we pay for the mistakes of those high-ranking politicians? What do you mean? Since we joined the Ether Army, we have distanced ourselves from politics. Our duty has only been to maintain external security for the Alliance. It was their demand to dissolve the Alliance, not our choice. Hearing that most did not wish to disband the Ether Army, Godai visibly panicked. Thomas, you know what I mean? The Ether Army has lost its basis for existence. There is no need for you to deceive yourself. Deceive myself? Don't think I don't know you are Nahan's lackey. 1/3 of the mid and high-ranking officers of the Alliance come from Yue Star. She wants to monopolize this army, and I will not agree. You cannot pave the way for her political career by splitting the Ether Army. Facing this argument, Yin Sui seemed to have anticipated it and did not intervene. What do you mean I'm Nahan's lackey? You must know the situation of the Ether Army in recent years. If it weren't for her support, the Ether Army would have disbanded long ago. Will we still be arguing about the ownership of the Ether Army after the Alliance's dissolution? She is the only concern for General Yi. Are you not afraid of hurting the hearts of the soldiers and General Yi by saying this? Godai's emotions were clearly agitated. When General Ye's name was mentioned, Thomas was visibly taken aback. I respect General Yi and acknowledge that Yi Nahan has helped the Ether Army a lot over the years. However, it is an undeniable fact that she is splitting the Alliance. This is a matter of principle. Thomas wanted to continue arguing, but Yin Sui interrupted him. The issues raised by everyone here are ones I have considered. But what we need to resolve most urgently is the ownership issue of the Ether Army. I believe the Ether Army cannot go its separate ways. Otherwise, the people will not forgive us. Neither our descendants nor the predecessors who established this army will forgive us. Therefore, I hope to establish a united independent army to maintain the safety of various stars. I will communicate the specific regulations with the independent planets. I wonder what everyone thinks. I agree. I also agree. I will always follow the general. Voices of approval rose and fell. Although the Alliance's investment in the Ether Army has decreased in recent years, the Ether Army possesses the strongest military strength among the stars of the Alliance, which poses a threat to any planet, and they might not allow us to proceed as we wish. Godai knew that further persuasion was pointless. Most of the Ether Army were loyal followers of Yin Sui, and his high spiritual strength made him the absolute belief of this army. So what do you mean? Do you want us to seek refuge under the strongest Yue star after the dissolution? In the Ether Army, we are comrades fighting together against interstellar pirates. After the dissolution, returning to our home planets and back to the battlefield, we become enemies. Are you willing to turn your weapons against your former comrades? Do you have the courage to destroy our mechas and scatter our bodies in blood in outer space? Yi Nahan is no longer the Yi Nahan of the past. She has been blinded by power. I know your relationship, but are you prepared to face the consequences of what I said? With these words, Godai found it hard to refute. After the establishment of the Alliance, humanity had lost national and racial segregation. How wonderful it was then, unlike now, when the Alliance was not only about to split, but conflicts between natural humans and alien species were becoming increasingly intense. He certainly did not want to become enemies with his former comrades. He just hoped the Ether Army could have a good affiliation. Being affiliated with Yue Star was certainly not ideal, but after becoming independent, issues such as material supply, military expenses, military research investment, and even the input of new generations of soldiers would all be significant problems. However, these emotional soldiers did not care. They were combat talents cultivated by various planets and would not understand how difficult it is to sustain an army. The young man who refuted him was called Kuang. Judging by his expression, he had been dissatisfied with Godai for a long time. Yin Sui knew clearly that the desire to preserve the integrity of the Ether Army was not only due to the prestige he had established in the military over the years, but, more importantly, they were unwilling to turn against their former comrades. He bypassed the weak objections represented by Godai. I cannot change the dissolution of the alliance. But I can promise you all here that the army we are in, the united spirit we share, will never disband. I will solve all the problems arising after independence. And I can take responsibility for what I say today. The consequences will be borne by me alone. If any changes occur, they will have nothing to do with all of you. Your families and friends are scattered across various independent planets. The threat of interstellar pirates still exists. We are the only team capable of maintaining human safety for a long time. The Ether Army was established to protect the safety and dignity of all humanity. But in the long evolution, we gradually forgot our original intent. Therefore, today I have decided to reclaim it. This indicated that he was prepared to face the threats and pressures from various factions alone. But he also knew that his subordinates would inevitably stand with him, as they were comrades who had shared life and death together. Thus, every decision he made was incredibly difficult for him, as he feared disappointing everyone's expectations. On May 5th, the commander of the Ether Army gathered the troops and media at Yanhuan Square, delivered speech, and publicly read the Star and Joint Army Agreement, showing no regard for the covetous old tigers. Today, I stand here. Behind me is the statue of General Yi Yunhuan, a world-recognized hero. In front of us stands an army with free thought, an army that has existed in humiliation amid power struggles. The alliance is still the same alliance. But the people of the alliance have long forgotten their original intent, forgetting the exploratory spirit of our ancestors. After each battle, our pride and dignity are completely shattered, leaving us at the mercy of those officials who sit idly by, standing above us to abuse their power, trampling on our dignity, using a microscope to criticize our minor faults, completely ignoring the alliance that is on the brink of collapse. What wrong have we done? We merely obey the orders of the alliance to safeguard humanity's security. Those officials are always contemplating their own interests, only remembering us when the enemy strikes again. For decades, we have fought like dogs for the alliance officials, without dignity, hoping that our former masters would leave us a morsel of rotten food. All of humanity knows that we were once the strongest shield of the alliance. With us, the alliance was invincible. But no one knows the resources and new technologies hidden behind this glory. We are always the last to be considered. We have nothing but sacrifice and glory. Even so, we remain full of reliance and trust in the alliance. But today, for various reasons, the alliance is forced to disband. I, like everyone else, am saddened by this. Yet even so, that group of selfish politicians still dreams of dividing the Ether Army. Therefore, I, as the leader of the Ether Army, hereby announce the establishment of the Xinghe Alliance, with our base located on Yuhui Star, and we will not participate in the disbandment of the alliance. Next, I will read the Xinghe Alliance Agreement. The Ether Army will be renamed the Xinghe Alliance effective today, abbreviated as Xinghe Army. The Xinghe Army will commit to maintaining the security of all humanity. After discussions with the planetary leaders of Washington, Cape Town, Moscow, and 12 other planets, it has been decided that military expenses will be paid by each independent planet proportionally. The news caused another public uproar. The groups that protested against the disbandment of the alliance and opposed the separatist party represented by Yi Neihan suddenly seemed to find organization, quickly formulating supportive slogans and statements. In no time, Yen Sui became the savior, maintaining the bonds of the alliance. They automatically ignored Yen Sui's various grievances against the former alliance during his speech, while various conspiracy theories began to emerge. In their imagined power struggle, they portrayed Yen Sui as a fighter resisting the separatist faction represented by Yi Neihan. He, under the pressure of the entire universe, stationed his troops on Yuhui Star. Whether Yuhui Star's leader, Yi Neihan, signed the Xinghe Agreement was interpreted as openly challenging Yi Neihan. His statements against the alliance were transformed into strategic compromises that were not equal to his actions. It can be assured that Yen Sui is now telling his supporters that 1 + 1 = 3, and they would likely believe it. Chapter 10, The Gears of History, the newly established office of the Star and Alliance Governor, which was temporarily printed with a life printer, still lacked various facilities. And at this moment, Qin, Zhan, and Alan were also present. General, what should we do next? Alan, someone who had seen various storms, was clearly surprised that the seemingly indestructible alliance could crumble so easily under a small crisis. The fact that I'm not in the alliance is known only to a few trusted people in the cabinet. Apart from that, only Maury knows. Even if I'm not present, the Ether Army left in the Sky Shield should not be so easily overwhelmed. I won't agree to the excuse that the Sky Shield mechs lost control. What do you mean? Xinjiang shivered. There's a mole. This is obvious. The Alliance's control over local stars has been gradually waning, but its influence in various aspects is still difficult for other planets to match, except for Washington Star. The Alliance has been established for so long. Who knows whether those serving it are human or ghost? It's just that I didn't expect these parasites, which have long gone unchecked, to actually bite off a towering tree. Yin Sui sat on the freshly printed chair and said helplessly, "The iron law of history is that what seems inevitable in hindsight often appears inconspicuous at the beginning. No one can fully predict a crisis, not even the most advanced artificial intelligence. All soldiers in the Ether Army, upon joining, are meant to safeguard the Alliance's security and eliminate all threats. But no one expected it to rot from the inside. This matter is undoubtedly an attack on the spiritual foundation of the Alliance citizens, who have grown up under the education of unity and harmony. Not to mention how big of a blow it is to the Ether Army, which regarded loyalty to the Alliance as their duty. But they are soldiers. They cannot influence politics, nor can they sway people's hearts. General, do you think we can restore our former glory?" Alan asked. Yin Sui looked out of the office window at the hazy universe. "I don't know. I don't even know if what we've done before has any meaning. Sometimes I can't understand whether what we are guarding with our lives is the regime of the Alliance or the human species itself. But one thing I'm clear about is that the Ether Army is my only belonging now. I cannot let it get entangled in some forced struggle. So I'm glad that I have the ability to keep it. People cannot escape from the order constructed by imagination. When breaking free from an old rules confinement, they think they are finally free, but what often awaits them is a new set of rules like the Russian nesting dolls of the Earth era. No one knows if the outermost layer of the doll is just another game. Whether we can restore our former glory might be a false proposition. No one can be sure if the past was truly glorious or merely a will-o'-the-wisp. No one knows if the Alliance's unified management is what humanity truly needs. Humans emerge from the primates because their ancestors chose a different path. No one can predict if those scattered humans across the universe have a group that is lucky enough to break through this layer of nesting dolls and move towards a greater set of rules. The three of them exchanged glances in the newly built office and ultimately fell into silence. Xinjiang furrowed his brow and broke the silence. "I still find the interstellar pirate attacks a bit strange. They haven't had such large-scale attacks for almost 3 years. The last 2 years have been minor skirmishes. I reviewed this attack, and their strength hasn't improved much compared to before. If it weren't for knowing that you and the direct troops weren't in Yuhui, they wouldn't have had a reason to act this way. I think we might need to consult Maury about this issue. The Alliance has finally disbanded as he wished, and we should meet with this old friend," Yin Sui said. "Yes, just after we left Washington Star, we intercepted a batch of black gold. And then the interstellar pirates attacked Alpha 3 in New Delhi, splitting into 2 groups to mislead us. Maury was also the first star leader to declare independence. At first, I thought he was using strength to boast, but the news from Washington said that the military had been quite active even before the interstellar pirates attacked Alpha 3. If this matter has nothing to do with Maury, then it is indeed too coincidental," Alan analyzed. "Xinjiang, send Maury a request for a visit." "For what reason?" Xinjiang asked. "To discuss some specific rights and responsibilities regarding the Star and Alliance." "Will he meet with us?" "The Alliance has disbanded, and we are no longer in a subordinate relationship. The military in Washington has no reason to follow our orders." Xinjiang looked at Yin Sui. Although the Alliance has disbanded and Washington Star has achieved its goal, Maury probably didn't expect that Yi Nahin is the true Yellow Sparrow. Regardless of whether it's the interstellar pirates or the black gold issue, everything he has done ultimately benefits Yi Nahin. He gained independence, but nothing else. He won't refuse us. After all, the Star and Alliance is not only a substantial piece of meat, but also a thorn in his side, Yin Sui explained. "That's true. Our combat power is still strong, but we need to tread more carefully than before. The ones shooting cold guns from behind could be former allies," Alan echoed. Upon hearing this, Qin seemed to suddenly remember something. General, various forces are speculating about your relationship with Star Leader Yi. Alan and I, as people closer to you, want to know what you really think. Upon hearing this, the usually reticent Alan turned to look at Yin Sui, clearly interested in the topic. She and Qin were among the few who knew about Yin Sui's private communication with Yi Neihan, that Yi Neihan also trained in the Ether Army years ago. This isn't anything unusual. During the Alliance period, many privileged young scions would be sent to the Ether Army by their families to polish their lives, adding a layer of golden shine to their paths. And the Ether Army could also gain a substantial amount of military funding from this. Yi Neihan is the daughter of former Ether General Yi Yunhuan. Unlike those privileged scions, her mental strength, though not exceptionally high, was outstanding in various military achievements, thus gaining a group of followers, with Good Eye being the most fervent representative. During this time, Yin Sui and Xia Yin from the Xia group were best friends. One had a mental strength so high that even interspecies beings feared it, while the other had exceptional talent in robotics research, serving as her right hand and left hand assistants. With the reputation of the Ether Army and the financial power of the Xia family, Yi Neihan led the establishment of the Lightheart Team, a militarized research team that gathered the elite from various stars, aggressively exploring the still mysterious universe. If this momentum continued, Yi Neihan would likely be the next master of the Ether Army. But 5 years ago, when General Yi Yunhuan was fighting against the Interstellar pirates in the wasteland, he bled in space, and shortly thereafter, the entire Lightheart team was annihilated during an outing. It was evident to discerning eyes that this was too coincidental. But everything seemed to have the appearance of an accident. Suddenly losing the highest commander almost caused a mutiny in the Ether Army. But fortunately, Yin Sui managed to stop this potential coup in time. The cabinet voted and chose Yin Sui as the next Ether General. From that moment on, the relationship between Yin Sui and Yi Neihan began to become subtle. In fact, the cabinet chose Yin Sui as the Ether General mainly because he had no background at that time and had always been Yi Neihan's background character, making him easy to control, unlike Yi Neihan, who was filled with distrust of the Alliance and was deemed too dangerous by cabinet officials. Later, Yi Neihan chose to withdraw from the Ether Army and, under the recommendation of former Alliance President Uso, became the secretary of Lu Xian, the star leader of Yuhui. Later, Lu Xian became embroiled in scandals, dragging down many local officials, and Yi Neihan seized the opportunity to become the star leader of Yuhui. In the years since she parted ways with Yin Sui, Yi Neihan gradually expanded her sphere of influence. Yin Sui knew most of what was happening. As long as it didn't touch a sensitive line, he wouldn't inquire further. On the surface, they had separated, but Alan knew that every so often, Yin Sui would meet with the increasingly prominent Yi Xingzhang. When Qin asked about the matter, Yin Sui remained silent for a long time, so long that they all thought he wouldn't respond. Just as Qin was about to take the opportunity to leave, Yin Sui replied, "She is my one true love in this life." Alan was not surprised by this, while Qin was filled with concern. However, this time we established the Xinghe Alliance, bypassing the Yinhui Star. I thought you were going to warn her, and many in the military are filled with hostility towards Yi Xingzhang and Mo Lei, believing they're the main culprits behind the dissolution of the Alliance. Not just in military, many small asteroids relying on the Alliance for protection are similarly hostile towards them. Mo Lei took the lead in declaring independence from the Alliance, undoubtedly setting a bad example, while Yi Neihan openly betrayed at the core of the Alliance in Yinhui Star, choosing independence during a crisis, which has undoubtedly accelerated the disintegration of the Alliance. Qin, I understand your concerns. My ability to publicly act this way today shows that I can clearly distinguish between public and private matters. I will not let personal feelings affect my grasp of the future direction of the Xinghe Alliance. Don't forget, although Good Dai's bias is obvious, he is right. Without Yi Neihan's help, we might not have reached today. To be frank, her actions during the dissolution of the Alliance are no different from those of other long-planned leaders. Human society continuously progresses through repeated reshuffling, and that has already happened. You can understand it as an inevitable reshuffle. Without waiting for Qin to speak, Yin Sui continued. If I were to have a stance opposing hers, I would adhere to the principle established at the founding of the Ether Army. Human interests above all. I understand. Qin replied. Chapter 11 Diverging Paths, Time, is truly a marvelous thing. Unknowingly, two people who used to be so close have gone from having endless conversations to having nothing to say. It wasn't until Yin Sui delivered his speech that Yi Neihin realized his plan to keep her out of it. He had controlled her eyes in the Ether Army, bypassed the Yuhui star, and signed a protection treaty with other independent planets. When the two found themselves alone again, the atmosphere dropped to freezing point without any shouts of questioning. Can you explain what this is all about? Yi Neihin broke the silence first. I think you should understand. Yan Sui replied. Understand what? Understand that you put the army on my territory? Understand that you bypassed Yuhui star and signed a protection agreement directly with other planet lords? Or understand that you stationed your subordinates outside my residence, flaunting your power, and then be grateful to you? Yi Neihin's eyes fixed on Yin Sui, as if she was trying to pierce through the fog that lingered between them. You announced Yuhui's independence the second the Interstellar pirate crisis was resolved. Most of the former Alliance's industries are in Yuhui. After independence, you swiftly took over those top-tier enterprises, even the Kirk Institute, which symbolizes the cradle of humanity's future, fearing others wouldn't know that this was all premeditated. The other planet lords are not fools. You've made too many enemies, Yin Sui explained. Look at what you're saying, as if I gained so much from this. Did I ever say I wanted you to protect Yuhui? Don't flatter yourself, General Yin. Admit it. You're just unhappy about the dissolution of the Alliance and want to vent your anger on me. Yi Neihin's quirky side suddenly emerged as she tore off the facade of false peace. Yin Sui ignored her aggression, but his eyes remained fixed on Yi Neihin, as if he were looking at a stranger. Stop using your hypocritical rules to demand things from me. When it comes to shamelessness, the other planet lords are just as bad as, if not worse than me. Instead of wasting time here with me, you should go persuade the other planet lords. Maybe they would be willing to help you build that utopian society of yours. Yi Neihin, have no shame and don't talk to me about rules. You'd just be wasting your time here. Do we really have to do this? Yin Sui's voice became hoarse. You know I don't want this. But we have no choice. In fact, those protesters are right. I am bad. I have no moral or human rights bottom line, and you should believe what you see. So what you said before about establishing a new human relationship and creating a brand new society was all a lie to me? Yin Sui asked again. Otherwise, you don't still know why the former alliance wanted you to take over my father's position, do you? They saw you as easy to control because you have no power. I certainly wouldn't accept that. It should have been mine. But I was assigned to be Lu Xian's secretary, with no one useful around me, isolated and helpless. Isn't it only natural for me to use you? Then why do you sponsor the Ether Army with such a high amount every year? Yin Sui pressed on. Hell, why? The Ether Army was glorious again under my father's leadership. What's wrong with me lending a hand? Since we've come this far, we can consider it even. Yi Neihin said lightly, as if it were a trivial matter to her. I disagree. You're not that kind of person. Yin Sui's voice suddenly grew louder. You're still too naive. You've never really understood me. How do you know I'm not that kind of person? Yin Neihin countered it. I know. The Yi Neihin I know is brave, cynical, stands up for the weak, and despises authority. I know. Yan Sui repeated, his eyes reddening as if he were caught in some kind of trance. Brave, cynical, and unafraid of authority? Only a childish person would have such naive thoughts. After all this, how do you still not understand? If it weren't for authority, my father wouldn't have died. If it weren't for authority, the Lightheart team might have become humanity's brightest star today. No matter how humanity evolves, greed and jealousy will never change. I admire your romantic and naive character, but I am no longer the person I once was. You must understand that everything must change. At this point, Yin Sui smiled and reached out to touch Yi Neihin's earlobe gently, but he remained silent. Yi Neihin also didn't understand what he meant by this. Her eyes fixed on Yin Sui. I know. Yin Sui repeated once more. Hearing this, Yi Neihin brushed his hand away and turned away. Think whatever you want. You can leave now. Also, I don't care what you and the Alliance want to do, but on my territory, we follow the rules of Yuhui Star. Who? Yin Neihin. I'm not someone anyone can just walk over. I'm not expelling you not because I lack the strength, but out of respect for my father. Take those people outside away. I don't need your so-called protection. After saying this, Yi Neihan intended to leave the hall, but Yin Sui grabbed her without thinking. Yi Neihan turned around, confused. The Star and Alliance can follow your rules in Yuhui, but the people outside cannot be withdrawn. Recently, many unidentified individuals have appeared in Zimming, and I'm worried. Upon hearing this, Yi Neihan laughed. You're worried? Why do you have to be worried? Just because of this fragile lover's relationship outside? Stop joking. I didn't get to where I am today by winning people over with virtue. Yin Sui still held onto Yi Neihan's hand, showing no signs of compromise. Yi Neihan pulled his hand away. Yin Sui, you still don't understand. Whether in the eyes of outsiders or in mine, it's all over. We all have our own positions. I know you well. You certainly look down on being with me. Let us save face for everyone. Yin Sui sighed and said, You always say one thing and mean another. You think too highly of yourself. Since you don't believe me, let me tell you something you want to know. You don't need to go through so much trouble to investigate the other batch of black gold from the island. It's mine. I know the Alliance won to be peaceful, so I'm sending you some life-saving supplies. After all, we were once lovers. If you die, I might still feel sad for a couple of days. Upon hearing this, Yin Sui stood there, seemingly unable to digest this shocking news, while Yi Neihan ignored him, tossing out a command to take the people outside away before entering her own room. Yin Sui looked at the direction of the closing door, and for a moment, many fragments flashed through his mind. Slowly, he tried to connect those fragments, hoping to piece together a truth from the scattered pieces. He left Yi Neihan's residence slowly, exiting the airtight fortress. He looked up at the sky. In the current human world, even the firmament had to be crafted into a false display of twinkling stars. He felt everything was too fake, and in this false environment, reality and integrity seemed to have become a crime. He couldn't understand. Could people really change so drastically? However, what Yin Sui didn't know was that when he looked up at the sky of Zimming, someone was watching him through high-density glass, tears streaming down their face. As people grow up, they always have no choice when faced with likes and dislikes. Chapter 12. You the Madman for over a month. Yuhui Star has experienced a series of upheavals. Attacks by interstellar pirates, the dissolution of the Alliance, the independence of Yuhui Star, the resignation of the old president, and the establishment of the Star and Alliance coalition. These changes have left the people of the planet numb, and the massive political upheaval has gradually settled into a state of calm amidst this numbness. At this time, Yi Neihan arrived at a high-end club owned by Zimming. Ahan, what did you call me over for this time? The person asking was Xia Yin, the captain of the exploration team who had narrowly escaped during the interstellar pirate attack on Alpha 3 in New Delhi and the future sole heir of the Shangxia group. I'm currently being monitored by various forces. I came this time mainly to ask you to use the ghost to send the black gold to Yin, Suebua, and Washington. Remember not to send too much. After the explosion, Washington has not been very proactive in investigating the black gold. Intelligence has also indicated that more will secretly meet with a mysterious person every stellar month. I suspect they have a malevolent spirit, or they have long been in control of the black gold. Why? Didn't you already let General Yin have some black gold on the black market? He even used it in the last battle with the interstellar pirates. Hasn't he already known about it? Or did you two fall out? She wished Xia Yan's intuition wouldn't be so accurate. If you were as smart when facing the enemy, I think we would have found out who has been hiding behind the scenes, targeting us all these years. Yin Naihan retorted sharply. Your roundabout way of insulting me would be better off changing someday. Then I would surely be smarter. Forget it. The mental calculations show that you will never be related to intelligence in this lifetime. If I change, I'm afraid you'll go to meet all kinds of deities the next day. Hearing this, Xia Yin did not argue with her. After all, they had been living this way for a long time. She thought to herself how difficult it was to work in this era. Ohan, didn't you explain to General Yin why you wanted to become independent and why you imprisoned the former Alliance president? Xia Yin asked seriously. At this point, it's not important. He doesn't trust me, and I don't want him involved in this matter. He always talks about justice, which makes my head buzz. I threatened him with black gold yesterday. It's best for our relationship to stay this way. Upon hearing her say this, Xia Yin sighed helplessly. Although this was their relationship, she had seen what Yin Suebua had done over the years. Both of them were too stubborn, wanting to bear everything on their own shoulders, wishing that no external disturbances would affect each other. Clearly, they cared for one another, yet they always acted like enemies. Xia Yin had previously guessed they would eventually separate, and it turned out to be true. Ahan, have you ever thought that he actually wants to protect you? Although Yu Star is currently calm. You know how dangerous it is right now. Both of you are too stubborn. Feelings should be expressed, not like me, who wishes to say something but never gets the chance, her tone carrying a fleeting hint of sadness. All right, let's not talk about this. I can't stay here for long. I will handle my own matters. Remember to deliver my gift to them. I'm leaving. After saying this, she planned to leave. Again with this, you always evade. This is my personal matter. Don't forget that you are my subordinate. This matter ends here. I'm leaving. You come out from the adjacent room in 2 hours. As she reached the door, Yi Neihan seemed to suddenly remember something and turned back to Xia Yin, awkwardly saying, "Remember to pack it in the radiation-proof box specifically for black gold." Got it. You also need to handle General Yan's portion first and mark its hazardous nature and black gold properties. Do as you wish. After saying a vague remark, Yi Neihan turned and left. Two-faced, sitting in the private light shuttle on her way back, Yi Neihan couldn't help but think, yes, he is always so righteous. But it is righteousness that has continually attracted her. That quality had long since vanished from her own being. What they said was true. In a long struggle for power, she had completely lost herself. She had always known this, but could not turn back. Turning back would only bring a sharper guillotine, connecting the lives of everyone involved. The terrifying part was that she didn't even know who was holding the knife, so she could only keep rushing forward. She knew that Yin Sui would always be by her side, but she couldn't reveal a hint of that. She also didn't know whom she had offended to deserve such retaliation. People around her kept dying, but fortunately, there was no one left in the open now. So she felt invincible. She must expose the malevolent spirit hiding in the dark, then tear him to pieces and scatter his remains into space to honor the souls of her loved ones. Yin Sui was stationed troops on Yu Star, causing different voices to emerge among the high-ranking officials of other independent stars. Some believed that Yin Suibwa and Yi Neihan had completely severed ties, reaching a point of mutual destruction. Others thought their relationship during their time in the Ether Army was unusual, suggesting that it was all an act they were performing together. There were also those who believed that Yin Suibwa was a person who could not tolerate even a speck of dust in his heart. He would absolutely not be on the same level as Yi Neihan. They had complete trust in him, especially since this portion mainly consisted of planets that had not developed well before the alliance dissolved. They still harbored hopes for a future re-merger of the alliance, which would allow them to receive support from those better developed planets. No matter how the speculation went, it did not affect the two parties involved. The enigmatic relationship made all the planets cautious and hesitant to act rashly. No one knew what Yin Suibwa, who was at the center of the vortex, was thinking at this moment. The black gold he had been investigating turned out to be a life-saving talisman sent by Yi Neihan. It was clear that she no longer needed his protection, and their relationship gradually drifted apart along with their buried thoughts. "General, this is the Interstellar Express I just received, and the recipient is you. I didn't manage to trace the source of the express. It seems to come from the Ghost organization, which is elusive. Since they sent black gold to the black market 6 months ago, we have lost track of it." Yin Suibwa took the package and was about to open it when Qin Shan stopped him. "General, let me open it. It's fine, I know what it is." As the package opened, the contents were well covered with a transparent radiation isolation panel, identical to the black gold they had seized on the black market the first time. The difference was that this time the packaging had a simple indication of its properties. Yin Suibwa sighed. She still couldn't bear to destroy herself. At the same time, Qin Shan subconsciously wanted to repackage it when an artificial intelligence announcer suddenly projected a sentence, a phrase from former alliance officials. "General Yin, please do not worry. This piece of black gold has been specially treated. Sending it to you is to inform you that we possess it and monopolize it." Who is this? So despicable. How provocative. Qin Shan instinctively cursed. "Yin Naihan." "What?" "Yi Neihan, the leader of Yu Star." Yin Suibwa repeated. "So the one from the black market was also sent by her?" Qin Shan suddenly grasped the key to the problem. "Yes." General, last time you had no choice but to use this thing to destroy 2 heavy star ships of the Interstellar pirates, which are their treasures accumulated over many years. The power was truly immense. Now, while all the planets appear calm on the surface, as far as I know, they're all secretly investigating, Qin Shan said, his brow slightly furrowed. This is also what I wanted to discuss with you. She may not have sent this package to just me. Is he the madman really mad? Yen Suable glanced at him, and Qin Shan quickly reacted. I'm sorry, slip of the tongue. What I meant was, doesn't Tishi think this is enough trouble? I think she knows better than anyone the consequences of doing this. Yixing Chong might not have left us with a backup plan, right? When Alan and I first pursued the clues of the black gold, we also traced it to the ghost, and then there was no further trace. Now it seems this could possibly be her influence. Upon hearing this, Yen Suebo remained silent for a long time. Qindan, you came late. The Ether Army is the culmination of Yi Huanyun's efforts. Before him, the Ether Army was a complete mess, facing interstellar pirates mainly composed of alien species. At that time, we could basically only retreat. It was General Yi who saved this army on the verge of disappearing and also fought for over 30 years of survival time for the Alliance. However, the Alliance is fundamentally rotten. He does not understand that this is unsolvable, but Yi Neihan knows, so she won to be our enemy. She is just stubbornly refusing to acknowledge all of this. What I can do is preserve the legacy her father left behind, which is you all. Yin Sui spoke with conviction, but yesterday's aggressive demeanor of Yi Neihan still lingered in his mind, and he was actually filled with uncertainty. He continued, humanity has developed to this point and must have a strong military to restrain their actions. Over 1,000 years ago, nuclear weapons destroyed the Earth, and we were forced to flee. The current universe is our last retreat. Black gold has already emerged, regardless of her thoughts. The stars and the United Army are the final forces preventing black gold from destroying our home. I know what you are worried about. My feelings for her will not affect my judgment on the stars and the United Army. Yan Sui sighed. He always believed in her and hoped he was not mistaken this time. But at the same time, he knew that human hearts are the hardest to predict. He both believed in her and had a guard against her. He appeared calm, but in reality, every decision required careful consideration, fearing that one wrong decision could lead to an irreversible outcome. He wondered how General Yi would choose in this dilemma. He had promised General Yi to pull Yi Neihan back when she was about to cross the line, but now he was uncertain whether she had already crossed it. And more importantly, he was unsure if he could truly hold her back. Qindan, upon hearing this, said directly, Boss, I understand what you mean. I just don't understand why Yixing Chong would make such a sinister thing public. Is she trying to bait the fish behind it? And I'm also unclear about her true attitude toward our army. She was clearly not like this before. Qindan's tone still expressed dissatisfaction with Yi Neihan's recent actions. But within that dissatisfaction was a sense of helplessness. Yeah, I don't quite understand either. Yin Suable murmured. Perhaps he was just a small part of her power play, unable to keep up with her ascent, let alone stop her. Yin Suable suddenly realized that he might have no way to deal with her now. Chapter 13, The Night Watchman, everything on the planet Yuhua is developing according to a predetermined direction. The formation of the Alliance of Stars and the Coalition doesn't seem to have caused much impact on the situation here. Yuhua was formerly the location of the Alliance, and its infrastructure is the best among all independent planets. For the average person, it seems that everything has returned to the way it was before, just with a different ruler and government. The protesters have gradually disappeared with the passage of time, with only a few stubborn individuals still holding on. However, Yi Neihan knows that the turbulent undercurrents hidden beneath this calm are what truly instill fear and dread. Yi Neihan piloted her private shuttle back to her residence, feeling as though there were one or more pairs of eyes watching her from behind. After Yuhua's independence, the politically astute leaders had long sensed that she held some black gold, and it was normal for someone to be spying on her. But she didn't take it to heart. The shuttle was equipped with the latest defensive technology from the former alliance. Xiaoyan was worried about her safety and had added a black gold launcher to the system, making it a huge, dangerous item. Anyone who approached would perish. She reduced the shuttle's speed and descended a bit in altitude, trying to get a better view of the development in Ziming City, which had been the power center of Yuhua for these years. Unfortunately, despite years of development, it looked just like it did when she was a child. with the artificial sun still hanging high in the sky. If she used a photon telescope, she could see engineers attempting to repair the sky shield. But without her father's design blueprints, she had no idea how effective that would be. The comfortable lives of the people here have made them no longer need to strive or work hard. Everything is handled by artificial intelligence. They only need to watch celebrity entertainment news and occasionally hold a protest against government policies. This would force the government to compromise, yet when they encounter unsatisfactory life issues, they complain about the government's inefficiency, forgetting that these issues could have been improved if they hadn't protested in the first place. As the shuttle moved slowly, she saw the former alliance, or rather the supporters of the coalition, and there was no difference from the Earth era. After more than 1,000 years, they were still chanting the same old slogans. The difference now was that they had adopted a live projection mode and sound expansion system, allowing lazy individuals who wanted to join protests to participate as well. It certainly looked like a considerable crowd, but the protests seemed insincere. She wondered what expression she would wear when facing her fans. How pathetic, protesting every day, and yet the idol shows no acknowledgement, Yi Nahin said with a light laugh. Bang! Just as she was about to reach home, a shuttle suddenly collided with hers, followed by several others approaching her. Since she was still above zimming, too close to the ground, she dared not use black gold and could only rely on ordinary particle cannons. However, it was clear that the other side had come prepared, and the pilot's mental strength was significantly higher than hers. She felt as if her brainwave chip was about to be seized. Every nerve ending was in pain. If she held on any longer, her shuttle would likely self-destruct. She pushed the shuttle to its maximum speed and quickly fled the city center. The opponent's mental power was too strong for her to withstand, but it seemed they intended to kidnap her rather than kill her. Therefore, she recklessly activated all of the shuttle's attack and defense functions through her brainwave chip, but this caused her mental energy to deplete rapidly. Cold sweat continuously dripping from her forehead. Just when she thought it was over, the mental pressure suddenly eased. Someone had joined this dark battle. She knew exactly whose strong and familiar mental power it was, having experienced it deeply over so much intertwined time. But she didn't want to acknowledge it. It wasn't yet time to connect with him. Once this hunting game began, she could not stop. If she did, she and they would become the prey. It was her inability to control herself that had previously put him in so much danger. It turned out that those people had grown impatient. This was precisely the result she wanted. She had had enough of the days when she was not in control and did not like being led by others. Yi Nahin knew that those anomalies were merely trivial matters for Yen Sui, so she didn't intend to thank her savior and directly piloted the shuttle back to her residence. Fortunately, in this cage she had personally crafted, she was completely safe. The security measures here were the best among all places humans could visit. If this place were not safe, then there would be no place in the universe that could accommodate her. However, the cold weapons and systems, the lifeless room, made Yi Nahin feel incredibly lonely. The only company she had to talk to was a group of robots with various functions that she had designed herself, products she could trust completely. For power and revenge, she had almost nothing left. She longed for the day when she could openly discuss the future of humanity with her loved ones and friends, rather than being constantly wary of being stabbed in the back. Therefore, she needed absolute strength. But how much longer would she have to wait? She felt she was on the verge of collapse. Yi Nahin weakly collapsed onto the sofa, curling up like a quail. She felt helpless. 4 or 5 years. From her father's battle losses to the annihilation of the Light Heart team, and then to Go Wei Ya's death. One event after another had been telling her that the mastermind was right beside her, seemingly targeting her specifically. Yet she could never find that person's trace. Now that the alliance had disbanded, she had a gut feeling that the person was still around, monitoring her every move. Even her gradual ascent to the pinnacle of power seemed to have been calculated by the mastermind, at least. They shared the same goal regarding the end of the alliance's rule. Unknowingly, Yi Nahin fell asleep on the sofa. "Ahan, Daddy loves you." Yi Yanhuan's face suddenly appeared before her, smiling gently, a softness unique to a man of iron will. Just as Yi Nahin opened her arms to embrace him, bang, the scene suddenly shattered, her father's smile vanishing in an instant, and she found herself in the vast universe. Bang, bang, bang. It was the Light Heart team. The team she had once been proud of, all hailing from the former Ether Army, trained by her own selection. Among them were those with exceptional mental powers, high intelligence, superb research abilities, and rich combat experience. They were the unique prodigies, the unbreakable shield of the Alliance, and her friends who shared life and death with her. As the explosions rang out, dense particle cannons and nuclear fusion reactions obliterated this brilliant team. The overwhelming firepower left them no chance to fight back. She didn't even have time to say goodbye when her former teammates turned into a mass of cosmic debris before her eyes, leaving only her, Go-Wei-Ya, and Xia-Yin alive, as they had not participated in the exchange on Washington Star. She couldn't understand why she, the useless one, had survived. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and Xia-Yin appeared before her. Ahan, Wei-Ya is dead. Not even a body left. I lost him. Who did you offend? Why did you drag us into this? Why? Xia-Yin shook her shoulders desperately. She watched her former friend grow increasingly hysterical, and she gradually numbed, her heart feeling as if it had died. Unable to hear any sounds. Captain, your father's death and the destruction of the Lightheart team were both planned by someone. I need some time to investigate. I'll tell you once I confirm. This was the last message Go-Wei-Ya had left before he departed. Meanwhile, Xia-Yin was cursing continuously, completely shedding her former image as a socialite of the Alliance. It's all your fault. It's all over. It's all because of you, all because of you. It's all me. It's all me. It's all me. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. This night, plagued by nightmares, has followed her for many years. She should have gotten used to it. She thought she could forget, but she knows she will never be able to. She has no idea what she did wrong to deserve this punishment. So why is this happening? Yi Neihan got up from the sofa and walked to the window, trying to see the galaxy she controlled through the glass. Only then could she find a moment of peace. That was her confidence in fighting against the mysterious person or the so-called mysterious organization. But this was her personal safety barrier, as well as her personal prison. The defense system enveloped this place, which should have been warm, making it airtight. The scenery she could see was all virtual, all fake. There was no galaxy outside, only ambushes in every direction. The artificial sky, not far away, still shone brightly. These cold products attempted to create a beautiful starry sky for her, hoping to give her a good night's sleep. Not far from the residence, a person stood quietly, and if one didn't observe closely, they might think he was a statue. He was the only night watchman under this silent night sky. Having lost access to the building he had entered many times, resembling a solid castle that exuded an air of no trespassing, Yin Sui looked toward her room, contemplating the recent events between them. Initially, Yin Sui thought Yi Neihan had only revealed the information about the black gold to him. But later investigations by Qin Shan and Alan showed that there were more than just her and Mori who possessed this dark matter among the former Alliance members. In the last battle to defend the Alliance, it was he who placed this dangerous substance in the sunlight ahead of time for the sake of the Alliance's final dignity, turning it into a nuclear weapon of the Interstellar Age. After the starship of the Interstellar Pirates was detonated, he had been responding with an attitude of ignorance, letting those officials from various stars speculate for themselves, which also conveniently increased the leverage of the Ether Army. But what was meant to come would still come. Her bold actions attracted all the targets to her. This light shuttle attack was just a test, and without getting the results they wanted, those power-hungry people would not easily end it. Over the years, Yi Neihan had been troubled by the destruction of the Lightheart Squad, suspecting it was a setup. Initially, he also suspected that there were traitors within the Alliance or within the Ether Army. After all, it wasn't surprising for anything to happen in this decaying regime. He had secretly investigated for a long time, but found no clues. He knew that the high-ranking officials of the Alliance were targeting the Ether Army. He feared that she was too sensitive, which would add to her psychological burden. And he also feared that his own dullness would harm everyone. Under the night sky, two people, each with their own thoughts and concerns for each other, looked up at the sky from places where they couldn't see one another. Regardless of being inside or outside the cage, they had no choice. Chapter 14. Secret Talks. Washington Star achieved this peaceful transformation in the independence movement without firing a single shot, which should have been good news. However, in the end, Mori realized that apart from independence, Washington Star gained nothing. Yi Neihan's, at such a young age, had already calculated all of this. After the dissolution of the alliance, he quickly brought various forces and resources under his control. But this was not the worst news. When Yin Sui destroyed those two interstellar pirate ships, the amount of black gold he used was definitely greater than the batch that had leaked out. This single-handedly crushed the arrogance of the interstellar pirates, indicating that the black gold Yin Sui seized did not only come from Washington Star. The person involved also claimed to be unaware of this, although Mori did not fully believe that person's words. Looking across the entire Alliance planets, the only one capable of producing black gold was Yuhui Star. Any news? The old star leader asked tremulously. The people we sent have not returned. The brainwave monitoring indicates they are still alive, but it seems they have been captured. Weren't the ones we sent all aliens? As far as I know, the alien population in Yuhui Star is small, let alone those with high mental powers. What exactly is going on? Our people all have very high mental powers, one reaching as high as 85. We also found out about Yi Nian's itinerary yesterday and confirmed she was alone. If she wasn't prepared in advance, then someone must have helped her. But even so, they should have had time to send information back using our newly developed system, or perhaps someone with a higher mental power controlled their brainwave chip system, preventing them from sending back any information. Hall voiced his speculation. Yan Sui, Mori said, only he has that capability and possibility. He is indeed still standing by Yi Naihan's side. I don't understand. His only refusal to sign a protection agreement with Yuhui Star and his forced military presence, there must be to intimidate or seize power, right? Hall questioned. You haven't seen him, so you naturally don't know. Yin Sui is indeed a person with clear principles and a strong sense of justice. At such a young age, he has become quite stubborn. He has always prioritized the interests of the Alliance and humanity. This was also General Yi Yunhuan's requirement for the military. With the Alliance gone, he will certainly stick to his second principle. But Yi Naihan's is Yi Yunhuan's only descendant. The previous struggles of the Ether Army in the Alliance were also supported by Yi Naihan's behind the scenes. This is no secret, so he cannot maintain opposition against her. If Yi Naihan's starts a war, would he respond? His military presence in Yuhui Star is precisely to prevent Yi Naihan's from starting a war. He not only restrains her, but also restrains us in the short term. I understand them. Their opposition is likely a facade for the other star leaders. Then what does it mean that he collects protection fees while maintaining contact with Yi Naihan's? Is he standing guard for Yuhui Star for free? Or has he reached some private agreement with Yi Naihan's? I mentioned that he is a person with a strong sense of justice, a strong sense of principle. He is not standing with Yi Naihan's. He is only using ambiguous attitudes to make us, this group of people, speculate and be wary. Without a powerful military, the small asteroids that have been forced to disband would likely cause trouble every few days. This aligns with my intentions, as we and Yuhui Star are both the first to suffer from the Alliance's dissolution. It is not suitable to spend too much time on those annoying flies right now. So his help to Yi Naihan's this time is just to warn us of his attitude towards Yuhui Star? One could say that. After a long exchange, Mori couldn't help but cough a couple of times. His mental power is so strong that with a little pressure, he would know it was us who sent them. If he comes to question us or seeks revenge, how should we respond? Mori replied, he won't come to question us, so naturally, he won't seek revenge. Others besides us want to test Yi Naihan's. He knows this very well. I understand, but it's a pity that the ones we sent are all high-level elites. Well, it's not that there were no gains. At least we clarified Yin Sui's attitude. They're still in contact, and their apparent opposition is just for show to the other star leaders. Everyone was on edge, waiting to see who would move first, but now it seems impossible. Why? Hall instinctively asked. I'm very hesitant to entrust Washington Star to you with your current insight into the situation, Mori said, looking at Hall with disappointment. Then shook his head and continued. Yin Sui used black gold in the battle against the interstellar pirates. Can you guess why? Hall seemed to just realize now. The only ones who control black gold besides the black market are that person. The interstellar pirates don't have it, and Island Life hasn't shown this material either. The source can only be those two parties. The last batch that appeared on the black market all ended up in Yin Sui's hands, which was given to him by Yi Naihan's for self-preservation. That is still just speculation, but it's highly likely. So, the ghost organization might be Yi Naihan's group? What we receive this time could also have been sent by her. Mori coughed hard once before continuing. If that's the case, it indicates she doesn't know who has the other batch of black gold. Our investigation has caught her attention. This is her test. But we don't have black gold. Right now, it is best for everyone to remain inactive. A state of mutual suspicion is the safest. The last time that person promised the black gold would arrive next week. We are not innocent either. Hall nodded and then looked up to ask. She is the biggest beneficiary of the Alliance's dissolution. The power of the black gold explosion is evident to all. She has always been the biggest suspect among the star leaders. Doesn't her current behavior equal self-detonation? Perhaps this is also a result of her plan. If one observes carefully, they would see that Yinaihan seems to have been led by invisible hands all these years, as if she is being targeted specifically. Although I don't know why. Looking at her demeanor, it seems she wants to provoke the behind-the-scenes person to show themselves. However, she has underestimated their patience. Having lain low in the Alliance for so long, how could they easily reveal themselves? The only planets capable of radioactive separation technology are us and Yuhui Star. The black gold Yin Sui used last time was clearly processed. Doesn't that mean that person already knew she had black gold? That's why she would release it to provoke us. She can only remain in the open, becoming a thorn in the eyes of the star leaders, Mori explained. Father, we have no source of black gold and are constantly constrained by that person. Are we supposed to break away from the Alliance just to listen to another person's command? Of course not. We are not those representative planets. The cabinet on Washington Star can only listen to me, Mori. The future heir of Washington can only be my son. How could I possibly place Washington's future in the hands of a madman? He can only rely on us to separate the radioactivity of the black gold. Once we find a place he mines black gold, we will eliminate him. I understand. You understand? After 2 years of learning by my side, you haven't learned anything. How can I trust Washington to you? Mori sighed. It's the son's comprehension ability that is too poor. If only elder brother were here. Why burn him up? For a despicable alien, he lost his life. I don't have such a disgraceful son. Study well. The future of Washington is all yours. Yes, the son understands. Perhaps seeing the remaining son's submissive demeanor, Mori had no desire to say more. You can go now. I am tired. Hall cautiously stood up according to the etiquette of Washington Star, clasped his hands in salute, and quietly retreated. But when he completely exited the room, his submissive demeanor disappeared entirely, revealing his eccentric side. It is well known that Mori is a primitive traditionalist who strongly dislikes the new technological developments. However, for the sake of Washington's status across the stars, he has no choice but to rely on new technology. He enjoys everything from the Earth era, having heard that during that time, Huagua was the most powerful and civilized nation, and thus he adopts Huagua's etiquette as the standard for Washington, which everyone working in front of him must strictly adhere to. Even the surnames are based on Huagua standards, coupled with his latest AI-assisted system embedded in his body. It all seems quite out of place, like a poor imitation. His primitive outlook is also reflected in his attitude towards passing on to the next generation. Washington was the only hereditary planet during the Alliance period, and of course, Hall is the first generation about to inherit it. Mori insists on natural conception with women for having children, but unfortunately, while the women are quite capable, he is not, resulting in only his eldest son, Mo Changkong, and his illegitimate son Hall. From a young age, Mori imposed strict etiquette standards on his eldest son, Mo Changkong, using the ancient Confucian gentleman standards of Huagua as his behavioral guidelines, while simultaneously handing him the rules of the powerful, which led Mo Changkong to oscillate between devil and angel from a young age. Ultimately, he chose to rebel, falling in love with an alien and even sacrificing his life to be with that person, which is absolutely unforgivable in the eyes of the primitive Mori. After the death of his eldest son, he remembered the illegitimate son he had forgotten, considering Hall's birth the biggest mistake of his life. For him, it represented a breaking of his inner rules, a reminder of his dirty past, which is why he never mentions Hall in any situation. However, he did not anticipate that his eldest son, Mo Changkong, would actually lose control, leaving Hall as his only option. While he feels helpless, he also looks down on Hall's lowly birth, completely forgetting that Hall's genes come from him. Chapter 15. Alan, although it was unclear how Yin Sui negotiated with Yinehan, the star and alliance had already taken root on Yuhui star. After a long period of exploration and development, the impact of technology on human life could no longer be described as miraculous. For instance, when the star and alliance was established, it didn't even have a base. But within just a few days, convenient technology quickly printed out a perfect office space for them. At this time, the governor's office of the Star and Alliance, under various arrangements, had already taken shape. The soldiers coming and going were enthusiastic, all wanting to turn the Star and Alliance into their new homeland and safe haven. The Ether Army had been continuously suppressed by the cabinet, and now that the Alliance had disbanded, they were indeed filled with concerns about the future of this new force. However, with the establishment of the Star and Alliance, they realized this was a beautiful opportunity from the moment the force was renamed the Star and Alliance. They had the potential to stand tall. Alan walked into Yin Sui's office and began to report on the training and operational status of the Star and Alliance over the past month. The Star and Alliance had signed sponsorship agreements with planets outside Yuhui Star, but everyone knew well that many planet leaders were forced by the might of the Star and Alliance. Yin Sui's actions, for them, were less about collecting sponsorship fees and more about collecting protection fees. Human hearts are difficult to gauge, and it was estimated that no planet leader would want someone standing over them post-independence, wielding power. In just this month, Yin Sui had received over 30 invitations from various planet leaders. Although they were called invitations, they were essentially attempts to win over and test the waters. During the Alliance period, to prevent the influence of other planets from growing and threatening the Alliance, apart from the early established Washington Star, no other planets had military autonomy. Even Yuhui Star, where Yinehan was located, did not have it. Her military power mainly came from her ability to win over and incite the Alliance's self-defense forces. Just then, after Alan finished his report, he sighed again. "General, we have received 3 more invitations from Cape Town, Canberra, and Vladivostok." "And the reason?" Yin Sui asked. "They have just gained independence, and their armies have been established not long ago, mainly expanding on the basis of the original planet's self-defense forces. They invite you to observe and provide guidance." Alan paused for a moment and continued. "Canberra directly stated in the invitation email that they need protection. You know, they have relied on the Alliance for survival in the past, and Canberra is the farthest from Yuhui Star. Our army would take 8 standard Alliance days to reach there. Even during the Alliance period, they were attacked by space pirates the most. The disbanding of the Alliance has had a significant impact on Canberra's star, and I believe we need to provide them with some assistance." As he spoke, Alan clearly expressed his stance. "I remember you and Thomas are from Canberra's star," Yin Sui said, his gaze sharp as he looked at Alan. "Yes, General." Alan did not elaborate further, but Yin Sui understood. Canberra had always relied on the Alliance, being far from a central hub and having a small population. Initially, it was a group of wealthy, artistic youths who opposed modern technology and advocated for a return to simplicity that created Canberra Star, with the idea of making it a paradise for art. Over time, those born for art gradually realized that protecting this paradise required more than just romantic ideals. Fortunately, they had registered with the Alliance at the beginning, and the Alliance was happy to have someone voluntarily explore the depths of the universe. Thus, Canberra Star was within the Alliance's protective scope. However, Canberra Star had always emphasized art and romance. The Alliance supported them, but did not provide assistance. Therefore, even if they wanted to declare independence or directly join the ranks of space pirates, the Alliance would likely treat it as just another island to manage. The leader of Canberra Star, Wool, was born into philosophy and was a top student from the former Alliance Ximen University. Later, to follow his wife's artistic ideals, he transferred to Canberra Star. Upon taking office, he won the unanimous affection of the Canberra people. Under his leadership, Canberra Star transformed from a destitute artistic wasteland into a wealthy star filled with the scent of money. Wealth naturally incites jealousy, which is also why space pirates frequently visited Canberra Star. Of course, it was difficult to say whether those past so-called attacks were truly by space pirates or jealous colleagues seizing the opportunity. If memory serves, this was already the 3rd invitation from Canberra. The first 2 were more subtle. At that time, he had been busy with the aftermath of the Alliance's disbandment, trying to guard against various forces and had declined them. This time, the invitation had likely been directly handed to Alan or Thomas, as they were the only ones who could speak on behalf of the Star and Alliance. Are they inviting me? Yin Sui looked directly at Alan, his eyes filled with inquiry. Alan, having been by Yin Sui's side for so long, naturally understood what he meant. General, I know my actions violate the Star and Alliance's principles, but as you know, both Thomas and I are from Canberra Star. We can't just watch as that pack of hungry wolves devours it. When you indicated the establishment of the Star and Alliance, Canberra was the first to stand up in support. I also know our duty is to maintain external security for each planet and not to interfere in their internal affairs. But, General, is it wrong to live well? Is being weak wrong? Alan raised her eyes and questioned, her tone revealing her emotions. As one of Yin Sui's bodyguards, she was usually calm and rarely showed such emotion. Having money is certainly not wrong, and being weak isn't either. But the principles of the Star and Alliance cannot be broken. Canberra Star is currently losing money and is not facing a catastrophic crisis. Even if we could prove that the plundering of their resources was done by planets that were once under the Alliance, that would still be their diplomatic issue. You know, if we participate this time, next time, if other planets have diplomatic conflicts, we must intervene as well. That wouldn't be appropriate. And those independent planet leaders would not allow us to interfere in their diplomatic rights, nor would they agree to have our troops stationed in their territories. Yin Sui calmly explained, though no one knew what his inner thoughts were at that moment. Upon hearing this, Alan lowered her eyes and said calmly, I understand, General. If there's nothing else, I'll go prepare for tomorrow's meeting. Wait, Yin Sui called out just as Alan was about to leave. Do you have any commands? She quickly returned to her work mode. Are you blaming me? Yin Sui asserted. Alan hesitated. I wouldn't dare, but I'm an orphan with no parents. If it weren't for the artistic youth of Canberra valuing life, I wouldn't have made it to today. Yin Sui agreed with her statement. To join the Ether Army, one must go through strict identity screening. He naturally knew Alan's background. She was born on Zurich Star, and shortly after her birth, her parents passed away unexpectedly. She was sent to an orphanage funded by the Alliance for unified upbringing. This should have been unproblematic, but at that time, Zurich Star experienced a shocking incident that rocked the entire Alliance. The financial leader of Zurich Star was corrupt and had unknowingly embezzled several funds delegated by the Alliance through various means. The orphanage where Alan was raised was one of the victim groups. To control these secrets, the financial leader of Zurich Star, in collusion with the communications department, connected the entire civilian network of Zurich Star to the underground dark web, inadvertently creating a unique world for the people of Zurich Star, where only favorable information was filtered through the network and connected to the Interstellar network. It wasn't until those fearless artistic youth from Canberra traveled to Zurich Star that this secret was uncovered. Alan followed them and settled in Canberra Star, later passing through the screening of the Ether Army with the substantial financial support from Canberra Star, and with her strength, she became a pride of Canberra Star. After Alan finished speaking, her eyes gradually turned red. She knew that the Alliance of Stars had just been established, and even if all concerns were set aside, the current situation was not suitable for making any clear statements. However, after the dissolution of the Alliance, each star had not yet issued its own currency. Since most of the former Alliance's industries had been taken over by Yi Nai hands, she directly stated that the Yuhui star would continue to use the interstellar currency from the Alliance period. As a weak but wealthy Canberra star, it naturally became an object of jealousy. Yin Sui fell silent for a moment. No one knew what kind of internal struggle he was experiencing at that moment. You tell Thomas that I can only give him 50,000 mechas. The reason being that Canberra Star has been troubled by interstellar pirates. We have received a plea for help from Star Leader Wall, and have decided to provide them with humanitarian assistance. Alan looked at Yin Sui in disbelief. Her eyes filled with intense fire, but soon she calmed down. Yes, I will arrange it right away. Just as she was about to step out of the general's office, Alan turned around and said thank you to Yin Sui, then disappeared in a flash, fearing that he might change his mind. After Alan left, Yin Sui looked at the empty office and smiled wryly. Perhaps this was also a good opportunity to establish authority and status. But he did not expect that he had just thought that Yi Nai Hands was too power-hungry and had parted ways with her. And today he was eager to walk this path. Perhaps she was right. being in this quagmire of power and desire. How can one avoid getting a bit of dirt on oneself? Chapter 16. Visit. Not long after Alan left, Qin Dan entered the General's office again. His expression serious, as if he had encountered a significant problem. General, last night we detected a mysterious mech invading Zimming, but the battle calmed down quickly. By the time we arrived, those mechs had disappeared. Although the Sky Shield system is not fully repaired, with Xinghe and the Coalition station in Yuhui, I can't think of any force that could sneak past US and reach Zimming quietly. I suspect it was all a play directed by Yi Xingchang, but thinking about it, she doesn't seem to have a reason to do so. Qin Dan's tone carried a hint of doubt, fearing he might have missed some crucial information. Yin Sui placed a hand on the chair and looked up at Qin Dan. You discovered this last night. Why are you only reporting it now? Qin Dan was taken back. After detecting the invasion signal last night, he had contacted Yin Sui, but Yin Sui refused his communication. Fearing that delays could lead to immeasurable losses, he left a brief message for Yin Sui and went alone with some mechs, thinking Yin Sui was aware. I contacted you last night and left you a message. Qin Dan's voice gradually lowered. He didn't understand why Yin Sui was angry over this minor issue. Yin Sui also didn't know why he felt angry when he heard Qin Dan's baseless suspicion of Yunayan, so he had to explain bluntly. Of course I know you contacted me, Qin Dan. The systems of Xinghe and the Coalition are basically inherited from the Ether Army, but the situation now is very different from before. We must remain cautious at all times. It's not wrong that you didn't reach me and went ahead alone, but if you encounter an emergency in the future and I can't be reached, you might want to find someone to inform me in person first. I understand. Qin Dan looked up at Yin Sui and continued. General, who do you think it was last night? It was Mole. I dealt with that group of mechs last night. They're all locked up in the Xinghe prison. I only interrogated them about their origins. You could take someone to interrogate them later. Yin Sui calmly replied, not feeling that there was anything wrong with his earlier questioning, which felt like a thief shouting to catch a thief. Oh, okay, General. Having followed Yin Sui for so long, Qin Dan was well aware that Yin Sui occasionally exhibited symptoms of mental illness. Of course, he wouldn't be angry just because of a nonsensical question. He naturally understood that those with high mental strength tend to have some odd temperaments. Qin Dan came early in the morning to report this discovery to his general, only to find out that the perpetrator was Yin Sui himself, and he suddenly felt a headache. However, understanding that Yin Sui was likely going through a midlife crisis, he didn't want to argue with him. But how did Mole's mechs bypass the monitoring of Xinghe and the Coalition and quietly appear in Zimming? It wasn't that they bypassed our monitoring. They were already lurking in Zimming. They have been here since the Alliance period. The station military forces in the former Alliance Center are not like us. They're a mixed bag with various forces involved. It's not surprising that Mole still has remnants of power here. Can Yi Xingchang tolerate this? With Yi Neihin's personality, it's impossible for her to allow other forces to run rampant on her territory. The reason Yin Sui can station troops openly in Yuhui is not only due to external concerns, but also because they have some unknown relationship. Yin Sui was silent for a moment before answering seriously. Of course, she can't tolerate it. It's probably because she hadn't accounted for it before. Mole openly attacked her on her territory, which is a good excuse for her to investigate. When Yin Sui said this, it was as if he was exhaling a breath, not feeling that he had just revealed something significant. General, are you saying that the mysterious mechs last night came from Washington Star, or that the attackers were Yi Xingchang? Qin Dan looked incredulous. This was too bold, akin to pulling teeth from a tiger. Yi Neihin would likely be furious this time. Yes, Mole probably wanted to confirm whether Yi Neihin truly had control over the black gold or if it was a bluff. But unfortunately, Yi Neihin did not use the black gold despite being besieged by so many mechs last night. Will he test again? Qin Dan instinctively asked. Yin Sui glanced at Qin Dan. Do you think after this, Yi Neihin wouldn't strengthen her defenses? Moreover, his purpose is to test, not to take Yi Neihin's life. If something happens to Neihin, Yuhui won't let him off easily. In a confrontation between Washington and Yuhui, it's uncertain who will come out on top. Oh. Yin Sui didn't respond further, but shifted his gaze to the invitation letter printed by Alan on the table. I believe the Xinghe and Coalition should reform. Seeing Yin Sui suddenly change the topic, Qin Dan was momentarily confused. How to reform? The current system mostly follows the Ether Army, which was personally set up by General Yi Yunhuan. The glory of the Ether Army over the past 30 years is enough to prove the superiority of this method. In the past, the Ether Army prioritized maintaining external security for the Alliance. Coupled with the cabinet's distrust of various stars, our station forces were in Yuhui, guarding against internal threats, while periodically sending troops for patrols to reduce external crises. We built one transmutation point after another, which facilitated our military deployment, but also made it easier for interstellar pirates to launch surprise attacks. We often arrive late for rescues to other stars. Yan Sui sighed. Late reinforcements are useless. During the Alliance period, it was manageable, as each star still had to superficially obey the Alliance's coordination. But now, those attacking the weaker planets are likely former allies. Yes, I see Alan has been distracted these days. I heard that Canberra Star has basically been ransacked by interstellar pirates. The Interstellar Sea suffered heavy losses in the battle during the Alliance's dissolution. I don't want to wake up to find they now have such a big appetite. Qin Dan agreed. This is also what I wanted to say. I plan to select some people from the Xinghe and Coalition to be stationed in the various stars we have signed sponsorship agreements with. Upon hearing this, Qin Dan frowned. I estimate that those star lords with their heads in the clouds won't agree. If we send some troops for external deployment, not to mention that the cost of external station troops is enormous, the combat effectiveness of the Yuhui Central Base will likely decrease significantly, which could backfire. It's just a proposal. If it is to be implemented, it certainly won't be so hasty. The coverage doesn't necessarily have to be precise to every planet. Those who are unwilling cannot be forced, but for those who need protection, we shouldn't stand by and do nothing. This is also one of the principles of the establishment of the Xinghe and Coalition. That sounds good. But I'm afraid other Star Lord will think we are trying to establish a new alliance through another method. Human suspicion is the hardest thing to eliminate. Although Qin Dan agreed with Yin Sui's reform plan, he was clearly filled with concerns about the series of follow-up issues after the change. And one more thing, I can ensure the purity of the Xinghe and Coalition, but I can't guarantee that if I die, the subsequent leaders won't have the idea of establishing a new alliance. These issues must be resolved. Yin Sui said seriously. Is there anything you need me to do? Qin Dan asked. Later. The entire human world is still very chaotic right now. It's not suitable for us to reform at this time. First, consult the opinions of military officers above the intermediate level. Not everyone in the Xinghe and Coalition comes from strong backgrounds, and they also hope to ensure their hometowns remain safe while serving in the military. I understand. I will arrange this. Wait. Yin Sui called Qin Dan back. There's one more thing. You should come with me to Washington Star. We should meet Mo. The alliance has just dissolved. Is it appropriate for us to leave? Qin Dan asked in confusion. Yin Sui pointed outside the office. Look at their expressions. What can we do by staying? This time, it was Mo who provoked us. Regardless of the circumstances, we should go and express our condolences. Moreover, although Yunehan did not say a word to him last night, she still owed him a favor. In the short term, no one should come to bring her bad luck, and naturally, there would be no issues with the Xinghe alliance, Yin Sui thought to himself. Chapter 17. The Hongmen banquet. On the day when a mecha sent by Mori was captured by Yin Sui, Qin Dan received a reply from Washington Star, where Mori expressed his excitement about Yin Sui's visit. One stellar day later, Yin Sui and Qin Dan confidently stepped into Mori's territory, appearing completely unconcerned that Mori would take the opportunity to detain this highly threatening opponent. The mecha from Yuhui docked at the mecha yard in Washington Star, and before they could exit the hangar, they were greeted by a massive naked-eye 3D screen, where bright red welcome messages flashed on the screen, flickering with the support of technology. To show his importance on this visit, Mori, dragging his ailing body, appeared upright at the mecha yard, under the enhancement of technology. His stiff torso indeed looked sincere. Such a welcoming ceremony would likely evoke sympathy in others, while also inflating their vanity. Unfortunately for Mori, Yin Sui was not like others and would not be deceived by Mori's hypocritical civilized image. General Yin, welcome, welcome. As soon as he stepped off the mecha, Mori wore a standardized, enthusiastic smile and greeted Yin Sui. The etiquette standards Yin Sui had learned in the alliance over the years came into play once again. He smiled back at Mori, extended his right hand for a handshake, and said, "Hello, Minister Mori. It is my honor to receive your reply." Two smiling tigers. Both were clear about each other's intentions, yet neither could comprehend the other, but they still had to feign the appearance of old friends reuniting. Amid the series of welcome slogans, they proceeded to the banquet Mori had arranged, though whether it was a welcome banquet or a Hongmin banquet remained uncertain. Mori, claiming to feel unwell, left early to rest, leaving the banquet to be hosted by his Secretary General, Hall. At the banquet, glasses clinked as dignitaries and officials from Washington Star came one by one to toast Yin Sui, thanking the alliance and the coalition for their assistance in stabilizing Washington Star. And Yin Sui accepted every toast. Just as he sent one person away, another approached, and before the other arrived, Qin Zhan quietly said to Yin Sui, "That S leered." Upon hearing this, Yin Sui understood that while he and Inehan were Mori's long-term concerns, Leard was Mori's immediate threat. Since Washington Star was the first to be established, the alliance had stripped a portion of the Ether Army to garrison Washington Star for its highest security guarantee. However, at that time, the alliance did not anticipate that this army would not return, and over time, they became a unified threat to the alliance itself. Consequently, no planets created after Washington Star had their own garrison. Leard was now the leader of that initial army, and if one were to trace back, he should be of the same origin as Yin Sui. However, this was not the main point. After the alliance disbanded, Leard had privately sent a request to Qin Zhan, expressing a desire to meet Yin Sui. Given the chaos of the alliance at that time, Yin Sui had declined. But one thing was certain. Mori must not know about Leard's wish to meet him, which made things interesting. It seemed that Washington Star was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. "General Yin, I am Leard, the Minister of the Military Commission of Washington Star. I've wanted to meet you since the alliance period, and I didn't expect it to happen today. Cheers." After saying this, Leard raised his glass and drank it all in one go. "Hello." Yin Sui watched as Leard lifted his glass and downed the red wine. After toasting, Leard turned and left directly, appearing no different from others who had come to offer toasts. But Yin Sui knew he would come back to find him. Amid the flickering lights of the banquet, a low conversation reached Yin Sui's ears. "What do you think Yin Sui came to our Washington Star for? During the alliance period, we were basically in a semi-independent state. If he still wants to come to Washington Star to give orders, then what is the point of our independence?" "Exactly. I've never understood Mori's intentions. He doesn't think he can come and lead us, does he? I can't forget the fear of being chased for taxes during the alliance." The speaker seemed to hold a position related to finance. "Yes, after finally gaining independence, I don't want to share the development results of Washington Star with that group of unambitious planets." This welcome banquet was held for Yin Sui, and he remained the focal point of the crowd. Whispers filled the air regarding him, and with his high mental acuity, he could hear much of it clearly. However, he had grown accustomed to such speculations and slanders and merely chuckled lightly in indifference. As the banquet neared its end, Yin Sui, as everyone expected, displayed signs of inebriation, and with Qin Zhan's assistance, he stumbled out of the banquet hall. Once he boarded the light shuttle heading to his accommodation, Yin Sui transformed completely, showing no signs of drunkenness. Of course, this was due to his unique physiology. He was an alien species with significant genetic mutations, and the alcohol that was effective against natural humans had no effect on him. Qin Zhan, accustomed to this, thought nothing of it. To him, Yin Sui's body was merely somewhat different from others. He never considered him as an alien. "General, are we heading back to the hotel arranged by Mori?" "Yes, why not?" He invited us warmly. "Okay." With that, he set the light shuttle to autopilot mode. As one of Yin Sui's bodyguards, Qin Zhan's capabilities were unquestionable. Shortly after the shuttle set off, he noticed something was wrong. "General, something's not right." Qin Zhan turned to Yin Sui, his brow furrowed. "The direction is off." Yin Sui had evidently noticed as well. "What's in that direction?" Yin Sui pointed to where the shuttle was heading. The alien habitation zone of Washington Star. This was indeed strange. After the death of his eldest son, Mo Chong Kong, Mori had issued a statement on the Interstellar network, declaring that he would no longer accept aliens, and all existing aliens on Washington Star were to be integrated into the alien habitation zone for unified management. This had caused quite a stir at the time, as during the Alliance period, equality was emphasized, particularly regarding the issue of aliens, which required great caution. Aliens undergo a mutation during puberty, experiencing drastic changes in their DNA coding. If they survive this phase, they exhibit strong superiority in many aspects, such as hearing, smell, and physical strength. A fortunate few experience significant brain DNA mutations, resulting in enhanced mental acuity. In an age where everything is interconnected and nearly all human life is connected to the mental network, they are undoubtedly outstanding representatives. It appears that aliens indeed represent the direction of human evolution, which is why the speeches of early pioneers like Su Lao San attracted so many aliens. However, they overlooked the extremely high mortality rate faced during the mutation process, as well as the uncontrollable violent tendencies that often accompany it. Due to their volatile personalities and lack of control, they were unwelcome on natural human territories. Those who passed through the mutation phase and significantly enhanced their mental acuity, as well as those with outstanding traits, could not bear the invisible discrimination from natural humans, and many joined the ranks of interstellar pirates. Thus, at some point, the relationship between aliens and natural humans seemed to have entered a vicious cycle. Aliens became difficult to manage. Natural humans disliked them. They faced discrimination and joined interstellar piracy. And natural humans became even more averse to them, leading to intensified discrimination. Chapter 18. Trap in a jar. Yin Sui thought for a moment and then turned to ask, can the destination be modified? The destination of this light shuttle system was fixed, as if someone was controlling it from behind scenes. What about manual mode? Yin Sui asked again. Qin Dan pressed the manual drive, but the light shuttle remained motionless, raising his eyes to signal Yin Sui, indicating that he was powerless. Perhaps you can connect to the brainwave chip and hack this light shuttle. That might allow you to modify the destination, Qin Dan suggested. It seems this is why they wanted to get me drunk tonight. Yin Sui smiled. They were waiting for me here. Well, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. General. Qin Dan seemed surprised that Yin Sui actually wanted to go take a look. What is meant to come will come. He didn't succeed this time. What about next time? We still have to stay here for a while, and I don't like living in constant vigilance. Yin Sui tightened his fist. More publicly stated his rejection of mutants, and the people in the mutant settlement area were not under their control or protection. Even if something happened to us there, he could completely distance himself from it. He was indeed calculating well. Should we still go? Qin Dan asked. He has prepared, so why not? Contact Leard. He should be interested in our destination. If I'm not mistaken, he should also be a mutant. Yin Sui smiled playfully. Impossible. Moore is famously averse to mutants. How could a mutant hold such a high position on his territory? Qin Dan wondered at. He has no right to interfere with Leard's army. That is also why the Alliance didn't forcibly recall the troops stationed in Washington, Yin Sui explained. I see. Actually, Yin Sui suspected Leard was a mutant mainly due to his intuition about his kind. Leard's public identity on Washington Star was that of a natural person, but his mental power was as high as 85, which was strikingly similar to his own experience. As they approached the mutant settlement area, over 50 light shuttles suddenly emerged from the side and rear of theirs. By their posture, it was clear they intended to keep them there tonight. Bang! Bang! After closing in, they didn't give Yin Sui and the others any time and directly began their attack. Qin Dan was about to retaliate when he performed a series of operations on the limited interface. Then, his expression turned blank, laced with a hint of realization. Yin Sui naturally guessed that this light shuttle was prepared for them by Moore, aimed at capturing them tonight. Even though Moore thought Yin Sui had been drunk, they were still not at ease. The light shuttle was completely controlled from behind, and even the most basic defensive functions of civilian light shuttles were absent, while the opposing shuttles were clearly modified elites. The light shuttle continued to move in its predetermined direction without any intention of stopping. Fortunately, the previous attack had little effect due to the distance. The speed of the light shuttle decreased, and it soon entered the opposing attack range. Yin Sui, connected to the mental network through the brainwave chip, took over the control of this light shuttle, and then turned around to charge at the enemy. The opposing side clearly did not understand what was happening, as there was a 2-second pause, as if the system had crashed. The light shuttle was not highly dependent on the brainwave chip, but its attack system was certainly connected to the mental network. Yin Sui directly hacked into their mental network. His mental strength was strong enough to plunder the mental networks of under 100 people, provided they were natural persons. However, this time, the enemies in this attack were evidently mutants, and their mental powers were over 80. Although Yin Sui could plunder their mental networks, if someone were to peel back his clothes at that moment, they would find his back already soaked with sweat. This time, the enemies were indeed a bit difficult to handle. About 10 minutes later, he successfully took over the mental network of the attacking team. He sighed in relief, and moments later, the mechs that had just been aggressive lay quietly on the ground, as if they had never appeared. Let us go back. After ending the battle, Yin Sui turned to Qin Dan and said, "Should we tie them up? This would be a good excuse to question Moore. Do you think Moore hasn't considered failure? They are all mutants. His hatred for mutants has been an open secret since the Alliance era, and he can completely deny it," Yin Sui explained. "Are we just going to swallow this loss?" Qin Dan slammed the light shuttle. "Of course not. Don't forget our purpose for coming to Washington Star. Many things have already happened that we cannot change. Don't forget that we now need that mysterious person who controls black gold technology." All right. Although Qin Dan verbally compromised, his eyes were still filled with dissatisfaction toward Moore. In the recent battle, the light shuttle's permissions had been regained by Yin Sui. Qin Dan was about to head back when Yin Sui stopped him. "Get down," Yin Sui commanded, sensing something unusual. "What?" Qin Dan asked while executing Yin Sui's command, opening the light shuttle's cargo door. Just 2 minutes after he and Yin Sui stepped off the light shuttle, boom! The previously unremarkable light shuttle exploded right in front of them. The explosion was violent, but not overwhelmingly powerful, yet sufficient to kill 2 adults. "Damn!" Qin Dan cursed after the explosion, clearly unable to tolerate what had just happened. "Moore really wants to kill us." Yin Sui frowned as he glanced at the light shuttle still burning in the night. "I underestimated him. Isn't he afraid of retaliation from our star and the Alliance? He has black gold channels, and we dare not act against him lightly. But I don't think I have any reason to die. Dying on Washington Star would bring him more harm than good. I can't understand why he would do this." Yin Sui was also filled with doubt. Qin Dan looked around. He now just wanted to kill Moore. "What should we do next?" Yin Sui closed his eyes for a moment, then looked at the light shuttle he had just shot down. "We go back first." Qin Dan quickly picked an opposing light shuttle, pulled out the still unconscious person in the cockpit, and swiftly activated the light shuttle. However, moments later, a look of disgust appeared on Qin Dan's face, worse than if he had eaten something foul. He refused to accept defeat and quickly switched to another light shuttle. But the display showed insufficient energy, flashing repeatedly. Qin Dan glanced at the attacker, still unconscious beside him, clenched his fists tighter, and took a deep breath to barely suppress the urge to kill him. Yin Sui walked over and looked at the display. "Have you contacted General Leard?" "I sent him a message, but he hasn't replied." Qin Dan looked at his smart brain, but then, as if he had seen a ghost, he confirmed again. "Sorry, General, that message didn't send successfully. I just resent it. Normal. There should be a signal blocker in the light shuttle. I didn't expect Washington Star to have technology that can interfere with our star and Alliance equipment. It seems Moore has been quietly developing in corners unknown to anyone. No wonder the mysterious person that Geost mentioned wants to collaborate with him. Now it seems the opposing side wants to force us into the mutant settlement area. Who knows what traps await us inside? Let's find a place to hide and see if Leard will come." You sent another message to the contact point to prepare. "If I'm not mistaken, since we are delaying entering the mutant settlement area, some people may come looking for us," Yin Sui sneered. Chapter 19. Gunfight. Yin Sui glanced around and pointed to the building closest to the alien settlement area. "That way. Isn't that a bit too risky?" "It's always a risk on their turf. If they manage to kill me today, I will definitely applaud them before I die," Yin Sui said nonchalantly. "That's true." Qin Dan took advantage of Yin Sui's distraction and rolled his eyes, continuing, "Should I contact Alan? No matter what Moore's objective is. We need some assurance in terms of strength. Go ahead, call good eye." I think you will be very pleased to hear that we want to station troops in Washington Star. Exactly. Goodeye has a grudge with Washington Star. When Mo Chong Kong died back then, Moore demanded an explanation from the Alliance, claiming that Goodeye not only failed to rescue him, but also helped Mo Chong Kong escape, ultimately leading to his death at the hands of interstellar pirates. That verbal battle back then would make anyone feel humiliated. In retaliation against Goodeye, Moore dug up his entire ancestry. And it was only with Yinai Han's help that Goodeye was spared from being discharged from the military. But the feud between them was thus established. As Yin Sui and Qin Zhan entered the building, a large group of aliens surged out of the settlement area. They were robust and imposing, clearly not to be trifled with. Yin Sui connected through the mental network, attempting to seize their mental network, as this group loitering outside the building was indeed quite bothersome. But soon, he gave up this idea because the group emerging from the settlement did not have brainwave chips, the key technology for connecting to the mental network. This illustrates that technological inventions generally stem from humanity's need for a particular technology, rather than the inherent excellence of the technology itself. When humanity ceases to use a technology, those who have grown accustomed to technological dependence can lose their direction in an instant. For example, right now, with his exceptionally high mental power, Yin Sui should be dominating in human society, but his opponents have changed tactics and are directly cutting off his resources. Faced with such a large group, he could not guarantee he would escape unscathed. Qin Zhan, all we can do now is hide. They lack brainwave chips. Do you understand what I mean? Yin Sui's low voice stood out even more in the darkness, making what he said even more chilling. As more and more aliens emerged from the settlement, the explosion had barely subsided before the aliens left the city, clearly realizing that they couldn't escape far and began searching nearby. Suddenly, their group seemed to receive some information and headed straight toward the place where they were hiding. Among them were aliens with keen senses. Yin Sui quickly detected the anomaly. What now? Qin Zhan instinctively asked, clearly not expecting to be cornered by a few small-time thugs. I underestimated them. When they come over, we rush into the settlement and regroup inside. But didn't you say there might be a bigger trap waiting for us inside the settlement? Qin Zhan asked, puzzled. Do you see any other hiding places in our group right now? Yin Sui urged Qin Zhan to look outside. It seems there aren't any. Split up. I'll go distract them first. You follow in to find help, and then we will head to the rendezvous point together. General, Qin Zhan hadn't finished speaking when Yin Sui rushed out first. Let me go instead, Qin Zhan muttered to himself, completing his unfinished thought. Yin Sui dashed out so quickly that the approaching group didn't react in time. But moments later, they surrounded Yin Sui with their numerical advantage, while Qin Zhan took the opportunity to slip silently into the alien settlement. Everyone, let's talk this out. Yin Sui raised his hands, showing a frightened expression. Ha! A burly alien spat and sneered. You said you were a tough character. Turns out you're just a coward. Upon hearing this, a relatively slender man warned, Boss, don't underestimate him. That group of people lying down over there was all done by him. He pointed to the batch of fallen light shuttles. The burly man glanced at the scattered light shuttles, his expression gradually becoming cautious. That wasn't me. Yin Sui raised his voice slightly, then pointed to the burned light shuttle. They fought, and for some reason, those shuttles all fell down. I hurried in there to hide afterward. Saying this, Yin Sui pointed to the place he had just concealed himself. Really not you? The burly man clearly didn't believe him. Really not me. Yin Sui maintained a straight face. Lying, after those shuttles fell, that shuttle exploded. Go check inside for any corpses, the burly man instructed the slender man beside him. The slender man ran over immediately, and the burly man glared at Yin Sui. You better not be lying. Here, the laws of Washington Star don't protect you. If you die, no one will avenge you. I wouldn't dare deceive you, big brother. Yin Sui smiled. Big brother, there's no corpse. That kid is lying. The slender man's voice returned. Dare to trick me. The burly man didn't give Yin Sui a chance to speak and directly swung a punch at him. Yin Sui stepped back 2 paces. I truly didn't lie. The people inside left in their shuttles before the explosion, and after rummaging through a couple of shuttles, they left. Which direction did they go? The burly man's tone grew increasingly irritable. Yin Sui pointed outward in a direction, and just as the burly man was about to order someone to chase after them, the slender man stopped him. "Boss, this person is very suspicious. Even if he's not the one we're looking for, he must be an accomplice. He's wandering around here at night smelling of alcohol, which is already very suspicious." Alcohol smell? The burly man seemed to realize something. "Damn it. It must be him. Dare to trick me? Grab him." At this point, Yin Sui understood everything. This group of people was hired killers, and those who hired them were probably afraid of getting into trouble, so they didn't provide clear photos but described him directly. A swarm of aliens surged toward him, but Yin Sui managed to evade them with his clever tactics. Seeing that brute force wouldn't work, the burly man picked up a crowbar that was popular during the Earth era and charged forward. With his build, if that crowbar hit him, it would definitely cause serious injury. In the instant the crowbar came down, Yin Sui dodged to the left, feeling the rush of wind from the crowbar graze his cheek. The level of danger was evident. The burly man, seeing his first strike fail, raised the crowbar again, but Yin Sui wouldn't give him a second chance. He quickly dodged backward, avoiding this attack, and with a particularly crafty maneuver, he seized the burly man's arm holding the crowbar, then tapped a certain point, causing the crowbar to fall into Yin Sui's hands. The burly man, furious and humiliated, drew a knife from his side. "You forced me to do this." The cold light from the knife flashed past Yin Sui's side, gleaming in the night, clang. At the moment the knife was thrust toward him, Yin Sui used the crowbar he had just seized to block it. The group of thugs saw their boss disarmed and immediately swarmed in. Yin Sui used the only crowbar he had to fend off wave after wave of attacks, continuously retreating toward the alien settlement area. He appeared invincible, but only he knew that his back, chest, and thighs were severely injured. The strength of the aliens was indeed much greater than that of natural humans. Yin Sui kept retreating, his stamina dwindling, while the opponents grew more and more vigorous, as if the enemy was endless. Hiss! The burly man's knife still landed on his left shoulder. Clang! He used a crowbar to knock away the large knife that had been threatening him. "Sir!" Xinjiang's voice came from the side behind him. With years of tacit understanding, Yin extended his less injured right hand, and Qin pulled him onto the back seat of the motorcycle, quickly starting the engine and speeding away. Chapter 20. Lierda, the burly man, was hit in the face by the residual heat from the motorcycle engine. Seeing that Yin Sui still had help, he was instantly furious, gathered his gang, mounted his motorcycle, and prepared to teach them a lesson. However, before they could start the engine, another group blocked their way. The burly man glared at their attire, clenched his teeth in anger, and shouted, "Retreat! Bark! There will be no next time." Just a second before the burly man retreated, the leader of the opposing group warned him expressionlessly. It was Lierda. Meanwhile, Yin Sui was straddling Qin Dan's motorcycle, one hand gripping Qin Dan's shoulder to prevent falling off. "General, how are you?" Qin Dan's anxious voice cut through the rushing wind from the motorcycle, reaching Yin Sui's ears. "I won't die. Just drive forward to the rendezvous point. Where there are people, there are conflicts. In order to strengthen itself and prevent crises, more would place personnel on other planets, and others would do the same. Due to the unique situation on Washington Star during the Alliance period, Yin Sui had set up multiple contact points here. A few had been discovered, but most remained intact. The motorcycle sped through the quiet streets at night, so fast that the prosperity of the planet was barely visible. Finally, it slowed down and stopped next to an inconspicuous building. Once inside, someone immediately came out, hopped onto the motorcycle they arrived on, and quickly drove away. This was one of the contact points for the Star Alliance. Yin Sui had been injured while grappling with that group of aliens and was immediately taken to the treatment chamber, with the contact point leader Toby and Qin Dan following him in. "General." Toby's eyes were filled with excitement, clearly surprised that Yin Sui would come here late at night. "The general needs to rest." Qin Dan interrupted Toby, who was fixated on Yin Sui. "Oh, all right, I was just too excited. If you need anything, call me. I'll step outside." Toby, who had managed to hide on Washington Star for so long, clearly had a keen sense of observation. Qin Dan's words indicated that he wanted to talk to Yin Sui, so he cleverly found an excuse to leave. After Toby left, he carefully closed the door to the medical chamber. The medical robots were methodically treating the various wounds on Yin Sui's body. while a voice report assessed his condition with cold detachment. The patient has multiple soft tissue contusions. The back has been severely impacted, and there is a penetrating stab wound in the left arm. After treatment, it is recommended that the patient rest in bed for 1 month. The robotic voice was indifferent, and Chin Dan's heart grew colder. Washington Star was simply too overbearing. It felt rather novel. Since humanity entered the interstellar era, all battles were connected to technology. Being chased down and beaten like this was a first for him. After saying that, Yin Sui tugged at the corner of his mouth. A bunch of brainless brutes. Chin Dan was filled with disdain for the group of aliens they encountered today. Don't forget, we were chased by these brutes today until we were rolling on the ground. This reminds me, all the battles of the Star Alliance are fought using mechs and starships. Such battles require high mental strength, so there have been fewer provocations in recent years. But if one day our opponents stop using brainwave chips and directly control the mechs manually, we will be utterly defenseless. What do you mean? Chin Dan began to worry for himself and the group in the Star Alliance who spent every day in mech control chambers. Based on his understanding of Yin Sui, he was about to suggest updating their training methods. Sure enough, we should conduct physical training, and the ability to manually control mechs should be prioritized. I'll go back and draft a specific plan. Even in a technological confrontation, we shouldn't let talent become the decisive factor in battle. The Star Alliance relies too much on mental strength. Chin Dan pretended to look distressed. All right, I will definitely relay this bad news to that group of soldiers in advance. Beep beep. At that moment, Chin Dan's smart brain notification suddenly rang. Normally, this time of night, few would contact him unless something serious happened in the Star Alliance. He looked up to see it was Li Erda, right? When they were leaving on the motorcycle, Li Erda had just arrived, and the burly men had not continued to pursue them. They were likely dealt with by Li Erda. General, Li Erda requests a meeting. Chin Dan's expression suddenly became serious. Now, this was also strange. The crisis of the night had already been resolved. Out of courtesy, even if there was something to discuss, it should wait until tomorrow. Haven't come over. To the contact point? Doesn't that expose us? Chin Dan felt puzzled about this. Do you have a better meeting place to recommend? Jan Sui retorted. Not really. Then that's settled. Do you think Mort doesn't know we have people on Washington Star? Bring Toby back to the Star Alliance when you leave. Since the mask has been ripped off, what is there to fear? Oh, all right. Chin Dan immediately sent Li Erda the location coordinates. Yin Sui then looked at the artificial medical robot, still operating mechanically, his thoughts drifting far away. He still could not understand why Moore would do this. The whole of humanity knew he was visiting Washington Star. If he died here, the Star Alliance would have a justifiable reason to send troops. And both sides had sources of black money. Once war broke out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if he died, given Washington Star's current combat power, facing the Star Alliance would still mean certain defeat, which was also the reason why each star wanted to divide them after the alliance disbanded. Or perhaps Washington Star had secrets he was unaware of, and why Li Erda repeatedly wanted to contact him remained unknown. General, Li Erda has arrived. Kindon interrupted Jan Schaustos. He turned off the medical robot, grabbed the clothes Toby had prepared for him, and quickly put them on. In the reception room of the contact point, Li Erda stood in the center, examining the place. General Yin. Upon seeing Yin Sui come out, Li Erda immediately stopped looking around and approached, extending his left hand. Are you, General Li Erda? Yin Sui extended his hand to shake his. I'm sorry to disturb you so late. Yin Sui interrupted him before he could continue with small talk. He was not familiar with Li Erda and did not want to waste time on such trivialities. Let's cut to the chase. What is your purpose in coming to see me tonight? Cooperation. Li Erda wasted no time, directly stating his purpose. Cooperation? Jan Sui smiled, but no one could understand the meaning behind his smile. You should know that the Star Alliance will not get involved in the internal affairs of any planet. More importantly, the Star Alliance is currently in a cooperative relationship with Washington Star. Which side do you represent in this cooperation? Jan Sui countered. I want to talk to you alone. Li Erda ignored Yin Sui's sharp question and looked at Chin Dan. General, I will step out to discuss tomorrow's arrangements with Toby. After Chin Dan finished speaking, he turned to leave. General Li Erda, you should know that my mood today is not pleasant. You'd better not challenge my patience at this moment. Chin Dan is my chief guard, one of the people I trust the most. There is nothing he cannot hear. Hearing this, Qin Dan hesitated, feeling somewhat stuck between a rock and a hard place. I have secrets about your body that I need to discuss with you. Lird's gaze was fixed on Yin Sui. Yin Sui appeared calm on the surface, but deep down, a storm was brewing. However, he guessed that Lirda was only suspicious and did not truly know. My body has no secrets, Yin Sui stated firmly. Is that so? Lirda showed no signs of backing down. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold, and the tension in the room was palpable. Qin Dan himself didn't want to stay in such an atmosphere any longer. He feared he would suffocate after a while. Commander, I have made plans with Toby to go shopping tomorrow, so I need to go over and discuss it with him tonight. After saying this, Qin Dan dashed out, afraid that Yin Sui would suddenly have a fit and keep him there. Chapter 21, Cooperation. After Qin Dan left, the atmosphere in the room remained tense. The wounds left from the fight with the different species tonight still throbbed faintly. Yin Sui remained silent, waiting for the other party to speak, as if whoever spoke first would lose. We are kindred, right, General Yin Sui? Lird broke the silence first. What kind of kindred? Yin Sui retorted. He thought to himself that Lird had indeed guessed it, but he did not show it on his face. He was different from Lird. He did not need to exchange secrets for negotiation chips. His genetic sequencing after the mutation was exactly the same as that of a natural person. As long as he did not speak, no one would know. The current star in alliance was still unstable, and he could not expose the secret of his body yet. Lird clearly realized that Yin Sui did not want to discuss this topic further. He understood that as the leader of the star in alliance, Yin Sui had much more to consider than he did. Moreover, he was only speculating based on his own situation, without any actual evidence. I was overthinking it. Lird casually moved past the topic. I came this time to seek your cooperation. Yin Sui was naturally happy to skip the topic of, what do you want to discuss? In negotiations, Yin Sui's strength often put him in a dominant position, so he liked to keep the other party in suspense and let them speak first. Mori won't let you leave Washington Star easily. You used black gold in that battle before the alliance was disbanded. You should know its power. Mori has black gold, and he has a mysterious person backing him. That person wants him to keep you in Washington Star. I can help you leave. Clarify. Do you mean to keep me in Washington Star, or to die in Washington Star? Yin Sui asked. To keep you in Washington Star, in captivity. He doesn't dare to kill you yet. Lird placed his hand casually on the table. I thought he was out to kill me today. Yin Sui scoffed. The one out to kill you isn't Mori, but Hall. You wouldn't know about the internal struggles in Washington Star, Lird said. How so? Yin Sui became interested in this topic. Hall has always been dissatisfied with his father Mori. He seems submissive, but his heart is harder than stone. If he hadn't secretly negotiated with me, I might have been tricked by him, Lird explained. Then why don't you cooperate with him to bring down Mori? He might be a good choice for you, Yin Sui suggested. Hearing this, Lird let out a self-deprecating laugh. He is just another Mori. He is Mori's illegitimate son who suffered humiliation as a child, but now that he has power, he turns around and bullies those at the bottom, just like those who bullied him in the past. You must have never seen him crush ants, different species, finger with his foot. It was ruthless. Why would he want to kill me? Yin Sui's thoughts jumped around, and Lird couldn't keep up with his pace. He wants to oppose his father. The more desperate Mori gets, the happier he is. The happier he is, the more he runs to feign concern for Mori. He knows exactly how to make Mori furious. If Mori wants to imprison you, then he will simply do the opposite. According to existing human investigation reports, Mori's lifespan shouldn't be long. It won't be long before he can rightfully own Washington Star. Why doesn't he wait? Yin Sui asked again. This is also why I want to cooperate with you. Given Mori's current trust in Hall, he could easily kill Mori in silence and take over Washington Star. But he hasn't. He plays with Mori like one would with a hawk. Such a person cannot become a leader. More importantly, regardless of whether Mori or Hall is in power, I will always be their biggest thorn in their eyes. I can't joke around with the lives of those millions of troops stationed in Washington. I need external support. Lird angrily accused Hall's atrocities while expressing his intention. But Yin Sui was not someone who would be moved by the other party's performance of vulnerability. How did you learn all this? According to what you said earlier, Mori doesn't even know about this side of his son. And that mysterious person, how do you know about him? Who exactly is he? Do you suspect I'm sent by them to test you? After talking a lot, Leard still did not get a response from Yen Sui, and finally understood that Yen Sui did not trust him at all. General Leard, I am not a 3-year-old child. If necessary, we can cooperate, but you need to show sincerity. What you just said is just your side of the story. How do I know you're not trying to trap me? You should understand what I mean, Yen Sui admitted candidly to Leard's questioning. Of course, I can understand your concerns. Mori is now nearly 200 years old, but for the past 100 years, he has maintained Washington Star's strength to stand equal to the Alliance. His political talent is unmatched by ordinary people. Even the currently popular Star Master, Yi, may not have his boldness from back then. This has made him extremely arrogant and led him to completely underestimate Hall, thinking he doesn't have the guts to oppose him. Plus, Hall usually appears submissive, so Mori has always been frustrated with him and wouldn't consider whether Hall is pretending. Leard picked up the water on the table, took a sip to temporarily ease the discomfort of talking to Yen Sui. As for how I learned about this after Hall privately approached me for cooperation, it wasn't exactly a secret investigation. After Hall found out I was observing him, he stopped pretending and directly showed his fangs. He knows Washington Star will eventually be his. I dare not tell Mori about this, and he is too good at disguising himself. Even if I mentioned it to Mori, he probably wouldn't believe it. As for how I learned that Mori has a mysterious person behind him, you wouldn't have forgotten about would you, General Yen Sui? How could I forget? That was Mori's private secretary, the gambler encountered on the island, who is still detained in the Star and Alliance. I just didn't expect he had such a complex identity. I really underestimated him. Yen Sui replied expressionlessly. Washington Star seems powerful, but precisely because it is powerful, various forces are involved. You should also understand my actions, Leard added, glancing around the contact point. Yen Sui ignored his assessment of his base in Washington Star and directly asked the question he was most concerned about. Who is the mysterious person behind Washington Star's black gold? Leard smiled and explained, I really don't know. Just said he has never seen the mysterious person's face. Only Mori and Hall know. What do you want from me? Yen Sui directly threw out the conditions Leard wanted. Leard was silent for a moment, as if gathering a lot of courage. I can be honest with you. It is based on your character. Before Leard could finish, Yen Sui interrupted him. General Leard, you should be clear that using character as collateral is the least contractual spirit in cooperation. I understand that, but I still want to talk to you about the current predicament facing the Washington military. We are of the same origin, and I hope to get help when the crisis comes. I am different species, and it is written in the law that different species in Washington Star do not have citizenship. If one day my identity is exposed, Hall will definitely seize that opportunity to take control of the Washington military. He is too extreme. You know, the current Star and Alliance has signed a sponsorship agreement with Washington Star. To some extent, Hall is our future partner, Yen Sui reminded, without commenting much on his revelation of identity. General Yen, there is no need to go over that again. You know better than anyone why Washington Star would sign an agreement with you. Others may not see it, but I do. UA Star will be your biggest sponsor in the future. Moreover, if we cooperate, I won't make any excessive demands. At most, I hope that when that day comes, if you choose not to help, we won't be rivals or enemies. Leard made his stance clear. I can verbally promise that we will help you through difficult times when necessary. We won't sign any agreements, and you are free in this matter of cooperation. This conversation should end here. Yen Sui also expressed his attitude. Happy cooperation. Leard extended his left hand. Yen Sui silently shook his hand, and the agreement was reached in a bewildering manner. See you again, General Yen. Leard, having achieved what he wanted, intended to take his leave. See you. Yen Sui followed him out, watching Leard's figure gradually disappear into the night as he blended into the light of the city. And the secret of this negotiation dispersed like the wind with his departure. Is UA Star really the biggest sponsor for the Star and the Coalition in the future? Then he must not know about the tense situation between him and Yinean. Yen Sui shook his head, dragging his injured body, and turned back to the lounge. Chapter 22. Getting a foot in the door as Yen Sui just returned to the lounge, Qin Zhan walked in. Commander, Good Eye has already set off and is expected to arrive tomorrow afternoon. Let them wait outside the Washington Star. Yes, Qin Zhan replied. What shall we do next? Just wait at Washington Star. We haven't completely torn apart our relationship yet. We must find out who the mysterious person behind Moore is. You should inform Moore about last night's incident and bring to light. Godai will be here soon. Moore won't be able to do anything to me. Qin frowned. How about I find an opportunity to kidnap Moore's obedient son? That's quite a bad idea. Yin Sui glanced at Qin. He's not an easy character. He orchestrated today's incident. If you want to kidnap him, he might want your life in return. Hall, that can't be possible. Qin's tone was filled with skepticism. On the surface, it indeed doesn't seem that way. This is information leaked by Leard. Find someone to investigate him properly. Yin Sui then shared Leard's investigation into Hall with Qin. Do you suspect Leard is deceiving you? Does suspicion count? Keeping an eye on it can help us figure out. But it's a tumultuous time right now. It's better to be cautious. Yin Sui took the medication provided by the medical robot and downed it with water. Commander, what exactly was Leard's purpose for coming tonight? Qin didn't directly ask about their conversation, as Leard's behavior tonight suggested that some matters could only be known to the two of them. So he only inquired about Leard's objective. He hopes that if one day Hall targets the Washington military, we can provide assistance. Yin Sui casually dropped a bombshell. You agreed? I agreed. But we can't get involved in the internal affairs of other stars. Your actions today were rather reckless. Qin rarely commented on Yin Sui's decisions. And when he did, it indicated his disapproval. I don't know what is considered prudent. I've served in the Ether Army for over 5 years and have always been cautious. Yet the Alliance disbanded and we lost our spiritual homeland. If we weren't strong enough, we wouldn't have the current stars and the coalition. Yin Sui closed his eyes and said, but we have already signed an agreement with Moore. Doing this goes against the spirit of the contract. It's almost like undermining someone else's foundation. Once exposed, our credibility will be greatly affected and other star leaders will distrust us. Qin's point was valid. A crisis of trust is unlike other crises. It lacks a tangible direction. However, it was clear that Moore did not want to cooperate with them, and breaking the contract was only a matter of time. Do you think Hall will tear up the contract after taking office? Look at their actions today. Do they really want to cooperate with us? I won't sign any documents with Leard. Our cooperation is verbal. If what he fears happens, I have the right to choose whether to provide help. Leard has also made it clear that if one day a conflict arises between him and the leader of Washington Star, if we do not provide assistance, we would just stand by and watch. I always feel that Leard has considerable ambition, but that has nothing to do with our star and coalition, Yin Sui added. Moore should be wary of him, Qin said. Tonight's attack was indeed puzzling. I've asked Toby to contact the people in the alien settlement area to investigate. From the current situation, Leard's demands do not harm the star and coalition. Moreover, they will gain significant support in investigating the black gold issue. Yin Sui looked through the lounge window at the quiet yet splendid night scene and turned to Qin. Not everything will have a win-win solution. Over the years, I've always tried to use my limited strength to confront those difficult choices. But more often than not, the more I seek a perfect solution, the worse things become. To some extent, Leard is also a part of the Ether Army. We originate from the same source. I know you may not agree with my approach and think I should stand by, but Qin, just because I avoid these issues doesn't mean they don't exist. Without waiting for Qin's response, Yin Sui continued, You and Alan asked me before about what happened with Leader Yi. The way she and I have become today is largely related to my past hesitations in love. I always wanted to pull her back, thinking of the spirited Yi Nahin from our time in the Ether Army. However, I overlooked that people can change. I've always judged her by my own standards, rarely considering her perspective. Given her current position, the choices she has to make far exceed mine. She has lived in slander for years, yet if we think carefully, she has never truly done anything that violates her bottom line. On the contrary, she has helped us a lot. The next day, Yin Sui and Qin openly accepted Moore's invitation to the military parade, appearing unaffected by the previous night's attack. Under the sky, the artificial sun cast a slight yellow hue over the land. Moore's obsession with everything from the Earth era was almost fanatical. The amount of fluid dye the artificial sun would consume in a day was likely considerable. Of course, Washington Star had the financial power to support it. If anyone suggested this was a waste of resources, the title of jealousy would fall upon him. On the observation platform, Moore's body remained erect, as if he had never been affected by the passage of time. However, if the high-tech support for his bodily functions were removed, he would likely collapse like a pile of mud. General Yin, I apologize for the shock you experienced. I didn't expect what happened last night. You know, the citizens of Washington Star do not include aliens. I allowed them to establish their own settlement out of humanitarian considerations. But I didn't expect this group of low-quality aliens would be bold enough to commit such disgusting acts. As expected, Moore completely distanced Washington Star from the incident, placing all the blame on the aliens. Since this matter had already come to light, how could Yin Sui easily pass up this opportunity? I understand the difficulties faced by Leader Moore. Aliens are a challenging problem in all human society. However, in the Star and Coalition, we have achieved harmonious coexistence between aliens and natural humans. If you don't mind, I would be very willing to stay and offer some help in resolving this issue. Yan Sui smiled. General, Yin leads the Star and Coalition. How could I dare to waste your time? The Senate of Washington Star is currently drafting a proposal. With their intelligence, I believe this issue will be resolved soon. Moore forced a smile, then his eyes shifted to the Washington military commanded by Leard, seemingly unwilling to discuss the topic further. But unfortunately for him, Yin Sui was looking for an excuse to let everyone know that he was present in Washington Star. Last night's incident was indeed quite disgusting, and today he had to tear a piece of flesh from Moore. That won't be necessary. The Star and Coalition are already on the right track. We have a mature training and operational model, so I don't need to worry too much. My visit to Washington Star is also to learn about your military management philosophy. Recently, the disbandment of the Alliance has worn me out. I've heard that Washington Star is a great place for leisure, and I want to take this opportunity to relax a bit. You know, if the string is pulled too tight for too long, it can lead to problems, especially for a leader like me with high mental energy. I can't afford to make a single mistake. Moore, the old fox, could not fail to hear the hidden meaning in Yin Sui's words and could only respond begrudgingly. General Yan's visit to Washington Star for study and exchange is, of course, a great honor for us. Then thank you, Leader Moore. Yin Sui turned his head to look at the training ground after speaking. The mecha design technology of Washington Star is indeed impressive, and we still have much to learn. It is their fortune to receive your recognition. Mori raised his stiff arm and pointed directly at the group of mecha pilots conducting virtual operations. Yin Sui smiled and said, "Your mecha design technology level is very high and has been continuously improving. Ever since the Alliance disbanded, our research and development of mechas has basically come to a halt due to a lack of funding." Yin Sui pointed to his injured left arm and looked up at Mori, his eyes carrying a half-smile. "It's because of the lack of money that I came to visit without bringing my light shuttle and personal weapons, which is why I suffered a defeat last night, receiving such a big lesson from those gangsters in the alien settlement. Your Washington Star is developing quickly. Have you considered providing more funding?" Yin Sui's tone made no mention of the rule against bringing weapons to last night's banquet and held no hint of a threat. But Mori understood that this matter was unreasonable on the part of Washington Star. If no concessions were made at this moment, the Outer Star and the Coalition would use Yin Sui's safety as an excuse to station troops at Washington Star, and at that time, Washington Star might truly lose face in the entire human society. Mori bit down on his regenerating teeth and said stiffly, "If it can help the Outer Star and the Coalition, I'm certainly willing to. Helping you is also maintaining our own security." "Then thank you, Mori." Yin Sui withdrew his gaze from the training ground. Chapter 23. The calm before the storm in the office of the Washington Star. The retro tones adorned the place in a brilliant manner. Hull crouched on the ground, facing the furious reprimands like a storm. "You useless thing. I told you to capture Yin Sui alive, not to beat him to death. Do you know how much loss your cowardice has brought to Washington Star?" Mori glared at him, full of disappointment. "I'm sorry, father. Yin Sui has a mental strength of 95. I was afraid I couldn't take him down, so I prepared more," Hall said, trembling at Mori's feet. Seeing Hall's uselessness only fueled Mori's anger further. "Tell me what you were thinking. Why did you add explosives to Yin Sui's shuttle?" "This morning, Captain Sheen reported to me about last night's incident, saying that the mutants tortured them. You better explain yourself." Mori looked at Hall with a grim expression, clearly doubting his actions this time. "The shuttle wasn't prepared by me. It might be Yin Sui's enemy, trying to use our hands to kill him. The shuttle I prepared is still outside the banquet hall." As for the mutants torturing them, that must be an exaggeration from Captain Sheen. I only told them to capture Yen Sui alive, Hall said, trying to distance himself from the situation. Mori glared at Hall, as if he were not his son but a repulsive monster. Not prepared by you? Not by me, Hall insisted. I can't think of anyone bold enough to extend their hand into Washington Star. Since you say it wasn't you, I'll give you half a month to find out who the blind fool is with such daring. Mori's words clearly showed he didn't fully trust Hall, but seeing Hall's submissive demeanor made him think he wasn't one to act on his own. Yes, father. Hall lowered his head even further. Yen Sui wants us to increase our sponsorship fees to the Star Alliance. You and the Senate draft a proposal. I didn't expect his appetite to be so big. Mori gritted his teeth. Can we refuse him? We've only just gained independence. Although there was no mention of damage during the independence process, we received very little from the former alliance's enterprises, and the finances are a bit tight, Hall said anxiously. Hearing this, Mori grew even angrier. Isn't it because of your actions? And you let them grasp hold of your weakness. Do you remember Good Eye? Yen Sui specifically sent him to annoy me, and now he is still stationed outside Washington Star. Our strength isn't weak, Hall retorted quietly. Not weak. Without a proper reason, can you mobilize Leard's army? Our guard's equipment is advanced, but do you know how strong we are? Mori shook his head, deeply disappointed in Hall's observational skills. Hall had long grown accustomed to Mori's dissatisfaction, and the humiliations no longer hurt him. Father, Leard seems to be in contact with the Star Alliance. They originated from the same source. What's wrong with that? Leard has never liked me, nor you. For years, he has been trying to establish a democratic planet. But Washington Star was built by our ancestors. Everything here was funded by the MO family. We went from having nothing to where we are now. Why should he dictate democracy? Mori expressed disdain for Leard's actions. The small number of Democrats represented by Leard were very dissatisfied with the hereditary system of Washington Star's leaders. They had been jumping around, wanting to establish a representative planet so that they could gain more power. But once this planet is privatized, how could it be easily relinquished? But didn't you say we need him to enhance Washington Star's military strength? Mori pretended not to understand. He thinks he's the leader of the Washington military now. Does he think this army is his? You don't need to worry about these things. I have my own methods. Mori seemed unwilling to discuss this topic further with Hall. Everything you do makes sense, Hall said, fully aware of Mori's habits and flattering him. I am tired. You can leave now. Don't forget to find out who switched the fuel. If what you said is true, he can only be one of your close associates. Mori's suspicion of Hall had lessened somewhat by now. Yes. After saying this, Hall lowered his head and left the oppressive office. After leaving the office, he looked up at the overcast sky, where someone was preparing for artificial rain. You forced my hand, Hall said with his eyes closed. A storm was approaching. At night, the doorbell of the contact point rang. Peering from inside, there was no one outside. Qin Zhan turned to Yen Sui, shaking his head in confusion. Open the door. Someone must be visiting. We can't leave traces, Yen Sui instructed Qin Zhan. Moments later, a person wearing a particle virtual mask appeared before them. He turned off the virtual switch, revealing a thin, pale face. It was Hall. The Secretary General visits late at night. Is there something you need? Yen Sui stared at him, seemingly unfazed by his arrival. General Yen, your request this morning has led me to quite a bit of criticism, Hall chuckled. Then I'm truly sorry for that. Let's not beat around the bush. Last night's incident was arranged by me. I apologize first, Hall stated directly. You're quite sincere. Of course. It wouldn't do to converse with a person of your stature without sincerity. Hall ignored Yen Sui's sarcasm. Does Mori know you're looking for me? Yen Sui asked casually. Naturally. He can't know. I handle most of the matters in Washington Star now. You can bring any request to me. So generous? Tell me your purpose for coming. Yen Sui said, uninterested in Hall's duplicity, directly cutting to the point. I have no requests. No requests? You came to find me. Yet you wanted to throw out requests. Are you not here for charity? Yen Sui's tone was laced with mockery. I just wanted to tell you that we don't have to be enemies. The day after tomorrow, Mori will meet the person you're looking for. You tell me such significant news. How do I know this isn't a trap? Or, what major event do you plan for the day after tomorrow? Yen Sui didn't give Hall any face, retorting provocatively. After the day after tomorrow, you can discuss all your requests directly with me. Then I thank you for providing me with this information, Yin Sui replied indifferently. You're welcome. I have other matters to attend to. I will send you the meeting location in advance. After saying this, Hall turned and opened the contact point's main door, disappearing into the vast night. Yin Sui watched the direction Hall had vanished, his expression gradually turning serious. Chapter 24. After Mr. Hall left, Qin Zhan stepped forward. Commander, what does he mean by that? Is he trying to mess with my father? It seems likely. Isn't Washington Star sooner or later? Why is he in such a hurry? Will he win against Mori now? Yin Sui glanced at Qin Zhan. Whether he wins or not has nothing to do with us. But we must meet that person the day after tomorrow. Qin Zhan pondered for a moment and asked in confusion, Are you saying this could be Hall's scheme? Is he seeking revenge for what I told Mori this morning? Qin Zhan, the Gaidai is currently outside the domain of Washington Star. Although their technology and economy are top-notch in human society, they still lack a lot in the military field. This is also the reason they hesitated to gain independence during the alliance period. Regardless of whether they have a scheme or not, they cannot hide from absolute strength. At this point, Yin Sui paused for a moment, seemingly choosing his words carefully. It seems Hall wants to seize power the day after tomorrow. He knows we are looking for the source of the black gold, and he came to tell us this news, anticipating that we wouldn't refuse. Even if the alliance has dissolved, we must investigate the black gold. He came to us not for genuine cooperation, but because we happen to think along the same lines regarding this matter. Qin Zhan shook his head and then nodded again. One thing I don't quite understand is, if he takes office, Washington Star will be his. Why would he sell out his black gold supplier? Based on the information previously provided by Just and Leard, I can guess that Washington Star does not control the source of the black gold. They are merely a processing plant for it. Ordinary people do not know where this stuff is refined, and the so-called mysterious person would certainly not tell Washington Star where his black gold comes from. I suspect that person has no choice but to choose Washington Star for processing. Looking at Hall's demeanor, it seems that if he can't have it, he wants to destroy it. He tells us this news to use us as a knife against others. Yin Sui expressed his speculation. Qin Zhan crossed his arms and nodded. We have no choice but to be that knife. It seems Mori pressured him today, or perhaps Mori wants to investigate him, and he had to act first. That's a possibility. Everything we're discussing now is speculation. We will know what the truth is the day after tomorrow. In any case, this news is not a bad thing for us, Yin Sui affirmed. Qin Zhan thought for a moment. As if recalling something, Commander, should we inform Leard about this news? Tell him. What he does is not my concern. Hall should have considered this situation before coming to me. I don't mind if this fire burns a bit hotter. Yin Sui replied with his eyes closed. At Washington Star, 8 a.m., Mori's office. The next noon, a message appeared on Qin Zhan's terminal. Commander. Qin Zhan displayed the information from the smart terminal on the virtual screen. I understand. I'll go alone tomorrow morning. You are the leader of the Star and the Alliance. Going alone is a bit risky. At a critical moment, Qin Zhan's maternal instinct resurfaced. Although he knew persuasion would be useless, he couldn't help but retort. Perhaps this was also the reason Yi Yunhuan assigned him as Yin Sui's bodyguard. Do you have a better plan? Yan Sui countered. No. Yin Sui has a high level of mental power and can silently avoid the opponent's monitoring system, even controlling it. Indeed, there is no one more suitable than him for the task of going to Mori's office. Yin Sui did not wish to continue this topic. You contact Gaidai today and have him bring a small team of mechs to Washington Star for training. Will Mori agree? He has already agreed, Yin Sui said flatly. Okay, Commander. Qin Zhan did not ask when Yin Sui had gotten Mori's agreement, but he still murmured softly, when did he agree? Unexpectedly, Yin Sui, with his good hearing, immediately answered, the request was mentioned during yesterday's negotiations. If we can pass safely tomorrow, that's good. If not, we must be prepared for the worst. After saying that, Yin Sui awkwardly added, if you don't trust me, prepare more thoroughly. That way, even if I fail, I can still retreat unscathed. It seemed he was not used to responding to others' concerns. At 7 o'clock, Yin Sui was hiding alone in Mori's office, waiting for the arrival of that mysterious person. Click! The vintage office door opened with a sound, and Hall, accompanied by Mori, who was covered in AI-assisted medical equipment, arrived early at the office. It seemed Mori was indeed very concerned about that mysterious person. Get out first. When he arrives, let him in directly, Mori instructed Hall stiffly. Yes, father. Hall turned to leave, glancing back at Yin Sui, presumably considering this beautiful hiding spot was prepared for him. It seems that after the events of the previous night, Mori indeed had doubts about Hall. It was no wonder Hall wanted to act first. Although, given Mori's obsession with hereditary power, even if he knew Hall's ulterior motives, Hall would still be Mori's only choice. However, one thing is certain. Mori would definitely arrange everything to monitor Hall before he died, which would indeed pose a considerable problem for Hall. At this moment, another click was heard, and a person wearing a particle virtual mask walked in. Mr. Mo, you promised me you would detain Yin Sui, but it seems that has failed. The visitor's voice was hoarse, clearly having been specially treated. Looking at his figure, Yin Sui felt somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen him. Some small accident occurred, but he has already promised to stay in Washington Star for a while. I believe he intends to stay here to investigate you. You also know that Gadai has brought a group of mechs and starships stationed outside the Washington Star domain. You must understand me. Mori's tone was filled with humility. But Yin Sui could see clearly that he actually looked down on this mysterious person who controlled the black gold. Accident? He is a common threat to us, and you should know this better than I do. I hope our cooperation can have fewer surprises. The last time I asked you to send someone a probe where the black gold from Daoshin came from, you also told me there was an accident, resulting in forced early independence, ultimately letting Yinehin reap the benefits. The mysterious person's hoarse voice carried a hint of anger, seemingly very dissatisfied with Mori's actions. Mr. Long, with all due respect, we are in a cooperative relationship. Don't forget that. I admit I didn't handle this well, but you should also be clear that on my territory, you have no right to dictate. Mori, the leader of Washington Star, certainly did not want to be scolded like that. I just hope our cooperation can have fewer risks. After all, this isn't just your matter. Now Yin Sui has already set his sights on the black gold. I came here to tell you that we should reduce the number of meetings in the future. Reduce the number of meetings? Like before, communicating through the dark web? Last time, I was almost tracked down by Xia Yan's tech freak. I can't take that risk. Mori directly stated his position. The risk of me coming here will be greater. Yin Sui is monitoring constantly. What I mean is, if there are no special circumstances, our cooperation should proceed as previously drafted. I have no objections. As long as it doesn't touch Mori's interests, he doesn't care about this small matter of meeting or not. Based on the trust of our cooperation, I want to know why you want me to detain Yin Sui. This poses a great risk for me. Is it because my black gold is not enough? The mysterious person asked. So his freedom can already be measured by black gold. Yan Sui Chakol Inwardly. Just curious. Mori explained. Too much curiosity unrelated to cooperation is not a good thing. The mysterious person's tone carried a hint of warning. As soon as the mysterious person finished speaking, an explosion and the sound of particle beam weapons rang out outside. This luxurious vintage office, perhaps for the sake of nostalgia, was not very soundproof, and the deafening noise caused the two tense individuals to stop their conversation immediately. Mr. Mo, I mentioned before that your son is unusual. The only one who knows about our meeting is him. I can't think of anyone else who would cause trouble at this time. The mysterious person's hoarse voice was full of mockery. Mr. Long, I have things to attend to now, so I won't see you out. At this moment, Mo Lei's expression changed significantly, and he directly issued an eviction order. If the ruler changes to Hall tomorrow, then my negotiator will change as well. I wish you good luck, Mr. Mo. After saying this, the man called Mr. Long turned and left the office. As soon as Long left, someone rushed in a panic. Xingzhong, Hall has surrounded this place. The self-defense forces are all his people. He has already bribed the entire Washington high-level officials and is coming this way. The person said everything in one breath, fearing that he might miss some important information. Mo Lei raised his stiff hand and operated on the cognitive brain, revealing a secret passage behind the office. Let's go. Mo Lei turned his stiff head and said angrily. Then, with the help of the informant, he quickly slipped into the passage. Chapter 25 Storm. As the corridor quickly closed, the office once again returned to calm. But this calm lasted only a moment before the sounds of mecha collisions came in from outside. Yin Sui, who had been hiding, emerged and stood where Mori had just left. Judging by Mori's actions, there should be a small folding point hidden here. Such small folding points are generally used for space acceleration within planets, but they are expensive and have a short range. Aside from their speed, they have no other advantages. This should be a retreat prepared by Mori. He truly is a very cautious person. Bang! Before Yin Sui could figure out what was happening inside, the office door was violently burst open by a mecha, and a powerful shockwave from the particle flow shattered the door and spread far away. A gust of wind blowing past, stinging the face. The group of mecha soldiers looked towards Mori's office, where a tall young man stood. But Mori had long since vanished. They were clearly confused, but after a moment, the attack moved towards Yin Sui. Stop! The leading mecha issued a command, and the steel-like monsters finally stopped their actions. Where's Mori? It was Hall's voice. At this moment, he didn't even call his father. Yin Sui pointed to the bare wall beside him, indicating his inability to help. You can leave, Hall said to Yin Sui. After hearing this, Yin Sui prepared to leave. But the group of mecha soldiers was clearly confused and became restless. Yin Sui put on a virtual mask. It was normal for those mecha soldiers not to recognize him. In the midst of the unrest, he calmly left Mori's office. What would happen next was beyond his control. Back at the rendezvous point, Goodeye and his group were already waiting there, a dense crowd filling the already small rendezvous point. General, Hall has staged a coup. The entire Washington Star is now unsafe. Should we leave early? Goodeye asked with an unhappy expression as he entered the inner hall of the rendezvous point. It's not time yet, Yin Sui said calmly. From Yin Sui's demeanor, he seemed in no hurry, almost as if he had anticipated all of this. He couldn't help but sigh. He had originally thought that Washington Star would be in a prolonged conflict with Yuhui Star, battling for life and death for a long time. Who would have thought that it wouldn't be long before it erupted into chaos again? He just didn't expect Hall to have such audacity. Indeed, he is deeply concealed. Qin Shan echoed. Qin Shan stood busy de Yan Sui. Although he had predicted today's situation, the fact that Yin Sui returned unscathed indicated that Hall was somewhat keeping his promise in this matter. However, according to Leard's words, Hall is a pervert. He was the one who previously wanted to use the alien settlement area to eliminate them. Who knows if he will go back on his word once he gets through this phase. General, what are your plans next? Qin Shan looked towards Yin Sui. Goodeye also looked over. Over the years, the Interstellar pirates have been much more subdued. The last battle was almost entirely handled by Yin Sui. As a genuine soldier, he was eager to come to Washington Star alone this time. But what he didn't know was that Yin Sui was focused on the feud between him and Mori. Calling him a Washington Star was purely to annoy Mori. Qin Shan and I will stay a while longer. You should retreat back to the Washington Star region, Yin Sui said to Goodeye seriously. Back to the outer region? Goodeye seemed unable to believe the order he heard. After a hard-fought journey to Washington Star, he had originally planned to make a big move and show Mori some color, but now he was told to return to the outer region. Yes, you return to the outer region. The Federation and the Alliance cannot intervene in their internal affairs at this point. Qin Shan, still have matters to attend to. Yin Sui actually had another point he didn't mention. That Mr. Long, he felt somewhat familiar, and judging by the other party's words, if Hall succeeded this time, his partner would become Hall, and he would definitely show up then. No, General, you and Captain Sheen are both in Washington Star, and it's so chaotic now. Washington Star is also so powerful. I know your mental strength is unmatched, but you can't withstand their numbers and mechas. Gia di question, Yan Sui's arrangement. If it weren't for the eager look he had just now, Yin Sui would have thought he was genuinely afraid of the situation. Also, leave the mechas you brought behind and take the personnel back. Even if there is no one in the mecha bay, I can still operate it completely. Upon hearing this, Goodeye looked like he was about to cry. His expression was no different from that of a withering pothose at the door. He felt like a transport ship, losing both the cargo and the troops. Yes, General. Go prepare to return to the outer region. You've seen it. I can't keep so many of you here. Yin Sui directly issued an eviction order this time. After Goodeye reluctantly left, Qin Shan then asked, General, did you see that mysterious person? I did see him. Mori called him Long. He seems to. Yin Sui paused for a moment. His figure felt somewhat familiar. Because he wore a virtual mask, I couldn't see his face, but I felt like I had seen him somewhere. Qin Shan frowned. Your memory has always been good. If you have an impression of him, but still can't remember, it indicates that this person may indeed have crossed paths with you a few times. Being able to negotiate with Mori, he likely held a significant position during the alliance period, probably someone of note. Did he reveal any important news? Qin Shan asked again. He indeed possesses black gold, but Mori doesn't know where his black gold is mined. Black gold is small in quantity, but powerful. Mining it shouldn't be difficult. What he truly needs is Washington Star's refining technology. The reason he doesn't go to Yuhui Star probably has something to do with Yinan. Many people have grievances with her. I can't think of who he really is for the moment. Yin Sui closed his eyes, placed his hands on the chair, and continued. However, he did reveal a piece of information. He seems to really not want me to return to Yuhui. Although I can't guess why. There must be a conspiracy behind this. Qin Shan handed a glass of water to Yin Sui. General, do you plan to return to Yuhui? Yin Sui took the water from Qin Shan, took a sip, and then slowly said, since he doesn't want me to go back, then I must go back. The reason I asked Gadai to continue staying outside the Washington Star region is also for this reason. No matter whether Hall succeeds or not, in the eyes of the mysterious person, I will definitely continue to stay here. Because this coup d'etat has determined that I must stay here to sign and perfect subsequent contracts, so he shouldn't pay too much attention to my side of things. Do you need me to go back with you? Qin Shan asked. He had been Yin Sui's captain for 5 years, and in every conflict and task, he had basically been with Yin Sui. He thought it would be the same this time, so he casually asked. However, this time, Yin Sui refused him. You continue to stay here and create the illusion that I'm still in Washington Star. Yin Sui's tone was serious, carrying an unarguable meaning. But Qin Shan hadn't finished speaking when Yin Sui seemed to know what he was going to say and immediately interrupted him. Obey orders. Mainly in Yin Sui's eyes. Qin Shan was indeed very capable, but he was a bit too wishy-washy. Yes, Qin Shan replied helplessly. By the way, call Biao Shui back. It mimics me best. It would be a good idea to have another pair of eyes here, especially since things are likely to get a bit chaotic recently, Yin Sui added. Does Dao Sheng no longer need to monitor? Qin Shan instinctively asked. There is no need to doubt. Dao Sheng is definitely related to black gold. But safety is more important. Its performance is good, and its sensory capabilities are not inferior to humans. It's necessary to call it here to get through this special period. Yin thought for a moment and then explained the reason to Qin Shan. Okay, I'll take care of it right away. Chapter 26, Adding Trouble the next day. The Washington Star published a news report stating that the Star's leader, Mori, was still undergoing emergency treatment due to a sudden illness, and all affairs of the Washington Star were being handled by Hall, who had not leaked a word about the chaos from the previous day. The appearance of this news indicated that the unrest in Washington Star had temporarily come to a halt, but Yin Sui knew that things were far from simple. No one knew Mori's whereabouts, and Laird and that mysterious black gold master were still watching from the shadows. Mori was not a fool, and the next storm would likely be even more intense. Today, Yin Sui was set to leave Washington Star, but before he did, he needed to meet Hall to give him a few tasks, so he wouldn't come back and keep an eye on the contact point. Washington Star had always been far ahead in terms of overall strength, and its prosperity was unmatched by other planets. However, after the chaos yesterday, the streets today were noticeably emptier, with fewer pedestrians and ship beings. A cold wind swept through, adding a sense of desolation to the quiet streets. The autopilot mode of the light shuttle brought Yin Sui and Qin Shan to the Star Leader's office, a place Yin Sui had just visited yesterday and was quite familiar with. Unlike yesterday, a construction printer was working outside the office, and, at its current efficiency, a new Star Leader's office would be completed by tonight. Mori's meticulously crafted retro office would become nothing more than an exhibit, telling tales of its former glory. As Yin Sui waited outside, Hall walked out from the office, his dark eyes showing signs of fatigue, likely from not finding Mori the day before. Yet, he patiently welcomed Yin Sui as if he were a revered figure. Yin Sui could see that Hall was busy and didn't have time to meet him, but he didn't care. General Yin, hello. Hall stepped forward and extended his right hand. Yin Sui ignored him and walked straight into the office, with Qin Shan mimicking him and not speaking to Hall at all. Hall reluctantly retracted his hand and followed them into the office, making it seem as if Yin Sui were the real master. With a bang, the office door closed, and the atmosphere fell into a dreadful silence. Are you not satisfied with the information I provided, General Yin? At this moment, only the three of them were in the room, and Hull decided to drop the pretense. I think your best option, after hearing Mori's conversation, is to return to Yuhui's star. Yin Sui smiled. Hull, don't say you hope to use me to restrain Mori. Looking at your plan, the position of star leader is simply within your reach. I really don't understand what your goal is. Hearing this, Hull was taken aback, seemingly unsure why Yin Sui would ask him about this matter, likely still thinking about how to respond his mind. I'm not afraid to tell you that I have no intention of cooperating with that Mr. Long. He needs Washington Star's refining technology. Without our technology, black gold is just a pile of scrap metal to him. At this point, Hull smiled. I just want to see you dog eat dog. With this lead, even if there is a trap, you'll continue to investigate, right? After saying this, Hull laughed twice. Do you think I would believe that? Jan Sui countered. Believe it or not, it's up to you. You have no right to interfere in Washington Star's internal affairs. I hope you can leave soon. Hull issued a direct eviction order, indicating he was indeed very busy. Leave? That's impossible. We have already made arrangements with Star Leader Mori. I will be studying and exchanging ideas in Washington Star for a month. It hasn't even been a week yet. Why should I leave? Jan Sui countered. What you agreed to was with Mori, not me, Hull said indifferently. So you want to breach the contract? Yin Sui asked again. Hull was momentarily stunned, then laughed. Not at all. After all, the safety of Washington Star still depends on the Star and the Coalition's maintenance. As for you, General Yin, you can stay as long as you like. Yin Sui knew that Hull would eventually tear up the sponsorship agreement. But the timing for ending the cooperation could only be prompted by the Star and the Coalition. The current situation was beneficial for both parties, and Yin Sui was just trying to scare him. There was no way they would end their cooperation at this point, especially since black gold had not yet been found. I want to know all the information about Long. Yin Sui changed the topic. General Yin, transactions should be fair, and your inching behavior isn't very good. Hull smiled. What do you want? Yin Sui asked. I want Mori's life. Can you provide that? Hull mocked. You know that's impossible. Mori's escape routes are not easy to find. Then that settles it. Even if you want to ask, you must find Mori first. I only know that there is such a person, and Mori values him greatly, but has never allowed me to contact him, which is also why I don't mind telling you this. Hull spoke with a tone of indifference. Yesterday, before your mech arrived, Long said that if you came to power, you would be his collaborator, Yin Sui said expressionlessly. So what? I don't see why I should tell you. Yes, there is no need, but you will be quite troubled in the near future, Yin Sui said, closing his eyes. Are you threatening me? So what? You don't have a direct military force, even if you have black gold. The battlefield can only be in Washington Star, Yin Sui said in a calm tone while delivering a threatening remark. Yin Sui returned Hull's earlier words to him. How do you know I don't? Hull retorted. Yin Sui smiled. I don't know, I'm just guessing. Hull took a deep breath. I indeed don't know much about Long, only that he comes from Yuhui's Star. Sometimes he speaks normally, but other times he seems incoherent. I even suspect he is crazy. However, his instincts are sharp to the point of being frightening. You don't need to test me anymore. Even Mori has never seen his true face. Thank you. After saying this, Yin Sui signaled Qin Shan, intending to leave. Given that you haven't caused me any trouble, I suggest you return to Yuhui Star soon. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a good show waiting for you there, Hull said, eager to watch. You need not worry about that. Back on the light shuttle, Qin Shan, who had been chatty, finally returned to his comfort zone. General, what was your purpose in seeing Hull today? Qin Shan asked after a long time, unable to discern the reason. Just to make an appearance and add some trouble. With my visit this time, given Hull's character, he'll probably ponder over it for several days. I haven't forgotten his arrangements for the alien settlement area that night. And besides, we still obtained the information we wanted from this trip. So was a loss? Yin Sui smiled. What information? Qin Shan instinctively asked. Hull should have another supply channel for black gold. What? Qin Shan was even more confused. Mr. Long might just be bait he threw out to keep us focused. Otherwise, I really can't understand why he would tell me about such a powerful weapon. First, Mr. Long has basically been exposed. Informing us is just as he said, watching tigers fight from the mountain. Secondly, it might just cover up the real supplier of black gold. Qin Shan responded to Yin Sui's earlier words with silence. Of course, this is just my personal speculation. Black gold has only recently emerged. If there were really that many sources for extraction, we wouldn't have been unable to find any clues for so long. There might be many relationships we don't know about in between. Then, Yin Sui added, if this is true, it indicates that what we have discovered so far is just the tip of the iceberg. Beneath the iceberg, there may be many things we are unaware of. After saying this, his expression darkened. This was not a good sign. Chapter 27 Buck the shuttle was cruising leisurely above Washington Star. And once it returned to the contact point, Yin Sui would leave Washington Star. It was chaotic here now, and the black gold had revealed a mysterious corner during the turmoil, but the information disclosed by Mr. Long forced him to return. These were all troublesome matters. The contact point where Yin Sui was located was near the alien settlement area. As the shuttle approached the contact point, the blazing fire from the settlement came into view, a true daytime fireworks display. The shuttle had excellent soundproofing, and no sounds of the chaos could be heard, but just from the sight of the flames. One could imagine that a serious riot was taking place inside. What's going on? Yin Sui picked up a military optical telescope and looked towards the source of the light. I'll contact Toby immediately, Qin Zhan replied. Moments later, Toby appeared inside the shuttle, his virtual image showing a furrowed brow. General, after you and Qin Zhan left, a riot broke out in the alien settlement area. It is said to be a manhunt for fugitives. Many people from the settlement disregarded the racial laws of Washington Star and fled. They formed a small team claiming to attack the central authority of Washington Star land. General Lee Erda has already arrived to suppress it. The sounds of the riot could still be heard in Toby's environment, indicating that the situation was indeed grim. Understood. Qin Zhan and I will return immediately. Yin Sui frowned and then cut off the communication. Mo Chong Kong, the eldest son of Mo Lei, had long been considered the most suitable leader for the future of Washington Star. He was intelligent, wise, compassionate towards the weak, and decisive in action, making him Mo Lei's most prized investment. However, this hope for the future of Washington Star fell in love with an alien and, in order to be with the alien, went against Mo Lei. During the alliance period, Mo Lei was known for his conservatism. He believed that the development of technology would eventually reach its limits, and humanity would return to its most primitive state. Yet, his actions contradicted his beliefs. Washington Star had an almost insane obsession with technology, especially military technology. So Mo Lei would absolutely not allow his carefully groomed heir to engage in any reckless behavior. Moreover, as a conservative, Mo Lei inherently opposed aliens. Later, Mo Chong Kong eloped with the alien and was killed by space pirates during their escape, both spilling blood in space. The one who assisted their elopement was Gadai, who provided military support for Mo Chong Kong's escape, which was also the reason Gadai almost lost his military status at that time. The person who supported him, then, was Yi Neihan, making it an open secret that he was a fan of Yi Neihan. After Mo Chong Kong's death, Mo Lei collaborated with the Yuan Senate to redraft the racial laws of Washington, publicly stating that they would no longer accept aliens. More importantly, the alliance surprisingly passed his bill, which was somewhat intriguing. Mo Lei openly indicated that the alliance at that time had become unmanageable for him. However, there were already aliens on Washington Star, and killing them all would not align with humanitarian principles. It is unknown who suggested to Mo Lei to establish an alien settlement area, incorporating all aliens into that designated area. And as for what happened within the settlement, Washington Star would not intervene. Thus, the aliens within the settlement were not protected by the laws of Washington Star, and their living conditions were worse than those of island dwellers. Consequently, a small number of families with better economic conditions chose to emigrate, while most aliens in need of government assistance completely lost their means of survival. Therefore, they banded together and specialized in robbing those with middle to upper incomes. Upon arriving at the contact point, it was indeed as Toby described. There were large groups of fleeing aliens outside, but they were blocked by rows of mechs from Lierda. General, that person. Qin Zhan gestured for Yin Sui to look ahead. That person was the alien leader who had chased them on their first day in Washington Star. If it weren't for that night's deep impression, Yin Sui would hardly have recognized him. In the Interstellar era, This was the second time he had witnessed a bloody hand-to-hand struggle, and it had been less than a month since the last occurrence, which was rather novel. The death of a person was typically marked by the termination of the terminal intelligent brain's operation within the Alliance system, and in previous battles, death mostly meant becoming space debris. After the emergence of brainwave chips and cyborgs, even injuries were mostly a reference to mental damage. Let's go take a look. Yin Sui said to Qin Zhan. These people were blocked by the matches and could not stray too far from the vast prison designated by Mo. Yin Sui did not have the habit of casually invading others' mental networks, so he did not know where Li Erda was among the matches. As they all looked the same externally, the real differences in performance could only be experienced by sitting in them. Qin Zhan stopped the shuttle in front of the bloodied man, immediately attracting the attention of the mechanical monsters. With two mechs, even aiming their compressed particle cannons at the much smaller shuttle, their intentions clear. Yin Sui ignored the threats from the mechs and directly stepped down from the shuttle, where his face appeared in front of the observation window of those mechs. They retracted their claws as if they had received some command. What is your name? Yin Sui stood tall before the bloodied man, exuding an immense sense of pressure. The man sent someone in front of him and immediately looked up at Yin Sui. That night, Yin Sui had not worn a virtual mask, and the man recognized him instantly as the one he had once hunted. Upon seeing the match, he realized that Yin Sui was an impressive figure, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. My name is Buck, the man said quietly, his expression completely different from the arrogance he had shown while chasing Yin Sui. Yin Sui glanced at the bloodied Buck and then looked at the group following him. He recognized some of them as participants in that night-esque shootout. Are these all your people? Buck realized that outside the alien settlement, without modern technological support, they were just a group of vulnerable pawns. Fearing Yin Sui would seek revenge, Buck immediately denied it, saying, "No, it's just me this time. They're still in the settlement." He lied without a hint of guilt. Yin Sui glanced at the strategist behind Buck and smiled, surprised that this guy had a sense of loyalty. Buck was confused by Yin Sui's smile, but felt that Yin Sui's current demeanor was extremely irritating, almost mocking. Knowing that he was being laughed at was normal. The island dwellers of Lingping's star and aliens were discriminated against and ridiculed on every planet, and Washington Star was the most severe. Discrimination against aliens had even been written into the political correctness of Washington Star, so he was used to it and didn't mind much. Follow me. Yin Sui was unaware of Buck's inner turmoil. He didn't know what had happened in the settlement area. Although the alien settlement area of Washington Star was not protected by the new bill, as an outsider with Li Erda guarding the outside, it seemed inappropriate to go in without someone telling him the situation inside to decide what to do next. Whether it was as he thought, Buck was clearly a local boss in the settlement area, making him the most suitable person for the job. Buck was unsure of Yin Sui's intentions, but didn't he think he looked like someone seeking revenge? Oh, Buck replied. He then followed Yin Sui towards the light shuttle, and until he completely stepped out of the prison defined by Mori for the aliens, the watchful mechs showed no reaction. This was the first time Buck had left the influence of the alien settlement area since the new law was enacted, and his excited expression was uncontrollably written all over his face, combined with his bloodied and disfigured visage, giving off a strange, menacing vibe. Chapter 28. The other species, the light shuttle flew towards the outskirts of the settlement area. Yin Sui knew this was an order from Laird, making things convenient for himself. In the world of fame and fortune, the notion of being self-sufficient is impractical. No matter which path one takes, one will inevitably carry some dust. Humans are social animals, and this social relationship has woven intricate webs of connections among people. Beneath this web, no one can remain above the fray. The light shuttle soon arrived at the rendezvous point, which had already been exposed, becoming a temporary base and office for Yin Sui and his group. Along the way, Buck remained unusually silent. He followed this important figure in the hope that his brothers would not be held accountable. They had already lost their stronghold, and now they were left with nothing but their lives, which was the last thing he could do for his brothers. Please sit. Yin Sui indicated towards the chairs in the room. Qin Zhan handed Buck a glass of water with a smile. Mr. Buck, have some water. Buck took the glass, recognizing this person as the one who had driven the motorcycle to rescue him that night. Oh, okay. Thank you. He stammered. Yin Sui calmly watched as Buck drank the water, indifferent to Buck's discomfort. He was waiting for Buck to calm down because he had questions to ask. Sir, I apologize for my actions that night, but it was entirely my idea. My brothers were merely influenced by me. I don't intend to absolve them. But it was indeed my plan. Seeing that Yin Sui remained silent, Buck could no longer sit still, unsure of Yin Sui's intentions. He had to explain the only matter they had in common. How many people have you hunted down like this? Yin Sui asked. Buck was taken aback for a moment before replying. To be honest, you are the first. Usually, our activity area is within the settlement zone, where there is no need for life and death conflicts. Everyone lives in misery, and we have no economic source. The generous big brother who pays us is the reason. He didn't finish, but Yin Sui understood what he meant, though he did not fully trust Buck's words. Mr. Buck, I have no intention of pursuing this matter. My lack of contact with you all this time means I won't bring it up again. I know you were just doing it for money. Yin Sui directly eased Buck's greatest fear. Hearing this, Buck furrowed his brow, thinking Yin Sui was going to investigate the mastermind behind it. He became uneasy. But I truly don't know what the person who paid me looks like. I'm telling the truth. Don't worry, Buck. The gentleman is not here to seek vengeance. He has questions for you. Qin Shan, who exuded a gentle charm, was more suited for this situation, while Yin Sui only made people more fearful. What is most important now is to take care of your wounds. Qin Shan glanced at Buck's face and then looked at Yin Sui, signaling him not to be so intimidating. Indeed, Qin Shan did not need his woman's friend title. He could emit his unique, gentle charm anytime and anywhere. No, it's fine. I'll recover quickly. I'm one of the other species. My recovery ability is quite strong. Buck quickly explained, then turned to Yin Sui. Sir, what do you want to ask? I will tell you everything I know. Yin Sui closed his eyes and said while treating his wound, what happened in the settlement area. He didn't beat around the bush and asked directly about his greatest concern. I don't know either. This morning, a group of people in mechas stormed into the settlement area and started killing people without any reason, claiming we were hiding fugitives. Many people died, and we suspect they weren't actually looking for fugitives. There is no way this could be true, so I ran out looking for help. But unexpectedly, we found ourselves surrounded by mechas outside, and we couldn't escape. We could only watch those bandit-like people harm my fellow citizens. After saying this, the burly man sniffled a couple of times, his sorrow mixed with a hint of absurdity. Yin Sui frowned. Did you have any conflict with the mechas outside the settlement area? He asked. No. The new law states that the other species on Washington Star cannot leave the settlement area by more than 500 meters. I know that, officer. His actions were not inappropriate. I just feel unwilling. Buck hung his head. Did they provide a description of the fugitive? Yin Sui asked again. Yes. Buck responded immediately. It's an old man nearly 200 years old, said to be in poor health. But I think someone of that age is close to their genetic termination limit. How could they possibly run alone into the chaotic settlement area? Moreover, with the virtual masks now, if he were a fugitive, it wouldn't be so easy to find him. You're quite clever. Yin Sui smiled as he began to piece things together. Hall has yet to find Mori. His blatant actions are an obvious warning to Mori. It seems Leard was right. Hall is indeed a pervert. Although I don't know why he harbors such hatred towards the other species. His behavior completely tramples on human rights. As for why Leard would wade into this murky water, Yin Sui truly couldn't figure it out. Are the people who invaded the settlement area still there? Yin Sui asked again. They're on the ground, sir. Will you help us? Buck asked. Yin Sui was silent for a moment. I'm sorry. In the current Washington Star, he lacked the position and the strength to assist. I understand. Since Mori designated the settlement area for the other species, we knew that sooner or later, we would face this choice again. There is no concept of homeland for the other species. We are helpless against the machines created by humans. Even though we have strong mental powers, without brainwave chips, we are no different from sheep. We also wish to coexist peacefully with natural humans. The brainwave chip is essential for connecting to the mental network. Without it, one cannot achieve the internet of everything like natural humans. No matter how strong the mental powers of the other species on Washington Star are, without this crucial element, it remains futile. Buck's tone was filled with despair. Don't say he is a small figure. Even if all other species were willing to reconcile, the chasm between natural humans and the other species would still be insurmountable. But conversely, if the technological level of the other species truly surpasses that of natural humans, wouldn't the injustices they suffered in the past be returned to natural humans unchanged? He didn't know. Not everyone would repay kindness with kindness. More people, once in power, would double back on those who were once as weak as they were, just like Hall. The pioneers of the island often claim they represent the future of humanity, that evolution is an inevitable trend. Yin Sui didn't know how to argue against that view. It is necessary for humanity to evolve, but he believes that this confrontational approach is too cruel. Moreover, the most advanced technology of the interstellar age is still in the hands of natural humans. Evolution should be collective. It seems that for thousands of years, every innovation and evolution has been built upon individual suffering. He is also one of the other species, and he doesn't know if he counts as successfully evolved. But one thing he can be sure of is that he hopes natural humans and the other species can coexist harmoniously, even though it seems impossible at this stage. Qin Shan, take Mr. Buck to rest. Yin Sui didn't want to discuss value issues with him anymore, nor did want to hear him talk about how unfair things were. Buck seemed to realize he shouldn't discuss the status of the other species on Washington Star with this gentleman. It was obvious he was a natural human and had no position to help him. He regretted that the atmosphere had been too good earlier, making him forget the current situation. In front of his brothers, he was the carefree big brother, speaking without much thought, but in fact, he was a person with delicate feelings. Of course, this gentleman had clearly noticed this, and he was too lazy to explain. Sir, since there's nothing else, I'll head back now. I'm very grateful that you took me away from the alien settlement for a short while. Buck expressed his desire to leave to Yin Sui. You can stay here for now, but I am from Washington Star, and I will return eventually. Buck could tell that this seemingly indifferent man did not harbor any disdain towards aliens. After living under such unusual scrutiny for a long time, he could confirm this, and he felt grateful. Stay safe. Yin Sui no longer tried to dissuade him. Xinjiang, I'm going to meet Leard. After Buck left, Yin Sui turned back and said. This time, Xinjiang surprisingly did not beat around the bush and directly replied, All right, sir. Chapter 29. Alternative territory. As Buck returned to his brothers, he was greeted by a bizarre sight. The man he had just met was back again, accompanied by his little sidekick, approaching the settlement area. A mecha opened its cargo door, and the man walked through without hindrance. It turned out they were part of the same group. Buck chuckled self-deprecatingly. Yin Sui, who was originally heading straight towards the direction of Leard, halted and turned back towards Buck. Not really a group, he said before turning around and heading back towards the mecha. Buck stood there awkwardly, surprised by Yin Sui's keen hearing. Of course, he was unaware that Yin Sui was also a mutant. General Leard, we meet again. Upon entering the mecha, Buck found that Leard had long been waiting there, with various hospitality items prepared. I told you we would meet soon. Leard smiled. Yin Sui looked outside and saw Buck leading his group of brothers, planning to retreat back to the mutant settlement area. Can I know your current attitude towards this situation? Yin Sui asked straightforwardly. Didn't you already guess? I want to be that yellow bird. I've long been dissatisfied with Hall. You saw how crazy he is now, going to such lengths to find his father. What's the difference between this and the Nazis during the Earth period? Leard sneered. Yin Sui didn't know how to respond to this question. He had planned to leave today, but now it seemed it would have to be postponed until tomorrow. Regardless of how the power dynamics in Washington Star changed, he needed to maintain cooperation with them to keep other eager planets in check. Indeed, once trapped in the mire of power and desire, it was difficult to escape easily. Oh, General Yin, I know you look down on my actions, but during Mori's reign, Hall secretly executed mutants. I don't know why he harbors such hatred towards mutants, and I don't know what difficulties you face, but I can't just stand by and watch my kind get slaughtered. Leard showed no concern that Qin Shan was still present and openly declared his identity as a mutant. Can you guarantee you won't become the next Hall? Many leaders have had lofty ambitions just like you when they first took office, Yin Sui countered. Of course not. I know myself well, Leard replied confidently. Yin Sui was taken aback. He had once thought he understood himself well too, even swearing to resolve the conflict between mutants and naturals completely, and considered contributing to a new order. but he found himself uncontrollably drifting further away. Perhaps he had given up too quickly. Yin Sui pondered aimlessly. General Yin? Noticing that Yin Sui had been silent for a while, Leard called out to him. Yin Sui finally reacted. Does Hall know your thoughts? Leard chuckled twice. Of course he does. I've been working hard for reform, which contradicts the principles of Washington's establishment. Washington Star was originally a private domain, inherited according to inheritance laws. I made it clear that I wanted Washington Star to establish a democracy. So not just him. Maury knows too, but what can they do? They have no military power. Leard's tone was filled with disdain. So you initially sought my cooperation too? Yin Sui asked. This path was already somewhat difficult. I hope that after my failure, you can save my subordinates, Leard said. I can't do that. Yin Sui interrupted him directly. Just kidding. You signed a protection agreement with Maury, and Thomas has already dispatched troops to Camber's Star. It hasn't been long since the Star and the Coalition intervened in local planetary affairs, which worries me because you are indeed a tough enemy. Maury stated frankly, expressing his concerns. At this point, Yin Sui understood everything. Leard's true aim was to prevent him from getting involved in any struggles on Washington Star. He never intended for the Star and the Coalition to help. He simply wanted one less enemy. Of course, Yin Sui did not plan to help. He didn't have that much overflowing sympathy and couldn't help that many people. But seeing the terrified mutants outside, who still didn't know what fate awaited them, reminded him of his own isolated and helpless self from years ago. However, it seemed that his handling of the situation on Camber's Star, though framed as assistance against interstellar pirates, was clearly seen through by discerning eyes, leading to a trust crisis. Yin Sui felt a headache coming on. General Leard, I have a request. Yin Sui changed the subject. Leard looked at Yin Sui and said, go ahead. I want to visit the settlement area. Leard's mecha squad surrounded the entrances and exits of the settlement area. Sneaking in was indeed not difficult for Yin Sui, but he couldn't keep doing such sneaky things. General Yan's request is not a problem for me, but those inside are not my people. My duty is to maintain the new laws and prevent mutants from stepping out of the settlement area. Leard emphasized the last part, reminding Yin Sui that just moments ago, he had done him a favor by allowing Buck to leave the settlement area. Leard's meaning was clear. If Yin Sui insisted on entering the mutant settlement area, whatever situation he encountered inside would have nothing to do with Leard. He was just the gatekeeper, and how he countered Hall was not Leard's concern. Thank you. You're welcome. Leard smiled, then leaned in close to Yin Sui and whispered, mutants helping each other, the people in the settlement area should be very happy. Yin Sui ignored Lierde probing, turning and leaving his mecha with Qin Shan. Whether it was resignation or some other reason, Buck and his group of brothers had already left and appeared to have returned to the settlement area. Yin Sui was also curious about what that place was like. Yin Sui piloted the light shuttle into the territory of the mutants. Initially, it seemed fine, as the buildings appeared to have been printed not long ago, seemingly showcasing the magnificent technological level of Washington Star. But as they delved deeper, the environment became increasingly unbearable. Even though Yin Sui grew up on an island, he had never witnessed such scenes. Maury had allocated a limited area for the mutants, concentrating all the mutants of Washington Star in this place. Even though chaos and attacks had occurred here, the streets were still crowded with people. In such circumstances, the light shuttle would have a hard time navigating on the ground. The people wandering the streets appeared disheveled. Their clothes were intact, as it took some skill to wear out clothing in the interstellar era, and only those made from replicated primitive materials would truly wear out. However, their clothes were visibly dirty, and if the light shuttle's door were opened, a foul odor would likely waft in. They wandered the streets like zombies, and if Yin Sui guessed correctly, a significant portion of them were likely consuming Erica, that dangerously addictive drug. The flames from the explosion in the settlement area were visible even from outside, and the people living there could not possibly be unaware of it. Yet they continued to wander the streets after the explosion. Either they didn't care about life and death, or they were homeless. A light rail train, filled with a dense crowd, precariously passed by in front of him. It moved slowly, surrounded by people who hadn't entered the car. It was clear that this still operating light rail was aging, with signs of repairs all over its body, perhaps unaware that it would soon fulfill its mission completely. Bang! A loud noise broke Yin Sui's contemplation. He frowned and said to Qin Shan, "Increase the altitude. Let's take a look." With the crowd so densely packed, we wouldn't get through on the ground for ages. In the center of the noise, a group of imposing mechs with unsilenced gun barrels shot a passerby dead. People hurriedly sought refuge in various corners, but there were too many of them, and the corners couldn't accommodate everyone. Pain was etched on their faces. At that moment, someone came to drag away the barely breathing victim on the ground. Yin Sui looked up and saw that it was Buck, and as Buck moved the fallen person, the face gradually became visible. It was Buck's little strategist. It was hard to imagine that such a small person was responsible for this pool of blood on the ground. The mechs, having removed the crowd's obstruction, began a new round of searching. Those who did not know better were shot again. Although they might not hit, it still made those hiding in the corners tremble in fear, worried that they would be next. Leard was right. This time they were killing indiscriminately. In their eyes, these mutants were no different from cattle and sheep. But Yin Sui found it strange that Hall would come to the mutant settlement area to orchestrate such a massacre, which brought him no benefit. He didn't believe Hall had no other purpose, or that he truly thought more had escaped to the mutant settlement area. "Let us follow him," Yin Sui said, turning to Qin Dan. Qin Dan glanced at the light shuttle that stood out in the settlement area and disagreed, saying, "Isn't it too obvious? Just by this alone, I feel that group of mechs is staring at my light shuttle. I mean, Buck, that little strategist will die if he doesn't have the special medicine." Qin Dan didn't expect Yin Sui to be so kind this time. He was taken aback for a moment. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be so kind." Before Qin Dan could finish his sentence, Yin Sui directly put on a virtual mask, opened the light shuttle's door, and jumped down. Qin Dan, unfazed, turned around and chased after Buck. Chapter 30. The Riverly Crisis. After descending from the light shuttle, Yin Sui disguised himself as a different species and quietly followed behind the group of mech soldiers. He glanced at the last mech, and, after a moment, successfully plundered the opponent's mental network. Meanwhile, the mech soldiers in front were completely unaware that their teammate had been replaced. What is the point of patrolling back and forth like this? "I don't know what Commander Hua is thinking," someone said as Yin Sui connected to the mech. "Who cares about that? Just follow orders," another replied. "True. I've been annoyed by these pests for a long time. Now I can finally give them a taste of their own medicine," said a voice. "I don't feel anything. They can't get out of the settlement area anyway," a woman suddenly chimed in. "But it affects the city's appearance. Giving them such a large area makes it look like a sewer. I hope they'll be smart this time and go to the island. That's where they belong. You're too aggressive. These different species haven't really harmed us, right? Let us be a bit friendlier. Women are too soft-hearted. Luing, the military isn't for you. You're too sentimental. These different species are bloody and violent, and their mental power is strong. If they get brainwave chips, they'll probably turn Washington Star upside down the next day. Do you believe that?" Yin Sui looked at the different species hiding in the corners beneath the mech. Their eyes were filled with rage, but it was extinguished by the imposing mechs, leaving only caution. After that statement, the woman named Lu Ying went silent. After a moment of silence, someone finally spoke up to ease the tension. "Let us get to work." Then Yin Sui followed the bulky mechs as they began to wander aimlessly again. It seemed likely that Mori was indeed hiding in the different species settlement area. The mech soldiers might have been sent by Hua to warn Mori. According to intel received, Hua had essentially gained 80 of the authority on Washington Star, except for Leard. The most dangerous place is the safest place, Yin Sui thought, considering that the different species settlement area didn't seem like a location Mori would choose. Given the living conditions here, if Mori was indeed in this place, it showed he had quite the patience, especially since he despised different species. Just as Yin Sui was lost in thought, his smart brain suddenly lit up. It was Alan. "Commander, are you busy? What's going on?" Yin Sui replied. "There has been a riot among the different species in Riverly. Internal sources suggest that Commander Yi intends to personally suppress it. I thought it was necessary to inform you," Alan stated formally. Yin Sui frowned. "She is going in person?" "Yes," Alan confirmed. "What is the cause of the riot?" Yin Sui asked again. "The Vanguard organization of River Lee wants to establish a kingdom for different species using River Lee as their base. They've chosen Inghui as the site for their revolution, which is indeed intriguing. That's right. Among all the stars, only Washington Star can compete with Inghui. The coalition between the stars and the alliance is a crucial balance of power, and Washington Star is at a pivotal moment of power transition. Is it really just a coincidence, or is someone orchestrating this? He felt a mysterious force pushing things forward, and whether it was Washington Star, Inghui Star, or even himself, they all seemed like pawns, but he couldn't find any evidence. Moreover, regarding the Riverly crisis, with so many troops from Inghui, why did Inahan have to go personally? Remembering their last unpleasant encounter, he felt there was something Inahan hadn't told him. Did her personal involvement relate to the Black Gold? After the alliance disbanded, the situation was becoming increasingly chaotic, or perhaps it had always been chaotic, and it was only after the disbanding that these complex relationships gradually surfaced. I understand. Is there anything else? He asked Alan. Yes, Commander. Have you been following the news about the livelihoods in Inghui recently? Alan unusually asked Yin Sui. He had been overwhelmed by the events in Washington Star and hadn't had time to follow the news. No. There have been 3 reports of natural person mutations in Inghui. Just a few days ago, it was quite a stir. Now, with the vaccine from the Kirk Institute, the chance of natural person mutations is extremely low. Although the numbers aren't high, I still feel something isn't right, Alan replied. I see. There are indeed a few too many mutations this time, coinciding with the Riverly riot. Pay close attention to it, Yin Sui instructed. Lu Sun, have you died for not speaking for half a day? I only said a couple of words about your sister, and you took it to heart? A mech soldier questioned during the discussion. After a long silence with no response, he knew they were probably talking about the guy who had fallen asleep in the mech bay. Contact me if there's new information. Yin Sui then cut off the communication. He moved the mech soldier named Lu Sun back to the cockpit, disguising him as someone who had accidentally fallen asleep, and then jumped down from the mech using the same method. No one knew how he avoided detection by the group of mech soldiers, but he appeared to leave that dangerous place effortlessly. He sent his location information to Qinjiang, and moments later, the light shuttle, which was clearly much more conspicuous than the different species settlement area, appeared above him. Commander, I've taken care of things with Buck. He is actually a decent guy and takes on some jobs that can't be publicly disclosed outside the settlement area. He uses all his income to support his brothers and those homeless people, while he himself is quite poor, Qinjiang chattered as soon as Yin Sui boarded. What exactly do you want to say? Yin Sui was familiar with his loquaciousness. He either had a request or had taken some initiative. I sent them the supplies we discussed earlier and brought some medical supplies back to Buck, Qinjiang said. Yin Sui glanced at Qinjiang. He had never liked different species, but that didn't stop him from considering himself a person. You don't need to inform me of such matters next time. He smiled after saying that. Oh, did you gain anything from your side? Qinjiang asked. Not at the moment. Yin Sui didn't share his suspicions with Qinjiang. First, he wasn't sure, and second, the fewer people who knew about these internal affairs, the better. Oh, I'm heading back to Inghui. Prepare a mech for me. So suddenly, Qinjiang thought that after today's events, Yin Sui would at least wait a couple of days before leaving. There's a riot among the different species in Riverly, Yin Sui said calmly. I know. How coincidental. Washington Star just had a coup. I remember what that mysterious person said. He doesn't want me to leave Washington Star, so I must go back. Yin Sui only shared this with Qinjiang, not wanting to elaborate on other speculations at the moment. Could it also be because of Commander Yi? Qinjiang smiled. Yin Sui replied lightly. Okay, I'll prepare immediately. After saying that, he accelerated the light shuttle again. Chapter 31. Beyond the plan at this moment. The atmosphere in the office of the Star Leader of Yu was indescribably oppressive. Star Leader, the alien species has suddenly occupied HL, and there must be someone behind this operation. During the Cabinet's Standing Committee meeting, Yin glanced at the official who was talking nonsense, ignoring him. Everyone, the alien species is openly challenging our authority in HL, and this matter must be resolved quickly. Before she could finish, an official jumped up and said, during the alliance period, our military size was restricted, and we do not have a complete army. We thought the situations on various stars were similar, and that we all needed time to cultivate our forces. We did not expect the alien species to provoke us now. Star Leader, we must resolve this rebellion quickly. But our local garrison is insufficient. Although he was stating facts, his desire for peace was clear to all the political foxes present. It seemed he was an official who had retired from the original alliance, adept at muddling through. It hadn't been long since he had forgotten the terrifying scenes of interstellar pirates attacking Ynui, and he had perfected the art of living off the state. It was unclear where he had found his connections, but it seemed he needed to be dealt with. Since Ynui was the former location of the alliance, many powers were directly managed by the alliance. The dissolution did not allow for large-scale appointments of officials. So many former alliance officials were directly used based on their loyalty. However, he was able to reach this position, which indicated a significant backing. Yes, now that there is a rebellion in HL, other places also need troops stationed, and Ynui's military strength is limited. The alien species has even broadcasted virtual images of massacring natural humans on the Star Network, which are extremely bloody. Now the cities dominated by the aliens have started to panic. Hearing that they were about to continue speaking, NIH interrupted them. Everyone, I am here to discuss a plan with you, not to listen to you selling anxiety. After she finished this sentence, the venue suddenly fell silent. She continued, regarding this rebellion, whether it is premeditated or spontaneous, it must be resolved immediately. As the Star Leader of Ynui, it is my duty to address the internal rebellion. I will lead 2/3 of the existing garrison of Xieming. Please raise your hand if you have no objections. Her tone was casual, but the content was like a raging tide. Before everyone could decide whether to raise their hands, someone had already started to oppose. No, you are the Star Leader. We have just gained independence, and we need you in all aspects. Those aliens are extremely vicious. You cannot take this risk. I am the Star Leader of Ynui, now and in the future. I promised you all 3 years ago that I would build a good Ynui, and that promise still stands today. Ynui is in crisis, and I cannot hide behind the scenes. But before he could finish, NIH continued, everyone present should know that I trained in the Ether Army 10 years ago. I underwent the strictest military and leadership training and achieved outstanding results. Although I have made mistakes in battle, I am still the best candidate to resolve this rebellion in Ynui. Star Leader, we certainly believe in you. But the mental power of the alien species is much higher than that of natural humans. This is very dangerous. The Ynui military also has many capable leaders. Once this was said, they would probably recommend suitable candidates from their own ranks. Don't forget, before mental power was developed, humanity did not even know of its existence, let alone classify it. Mental power must be activated or seized through brainwave chips, which were invented by us natural humans. Perhaps we can ask the Star and Alliance forces to help us resolve this, suggested a slightly younger council member, clearly unaware of the political consensus at play. NIH looked at him and explained with a forced smile, don't forget, the Star and Alliance forces have committed to resolving external crises for the various stars, excluding internal affairs. Moreover, we haven't even paid the protection fee yet. Now, who opposes me leading the troops to HL? Please raise your hand. Other council members sighed inwardly, each with their own ulterior motives. No one raised their hand. NIH led the ZM garrison towards HL. The further west they flew from HL, the more light shuttles they saw leaving. They were all natural humans, and in just one night, they had become refugees. She was well aware that the outbreak of such a rebellion at this impossible time was certainly not simple. Perhaps that mysterious person was challenging her. She did not know how much of his influence was in Ynui, or how many of his followers were in the cabinet. The alien species in HI was live-streaming their massacre of natural humans across the entire Star Network. This method was no different from that of interstellar pirates. It was simply suicidal. As the Star Leader of Ynui, she could not avoid responding to such provocations. She wanted to see what traps had been prepared for her. As soon as she arrived in HL, leading a small group of troops to charge in, the commander of the Central Military District, J. Lu, connected to her light brain. Star Leader, we still do not have a clear understanding of the situation inside. What we see are all their virtual images, and it is difficult to distinguish between true and false. I believe we need to scout before taking action. His tone was firm, unwilling to retreat. Jiduan, You need to understand that I am the star leader of YNU. I am the person responsible for this operation. My duty is to protect the army and your safety. I want you to understand that our mission is to resolve the crisis in HL. Even if I die in battle, YNU I will continue to operate well. Star leader. The young man named J. Lu and seemed to want to stop her again. You stay outside with the main force. I will go in first to investigate. I'll go with you. He seemed resigned, but his tone still conveyed disagreement. Yet he had no choice but to obey. He might have been cursing her for being useless or impulsive in his heart. No need. I have orders for you. What do you want? I want you to station the main force outside HL City in a grand manner. The bigger the commotion, the better. Then quietly lead the real troops to other cities dominated by the alien species. Do you understand what I mean? I understand, but there is no but. We were comrades in the Ether Army, and although we had an unpleasant past, you may still have many grievances against me. However, YNUI is your hometown and our shared home. I hope you can carry out this order without any misgivings. I understand. Thank you for your concern, but I know my limits. She thought the conversation would end there, but unexpectedly, IHN suddenly added, Who cares about your limits? Go. Stay safe. After saying this, she hung up the call. IH and led a small team into HL City. The scene inside was indeed as horrific as the livestream had portrayed. Even though she had already seen the video, the current scene still filled her with anger and sorrow. The livestream had long ended, and the once bustling streets were now deserted. Corpses lay scattered everywhere. Some were headless, some were missing limbs, and some had their intestines spilled on the ground. Mechas swept through the ravaged city, and the sound feedback from the densely packed light brains made her ears ring. Each unclaimed but detected light brain represented a once vibrant life. She did not know what kind of hatred or purpose could lead to such a bloody scene. Her heart ached. She would make them pay for this, she thought. There was not a single alien in sight, and the kingdom of Mengpeng mentioned in the declaration was deserted. She knew before coming that this was a trap set for her, and now that it was confirmed, she felt less apprehensive. Bang! The explosion shook the entire mecha. Finally, it had come. Would this time let her know the origin of the evil spirits? She did not know, but she had been waiting for this day for a long time. The other party was well prepared for this banquet, but they still didn't go all out. It was unclear why they were so obsessed with capturing her alive, or rather, why they were determined to see certain things explode with their own eyes. The small group of troops she brought this time were all her own, the latest artificial intelligence developed by Xia Yan. Xia Yan's creations were always at the forefront of human development. She knew her mental strength couldn't compare to this group of carefully selected, so she brought along these machines instead. The core of artificial intelligence still relied on brainwave chips. Those with high mental strength could still control them. But this made it impossible for them to determine which mecha they were actually inside. Xia Yan shut down the brainwave chip, making her undetectable to those, and then manually steered the mecha towards the edge of the battle. Boom! Boom! When the explosions occurred, Yin Sui sensed Yi Nahan's intentions, but it was clearly too late. She could only passively endure wave after wave of attacks. The mechas coming this time were different from those she had encountered before. Their mental strength was significantly higher. It was unknown who had such resources to deploy such an elite team. Her mecha, equipped with artificial intelligence, was continuously taking damage. Suddenly, she noticed that one of the mechas in her troop was behaving unusually. It seemed to be controlling all the mechas around it. She quickly took another look at the one-way feedback information from that mecha, and the artificial intelligence inside had gone into sleep mode. Operating, it was a person hidden within her team who was helping her, and with such high mental strength. At this thought, her mind suddenly went blank, and she began to break out in a cold sweat. Forgetting the words she had just said about having no dealings with them, she quickly opened her smart brain, preparing to establish a two-way connection with that mecha. But opening the smart brain meant she had to activate the brainwave chip. The designer had prepared it to control her, and the mental strength of the hearer was incredibly high. As soon as she activated the brainwave chip, she was immediately detected, and a massive mental force began to completely crush her brain, leaving her defenseless. At the same time, Yin Sui detected her as she activated the brainwave chip, and he controlled the mecha to move closer to her while continuously intercepting the mental attacks from the. He could feel his mecha slowing down, almost surrounded by the. His mental strength was nearly exhausted. Once it ran out, he would be at their mercy. Boom! A mecha that had been battered by the suddenly exploded. Anyone who had witnessed the battle against the space pirates would recognize it as black gold. The battle ended. An intense fight concluded in such a strange manner. No. On the battlefield, only Yi Nahin's desperate scream remained. Chapter 32. Rand Research Institute. When the explosion occurred, Yi Nahin was already quite far away. Moreover, her mech was made of materials containing element B643, the best anti-attack and radiation-resistant material from the former alliance, worth its weight in gold. Therefore, she wasn't greatly affected. Yi Nahin activated her mech, which had been nearly reduced to its shell by the shockwave of the black gold explosion, and swiftly headed towards the direction of the blast. In those few seconds, her heart felt as if it had endured a century. Their hearts were originally together. No matter how dangerous it was, he would definitely come. Even if he completely misunderstood her plan, he could still generously sacrifice himself for her. So what did her imagined dangers matter? As long as he was alive, she would be satisfied with anything for him, she thought. The once fiery battlefield was now silent, the remnants of mechs scattered chaotically across the streets. For a moment, it seemed like Yi Nahin was the only person left in this world, in a deserted city with no one to witness the energy of Black Gold's close-range explosion, nor the grand appointment that ensued. Yi Nahin arrived near Yen Sui's mech at the site of the explosion, quietly scanning the surface for possible life signs. Her gaze filled with anticipation for a miracle. Bang! Her mech's tail wing was hit, causing a loss of balance. The mech quickly veered to the right. It seemed there were still surviving mutants. Did that mean he might still be alive? Before she could hope, the surviving mutant launched a mental attack against her. Now, she had to activate her brainwave chip to have a chance to fight back against the remaining mutant. She quickly adjusted her state, pushing her already low mental energy to the limit, activating all remaining offensive and defensive systems on the mech, trying to overwhelm the opponent with firepower. She dared not use Black Gold again. Even the processed Black Gold made her uneasy. The opponent's mech, clearly also on its last legs after being hit by Black Gold, was desperately trying to seize control of her brainwave chip. Was it her illusion, or did the opponent's mental strength seem much stronger than before? The mental pressure grew heavier. Cold sweat soaking her waterproof combat suit. No, I can't lose. She intensified her focus, using almost all her dwindling mental energy. But the opponent was clearly at a much higher level than her. She was about to lose control and fall into unconsciousness. Suddenly, the pressure from the opponent's mental force vanished, and their mech succumbed to her overwhelming firepower. She knew it was Yen Sui. He was still alive. She tried to contact him with her intelligent brain, but couldn't connect. The intelligent brain was a personal terminal device linked to the brainwave chip, and within the range of mental coverage, the signal shouldn't have been lost. There was only one possibility. He was mentally exhausted, and only the dead would suffer from such exhaustion. Impossible. It can't be, Yi Nahin muttered to herself as she searched the ground thoroughly. RT-1333. The mech that Yen Sui had stealthily infiltrated into her troops. She quickly moved toward RT-1333, then jumped down from her mech to the one that gave her a sense of safety, rushing to RT-1333's control chamber. When the familiar face appeared lifeless before her eyes, she finally lost control and began to cry. MD, MD, MD. She kept repeating this phrase, her intense emotional shift causing her to momentarily lose the ability to organize her thoughts, and the civility of the past vanished without a trace. The explosion of Black Gold had left RT-1333 in ruins. The massive shock had burned its right arm and chest to a bloody pulp. Most critically, she couldn't detect his mental energy at close range. She checked Yen Sui's pulse and found a faint heartbeat. Yi Nahin carried his much larger body back to her mech and placed him in a military medical chamber, but for his exhausted mental energy, he needed to be sent to Zimming as soon as possible. After settling Yen Sui in the medical chamber, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and piloted her somewhat battered mech back towards Zimming. Before she could leave Heli, the second wave of enemy troops arrived. Perhaps fearing the dangerous materials on her mech, they did not launch an attack, but surrounded her mech closely with theirs, making it clear that they wouldn't let her leave Heli today without a fight. She suddenly felt a wave of desolation. Hatred, power, or interests. When would this struggle finally end? The two sides stalemated for a long time, cutting off the communication waves near Yi Neihin's mech. She was now isolated and helpless, but she could wait. Yin Sui could not. Suddenly, a sudden army tore open a breach in the mutant forces. Several times the number of enemies ripped apart their encirclement, and the mutant troops fled in panic. It was the army she had left outside the city to provide support. Under their cover, Yi Neihin quickly drove her mech away. Suddenly, bang! Just before escaping, one of the enemy's mechs exploded. Fortunately, the explosives weren't many, but a few nearby Central Army mechs were destroyed. It was Black Gold, a retaliation from the enemy. This time, both sides revealed their trump cards. After waiting so long, she finally had some information about the opponent. Logically, she should be happy. This was what she had long wanted, to uncover the mastermind behind it all. Now, he had finally extended a tentacle. But when she saw the bodies of millions lying in Heli, the streets flowing with blood, mechs shattered into pieces, and her beloved's life uncertain for the first time, she doubted her extreme choices. Was this price worth it? But if not like this, would they let her go? Her mech returned to Zimming an hour later, and she brought Yin Sui into her private research institute, where experts she had gathered from various places were present. The news of Yin Sui's serious injuries and unconsciousness couldn't leak out at all. For the reconstruction of Heli, she still needed to give the public an explanation. Yes, she had many things to do. She couldn't stay by her lover's side. She was not escaping from the possible upcoming events. Yi Neihin comforted herself. The battle between Yi Neihin and the mutants had been broadcast live to all of humanity, and this broadcast ended with Yi Neihin being surrounded. In an instant, voices like Inghua Star has been kidnapped, and Yi Dog has died in battle spread across the Interstellar network. Meanwhile, the actions of Inghua Star during the disbandment of the Alliance were also criticized. Regarding Heli's independence, many well-meaning individuals and planets that did not support the disbandment of the Alliance cheered. Various messages about human rights and freedoms flooded the network, completely forgetting that this was a brutal massacre, with representatives from various planets publicly declaring the legitimacy of the Mengpong Kingdom. Humans are always looking for enemies at all times, whether imagined or real. Before the disbandment of the Alliance, their enemies were interstellar pirates. Less than 3 months after the disbandment, people from other stars had begun to see planets outside their own as potential enemies. Zimming was no longer the central city that people from various stars longed for. Ahan, are you okay? Xia Yan was a participant in her plan. They knew beforehand that it was a trap. The original plan was for Yi Neihin to lead her latest developed AI mech troops into the city, while Xia Yan would provide support outside, try to capture some useful individuals. Each mech left inside the city was armed with black gold, and Xia Yan would monitor every mech from outside. When she reached a safe distance from which the mechs could withstand, she would detonate the mechs equipped with black gold. She just didn't expect Yin Sui to stealthily infiltrate her team. I'm doing great. The black gold on the other mechs in Heli still needs your attention. Hearing this, Xia Yan sighed. You guessed correctly, the mutant from Guaxi are also preparing to declare independence. Luckily, you were prepared, and it was suppressed by Jiluan. I don't know who it was, but they managed to brainwash this group of meddling mutants to cause such a commotion. He, or rather they, must have purposes beyond just me. They certainly have other objectives. They have already mastered black gold. Xia Yan, help me monitor the dynamics of each star. I understand. You can go now. I need to make an appearance in front of the media. Knowing she didn't want to say much to him right now, Xia Yan quietly walked out. Late at night, Yi Neihin finally finished dealing with a series of urgent matters. She went to the research institute alone, as it was only at this time that she could openly look at him, unable to get enough of his sight. In fact, during the day, the medical experts at the institute had already informed her about his condition. When she learned that he was okay, her anxious heart finally relaxed. I have treated the external injuries of General Yan. However, there's something very strange. His mental power was almost at zero when he was just brought in. We initially concluded that he might be in a vegetative state for the rest of his life, but after finishing his external injury treatment, his mental power miraculously recovered. Hearing this, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. So, it is known that human brain wave activity exists from birth, and the activity level of brain waves represents the degree of brain development, which is mental power. The state of mental power is the key to determining whether he still possesses self-awareness. The speaker was Luca, an expert from the former Alliance Cork Research Institute, specializing in biomedical and material sciences. He was a talent she had put a lot of effort into retaining. He was also studying the properties of black gold, having no interest in political matters, and was a research fanatic. It seemed he had developed a research interest in the patient he sent over. Get to the point, Yi Nahan said impatiently. Logically, mental power cannot regenerate once exhausted. It can only recover if it hasn't been fully used. However, General Yin not only recovered in a short time, but his mental power also surprisingly reached 96, which means it has increased by 1. Even an anomaly wouldn't achieve this level. She suddenly recalled the surviving anomaly from the battle with Hellalai. Its mental power seemed to have significantly increased as well. Could it be, Luca, during the battle with Hellalai, I used processed black gold. After the explosion, the mental power of the anomaly seemed to have significantly increased. And the mental power of the anomalies participating in this battle appears to be higher than those we encountered before. Could it be? There's a possibility. You have provided me with a new line of thought. I need to go back and research this further. After saying this, he was about to rush towards the laboratory. But then, as if he suddenly remembered something, he looked around. General Starr, I have a discovery I want to discuss with you. Yi Nahan immediately understood Luca's meaning. There were surveillance cameras everywhere. She then followed Luca to his private office. What discovery? Yi Nahan was also curious. Something that would make this pillar of the scientific community cautious was unlikely to be trivial. General Yin. Luca was silent for a long time. Yi Nahan looked at him without urging him. Finally, as if he had made a certain decision, he spoke. This time General Yin was injured. I conducted a new genetic test for him. The genetic sequence is the same as that of a natural person. So, she retorted, but I found abnormalities in the genetic source of his new cells. His sequence is indeed the same as that of a natural person. But the genes of the new cells are completely different. These new cells with different genes quickly arranged into a stable sequence within 5 minutes. Luca finished his discovery in one go. Stable sequence like that of a natural person? Yes, I understand, Yi Nahan said. The new cell sequence of yin sui stabilizes into that of a natural person within 5 minutes. Normally, genetic testing takes at least 10 minutes at best. If it weren't for Luca having the most advanced equipment at the Landa Institute, he likely wouldn't have discovered this. If this finding were made public, it would definitely cause an uproar. Because yin sui is an anomaly, the former Ether Army, and now the Star and Alliance Army, is primarily composed of natural people, with only a few exceptionally talented anomalies selected. Although the Star and Alliance Army does not have a tradition of discrimination, prejudice against anomalies is deeply rooted in the hearts of all humanity. Luca. Yi Nahan's eyes were fixed on this genius she had recruited from the Cork Institute. The discussion of this matter ends today. I understand. You are my direct superior and have an unusual relationship with General Yin, which is why I brought it up. This meant that if it weren't for this, he wouldn't have bothered to say anything. And even though Luca was deeply engrossed in academic research, he still recognized the seriousness of yin sui being an anomaly. This was not something he could be involved in. Is there anything else, Star General? Luca asked again. Yi Nahan paused for a moment before quietly asking, General Yin. Oh, he's fine. His external injuries are healing quickly, but his mental power needs some more time to recover. His mental power has increased again. After saying this, he was about to walk out, fearing that this female demon would accidentally kill him to silence him. After all, today he learned 2 incredible secrets. And the unusual relationship between Yi Star General and General Yin was fully confirmed in his mind. He hurriedly took a couple of steps forward, as if remembering something, and reluctantly turned back. Oh, I forgot to mention, the development of human mental power is limited like a storage device with a limited capacity. If full, it will crash. His current mental power is nearing its limit. This is good for military safety, but not necessarily for him. The higher the mental power, the greater the stress on the body. He must have had a difficult time all these years. Of course, for someone like me, with only 56 mental power, this kind of pain is impossible to understand. Understood. The response you received was the sound of the door closing with a breeze. Chapter 33, Coma. Now recalling the uncontrollable explosion, Yi Neihan still feels a pang of fear. If she had left in the explosion she designed, she couldn't imagine how she would have collapsed. She can't help but think, since they understand each other so well, why should they keep each other at arm's length for the sake of so-called protection? Being together makes them the most unbreakable shield in all of human society. Since her father passed away 5 years ago, she and Yin Sui have frequently quarreled. With the annihilation of the Xingxin team, she has become increasingly paranoid, and her ongoing suspicions have pushed them further apart. Most of the time, she is the one being unreasonable. He is the only person she can vent her anger on without reservation. So it is only natural for her to unleash all her frustrations and despair on him in an irrational manner. He is like a perfect trash can with infinite capacity, silently accepting everything. She demanded that they only be lovers, and she insisted he keep the Ether Army stationed on Yuhui Star. He complied with all her requests. He simply didn't inform her when he signed protection agreements with other planets, just approached it from a different angle. She exploded at him, forgetting that he is also a person who can feel pain, who may not need her one-sided protection. Yin Sui is a person with a strong sense of conviction. To put it in derogatory terms from ancient Earth, he is too principled, somewhat pedantic, or simply too righteous, incompatible with the murky political arena of the Alliance, unable to tolerate any sand in his eyes, and cannot bear to see human suffering. He is naive, always fantasizing about establishing an ideal world one day. Yet, at the same time, he understands human nature well. He knows the thoughts of various factions and simply chooses to ignore them because he is fortunate enough to have a military that commands respect and an unparalleled mental strength. But this highly principled person chose to go along with her plan under the premise of knowing it, trying to eliminate external threats for himself while she repeatedly pushed him away. He has always been this way. It is she who has changed. She has become unrecognizable, to the point where she nearly forgot the feeling of her heart racing when she first met him. She has betrayed her original intention. Just as she was contemplating their relationship, Yin Sui's light brain suddenly rang. He answered, and the caller was his bodyguard, Qin Zhan. "Commander, where have you been? I couldn't reach you, and I thought something happened to you," Qin Zhan said urgently as soon as the call connected, completely unaware of who he was speaking to. Yin Sui controlled the call with his brain waves. Yi Neihan thought he had woken up, but then she realized he was still in a coma. Perhaps the frequency of his light brain's incoming request was too high, stimulating his unstable mental strength. He didn't know how to control it, so he only opened the call without imaging. Therefore, Qin Zhan was unaware of Yin Sui's current condition and didn't know she was by his side. "Hello, Qin Zhan. It's me, Yi Neihan," Yi Neihan said calmly. Yeh. Commanderie? Hello. May I ask if Commander Yin is with you?" Qin Zhan clearly did not realize the situation. As a close aide personally promoted by Yin Sui, Qin Zhan and Alan both knew their relationship. Qin Zhan joined the Ether Army before she retired, and they could be considered comrades. His condition is not good. His mental strength has some issues and needs to rest for a while. I will need your and Alan's help with the matters concerning the Star and Alliance. Yin Neihan replied. "What happened to the commander? Where is he?" Qin Zhan's voice noticeably rose, overwhelmed by the affairs on Washington Star, and now Yin Sui was in trouble, making him recall Yin Sui's words when he left. Could this really be a conspiracy against Yin Sui? Qin Zhan thought to himself. He is in Landa, and he is fine. Yi Neihan answered in a businesslike manner. "Commander Yi, although we have established the Star and Alliance, there is no substantial conflict with Yuhui Star. I admit the commander wishes to use Yuhui Star to avoid some troubles during this critical time, but we have also provided security for Yuhui Star. You really don't need to do this," Qin Zhan said sternly. "Oh, what have I done?" She found his words quite unoriginal. After all, everyone must be thinking this way now. In the eyes of those who hope for the Alliance to remain united, she, Yi Neihan, is a downright separatist. You should know the importance of the commander to the Star and Alliance. All factions are watching Yue Star and the Star and Alliance. And with the recent outbreak of the alien dependence incident in Hellalai, I think you should be contemplating how to resolve the Hellalai issue. It would be more appropriate for me to take care of Commander Yin, Qin Zhan insisted firmly. Qin Zhan, he subtly infiltrated my team and went with me to Hellalai. The black gold exploded, and his mental strength was affected. I believe that given your Star and Alliance's financial situation and technical level, you cannot solve the problems caused by black gold radiation, Yin Nahan analyzed. I don't believe it. In the last battle with the space pirates, the black gold also exploded, but no one was affected. Of course, the last batch of black gold you had in the black market was given to you for self-protection. That was treated, Yin Nahan said lightly. Not just you, but also that batch from Washington Star. He was not affected. Yin Nahan's eyes sharpened, as if trying to see through Qin Zhan. What did you say? There really is black gold on Washington Star? Qin Zhan finally reacted, realizing that Yin Nahan was only suspecting the existence of black gold on Washington Star, but she had no substantial evidence, merely focusing on Mori. This has nothing to do with you, Qin Zhan said sulkily, then changed the subject. Then why didn't you handle this time? Realizing that Qin Zhan did not want to answer this question, Yin Nahan also had no desire to press him. She didn't regard that old monster, Mori, highly, especially since Washington Star was a mess now. So she followed Qin Zhan's lead and said, "Who said I didn't handle it? You know, I am not the only one in control of black gold, nor am I the sole owner of radiation technology. The exploded black gold is not just mine. I'm not as omnipotent as you think. I'm not a bad person, Qin Zhan, but you facilitated the final disintegration of the Alliance, and you incited the commander to imprison the Alliance president." Qin Zhan finally voiced his biggest grievance against Yin Nahan. No matter how inadequate the Alliance was, or how poorly they treated the Ether Army, it was still their spiritual homeland. Then why didn't you oppose it at the time? Yin Nahan asked calmly. I am loyal to the commander, loyal to military orders. Don't forget, your highest principle is loyalty to the Alliance, not to any individual, which shows that you actually no longer recognize the Alliance in your hearts. Yin Nahan struck home. You, Qin Zhan, was left speechless. I am just voicing your inner dark thoughts. Everyone has conflicts of right and wrong within. This is very normal. For example, I currently do not want to hand Yin Sui over to you, but the difference is that I have the ability to do so, while you do not. Yin Nahan calmly stated the facts. Hearing this, Qin Zhan took a deep breath, suppressing his agitation. When will the commander recover, and when will he return to the army? You know that those high-ranking military officials only listen to the commander. Alan and I can't manage for too long, especially with your crazy fan, Good Eye. Qin Zhan was still on Washington Star, and Good Eye would frequently contact the commander to ask if there were any next steps planned. He wasn't genuinely interested in missions. He just wanted to stir up the confusion on Washington Star, as the humiliation Mori had caused him back then was still fresh in his mind, making it quite annoying. Oh, that's not a problem. I will handle it. And it won't be long. Why should I believe you? You have no other choice. The only other place with black gold research technology is Washington Star. If you're not afraid of your military coming back to kill you, you might consider seeking help there. They might be able to help your military recover sooner. Yin Nahan said expressionlessly. You simply. Every time Qin Zhan faces Yin Nahan, it's destined that he won't win. As Qin Zhan desperately tried to think of a low-level word to describe Yin Nahan, her serious voice appeared in his ear. Because I love him. What? Qin Zhan instinctively asked. Unfortunately, Yin Nahan had no intention of answering him, and Qin Zhan had to reluctantly end the call. Chapter 34. The mist in Yin Nahan's secret base. Xia Yan was once again unfortunate enough to be summoned secretly. I said, Yixing Zhang, I'm very busy. You just need to sign some documents and look over them. I still have to arrange to clean up the mess for you. The heavyweight figures from He Li that we captured haven't been interrogated yet. As soon as she entered, Xia Yan began to complain. Isn't mental guidance supposed to be quick? Yin Nahan asked. That's exactly what I want to tell you. The participating in the Healy riot are particularly strange. Their mental powers are all above 85. As far as I know, there are very few with mental powers above 85. They're just trying to capture you and then take the opportunity to incite riots in other cities. Isn't it a bit unwise to mobilize a team of this scale? Moreover, they must know that you will deploy military forces in other cities. Xia Yin paused to take a sip of water before continuing. What's even stranger is that the latest mental guidance device researched by the former Alliance's Cork Institute can't detect their brainwave activity at all. I suspect they have mutated again, likely influenced by the black gold. After the explosion of their black gold, Yin Sui's mental power increased by 1. What? Xia Yin raised her voice, then realized she was being a bit excessive. If Yin Sui's mental power increases further, it will be at its limit. Does this mean that natural humans' mental power can also be enhanced? There was a hint of eagerness in her tone. After the explosion, my mental power was unaffected. Amid her excitement, Yin Neihin added a caveat. That's quite strange, Xia Yin said softly. Luca is researching it. Seemingly recalling something, Xia Yin looked up and asked, wait? Luca isn't treating General Yin as a test subject, is he? He wouldn't dare. I've already brought him back to where I live. Yin Neihin sat down and took a sip of water to relieve some of her fatigue after a long day. That's good. If you were to go to the Research Institute, Qin Shan and the others would probably flatten it. After speaking, Xia Yin seemed to realize something. You two have reconciled? I knew all along that you wouldn't be apart for more than a month. No, it was my unilateral choice to let myself and him go. His mental state is a bit chaotic right now, and I'm worried about him. Lucas said he needs to rest for a while. Aladikt, Yin Naihan. Is this a game between young couples? Xia Yin teased with a half-smile. Okay, I called you this time because I want you to help me investigate something. Yin Neihin's eyes revealed an unprecedented seriousness. Speak, Xia Yin resignedly said. Put aside your own matters and help me look into Yin Sui's past. Yin Neihin said in a flat tone, and no one knew what she was thinking at that moment. When joining the Ether Army, don't all soldiers have to undergo strict scrutiny to prevent incorrect backgrounds? Besides, General Yin was personally selected by your father. Does he have any problems? Xia Yin was surprised. Yin Sui was a principled and faithful person. If he had issues, she wouldn't know who to trust anymore. Yin Naihan Sikit. It's not yet time to tell Xia Yin about Yin Sui being. The fact that he managed to pass so many checks to enter the Ether Army indicates that his surface records should have no issues. But she also knew that there must be things she didn't know about this. This is my private request. Don't ask. I'm begging you. Yin Naihan Radili Compromisit. Knowing she wouldn't say more, and feeling completely stripped of her youth by Yin Neihin's calculating demeanor, Xia Yin replied, All right, I understand. I'm leaving. In the era of Earth, there was caste discrimination, color discrimination, and various other forms of discrimination. Humanity has always adorned their own recognized groups with glorious crowns while belittling those who are different from them as worthless, leading to barriers that discrimination will never disappear. During the Earth era, national conflicts reached a peak, resulting in a devastating nuclear war that destroyed the Earth. Many survivors were affected by the nuclear explosion, causing genetic mutations. During the long journey through space, many individuals continued to undergo genetic mutations. They all share a unified name. One could say that the term carried a discriminatory connotation from its inception. In reality, undergo a mutation phase, which is extremely dangerous. Even under the technological level of the interstellar era, the mortality rate is very high. Most choose to join interstellar pirates after mutation, believing that it is the ultimate paradise where human wishes can be fulfilled. Meanwhile, some choose to live under the protection of the Alliance. Yet they must bear the consequences brought by those who opted to become interstellar pirates. In the human world ruled by the Alliance, natural humans believe that those living alongside them will eventually become interstellar pirates. Thus, discrimination is omnipresent. Therefore, they choose to settle in certain cities, finally finding a harbor they can call home. Healy is a representative of such communities, and all the planets are waiting to see how Yin Neihin will handle this independence incident involving, with various voices for human rights and freedoms emerging endlessly on the interstellar internet. The living in Healy are not those with outstanding mental powers. So the true victims of this massacre might be the interstellar pirates, the with high mental powers disdain living on the territory of natural humans. They look down upon those struggling to survive in a natural human-dominated area. Yin Neihin paid no attention to the spectators from other planets. This independence incident might very well involve them. She mimicked the rioters and live-streamed the trial process of the captured across the entire network, carrying out collective executions under the witness of all humans. From then on, she gained another brutal reputation among other planets. Some people seem to have forgotten the inhumane massacre in Healy, where, in that one-sided slaughter, both natural humans and Defiant found it difficult to escape. Healy almost became a ghost town. In today's world with powerful artificial intelligence, rebuilding a city is easy, but restoring its vitality is very difficult. Just after a coup occurred on Washington Star, the Healy began to demand independence, a timing that feels too coincidental. Yi Neihan couldn't help but suspect a connection. Perhaps Yin Sui had also discovered this point, which is why he secretly returned to Inghui. However, he was still in a coma, and he had too many secrets. Even if he woke up, she didn't know how to ask, or rather, whether she should ask at all. Yin Sui's file indicated that he was a child abducted by interstellar human traffickers, unaware of his past. According to the traffickers, he was born on Washington Star. He was first sold from Washington to Daosheng and later sold to the Wasteland upon reaching adulthood. The Wasteland is a general term for interstellar pirate bases, but he was rescued by the Ether Army during the selling process. Oldie had someone search through the Alliance's missing children's gene database, but no trace of his origin was found. The Ether Army would certainly not allow individuals with unknown backgrounds to exist in their ranks, especially someone destined to be extraordinary. Thus, Oldie sent people to Daosheng to verify that there indeed was a person named Yin Sui with an accurate growth trajectory. His file showed that he was sold to a family organized by Daosheng, a family that revered feudal superstitions. Because Yin Sui's genes matched well with the family head, he was bought with the intention of replacing the old head's organs when he came of age, hoping to extend his life through this means. However, as he approached adulthood, Yin Sui's biological father contacted the Wasteland, hoping they could help him find his son, which led to Yin Sui becoming a bargaining chip between the Wasteland and Daosheng. Later, due to the intervention of the Ether Army, the Wasteland retaliated against Yin Sui's father by killing him. According to his growth trajectory, there is no relation to the alien species at all. During the time he spent on the island, Yin Sui had not yet reached the mutation period, and that old family head was a natural person. He could not replace his organs with ones that did not match his genes. The old family head protected him very well, and not many people knew of his existence. But those who had contact with him all said that it was indeed him. How many past events do you still have that I don't know about? Yin Naihan murmuret. Chapter 35 beginning Yin Sui had a long dream. In the dream, he returned to the island life, running endlessly but unable to escape the dim underground boxing gym. Kid, you lost again today. You made me lose a lot of money. The wrinkled boxing promoter slapped his large hand repeatedly on Yin Sui's face. He knew he couldn't escape. The more he dodged, the heavier the punishment would be. The promoter, once a fighter in underground matches himself, was a powerful mutant, and soon blood began to trickle from the corner of Yin Sui's mouth. In the island life, leaders wouldn't care about your life or death. To survive, one could only rely on oneself. This job at the boxing gym was a hard one, so he could only endure the beating in silence. As the promoter's punches and kicks continued, Yin Sui felt himself growing dizzy, about to slip into unconsciousness. But at that moment, it seemed someone was calling him softly in his ear. Asui, Asui. As Yin Sui opened his eyes, he saw Yi Neihan looking at him with a tense expression. He glanced around. This place was incredibly familiar. It was Yi Neihan's residence. Confused, he recalled that he and Yi Neihan were still in a Cold War. Even if he thought he was helping He Li in her eyes, it might just be another instance of self-deception, like last time when he helped clear the chase from the light shuttle. Yan Sui quietly watched Yin Neihan, waiting for her to speak first. Seeing her gaze on him, he felt as a gentleman he should initiate the conversation. You. Yi Neihan spoke at the same time. You go first. Yin Sui looked at her. How do you feel? Yi Neihan asked a completely normal question. Nothing serious. Yin Sui replied. Did I ruin your plan? He asked the question that concerned him the most at that moment. Not quite, Yi Neihan smiled. This wasn't his issue. The Healy incident was already full of traps. Oh, The air cooled for long, while before Yin Sui asked, Are we reconciled now? Yi Neihan turned to pour him a glass of water, and Yin Sui thought she was avoiding the question when he saw her turn away. Is the matter with Healy over? He switched to a more formal question. Yi Neihan handed him the water, teasingly smiled, and leaned down to whisper in his ear, "We are reconciled." After saying that, she chuckled lightly twice. "Oh," Yin Sui replied, lowering his head. Perhaps it was because he had just experienced life and death, which was different from his usual self. But Yin Naihan deliberated it. Yin Sui's heart skipped a beat, thinking she had another plan. But he quickly realized that this thought was quite bad. He was essentially viewing Yi Neihan as a schemer who plotted every day. Before he could dwell on it further, Yi Neihan continued, "General Yin, I want to ask you a question. I could choose to remain silent for a lifetime, but I plan to spend my life with you. And I hope you can be honest with me." "What?" At first, when Yin Sui heard her say she wanted to spend her life with him, his heart stopped for a moment, but then she threw out the question. He had been in the Ether Army for over 10 years and had been friends with Yi Neihan for more than a decade. There were basically no secrets between them, and they understood each other well. If there was anything she didn't know about him, it could only be his identity. Murphy's Law states that the more you want to avoid something, the more likely it is to happen, and it often happens in a worse way. Here's a report. Take a look and then answer me. After saying this, Yi Neihan handed him the report from the Luca at the Lander Research Institute. The moment Yin Sui saw the title of the report, he knew what it was about. Indeed, the secret he had buried for years had been discovered. Time seemed to stretch on for a century before Yin Sui hoarsely asked, "When did you find out?" He looked down at the report in his hand, but he had already read its contents long ago. "After Healy fell into a coma, Luca conducted a comprehensive test on you," Yi Neihan said seriously. "Impossible. My gene sequence is no different from that of a natural person." He looked up at Yi Neihan. "Your stem cell gene sequence rearranges rapidly within 5 minutes and becomes mature cells after 5 minutes, with a gene sequence indistinguishable from that of a natural person." At this point, Yin Sui had no more confusion. "Will you make this report public?" Yin Sui admitted that seeing this report made him a bit fearful, to the point that he forgot they had just reconciled. This report was issued by the Lander Research Institute, which was formerly the Coalition's Kirk Institute. It represented authority. If it were to be made public, the recently stabilized Star Coalition would face another storm of bloodshed. Although the Star Coalition did not discriminate against mutants in principle, their familial backgrounds and social environments posed a significant threat to a coalition primarily composed of natural persons. "Yin Sui, I don't discriminate against mutants. I came to reconcile with you." Yi Neihan's tone carried annoyance, clearly unhappy that Yin Sui forgot their current relationship upon seeing the report. "Ask whatever you want. I can answer." Yin Sui finally came to his senses, looking earnestly at Yi Neihan. "What's your name?" It was clear that Yi Neihan realized Yin Sui was not his real name. "Sheng Li." He looked at Yi Neihan seriously, as if trying to discern something from her eyes. "Sheng Li." Yi Neihan murmured, feeling like she had heard that name somewhere before, but she couldn't recall at the moment. She looked at Yin Sui and asked, "Did I know Chun Li before?" Her tone was very certain. "Did you forget?" 12 years ago, in the underground boxing gym on the island. Yin Sui looked at her earnestly. The island. She remembered, 12 years ago, she had indeed been to the island. It turned out that the reason Yin Sui trusted her so much upon joining the Ether Army was rooted in this. Yin Naihan similit WRL. 12 years ago, Yi Neihan had had enough of Yi Yunhuan's strict supervision and secretly went to the island once. She was only 18 at the time, still a minor according to the Coalition's laws, and technically not qualified to go to the island. However, unable to resist the pull of her group of friends, particularly the standout Xia Yan, who helped her secure a starship ticket to the island, they planned to explore it. But she was later caught by her father, and only she ended up going. At that time, the reputation of the island was worse than it is now. There were various dark descriptions of it on the interstellar web. Human trafficking, arms trading, rampant Erica, and all sorts of dirty and ugly terms could be attributed to it, being called the backyard of interstellar pirates. Little did she know that at that time, Yin Sui was just an ordinary thug in an underground boxing gym. Chapter 36, Chun Li. 12 years ago, no one knew there was an anomaly named Chun Li on the island. 12 years later, everyone knows that there's a leader named Yin Sui in the Star and Alliance Army. This bizarre experience, even if widely publicized, might not be believed by anyone. But it did happen. It was truly a terrible day. Chun Li lost yet another boxing match, and Dagu was very unhappy. This was the third consecutive day he had lost money, and punches and kicks were inevitable. What was even more terrifying was that if he couldn't win the next match, he would face unemployment again. Chung-Li dragged his exhausted body towards the West District, where he had his only refuge, a place that could barely be called home, and the only inheritance left by his grandfather. The island was unlike other planets. It was born for darkness, which is why there was no artificial temperature control system. There were few pedestrians in the streets, and the rain was drizzling down. He shivered slightly in his thin clothes, waiting for the light rail to the West District. There were only 6 trains a day, and if he missed it, he would have to walk home. But he waited for a long time, and the light rail never appeared. It dawned on him that he was the only person at the station, and sparse celebratory banners were set up around. Today was the anniversary of the founding of Limping Star, and all visible professions would be on holiday. The light rail on the island was old and required manual assistance. Today just happened to be its suspension day. Holidays have always had nothing to do with Chung-Li. Just surviving took a lot of effort, and he didn't know when this cursed day would end. Chung-Li held up his tattered umbrella and walked alone towards the West District. If he had to walk home, it would take at least 3 hours. The West District was known as the poorest area of the island. It was hard to imagine that in the interstellar age, such a term still existed. The ideal society envisioned by humanity at the beginning of their journey clearly did not extend there. The anomalies living in the West District were all useless trash. After their mutations, their abilities diminished instead of improved, making it difficult for them to find work. They were called the eliminated ones of survival of the fittest, and no one cared about their lives or deaths. He had been walking alone in the cold wind and light rain for an unknown amount of time when he endured a beating from Dagu again. His body gradually couldn't take it anymore, and his consciousness became increasingly blurred. When Chung-Li woke up, he found himself lying in an unfamiliar room. The bed was soft, and the light was bright, like he had only seen in the largest mall on the island. Click! Accompanied by the sound of the door opening, a beautifully dressed girl appeared in front of him, holding a cup of water and a small packet of something unknown. "You're awake," she said, her tone filled with excitement. Chung-Li really didn't understand why she was so excited about him waking up. His voice was very low. "How do you feel?" She put down what she was holding and reached out to touch his face. Chung-Li was confused and instinctively took a step back. The girl clearly realized his resistance. "Don't worry. You fainted by the roadside last night and had a fever. I just wanted to see if your fever had gone down." After saying that, she directly placed her hand on his forehead. Chung-Li couldn't describe how he felt at that moment. He froze for 2 seconds and waited for a long time, still unable to calm his racing heart. "It's already gone down. Take your medicine." The girl handed him the cup of water and opened the unknown packet, and he realized it was medicine. He actually didn't need medicine when he was sick. He just bored himself. What did it matter? He had no family and was just a wasted life. Chung-Li looked up at the girl and didn't take the medicine from her hand. The girl seemed to see his hesitation and smiled. "It's not poison. It wouldn't do me any good to harm you." Chung-Li took the medicine from her hand, but he didn't drink the water. He just swallowed it whole. "What's your name?" the girl asked with a smile after he finally took the medicine. "Sheng Li." His voice was very low. Usually, he only traveled between the underground boxing gym and home, so he didn't need to communicate with others often. The girl looked at him seriously and said, "When you fainted, there was no one around you, and your smart brain wasn't activated, so I couldn't contact your family. I'll go back by myself," Chung-Li said in a muffled voice. "I'm not saying you should leave. I mean, you should at least inform your family so they won't worry." "I don't have any family. I'm all alone." Chung-Li looked at the girl with slightly red eyes. "Sorry, I didn't know." The girl's voice became a bit low, and it seemed that she must have grown up in a good environment to retain sympathy for the weak. "It's okay. Thank you for taking me in yesterday." After saying that, he was about to get out of bed. "Hey, what are you doing? You're still sick, and you have injuries all over your body." Having learned from the earlier lesson, the girl wisely didn't ask how the injuries came about, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Although living in such a mixed place like the island, he still couldn't learn to deceive others. But for some reason, he really didn't want a girl to know about his job. "It's fine. I recover quickly." Chung-Li didn't know why he felt the need to explain to a girl he had just met. "That's not okay. When you're sick, you need to rest properly. I have to work." After saying that, he ignored the girl and fled out the door. At the moment he burst out, It seemed he heard the girl muttering to herself. What a strange person. He, just a strange person? A strange birth, a strange job, a strange personality. In the island, it all seemed quite normal because there were no normal people as understood by the public. In the eyes of those living on the island, the outsiders were all strange people. When Cheng-Li walked out of the hotel door, he realized that the place he stayed last night was one of the best hotels on the island. As expected, she was not from the island. Just like yesterday, he found a nearby light rail station. It was still early, and that group of wealthy people who liked blood and violence were still pretending to do their so-called jobs. He still had time to go back home. There was some simple equipment at home, and he couldn't afford to lose again tonight. He didn't wait for the light rail, but a light shuttle stopped in front of him instead. The window slowly came down, and it was the girl from last night. She smiled sweetly and was looking at him seriously. At that moment, he felt his heart race. I'll give you a ride. The last light shuttle left half an hour ago, and you'll have to wait a long time, she explained. Cheng-Li was a bit at a loss and stood there dumbfounded for a while before finally reacting. No, it's okay. Don't be polite. The girl was quite familiar. I just came to the island, and you can just be my tour guide as a way to repay me for saving you last night. Seeing that Cheng-Li didn't respond, the girl gently asked, Okay? Okay. Just like that, he inexplicably got on the girl's light shuttle. This was his first time riding a light shuttle, and he felt a bit at a loss. The girl even kindly fastened his seatbelt for him. She really knew how to take care of people's emotions. Cheng-Li thought about what kind of family could raise such an outstanding person. Where to? The girl asked him. My home is in the West District, the famous slum on the island. He felt a bit embarrassed, but looking at the girl as hopeful eyes, he still stated the location. She activated the autopilot mode of the light shuttle and then said to him, Cheng-Li, hello, I'm Yinan. I don't know why my dad gave me this name, sigh. After saying that, she sighed. The light shuttle quickly arrived at the destination. Cheng-Li secretly glanced at the girl. This place was worlds apart from the hotel yesterday. Fortunately, there was no hint of disdain in her eyes, and Cheng-Li inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Weren't you saying you had to work? Do you work here? Obviously, the girl hadn't forgotten the excuse she had made when leaving. Cheng-Li felt a bit embarrassed. The work was indeed his excuse. And when the girl's light shuttle appeared at the light rail station, he clearly forgot about that. Without waiting for him to speak, the girl directly said, Let's go. Let's sit at your place. She didn't ask again about her job. Chapter 37. A hasty farewell after bringing Yinan into his home. Cheng-Li felt more at ease. Ever since his grandfather passed away, he had been mostly alone, with only Ji's daughter, by he being slightly nicer to him. She would sometimes act cute to distract the go when he scolded Cheng-Li, but even then, he had never seen him in his downtrodden state. He poured a glass of water for Yinan, who picked it up and drank it down immediately, her demeanor completely different from when she took medicine in the hotel. Aren't you afraid I'll drug you? He couldn't help but remind her. In the island life, drugging attractive women was almost a common occurrence. Even if someone got hurt, no one would care. You won't, Yinan teased as she glanced around the room. Yes, he wouldn't. He didn't have the money to buy high-grade drugs. Is this where you always live? She asked, looking at him with serious eyes. Ever since my grandfather passed away, I've been living here alone. Have you gone through your mutation period? She continued to inquire. Cheng-Li was puzzled about why she asked that. According to the Alliance's Kirk Research Institute's investigation report, he should have gone through his mutation period long ago, but it hadn't happened yet. He wondered if perhaps fate wanted him to live a couple more years. No, he answered seriously. How old are you? It was clear that Yinan had guessed his approximate age and was curious why he hadn't reached his mutation period yet. 18, he replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. It was indeed strange to be 18 and not have gone through the mutation period. I'm just like you. Have you had a genetic test? She asked again. Clearly, Yinan was doubting that he was a mutant. If that were the case, his path would be much smoother. Unfortunately, 2 years ago, he had spent a lot of money on a test that confirmed he was a mutant. I am a mutant, he answered directly. Oh. Yinan seemed to realize her question was a bit unreasonable. The atmosphere fell into silence again. After a while, Cheng-Li finally asked, Have you had lunch? Cheng-Li quickly changed the subject, not wanting to dwell on the matter. He didn't need to care so much about others' opinions, but he felt that Yinan was not just anyone. No, can you cook? Yinan asked with an awkward smile, smoothly transitioning to another topic. I can. Chun-Li knew she must be from the Alliance, having seen all sorts of good things, but life on the islands was different. The pace was fast, and people usually consumed nutritious and efficient nutrient solutions. Here, however, nutrient solutions were expensive, and most people in the West District could only cook for themselves, which contained a lot of impurities. He wondered if she would like it. After they finished eating, Yi Neihan took off in her shuttle. He thought it was because his cooking skills were too poor. Looking at the ingredients on the table that would take him a week to finish, he fell into melancholy, thinking perhaps they would never meet again. Since meeting Yi Neihan, he had begun to have good luck. That night, he won a game, and Dagu, feeling relieved, gave him a large sum of money. Chun-Li filled his refrigerator with this money, but after that day, Yi Neihan never came back. He thought she was just momentarily curious. Just when he thought they would never see each other again, Yi Neihan hurriedly drove her shuttle to his place. She entered his room with familiarity, looking nervous. "What's wrong?" he asked. Yi Neihan picked up the glass of water on the table and hurriedly took a sip. "My family want me to go back. I came to say goodbye." Chun-Li was taken aback. He thought her last departure was their final farewell. But now she wanted to say goodbye again. "Oh, have a safe journey," he said with a stiff smile. "That's it?" Yi Neihan seemed incredulous. "You're my only friend on the islands. I came specifically to see you," she said, her tone filled with displeasure. "Friend?" he murmured. "Then be careful on your way back." "Forget it. You're as wooden as a block of wood. I don't expect much from you." Yi Neihan took out a bag from her backpack and handed it to him. "Here, this is the latest stabilizer developed by the Kirk Research Institute, specifically for the mutation period. It's already completed clinical trials. Keep it safe." "I went through a lot of trouble for this," she said, sighing afterward. Chun-Li took the stabilizer from her hand, feeling at a loss. It was too precious. Even among the organization members on the islands, not everyone could use a stabilizer, let alone the latest model. "Thank you," he said softly. Yi Neihan ignored him and pulled out a bunch of other items from her bag. "This is nutrient solution. It may not be as tasty as your cooking, but at least it's my heartfelt intention." A carefree smile spread across her face, something he hadn't seen in a long time. Before he could speak, she continued, "Oh, this is for you." She handed him a card. "I can't take this," he said earnestly. "Although people on the islands use interstellar currency, it's a hassle to use in the municipal system. After I arrived, I got a local card, and now that my family has found me, they insist I go back. This card will be useless to me. You should take it. Otherwise, it would be a waste." But enough with the buts. You're still young, and fighting in illegal matches is bad for your health. Pay me back when you earn money later. That's it. She seemed to know about his illegal fights. How did she find out? They had only met twice. Chun-Li felt a bit embarrassed, but quickly let it go. He had earned that money through his own efforts. "Take it back. I can't use it," he said begrudgingly. "You're really nothing like the others on the islands. Why are you so stubborn? I didn't mean it badly about you fighting in illegal matches. This society is really messed up. If you don't want to consider me a friend, then just think of me as a fool like those who watch the fights. I do not consider you a friend," he explained earnestly. "All right, I really should go now. I snuck out this time, and I'll probably get punished when I return." Yi Neihan smiled and turned to walk out of the room. As she was about to board the shuttle, Chun-Li rushed out. "Wait." Yi Neihan turned her head to look at him. "Will you come back to the islands?" he asked. Yi Neihan was silent for a moment before answering seriously. "I'm not sure if I can come out again after I go back, but if I can, I will definitely come to see you." She added, "My home is in Zimming City in Huistar. My contact information is on the back of the card. You can come find me." After saying that, she stepped onto the shuttle and headed towards the Interstellar terminal. At that moment, Chun-Li didn't know it would be the last time he would see Yi Neihan in her true form and identity. The next time they met, it would be a farewell. Chapter 38, Nirvana. Yi Neihan was like a passerby in life, just a fleeting interlude, but since his life had always been plain, this interlude seemed particularly vivid. Chun-Li did not use the consumption card left by Yi Neihan. He was a person with a strong sense of crisis. A beautiful life is merely ephemeral. Born on the island, as an anomaly, only suffering is eternal. The long overdue mutation period arrived 2 months after Yi Neihan left. The sudden dizziness interrupted all his plans. He felt like a drowning fish, surrounded by water but lacking oxygen. He hurriedly found the stabilizer Yi Neihan had left for him and eagerly injected it. But it was not enough, far from enough. The change in his genetic sequence filled every neuron with pain. Every part of his body felt like it was being torn apart and reshaped. Every inch of bone and muscle seemed foreign to him. Ah! Sweat soaked the bedding. In this humid and oppressive environment, he lost consciousness from the pain. Perhaps everything was over, he thought. Perhaps the stabilizer from Yin Nahin took effect, and death could not take him away. He became another version of himself. There were no mirrors in the house in the West District. And it was not until he went to find Dagu again that he sensed something was wrong in the other's expression. Everyone in the boxing gym looked at him as if they had never seen him before. Panic set in. He rushed out of the underground boxing gym and, in the largest shopping mall on the island, he saw his own reflection. A completely different face, a completely unfamiliar face. He felt panic. He had never seen a mutant like himself, and there were no cases to tell him what had happened. He felt like the world had abandoned him. Bang! The front door of his home was violently opened, and two anomalies entered. From their appearance, they seemed to possess great strength, and given his physique, he was certainly no match for them. It had already been the 10th day of staying at home alone, and Dagu had not sent anyone to find him, perhaps disappointed by his repeated failures. He had not seen these two before. Perhaps they were new recruits of Dagu, he thought. Our boss wants you to come with us. Chun-Li did not think much of it, assuming they were Dagu's men, and followed them. He could not afford to lose his job as an underground boxer right now. But soon he realized something was wrong. Dagu would not send a light shuttle to pick him up. Who are you? Chun-Li asked cautiously. You don't need to know. Without caring whether he was willing or not, they forcefully dragged him onto the light shuttle. He stumbled a few steps, and before he could steady himself, the shuttle started. Who are you? He asked, somewhat angrily, not expecting that even in his destitution, someone would still be interested in him. However, what responded to him were ropes and cloth strips. To avoid wasting more words, they decisively gagged him. Now, even if he didn't understand, he knew he had encountered robbers. The light shuttle quickly reached its destination, and he was pushed out. An old man approached, and upon seeing him, the old man's frown suddenly relaxed. Yes, indeed, it looks like him. The old man nodded repeatedly, and then someone injected something into him, and he fell into a coma. When he woke up again, he found himself in a secret chamber, with strange sounds coming from outside, at least sounds he had never heard before. As soon as he stood up, he felt a sense of weightlessness. He thought he was not on the ground at this moment. Suddenly, the impeccably polished wall opened, and a person in a tight spacesuit walked in, looking down at him from above. Chun-Li did not speak. He was unclear about the current situation. Yan Sui, you will soon meet your father. I must say, he really is a big spender. The person chuckled lightly after speaking. Chun-Li did not know who Yin Sui was, but combined with what the old man had said earlier, he felt the person before him was referring to him. Seeing that he did not speak, the person continued. What? Are you mute? Your father is quite ruthless. To save you, he actually collaborated with us. But considering his sincerity, I will give him another big gift. After saying this, the person activated his intelligence brain, and a virtual three-dimensional space appeared in front of Chun-Li, showing a live broadcast of the island. More specifically, it was a Yin family on the island. The head of the Yin family was the fourth in command of the island organization, although not very famous. He could at least command some influence. Chun-Li was somewhat confused, but soon he understood what the person in front of him wanted to do. Boom! Boom! Two loud explosions appeared before him through the live broadcast, and the Yin family, which commanded authority on the island, was reduced to ashes before his eyes. What are you doing? When he spoke, he realized how hoarse his throat was. The person looked at Chun-Li with disdain in his eyes. What? You don't like it? Yin Shi raised you like an organ for so many years. You wouldn't still be grateful to him, would you? Chun-Li looked at him, somewhat baffled. He was a lower-class person on the island. How could he know about the Yin family? But at that moment, he also understood that if he did not admit he was the Yin Sui the person spoke of, he might die on the spot. However, it was clear that the newcomer would not explain his questions further. The gift has been given. Remember to tell your father to pay off the remaining amount soon after returning. As you can see, I have a bad temper. Otherwise, the Yin family's fate would be your fate. After saying this, the person left without looking back. Chun-Li could only ponder the connection among these events. Since the mutation, he He had learned to remain calm in the face of sudden changes. Before he could make sense of it all, the chamber began to shake violently, and the sense of weightlessness increased. Even so, he quickly adapted. Once it stabilized, he searched around the chamber, hoping to find an exit, but regrettably, it resembled a cage built just for him. Nothing was there, let alone a way out. The sense of weightlessness grew stronger. Perhaps this time he would truly die. And Yi Nahin's wild laughter appeared before him. He really wanted to see him one last time. Gradually, the chamber stabilized once more. He had not died, and Chun-Li felt a bit regretful. He had no idea when this wretched existence would end, yet he did not dare to speak of death. Humans are truly contradictory. They do not want to die, yet they do not want to live. Whoosh! The smooth door opened once again. Chun-Li looked outside. This time there were two people, but he had lost interest in them. "I told you, there must be someone else here," said the young man on the right to the person next to him. After that, he spoke into some kind of device again, saying, "General, there is still someone here." The young man on the right frowned. This one was clearly different from the others. He was being held separately. "Let's wait for the general to arrive." Soon, the general they mentioned hurried over. "What's going on?" "This person is being held separately. His identity may be quite special." "What is your name?" The older general looked at Chun-Li. He looked at the general, but did not speak. "General, I understand." Before the general could ask again, someone hurriedly rushed over. "I just used mental guidance on their leader. These people were all bought from the island, planning to be sold to the wasteland. And him?" The young man on the left pointed at Chun-Li. "Oh, this is what I wanted to say. His name is Yin Sui, quite special. He is the illegitimate son of the Yin family on the island, but he has another identity, a natural person bought by Yin Shi from a human trafficker. He is close to the limit of 200 years old, and this is the organ bank he prepared for himself." The hurried young man said rapidly. "So?" The young man on the right asked. "But he is a missing child from Washington Star." At this point, Chun-Li basically knew about Yin Sui's experience. It's somewhat ironic that the real Yin Sui could have escaped, but inadvertently ended up taking the blame for himself. And he probably lost his life in the recent two explosions. That father will never know that he will never see his son again. Take him away. And after returning to the Alliance, send him back to Washington Star, to his father. I believe he has been waiting for a long time. The general sighed deeply. Perhaps it was a sigh of the unpredictability of fate, or maybe something else entirely. Chapter 39. The first voyage. Yin Sui recounted past stories, glossing over the parts he found difficult to articulate or insufficient to mention. The boy from 12 years ago vividly appeared before Yi Nahin through the warm night breeze. She seemed to see that young man, cruelly toyed with by fate, waving at her, as if to say it's okay, it's all in the past. The past is all false. But was it all false? Can everything really be left behind? The profound hatred and discrimination buried between naturals and abnormals have not diminished over time. Instead, they have escalated. As an abnormal, Yin Sui mingled among a group of naturals, and once his identity was discovered, he would face pressure from both sides. To the abnormals, he was a traitor betraying his own kind. Yi Nahin silently looked at Yin Sui, then suddenly embraced him fiercely, took a deep breath, and asked, "What happened next?" Later. Where'd he know? "General Yi took me to Washington Star to find Yin Sui's father, but the person he was trading with came from the wasteland." Yin Sui sighed and continued. "They thought the transaction failed because of that father, unilaterally tore up the deal and sent their members on Washington Star to kill him before I arrived." He buried his head in Yi Nahin's neck, choking on his words. He never got to see his child in his lifetime, not even a fake one. "I used Yin Sui's identity and thrived in the Ether Army, but those who saved me from fire and water are no longer here. I'm sorry, I lost faith. I didn't go to the island to find you," Yi Nahin whispered, "but we still met. Let's not talk about the past anymore. You said from now on, we'll be good together." His tone became serious. "Yes, I said that. We'll be good together," Yi Nahin smiled. After saying this, she placed her hand on Yin Sui's shoulder and asked, "What is going on with your genes? Do you feel uncomfortable usually?" Yin Sui was taken aback, but soon understood, guessing that Luca had said something to her. "I usually don't feel anything. I might feel a little uncomfortable when I overuse my mental power," he added, "but it's okay, not too uncomfortable." How can it not be uncomfortable? Yi Nahin knew Yin Sui didn't want her to worry, but his mental power, which was approaching its limit, remained a hidden danger. Yin Sui was reluctant to say more, and Yin Nahan wouldn't press further. Hey, what's the situation now? Yin Sui seemingly casually changed the topic. The old matters resurfaced, and his heart was not without turbulence. He simply didn't want to be trapped in that false and gloomy past. There were many people in this world who suffered more than he did. Basically, it's almost handled. I have a hunch that he has a next plan. Nahan didn't mention who he was, but they were both smart people. Recently, one thing after another made him believe that beneath the false glamour of the Alliance era lay a pair of enormous eyes, constantly spying on everything. Do you have any suspects? Yin Sui looked straight at Yi Nahan. Yi Nahan shook her head and said, My father's death is very suspicious. I once suspected Uso, but I felt his attitude towards this matter was off. Yin Sui was silent for a moment before saying, Your father contacted me before he died. What? Yi Nahan raised her voice slightly. He seemed to know you would investigate him. He told me that if you crossed that line, he hoped I could hold you back. Yi Nahan quietly looked at him, and he continued, General Yi said he went to his death voluntarily. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Yi Nahan asked calmly. Yin Sui sighed, smiled. Even if I had told you back then, you wouldn't have believed it. When General Yi just left, you seemed very calm and even took the initiative to offer to be the secretary of the then governor of Inwistar, Lucien. By the time I realized something was wrong, our relationship had become increasingly strained, and no matter how I tried to mend it, it seemed futile. You were blaming me then. Yi Nahan also smiled, though her smile was far from pleasant. I won't blame you, Yin Sui said softly, and fearing she wouldn't believe him, he brought up a video he had saved from years ago. Yin Sui, in the Ether Army, the person I admire the most is you. I hope that after my death, you can keep an eye on Xiao Yi for me. She often doesn't act properly. If she does anything against her principles, I ask you to hold her back. She is too stubborn, and I don't feel at ease. I am going to my death voluntarily. You don't need to do any unnecessary investigations. Lastly, I am very satisfied with you as my son-in-law. I wish you both happiness. Seeing the long-lost old Yi, Yi Nahan was momentarily at a loss. It turned out her father had always known about her relationship with Yin Sui. My father also contacted me back then. I can't understand why he didn't tell me directly, Yi Nahan asked with red eyes. Yin Sui turned off the smart brain and looked seriously at Yi Nahan. Although I don't know what the hidden circumstances are, given your character back then, General Yi might have had his own considerations. I have been investigating what happened back then for these years, but I haven't found any clues. It seems someone has handled it. Do you have any suspects? Yi Nahan asked. Your father had a good relationship with Uso back then. Apart from him, I can't think of anyone else who could keep it airtight. When my father returned, the Sky Shield system was shut down. It was Uso's order. After saying this, Yi Nahan lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. Yin Sui rested his hand on Yi Nahan's shoulder. I will help you find him. Of course, it's not just for you. I have a hunch that Black Gold has intricate connections with him. It's too dangerous. Can't you just say it's only for me? Yi Nahan feigned anger for a moment. For you, just for you. How perfunctory. Your matter, I want to be perfunctory about. Yin Sui said seriously. Bang. Boom. Outside, brilliant fireworks erupted. The sounds of the explosions came through the balcony to their ears, as if reminding everyone that today was a day worth celebrating. Today happened to be the first voyage festival, a holiday belonging to all humanity. It was on this day, 1038 years ago, that humanity began its voyage, entering the vast starry river, officially starting interstellar wandering. To commemorate this great moment, people designated this day each year as the first voyage festival. Shall we go out and take a look? Yi Nahan suggested. We've been lovers for so long and haven't gone on a date yet. Lovers? Do lovers want a date? Yin Sui asked. Not necessarily. Yi Nahan whispered in his ear. Then how can we be considered lovers? How about boyfriend? What do you think? Yin Nahan chuckled it lightly. Yin Sui also smiled. I think that's great. Then, boyfriend, since we've been lying down for so long, should we get up and move around? By the way, have a date. Honored to. Chapter 40. Mutation turmoil at night. Zimming activated its night mode, with blue and purple lights intertwining, showcasing the avant-garde city and its technology in full glory. Clearly, there were more people strolling the streets tonight than usual. They wore heavy makeup and intricate dresses, even scattering the virtual parade that was supposed to take place. "Ah, Sui, come on. Let us go over there and take a look," Yin said, glancing at the bustling streets. Without waiting for Yin Sui's response, she took him out. However, their plain appearance stood out among the heavily made-up crowd, and they were considered prominent figures in Yuhua Star. They walked into a mask shop, carefully selecting masks, while Yin Sui seemed uncomfortable in the crowded environment and stood in a corner. "Are you Yi Xingzhang?" The shop assistant observed them for a while before finally asking his question. "No, you look a lot like Yi Xingzhang, and he resembles General Yin quite a bit." The shop assistant explained awkwardly. "Maybe. I used to be a fan of Yi Neihin and General Yin, and I intentionally style myself to look like them," Yi Neihin said nonchalantly, since the Yuhua Daily would never report anything without her consent. The cosmetic surgery technology in the Interstellar era had reached unprecedented heights. Yi Neihin's face was quite outstanding and had often been a target of criticism in the Alliance Daily years ago, making her widely recognized. Many people used her face as a cosmetic surgery template, but it was rare to see someone who looked so much like her. "You really do look alike. You both startled me when you walked in, but thinking about it, how could they possibly be out shopping when they're so busy? Your aura is quite similar," the assistant continued. "Right?" Yi Neihin replied perfunctorily, then continued selecting masks. But the assistant, clearly lacking systematic training, kept chattering. "Let me tell you, I'm actually a political supporter of theirs, a fan, but I've unfollowed them now." Upon hearing this, Yi Neihin became interested. Why? They were so great when they were under General Yi, even though they were often in the Alliance Daily. It was always because they spoke up for those being bullied or fought against some bullying second generation. They were like the dream couple of heroes, and I hoped they could lead the Alliance into a new society. But now, it's obvious to everyone that they're at odds. I don't understand politics, but I feel it's not good. Yi Neihin chuckled softly, then picked up 2 masks. "It really is a bit bad. I'll take these 2. Only then did the shop assistant realize she was actually a customer and quickly stopped her chatter. As they exited the shop, Yi Neihin handed Yin Sui a mask shaped like a dog's head, while her own was a beautiful girl mask. "This one suits you," she said, trying to put it on him. "Oh, once you wear it, we really match better," she said. "Do you think you match with a dog?" This comment clearly hadn't been thought through by his advanced brain. "What are you saying? I mean, you're a loyal and foolish dog. A silly one," she added, not forgetting to say mine. Yin Sui put on the mask, so he didn't know that the face hidden behind it was nearly splitting with laughter. "You Haven T said you like it," Yi Neihin said with dissatisfaction. At that moment, she wasn't the high-ranking star of Yuhua Star, but rather a little girl who loved to act spoiled beside her lover. Yin Sui chuckled and didn't answer. Seeing that he didn't respond, she urged again. "Say it. Do you like it?" "I like it. I like it. I like it." As soon as he finished speaking, fireworks lit up the sky above Zimming, as if witnessing this long-awaited mutual understanding. All along the way, Zimming perfectly embodied the festive atmosphere. People were beaming with radiant smiles. Men and women alike wore bright makeup and painted their lips in deep red. It was a grand celebration. They, too, took off their masks in this grand celebration and kissed each other tenderly. At this moment, they cast aside the tangled past and complicated power dynamics. Now, it was just them, only them. After the initial flight festival, the Yuhua Star cabinet began to get busy again. Recently, sporadic cases of natural mutations had appeared all over the star, which was quite normal for humanity in the long interstellar era. However, after the initial flight festival, this situation exploded on a large scale, with over 100 cases of natural mutations just in Zimming. Fan Shi was the current minister of the Security Department of Yuhua Star, a subordinate of the former Security Minister of the Alliance, who had been diligent throughout his life but was heavily oppressed in the Alliance simply because he was a different species. After the Alliance disbanded, the former Minister of Security of Yuhua Star chose to retire, and Yi Neihin appointed him as the new Minister of Security of Yuhua Star. Additionally, he was a close friend of her father. Star Master, this collective mutation of natural humans is quite strange, as it all erupted right after the initial flight festival. Are there any specific characteristics or clues? Yi Neihin asked. Our investigation shows that there are more females than males, but the sample size isn't large enough to be conclusive. Are there any common points? They are distributed in various places across Yuhua Star and don't know each other. But we can't rule out the possibility of having intersected on the interstellar network. We're still investigating that. Could it be coincidental? Or was there some malicious force orchestrating this? She thought to herself, Luca, have you discovered anything on your end? Yi Neihin turned to the researcher Luca, who had come along with Fan Chi. I extracted the DNA and genes from the mutation samples. They all seem to have come into contact with a substance that has a highly similar structure, which has only appeared recently. What? She already had a thought in her mind. Black gold. Yi Neihin knew that black gold was no longer a secret in the human world, so ordinary forces wouldn't dare to provoke her. Once this term was mentioned, it confirmed her suspicion. Why am I unaffected? The gene structure in the interstellar era has become intricate. I checked you before. You might belong to a stable body. Your genetic composition is inert, and most of the black gold you came into contact with has been processed for separation. Does that mean I will never mutate, regardless of the intensity of the radiation material? Yi Neihin asked. We still have a long way to go in genetic research, but based on the current situation, yes. Yi Neihin no longer dwelled on that issue and directly asked Luca, what do you think is the reason for the dispersion of the mutated individuals? As soon as this question was posed, it directly classified the event as man-made. I'm not sure about that, Luca replied, looking at Fan Chi beside him, clearly hinting that this wasn't his job. Then Fan Chi responded, Star Master, I don't yet know their contact methods. Black gold hasn't been incorporated into our monitoring system yet. I will investigate the cause of this matter as soon as possible. How long will it take? Yi Neihin wouldn't ease up on him just because of his age or his friendship with her father. This matter had already drawn public attention. Everyone on Yuhua Star is waiting for results. In this fast-developing internet era, even the slightest disturbance can be exaggerated into a major conspiracy. She could certainly control this public opinion, but she also realized that this was a good opportunity to build trust with the people. 2 weeks. Too long. 1 week. I believe in you, Uncle Fan. Fan Chi had no choice but to grit his teeth and respond yes. Who could it be? Washington Star? She didn't know who it was, but she was sure that Washington Star had something to do with it, or it was related to the person Yin Sui mentioned, who kept a secret connection with Washington Star. Mori. She silently repeated this name in her heart, as if trying to find a clue from it. Chapter 41, Lu Xingbian's Epidemic, the incident of natural human mutation has stirred waves on the interstellar network. As soon as the event broke out, the Information Technology Department of Yuhui Star began working overnight to avoid causing panic. However, amidst this momentum, the public opinion on the interstellar network still felt increasingly intense. Yi Neihin did not believe that no one was fanning the flames behind the scenes. During the day, Yi Neihin had to handle various affairs of Yuhui Star and returned home late at night, exhausted, only to find Yin Sui had been waiting at her home for a long time, which gave her a sense of nostalgia, just like in the past. I'm back. Yin Sui naturally took her coat, as if he had done it many times before. Yi Neihin replied with a hint of fatigue. Is this matter very complicated? Yin Sui asked. Yi Neihin pressed her aching temples and frowned. It is indeed a bit complicated, but I've been waiting for this day for a long time. In the past, everything was calm, and some monsters acted recklessly under the protection of the former alliance. After the alliance was dissolved, they had nowhere to hide. But even so, that person still managed to remain unmoved. Given the current situation, I think he has to reveal his cards. If the mutation of natural humans is not handled properly, the situation of racial opposition may become even more severe. This is a matter for all humanity, Yin Sui sighed. Fan Chi is already investigating, but this mutation is indeed a bit strange. The mutated individuals are scattered without any logic, making it quite laborious to investigate. Yin Sui continued. Fan Chi, Yin Sui muttered to himself. He's a friend of my father's and worked in the security department during the alliance period. Yuhui Star happened to lack someone familiar with security procedures, so I kept him. Is there a problem? Yi Neihin looked at Yin Sui seriously. His interest in Fan Chi indicated that Fan Chi must have left an impression on him. Yin Sui was silent for a moment, hesitating. Do you remember the day I told you I saw that person who was secretly trading with him in the Moriai office? At first, I just thought he looked a bit familiar, but I couldn't recall at the moment. Now that I think about it, that person does resemble Fan Chi somewhat. I had a brief encounter with him, My impression of him is not deep, just a feeling. Yi Nahin's gaze gradually sharpened, and after a moment she asked, which day did he go to Washington Star? They hadn't discussed specific dates before. September 28th, the day of the coup in Washington Star. September 28th. Yi Nahin repeated softly. On that day, Fan Shi happened to have taken a day off. He took 2 consecutive days off, claiming he was unwell. Some things may seem insignificant on the surface, but when connected, they appear particularly strange. For example, Fan Shi gets sick for a day or 2 every month. This is nothing unusual, and even without considering his age, taking 2 days off a month seems normal. Most people do that. Could it really be that easy to find someone who has been hiding for so many years? That seems too coincidental, Yi Nahin pondered alone. But it was indeed true that Fan Shi had a problem. I understand now. Regardless of whether it's him or not, we need evidence. I've set a deadline for him to solve the case. Originally just to put some pressure on him to prevent him from taking advantage of the salary I provide. Now it seems this is a good plan. We'll see what response he gives me, Yi Nahin said helplessly. Hall has been looking for Moriai in the alien settlement area, and Qinshan is keeping an eye on that side. Let's take it step by step, Yin Sui said as he sat beside her. After saying this, Yi Nahin snuggled into Yin Sui's embrace. On Fan Shi's side, they quickly clarified the ins and outs of the situation. Star Chief, we conducted an overnight investigation and found that the problem originated from a batch of lipsticks. This is a newly launched product, and the mutated individuals all used this lipstick. The initial navigation festival is a significant holiday, and girls are accustomed to heavy makeup. Luca tested the lipstick and indeed found black gold extracts in it. Who provided the black gold? That's the key point of concern for Yi Nahin. We investigated the factory that produced this batch of lipsticks, but it has already been abandoned. It seems there was a plan in place from the start. However, we managed to catch the person in charge of the factory. He was the only one there, and the other workers were all artificial intelligence. Leave him to me. I want to interrogate him personally. Although Fan Shi was puzzled, he did not question it, understood. Central Prison of Zimming holds serious case offenders. Once they are brought here, they won't be thinking about escaping. They need to consider how to die with dignity. Fan Shi said, Star Chief, this guy is named Lu Xingbin, and all his associates are dead. He is the only one left. Otherwise, we could investigate further. The one speaking was Lu Xingbin's supervisor, Zhang Ji. Before I arrived, did you ask him anything? He insists he knows nothing. But I always feel his behavior is a bit strange. She looked at the summary of Lu Xingbin's interrogation. What do you mean by strange? I feel he doesn't act like a normal person, but we tested his mental strength and found no abnormalities. This person has no family, as if he appeared out of nowhere. Since the other party was coming for Yuhui Star, or herself, this certainly wouldn't make it easy for her to find clues. If Fan Shi arranged this, then it was rather intriguing, and Yi Nahin raised her eyes to signal him to continue. His mental strength is not high. Mental guidance is ineffective on him. When asked if the factory is his or if he's responsible for the black gold, he admitted it, but when asked other questions, he claimed to know nothing or pretended to be foolish, giving the impression of being a scapegoat sent over deliberately. What does he say about the source of the black gold? This guy actually said he found it. He pointed at the unconscious Lu Xingbin. I understand now. I want to take him away. Zhang Ji had already received notification that Yi Nahin would personally interrogate Lu, and he guessed that there was something deeper here. Her request was precisely what he was hoping for. All right, Star Chief. Do you need me to escort you? Bring him to my light shuttle. It's troublesome. She brought Lu Xingbin back home, and Yin Sui was puzzled to see her bring back a man. As the door closed, the solid castle welcomed its first inmate. Who is this? He looked at the man who had been injected and rendered unconscious. This is one of the main culprits behind the large-scale mutation of natural humans. After the Alliance's dissolution, personnel records are incomplete, and I couldn't find his information. I suspect his mental power has been controlled, but the test results show no issues. The reason she brought the prisoner out was that Yin Sui's current identity made it inconvenient for him to go to the security department. She wanted to see how the chess game was laid out. So, he still didn't understand why Yi Nahin brought this person back. You help me test him. Yin Sui did not ask further and directly replied, all right. He directly tried mental network plunder, but found it ineffective and shook his head. He doesn't have a brainwave chip. Yi Nahin seemed to have anticipated this and waited. As the star chief of Yuhui Star, Yi Neihan had certainly used some unsavory means to climb up the ranks. And she took out a strange device, directly installing it on Liu Xingbin's head before pressing a switch. Huh. Liu Xingbin suddenly widened his eyes, staring blankly ahead. And after a moment, he lowered his head and fainted again. This is an external brainwave chip link, not under his control, and works on the same principle as mental power plunder. However, current technology can only internalize, not externalize, so it cannot be operated through instruments. It requires a person with higher mental power to explore or plunder from the outside in. The entire process will be very painful for him, and he won't remember after waking up, plus it will affect his lifespan. She did not hide the product's harmfulness. She was willing to show Yin Sui her truest self. Yi Neihan originally thought he would use his usual methods to educate his subordinates, calling her cruel or disrespectful of human rights, but he didn't. He directly initiated an external connection. Throughout the entire process of the seizure, Yin Sui remained silent, but his expression grew increasingly puzzled. What's going on? His mental power is very strange, as if it were being controlled. If I hadn't sensed a trace of residual memory, I would have suspected he was an artificial intelligence. He is a natural person. Luca has already checked him. If his mental power is being controlled, he would only say a few words. And his memories have also been erased. Has technology really reached this level? Yin Sui looked up at her. Yi Neihan felt a chill. It seemed the enemy was much stronger than she had thought, and it was very likely that they were hidden among the senior officials of Yuhua Star. The other party must have been keeping an eye on her situation all along. This Liu Xingbin might just be a scapegoat they pushed out to show off while watching her flounder. Is the memory completely erased? It's important to know that the current publicly available mental surgeries cannot completely erase a person's memory, let alone alter someone else's mental web and mental state. If such things were to happen on a large scale, the consequences would be unimaginable. No, there is still a trace left. Maybe the technology isn't sufficient. Seeing Yi Neihan's signal, he continued, I seized his mental web and invaded his residual memories. He is not called Liu Xingbin. His name is Lin Tao. Liu Xingbin is a code name, an epidemic, meaning the epidemic of natural person alienation. He is a natural person, and his wife is an alien. During the alliance period, he was violated by a natural person officer and, ultimately threatened by the officer, chose to commit suicide. The officer was not punished, and he joined the pioneer organization. What happened later? Yin Sui pointed to the head of the epidemic, knowing what she truly wanted to understand, and continued, his memories are very fragmented. This should be a scene he has repeatedly recalled in his mind many times, which is why the memories are so vivid. He has only a vague impression of the person controlling his mental power. It seems to be a middle-aged man, the leader of their group of crazy pioneers. The specific appearance is very vague. I couldn't see clearly. Does he have any information about the officer who violated his wife in his memories? Yin Sui glanced at her complicatedly and replied, Yes, his name is Yi Yulan, your uncle. Upon hearing this conclusion, Yi Neihan sighed quietly. No wonder. Her uncle was a notorious playboy, in stark contrast to her father. 15 years ago, he was sent to work at the Interstellar Police Bureau through her grandfather's connections. And he died 2 years ago due to a woman, as a result of overdosing on Erica. Since then, the entire Yi family has only had her left. Or is this just causality? Or was Yulan's death also the doing of this epidemic? Does he still have any relatives alive? Yi Neihan asked again. There is nothing in his memories about this. I guess not anymore. Even if there are, they shouldn't matter to him. What about his identity? Yin Sui shook his head, indicating there was none. Is this hatred? It can make a person completely forget themselves, yet even with the memory removal, he still remembers the hatred. I have to admire it. Human willpower can sometimes be incredibly strong, a strength that technology cannot quantify. Chapter 42. Yin Sui. After finishing the interrogation of Lin Tao, Yi Neihan called the security department personnel to take him back. She stood on the terrace, gazing at the virtual sky. Are you troubled? Yin Sui had appeared by her side at some point. Yin Sui, if one day I'm harmed by someone, would you be like Lin Tao? She didn't specify how, but he understood what she meant. I don't know. I think I might just flay that person alive. Do you want to know how I see you in my heart? Ye na ihan tisit. What? He didn't understand why she was bringing this up now. You are a special person. To put it nicely, you have principles, To put it bluntly, you're rigid. For instance, you would normally say something as cruel as flaying someone alive. However, Yi Neihan deliberately paused. I quite like it. Yin Sui was stunned after hearing this. Is he really like that? He was clear that he shouldn't be that kind of person. Am I that kind of person? At least a little in my eyes. Back then, you always criticized me, your tone very upright. Sometimes I thought you were hypocritical, but at the same time, I couldn't help but like you. I hated myself for that, but now I know you were already interested in me back then, and I'm glad I held on. Yin Sui said seriously, I know for myself. You said if someone harmed you, what would I do? I think I wouldn't let that happen. Hey, do you think you're God? You can control everything. If someone tries to harm you, I definitely won't let you die in front of me, he said firmly. Yi Neihan looked into his earnest eyes and found herself drawn in. Does she really deserve someone like this? In her youth, she was reckless and mischievous, and in her young adulthood, she was power-hungry. Even she found herself despicable. That's true. Otherwise, you would have come all the way to Healy. After saying that, Yi Neihan lowered her voice. Thank you for stubbornly pulling me back from the edge of the cliff. If I had gone through what you did, I would have probably hated this world by now. Sometimes I even suspect you might be a reincarnated bodhisattva, being able to tolerate so much unfairness and misery. What you said makes me a bit touched. Yin Sui smiled and gently embraced Yi Neihan. I have a little secret I haven't told you. Yin Sui pretended to be angry. Oh, so you have something hidden from me. Then I'll tell you. Yi Neihan chocolate. During Yi Neihan's adolescence, she was a passionate girl who wanted to help when she encountered injustice. While being cynical, she also lived like a playboy, causing trouble for old Yi. He was busy with military affairs and had no time to manage her. In frustration, he took Yi Neihan to the Ether Army for training. But in this place where she could almost do as she pleased, she met the only person in her life who could tame her. Someone who made her heart race uncontrollably. It was a completely ordinary morning. The artificial sun at the Ether Army base rose exactly at 6 a.m. Alliance Standard Time. That day was old Ye's birthday, and Yi Neihan planned to surprise him early, deciding not to let him have a bad morning. When she arrived at her father's residence at the base, it was still early, but a young man was already standing at the door. He was tall and slightly thin, looking somewhat malnourished, but his face was quite handsome, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding an air of righteousness. The gentle morning sunlight made his features glow softly. She was instantly captivated. This guy was exactly her type. But having been focused on punishing evil and promoting good for so long, she and T learned any flirting skills. What kind of girls do handsome guys like? It seemed to be beautiful, gentle, understanding, and generous. She recalled having read something similar before. Hello, Yi Neihan. Are you here to see General Yi? He was very terse, making her even more anxious as she didn't know how to start conversation. I'm also here to see him. Why aren't you going in? After saying that, she intended to push the door open and lead him inside. Just as her hand touched the sensor door, the young man suddenly spoke. General Yi is currently dealing with military affairs. I'll just wait for him here. Military affairs? She hadn't heard about old Yi having any military duties in the morning. Yesterday, he was still hinting to her not to forget his important day, which was why she prepared a birthday surprise for him. Could it be that old Yi didn't want to see him? She secretly glanced at the young man. Aside from being a bit thin, there was nothing particularly special about him. Besides, her father generally wouldn't make things difficult for his subordinates. She calculated in her heart. You didn't offend old Yi, did you? She asked instinctively, and only after asking did she realize she had broken character. After a long silence, the young man didn't respond, and she rarely felt a bit embarrassed on her life path. However, she steeled herself to continue asking, what did you do to offend him? Oh no, what am I asking, Yi Neihan? What I mean is, maybe you could tell me your name, and I'll help you plead your case. My name is Yin Sui, a subordinate of the 13th Army of the Ether Army. I made a mistake and came to apologize to General Yi. His speech was slow but serious, and his command of the Alliance's official language was poor, with a particularly strange accent that she had never heard before. Apologize to General Yi? What did you do? This question was indeed quite intrusive, but she was genuinely curious. This person was either foolish or honest. He was still a rookie soldier. Why would the big boss of the Ether Army need to apologize? If every soldier who made a mistake went to apologize to old Yi, wouldn't he be overwhelmed? Wouldn't that make him even more arrogant? Getting here already. Before the young man could finish, old Ye's irritable voice reached her ears, startling her into tightening her body and instinctively raising the birthday gift she had prepared for him to a conspicuous position in front of her. Just go in, calm down. Old Yi, that kid from the 6th Army provoked me first yesterday. If you don't believe me, you can ask Jones. I promise this time it definitely wasn't me who initiated it. Besides, considering the gift I prepared for you, you can't get angry today, she said as she walked in, knowing that rolling away was not an option. Yi Yunhuan glared at her fiercely and ignored her. And you, old Yi really knew him. Could it be that he was indeed talented? With a look like that, she had no reason not to have seen him before. There was something about him. Old Yi, who is this? I've told you what to call me in the army. You've offended me again. We don't do the privilege thing here. Even if you're my daughter, go back and accept your punishment. Don't. General, I was wrong. You need to give your subordinates a chance to redeem themselves. Besides, today is a great day. Just look, I've received the gift. You can leave now. Don't, General. The Alliance law states that military personnel and government officials cannot accept bribes. You're breaking the law. Say that again. I mean, this is a carefully selected gift from me as your daughter, and I'm sure you will like it. Get out first. Hearing him say this, she knew she wouldn't get any information about the handsome guy here. So she decided to find her group of friends who had been thrown into the Ether Army for training by various factions to gather information. As her wild friends, they certainly wouldn't be in the core positions of the army. Being arranged to the Logistics Support Office in the 13th Army was already the biggest compromise old Yi could make. After all, their family Group's annual sponsorship fees indeed made the Alliance's military budget look pale in comparison. However, unfortunately, none of her friends had heard of a handsome young man in the 13th Army. Of course, she wouldn't tell them that old Yi personally met that young man. Seeing how old Yi cherished him, it was probably another military secret. What's wrong? Are you smitten? Seeing her distracted, Xiaoyan bumped her shoulder and quietly asked. I'm just very taken. He looks quite handsome and has a gentle personality. You only met him once and already know he's gentle? Don't be fooled. You don't understand. All right. I don't understand. Oh, a metal tree has blossomed. Congratulations. Wait for my good news. I must get him. Go, hurry up. I still have a date with Violator. Do you know you're a huge light bulb? Every time? Since her group of gossiping, idle friends had never heard of him. It seemed she had to find old Yi. She originally thought this would be a tough conversation, but old Yi's attitude was surprisingly strange. In the evening, she waited for old Yi to finish work, sneaked into his place, and peeked through the crack in the door to see him listening to the Alliance Daily. General, do you have time now? I have something to discuss. You can call me correctly in private. Have you finished your punishment? You've already spent 4 hours in the simulation room, as per usual. Why are you so obedient this time? No business would come to the 3 Treasures Hall. So what is it? The questions he asked were simply like a tapeworm. Knowing that her father knew her well, she decided not to pretend. This morning I came to apologize to that handsome guy. Oh, wait. What mistake did that soldier make? He said his name is Yin Sui, a subordinate of Lan Zai from the 13th Army. I checked. There's no such person. Could he be your secret weapon? Did he tell you his name is Yin Sui and that he made a mistake? Yi Yunhuan asked in confusion. Isn't it so? He doesn't seem to be lying to me. Have you met before? No, it's the first time. Why do you ask? He didn't lie to you. His name is Yin Sui, and he is indeed a subordinate of the 13th Army. You can interact with him more. His coming to the Ether Army was a coincidence. And he didn't have a good life before, but he seems to trust you. Perhaps he saw you when you were doing those silly things before. That's what I said. Helping others definitely has its rewards. Look, your little treasure trusts me a lot. Although she said this, she was still quite uncertain. After all, if she had helped such a handsome guy, she would definitely remember. I just said maybe. What little treasure? Nonsense. Don't say random things. Old Yi, you can't fool me with that gleaming look in your eyes when you heard the name Yin Sui. If his identity is a secret, I won't ask you more. Right now, as your daughter, I'm telling you I like him. He should be your future son-in-law. You like him, but does he like you? Have you looked at yourself? Which girl acts like you? Where there S.A. will, there S.A. way. Besides, I've been learning the etiquette of alliance ladies under your supervision every day. Isn't it just acting? Don't worry, I have all the looks he likes. After saying that, she didn't forget to throw a flirtatious glance at the high-ranking General Yi. Don't be too confident. He's not an ordinary person. His mental strength has reached an astonishing 95, and the key point is that he's a natural person, and his identity is still confidential in the Ether Army. 95 natural person? Are you kidding? As far as I know, the highest mental strength for natural people is only 65, and even for exotic species, it's only 85. Why are you telling me this secret? I've arranged many tests for him, and the results are all 95 or above. He is very guarded against the outside world. He was intercepted by us while being sold to Interstellar pirates, but he seems to trust you. Since you came in this morning, his eyes have been on you. I thought his speech was so strange, and his body so thin. It turns out he really is malnourished. I went to the island life once 2 years ago. That place was so filthy and not under the Alliance-S jurisdiction. It was hell. If I become the Alliance president, the first thing I'll do is unify that place. Go say that to your Uncle Wu. He's so boring. I don't even want to talk to him. Her father seemed reluctant to discuss Uncle Wu and changed the subject. Yin Sui is now in the 13th Army. Although you're unreliable, it's not bad to go there. Even if you do whatever you want in the 13th Army, I won't mind. Don't you want him to be my son-in-law? His mental strength is high, but he doesn't like to talk and is just starting training. Many indicators are not good, and some soldiers like to bully people. Keep an eye on him and train him. Great. Old Yi, this is useful. Everyone knows the 13th Army is the closest to logistics in the Ether Army. You're sending me there. One son-in-law, isn't enough? You have to bring me in too. Well, who told me to have you as a father? She pretended to be helpless, but, old Yi, what mistake did he make today that he even came to apologize? I'm really curious. Yi Yunhuan shot her a glare. Ask him yourself. Chapter 43 Lin Tao regarding that encounter. At that time, Yi Neihan thought it was their first meeting, but in fact, it was their reunion. So you fell in love with me at first sight. Yin Sui teased with a smile, and his mood became cheerful. You're still smiling. Aren't you just pretending to be aloof? You clearly recognized me, yet you act cool, making a girl like me chase after you every day. You must be quite pleased with yourself, General Yan. Yi Neihan gently pushed him. Not really pleased. He added, just a bit smug. You. Yi Neihan pretended to be angry. You're so reserved. Now you know. It's too late. Yan Sui smiled. They seemed to have returned to their initial state. Everything was so wonderful. But beautiful things are generally fleeting. Storms lurk in the shadows, spying on the happiness of the world. Just when Yi Neihan thought the natural mutation incidents could settle down a bit, the security contacted her. Star Chief, Lu Xingbin is dead. He died of asphyxiation. But there was nothing in the place he was held that could cut off his breathing. It was natural asphyxiation, very strange. Yi Neihan immediately associated it with someone controlling his mental power. Was there anything unusual before he died? We reviewed the surveillance. It looked like he was holding his breath. It's unbelievable. All right, I understand. After saying that, she cut off the communication. Lin Tao is dead, apparently from self-induced asphyxiation. She looked at Yin Sui. It's possible that his mental power was manipulated, and he controlled his own breathing. The mastermind either didn't want him to have any more incidents or had a bigger conspiracy. Yi Neihan understood what he meant. If it was for fear of an incident or a larger conspiracy, there was really no need for them to kill Lin Tao in such a conspicuous manner. Sure enough, the next day, Lin Tao's confession was all over the Interstellar network. I am Lin Tao. My wife is Hai Li. We love each other very much. But 3 years ago, Yi Yulan from the Ziming City Bureau violated my wife, and he threatened my wife that if she didn't drop the lawsuit, her life would be in danger. My wife, unable to bear the humiliation, committed suicide in Yunhuan Square, and no one sympathized with her. They all thought she had sullied the resting place of the spirit leader of the Alliance. I sought out Yi Neihan, who had already become the star chief of Yuhui, wanting an explanation. She agreed to help me take revenge, because Yi Yulan was her political stain. We had a common goal. In the end, Yi Yulan got involved with Erica, and after avenging my grudge, I wanted to withdraw. But Yi Neihan offered me a high reward to help her with her affairs, and we reached an agreement. Over the years, I did many dirty things for Yi Neihan. We became like grasshoppers on the same rope. She gradually became wary of me, and this large-scale natural mutation incident was her design political achievement. Black gold has stable radioactivity, which can reduce the intensity of mutations. She wanted to use this incident to consolidate her political position, but she didn't expect that she had already planned everything, using black gold to eliminate me. I was the perfect scapegoat she designed. I knew I wouldn't survive, and it was just right to accompany my wife. I have no regrets in this life, only lived as a tool of power, deeply feeling sorry for the public. In addition, Lin Tao also attached a photo of him with her in the same light shuttle, taken when he was brought back that day. Someone had already calculated everything. This is a perfect trap, one link after another. After the Healy independence incident, Yi Neihan publicly stated that Yu Hui had black gold technology. Her actions during the Alliance disintegration incident had already made many citizens unhappy, and she and Yulan were both young rascals of the Alliance. This series of events, mixed with truth and falsehood, quickly sparked a public opinion storm. Various hypotheses and speculations flooded the Interstellar network, and even the inhumane Healy massacre was portrayed by the public as her personal conspiracy. Soon, a massive demonstration erupted in Ziming, with the people of Yu Hui traveling thousands of miles to participate in this human rights march. Unlike the march when she announced Yu Hui's independence, the last march had her supporters who could stand against her, most of whom were virtual images. This march consisted of real people. It seemed that Yi Neihan lost all her supporters overnight and became the rat everyone wanted to hit. The people of Yu Hui demanded the supervisory office to thoroughly investigate Yi Neihan, but under these circumstances, the credibility of the cabinet and the supervisory office was evidently on shaky ground. To give the angry public an explanation, they had no choice but to temporarily detain Yi Neihan in the central prison of Yu Hui. "Ahan, you're amazing to be brought here on your own territory, but it looks like you're living quite well," Xia Yin mocked while surveying her new residence. "Ye Naihan ignored her. How is it outside?" "It's like that. The person planned it well, but it can't continue like this. Every time I can only be forced to respond. It's really frustrating." "Any leads?" "You made such a big move this time," Yi Neihan asked. "Lin Tao joined the Pioneer Organization 2 years ago, and it's certain that this organization is related to the planner. Now the entire cabinet of Yu Hui is basically your people. The other side can't possibly be unaware. Or perhaps he wants to disrupt the relationships between the stars again, which means he might have a larger conspiracy." Upon hearing this, Yi Neihan got up from her chair, sat on the single bed in the prison, leaving the chair for Xia Yin, and lazily said, "Since the evil ghost is the leader of the pioneers, the possibility of him being an alien is very high. With connections in the high ranks of the former alliance and Yu Hui, the chances of him being an alien are great. Perhaps he is now in the Yu Hui cabinet, watching our every move, which is why he could know so timely that I was investigating the lipstick." Xia Yin was puzzled. "We had that suspicion before. Not to mention in the high ranks of the former alliance and Yu Hui, the proportion of aliens is very small. Moreover, I have quietly checked all the officials of the former alliance. I have investigated all the suspicious subjects and found nothing suspicious. Xia Yin, you must understand. He can hide this deeply. He must have extraordinary abilities. Perhaps he is someone close to us. Are you suspecting Yin Sui? Get lost. Why don't you suspect yourself?" Yi Neihan said helplessly. "It's impossible for him." Xia Yin disagreed. "I'm telling you, don't get angry. I secretly investigated him and actually found him suspicious. His mental power is so high, his origins are unclear, and he knows so much about you. Every time something happens, he knows some prerequisites. He even knows the paths and timings of Guaxin's squad going to Washington. Even this time, you took Lin Tao back for interrogation. It was also him who used the mental network to invade, right? You know that, don't you? I can't be the same. Guaxin's squad is our hard work. Wei Ya is my lover, and you're my closest friend. I don't mean to doubt him. I just hope you can think a bit deeper." Xia Yin leaned her neck slightly forward, expressing her dissatisfaction. "My relationship with Yin Sui is not ordinary. You suspect him, wanting to get evidence from me, but I can clearly tell you, he has no problems, at least with me. I will absolutely trust him, just as I absolutely trust you. Yenaihan a planet seriously. Then I thank you for placing me and Yin Sui together in trust." Xia Yin said sarcastically. Seeing Yi Neihan not speaking, she continued, "I just feel that being in this dangerous quagmire We shouldn't forget to be vigilant. She glanced at Yi Neihan, knowing that saying more was useless, and consciously fell silent. Sure enough, Yi Neihan didn't want to talk more about Yin Sui. I want to leave here as soon as possible. All right. After a moment, she seemed to realize what she had promised. What? Do you already have a countermeasure? The public relations crisis is your business. Sister, you made the mistake. After she finished speaking, she realized she shouldn't have said that. What I meant was that you were framed. You can't keep ordering me around. Lin Tao is from the Pioneer Organization. I know. Didn't you say that before? Thinking about getting me out early is indeed a bit unreliable. Yi Neihan was speechless. I understand now. The reputation of the Pioneer Organization is about the same as that of the island life. You're going to use public opinion to push back? Make sure the evidence is sufficient for him. You should know how to fabricate it, right? Also, the last time I was attacked by Washington Star on my way home. I haven't settled that score yet, so let's give Lin Tao's matter to him as a gift. They have black gold sources, and I don't mind hitting Washington Star while they're down. Yi Neihan looked up at Xia Yan. Right now, Washington Star has just gone through a coup, and Mo Lei is missing. According to the information Xia Yan has, Leard seems to be stirring as well. If something else happens now, it would be adding fuel to the fire. You really are ruthless, as expected. Xia Yan teased Yi Neihan with a glance and continued, to what extent? After all, he is a dead man. Dead people are easier to exploit. He was the one who provoked me first, and it was him who actively recruited into the Pioneer Organization. I don't care what suffering he endured in life or what threats he faced later. None of that justifies his wrongdoing. Fine, in the years I've been involved with you, I've already accumulated enough evil deeds. She said it nonchalantly and turned to leave Yi Neihan's exclusive prison. Wait, since I've already accumulated enough evil deeds, I surely won't mind adding one more. Capture Su Laosan for me. His tentacles have extended too far. Why? Xia Yan was momentarily confused. It's a matter of reciprocity. This can also be considered as ridding the people of harm. Yi Neihan, this is Yin Wei, and I can't let that group of mysterious pioneers ride on my head and urinate. Xia Yan only regretted why she had ears. Chapter 44 Snowfall. At this time, the Star Alliance's governor's office had taken shape after several months of construction and under Alan's coordination. It had seemingly formed an independent and complete system. Commander, you have been acting recklessly lately. Yin Sui had just expressed his desire to investigate the incident surrounding Yi Neihan to Alan, who subtly expressed his opposition. The investigation into the black gold must continue. It's a good entry point, Yin Sui explained. Alan sighed. I'm not talking about the investigation into black gold. I'm talking about He Li. Alan still felt uneasy about Yin Sui's experience with He Li. Yi Neihan's methods against enemies were indeed cruel. Alan, I must go. Forget it. I and Qin Zhan have tirelessly persuaded you every time, but you always have your own ideas. When the day comes that you die, the Star Alliance will only be divided among those predatory planetary leaders. Qin Zhan and I, as your close aides, can then just go down and play mahjong with you. Perhaps having spent too much time with Qin Zhan's old nagging, Alan had also learned to be sarcastic. All right, pay attention next time, Yin Sui responded perfunctorily. Alan had heard this answer many times and was no longer surprised. She knew it was useless to point it out, so she didn't expose him. Where should we start the investigation? Alan shifted the topic back to the matter at hand. I have already cooperated with Yi Neihan. Our goals are aligned. We both want to find out the mastermind behind all this and the owner of the black gold. Do you have any leads? Alan asked. Yin Sui looked up at Alan. Do you have any impression of Fan Qi? I've seen that mysterious black gold figure in Washington. He was wearing a virtual mask, and his voice was altered, but his build looked somewhat like Fan Qi. Fan Qi? Alan looked puzzled. I've heard of that person, but didn't pay much attention. His presence seemed weak during the Alliance period, a typical fence-sitter. Once the Alliance dissolved, he immediately sided with Yi Xingzhang. Yi Neihan should also be paying attention to him. You should keep an eye on him too. Yin Sui frowned. Those who hide deeply usually act very normally. But he also had doubts. Fan Qi was just a small character, and although he held a security position, the system had no real difference from security on various planets. Did he really have such great abilities? Yes, Commander. Alan nodded in reply, then asked, any other instructions? Yin Sui was silent for a moment. Recall Snowfall. It should have nothing to do with Washington now. Hearing this, Alan's heart skipped a beat. You want to help Yi Xingzhang handle this public opinion storm? Her tone was very certain. Yin Sui did not elaborate further. Snowfall was a core machine, a product of the former alliance, with only 10 units produced. Yin Sui had one, while the other 9 were stationed in the Tian-Dun system. All perished in the battle during the alliance's dissolution. It possessed extremely strong computing power and had passed 5 rounds of Turing tests. This time, the opponent was clearly well-prepared and aggressive. Much of the information on the Interstellar network came from the dark web, so it was more appropriate to let Snowfall handle it. I understand. I will notify Qin Zhan to recall it. Washington and Yuhui are currently the strongest planets. Now that both are in trouble, someone is probably fanning the flames behind the scenes. I'm not at ease with Qin Zhan alone in Washington. Send some more people to assist him, secretly. Understood. Alan replied softly. The Supervisory Institute issued a statement that, after investigation, Lin Tao had consumed Erica while alive, and the drug funds came from the production of lipsticks containing radioactive materials. This batch of lipsticks caused the mutation of natural persons. The Supervisory Institute and the Security Department are still investigating the lipstick's main contractor and will provide a satisfactory answer later. His cause of death was a drug overdose. The Supervisory Institute investigated Yi Neihin and Lin Tao's intelligence brains, and they had no contact. Lin Tao's wife was a different species after her accidental death. He joined the Pioneer Organization. The ID on the interstellar web did not belong to Liu Xingbin himself, and Yi Neihin was not involved in this matter. Once this news broke, it instantly ignited the interstellar web, with people from all corners of the universe coming out to join the excitement. Various conspiracy theories targeting Yi Neihin suddenly diminished, especially on Yuhui, a planet primarily inhabited by natural persons, where humans were born to dislike different species. The aftermath of the Healy incident still lingered in their minds. Therefore, Lin Tao, as a natural person, joining the Pioneer Organization and willingly indulging in Erica, undoubtedly sparked public resentment. Subsequently, the Yuhui Daily reported again, confirming that Yuhui indeed possessed black gold technology. After providing detailed and comprehensive reports on black gold security technology, the Daily pointed out that Washington also mastered this technology. This reporting caused a huge uproar in the entire human world, as it was the first official media to publicly report on the dangerous substance of black gold. Previous rumors and speculations were thoroughly confirmed in this report. This indirectly suggested that the mutation incident of natural persons in Yuhui was orchestrated by Washington. After all, as the leader of Yuhui and a natural person, Yi Xingzhang had no motive to engage in such a losing business. But what the truth was, they might never know, and they could potentially live their whole lives deceived by public opinion. The specific facts were not within the considerations of the Yuhui Daily staff. They were only responsible for following orders. Of course, Snowfall, the unique core machine, also played a role in fanning the flames. According to Yin Sui's request, the moment the Supervisory Institute issued the statement, it began to automatically generate traffic. Its strong computing power quickly flooded the interstellar web with various true and false conspiracy theories. Washington also has black gold. I suspect this is Washington's conspiracy against Yuhui. If it weren't for Washington, how wonderful would the human world be as a harmonious society? Yi Neihin is not a good person. Lin Tao is just as bad. Has no one ever questioned this? Why would Yi Neihin do such a thankless task on her own turf? Is she sick? I don't understand a politician's mindset. I'm out. Long live Yi. I will always support you. Is no one sympathizing with Lin Tao? He is the true victim. He is dead and still can't get truth. Sympathize with Lin Tao? Wasn't tea that lipstick produced by him? Why don't you sympathize with those poor girls who used the lipstick? You should know that even with stabilizers, the danger of natural person mutations far exceeds that of different species. Various comments and rumors overwhelmed those with sharp tendencies, and this storm gradually calmed down. But those involved knew that the matter was far from over. Both sides were still secretly grappling, and the potential crisis still lurked closely. Commander, I have generated traffic on the interstellar web, as per your request. Is there anything else you need to instruct? Snowfall's pupils gradually returned to their original color, and it now looked no different from a human. Can we trace the ID that released the news regarding Lin Tao's death? Yin Sui looked at the 3D map presented by the intelligence brain. I have tracked all the IDs, but their addresses are very dispersed, and no anomalies have been found for now. The density distribution in Ziming City is the largest. This is worth noting, Snowfall replied in a businesslike manner. Ziming? Yin Sui murmured softly. What are the main distribution areas? As soon as Yin Sui finished asking, an ID distribution map appeared before him. However, regrettably, although the density in Ziming was very large, it was still very scattered and lacked any. At that moment, Alan entered and briefly explained the investigation regarding Lin Tao to Yin Sui. Yi Yulan indeed had an affair with his wife, but it was consensual. She died tragically, and the Inghui Daily did not provide an explanation regarding Yi Yulan's moral issues as a former League citizen, instead offering a detailed report on the events of that time. Before he was captured, he knew he couldn't escape the consequences and had made preparations early on. He committed suicide, and upon his death, an email was automatically sent out. His wife was indeed somewhat attractive and had been involved with others outside of their marriage, but Lin Tao was unaware of it. However, when the matter of Yi Yulan came to light, she retaliated by claiming that Yi Yulan had assaulted her. Lin Tao was a notorious domestic abuser, and his wife knew the truth would eventually come out. She planned to escape to the island beforehand. However, that night Lin Tao was high on Erica, and in her panic, she fell from the window and died. As a result, Lin Tao always believed his wife had committed suicide out of humiliation. Afterward, Lin Tao chose not to pursue further appeals or investigations, but instead joined the Pioneer Organization to prove his deep love for his wife and sought revenge against the Yi family through them. Yi Yulan's death and many of the accidents that Yi Neihan encountered over the years were orchestrated by him, but these methods seemed trivial to Yi Neihan, so he did not take them seriously, leading to a significant downfall this time. Alan also investigated people around his wife from various angles to piece together this absurd truth. Chapter 45. Xia Yin, of course, no matter how the public speculated or whether the logic behind it was reasonable, the possibility of getting Yi Neihan on Yuhui's star was almost zero. The lipstick incident gradually faded from the public eye. However, those Interstellar web IDs that had been bouncing around Yi Neihan were still hidden deep in the dark web, which was related to the incident involving the snow. After Yi Neihan was released from prison, she gave a public speech regarding the mutation of natural persons. She called on the public of Yuhui to recognize that their behavior had been overly emotional due to this incident. She expressed her hope that the public could become more thoughtful individuals and not merely follow the crowd. At the same time, she announced that philosophy, a seemingly useless subject, would be added to the regular curriculum in Yuhui to help the public enhance their critical thinking skills. At this point, the incident of natural person mutations caused by the lipstick could be considered concluded. After all, the public was more inclined to believe in their own imagined conspiracies than the truth. Su Laosan, the third in command of the island organization, originally named Su Su, generally operated within the island organization but had recently arrived in Ziming. It was no wonder Yi Neihan was suspicious. The timing was a bit too coincidental, and his actions were indeed quite questionable. There were few mutants on Yuhui's star, so it was impossible for him to have a large number of followers here unless he had known that something would happen in advance. Xia Yin, accompanied by her robotic team, surrounded Su Su's residence on Yuhui's star. She broke down the door and entered to find a scene of chaos. Su Su was lost in a group of men and women, appearing as if he had come to Yuhui's star for fun, but it seemed otherwise. Bang! Xia Yin fired a shot, and a tremendous particle energy shook the luxurious suite. Oh! The men and women, caught in a state of confusion and indulgence, seemed to finally react, letting out a chorus of screams. It was evident that many had taken some Erica, which was normal for being with someone like Su Su. However, Su Su himself, at the center of attention, appeared completely unfazed, as if he had anticipated this all along. "Come on, Lily, let's continue," he said, reaching for a girl who was tightly wrapped in a quilt. The girl trembled, her pupils dilating, shaking her head more vigorously, with strands of damp, long curly hair hanging over her face, giving off a pitiful impression. "Boring, Ayong, come here." Su Su ignored Xia Yin and her group of realistic robots and went to grab another boy, who also looked terrified. "Miss Xia, you scare my darlings." Upon hearing this, Xia Yin's heart skipped a beat. Did he already know she would come for him, or was this another trap set by the mastermind behind it all? She pondered. It seems you still don't understand the current situation, Su Lao-san. Darlings, please go outside. I need to talk to this lady. He issued what seemed to be a gentle command to the trembling group. Su Lao-san, you really are confident. Did I say they could leave? It's a pity. It seems we all can't leave. He shook his head at the pale-faced group, indicating his helplessness. At that moment, a charming girl with red lips and white teeth grabbed the hem of Xia Yan's pants. Beautiful sister, we were all coerced by him. I promise I won't say anything after we go out. Please let us leave. This statement was baffling, and Xia Yan immediately understood what Su was up to. Su Lao-san, let me guess, are you live-streaming this or recording it? Xia Yan lifted her gun to Su's head. Live streaming was impossible. She had cut off the Interstellar network here with the strongest jammer before entering, and she trusted her invention. Hibiscus, what are you talking about? Ms. Xia was one of the Alliance's double heroes back in the day. She wouldn't kill innocents indiscriminately. Su Lao-san ignored Xia Yan's question and turned to reprimand the pleading girl. This situation was becoming increasingly bizarre, and fearing that further delay could lead to unforeseen consequences, Xia Yan did not wish to say much more to Su. Su Lao-san, I have evidence of what you've done over the years. I don't want to talk to you much today. Take him away. Xia Yan signaled to the chip robot that had been following her. Yes, but Su Lao-san, seeing the chip robot next to Xia Yan, which looked identical to the deceased Gu Weiya, clearly became interested. I didn't expect Ms. Xia to still care about your deceased boyfriend. I imagine he'll be quite touched underground. Those familiar with Xia Yan knew that Gu Weiya was her taboo, and Su Lao-san insisted on provoking her. Shut his mouth. Immediately, the chip robot stuffed Su Lao-san's mouth, preventing him from speaking. Even though he could not talk, Su Lao-san's eyes had a strange look, as if he was confident of victory. This made Xia Yan feel uneasy. Su Lao-san's various actions looked like he was calmly walking toward his own death. In the interrogation room, Su Lao-san remained unyielding. Even after being captured, he did not forget to tirelessly preach. Captain, mental guidance is ineffective on him. He seems to be a technical exception. As soon as Xia Yan entered the interrogation room, her assistant quietly explained the situation to her. I understand. Xia Yan replied, and then walked into the interrogation room. Ms. Xia, I have legal documents to be on Yuhui Star. Your actions constitute illegal detention. Su Lao-san looked at Xia Yan with a sidelong glance, his eyes filled with mockery. Of course, you are a suspect in the initial lipstick incident, and our capture procedure is compliant. Feel free to sue me at any time. Xia Yan said nonchalantly. I dislike the way you natural persons act high and mighty the most. Under a roof, one must bow their head. What do you want to ask? I will speak freely. What do you really want to do in Zimming? Is that so strange? Ms. Xia, I am a missionary from the Pioneer Organization. I came to Zimming to spread doctrine and increase followers. Su Lao-san ziplit in dai feng. Increasing followers? Do your followers know about your decadent side? Or in other words, the human tomorrow you speak of is just like that? Xia Yan scoffed, her tone full of sarcasm. Regardless, promoting doctrine is a form of stabilizing free speech. Isn't your interference somewhat inappropriate? You brought black gold. Xia Yan cut to the chase without wasting further words. Ms. Xia, one can eat wildly but cannot speak recklessly. I'm just an ordinary missionary. I cannot accept such a huge anti-human label. Your little lover has already given me the remaining samples of your black gold. Xia Yan closed her eyes and said, that doesn't prove I'm the instigator of the natural person mutations, does it? What if someone frames me? Yuhui Star has never welcomed mutants, and I am preaching here. I have too many enemies in Zimming. It must be someone trying to set me up. Of course. You know, I won't do anything to you right now, but Su Lao-san, once I find something, you can think about your fate. Xia Yan had one more thing to say. Even if nothing was found, Su Lao-san would probably have to stay in prison in Zimming. That's what I wanted. Living here isn't bad. There's food and drink. Su Lao-san chuckled lightly after saying this. Hearing this, Xia Yan turned around angrily and left, seemingly quite upset. However, once she was out of Su Lao-san's sight, her furious expression immediately calmed down. I didn't expect it to really be related to this thing. I thought it was just Yin Nahan finding a random scapegoat. Xia Yan chuckled. Just then, her assistant, Xiao Yan, approached her. Captain Xia, I followed your instructions and looked into Su Lao-san's little lover. I found that they are mostly mutants from Zimming and members of the Pioneer Organization. They are likely in cahoots. Xia Yin had already suspected this. Those girls were probably just minor players, and she wouldn't be able to get any effective information from them. I understand. There's another thing. One of them, named Baihe, was brought by Su Laosan from the black market on the island. Xiaoyan paused for a moment. Xia Yin frowned. What's wrong? She said she came to Ziming to find General Yin and claimed they have known each other since childhood. Known each other since childhood? Xia Yin retorted. The Alliance's records show that Yin Sui was locked up by the Yin family since he was young. So how could he have known a prostitute from the black market on the island since childhood? She doesn't look like she's lying, Xiaoyan continued. I understand now. Chapter 46 Lily the Snow was falling. It was no surprise that Biao Shui was the only unique chip person in the former alliance. Through rapid mathematical calculations, he quickly found a relatively centralized focal point for the scattered streams of information, Ziming University. This was indeed an unexpected location during the alliance period. Ziming University was the best school in the alliance, and many people tried hard to get in. It was the strongest talent reserve of the alliance, with many talents from various planetary officials and high-end research institutes coming from Ziming University, including many talents currently in the Landa Research Institute. A place that symbolizes vitality generally could not be involved in dirty politics. This result was somewhat puzzling. Could it be a distribution point for that candidate? Or was there some other reason? Alan, Ziming University, find someone to keep an eye on it. Yin Sui pointed to the bright red dot on the smart brain. Understood. Before Yin Sui could say more, the smart brain's prompt tone appeared again. Good afternoon, General Yin. Captain Xia. I've encountered someone here who claims to know you from childhood. Would you like to meet her? Who? Yin Sui became cautious, but his tone showed no signs of panic. She said her name is Lily. Xia Yin said flatly. Yin Sui was silent for a moment, then said, I'll go pick her up shortly. I'm a friend of Han. You'd better tell her about this. Otherwise, I'm not sure if I might embellish the story. Xia Yin knew he was somewhat displeased. But after all, he had saved her life during the battle when the alliance dissolved, so there was no need for Captain Xia to worry. Xia Yin sighed. Han trusts you very much. The crisis on Yuhui Star is fraught with danger, and it hasn't been easy for us to get here. I hope you won't let her down. She loves you very much. As soon as Yin Sui heard this, he felt that Xia Yan's words were off, as if there was something unsaid. Thank you for the reminder. Lily and I are not the kind of relationship you think. After saying this, Yin Sui cut off the communication. The lights of a small villa in Ziming City suddenly lit up. The house had finally welcomed its owner after a month. Since reconciling with Yi Neihan, Yin Sui had not returned home for a long time. The last time he stayed here was before going to Washington Star. Just as Yin Sui closed the door, Lily hugged him from behind. Ollie. Yin Sui pried her arms off his waist and said lightly, when did you find out? Actually, he could completely deny that he was Chung Li, but this Lily was one of the few friends he had during that dark time on Daosheng. He couldn't just ignore her. Before you left Daosheng, you went to the boxing gym. I was there that day. You were wearing Chung Li's clothes, but had another face. I was worried, so I followed you all the way. Although your appearance has changed, many habits are still the same as Chung Li's. Yan Sui understood. Lily had not recognized him. She had guessed, but she guessed correctly. How did you end up with Su Laosan? Yan Sui frowned. Lily sighed softly, lowering her head like a student who had done something wrong. I had no choice. My dad was killed by his peers. He liked to gamble and didn't leave much money. A girl suddenly lost all protection in a place like Daosheng, where people eat each other. The result was predictable. Yin Sui was silent for a moment and said gravely, You can stay here for now. I have something to do tonight. You're leaving? Lily's tone was very certain. Yes. Is it to meet your beloved? Hearing this, Yin Sui's expression turned cold. I don't care where you heard this rumor, but it's not your place to ask. Do I need to inquire about it? During the alliance period, you were a national idol. I know you too well, Chung Li. You like her very much. Yin Sui frowned, seeming to lose patience. Lily, I hope you remember that my name is Yin Sui. Aren't you afraid I'll expose you? Lily raised her voice. Yin Sui answered without a moment's thought or pause. Indifferent, whatever you want. After saying this, he walked towards the door. You won't have a future. We all come from a garbage dump, born to be looked down upon. Even when buying clothes in a store, we have to disguise our different identities. We are not of the same kind as them. You and she will not have a future. Yin Sui sneered. Lily, you say you know me, but actually you don't. I took you in just to repay the favor from Nage. Although he was always aggressive towards me, at least he gave me a way to survive. You say I want to have a future with her. Does that mean I can only have a future with you? Jan Sui scolded. He was usually gentle and rarely spoke so harshly. Naturally, humans and mutants cannot coexist harmoniously. Evolution is an inevitable trend. You are too stubborn. Upon hearing this, Yin Sui carefully examined this friend who had once helped him undergo. The disease of thought is humanity's greatest illness. You should take a look at this. Yin Sui pointed to his head. You don't agree? You're also a mutant. Why do you choose to help humans instead of us? Lily countered. One thing you need to clarify is that I am not on the side of humans. I stand on the side of humanity. We originally came from the same source and have every reason to coexist harmoniously. At this point, Yin Sui stopped, thinking to himself, what am I doing with her? She has clearly become Su Lao-san's loyal follower. And the secret I thought was conservatively well kept was no longer a secret, but had become a trump card in someone else's hands. Coexist harmoniously? Lily felt like she had heard a tremendous joke. In Daosheng, we are all mutants. There isn't even a discrimination problem. But when I stepped out of that filthy and violent land, I realized that a good life doesn't belong to us. Tell me, have humans ever thought about coexisting harmoniously with us? What did we do wrong? Was it my choice of birth? They look down on me like I'm a street rat, examining me from their high positions. In their utopian society, the label of a mutant makes it almost impossible for me to escape. Walking on the street, I feel surrounded by their whispers. You don't understand. You certainly don't understand. You have long disguised yourself as a perfect human and successfully pleased them. You joined the pioneers. Yin Sui ignored her theories and said affirmatively. Shouldn't I join? Lily countered. It's my only refuge. What exactly does Su Lao-san want in Zimming? Yin Sui's eyes turned dangerous as he realized that Lily was not an ordinary companion. You betrayed the mutants. I want to tell you. Does Su Lao-san know what kind of person you are? People can change, Lily. I am very different from who I was back then. Don't force me to use mental guidance on you. Jan Sui sneered. I don't care if what you have in your bag is for recording or live streaming. It's useless. I still have a grip on my low-level abilities. You. Lily realized she had been exposed and felt a mix of anger and shame. Speak. Yin Sui stared at her. Lily remained silent. I really don't want to reach this point. Yin Sui's tone was somewhat helpless. I don't have a brainwave chip. Come on. Lily provocatively looked at him. Yin Sui smiled. You may have forgotten that my mental power is 95. The Land Research Institute has ways to connect you to a brainwave chip. Don't force me to conduct a mental network raid on you. Lily was somewhat exasperated. It was only at this moment that she realized that coming to find Yin Sui was an incredibly wrong decision. You're simply shameless. Is this how you repay my father? By repaying his aggression? I'm not as forgiving as you think. Jan Sui smirked. Even if you use mental guidance, it won't work. I know very little, but there is one thing I can be certain of. Yin Sui calmly looked at what he once considered his only friend. Although my mission has failed, the future of humanity will inevitably belong to the... After saying this, Bai began to convulse, and moments later her pupils dilated before she collapsed to the ground. This is a typical symptom of an overdose of Erica. Before coming here, Bai had already designed a perfect escape plan for herself, which was death. Yin Sui stared blankly at this series of changes, suddenly feeling a bit detestable. He then calmly checked Bai's bag, which was equipped with recording and live streaming equipment. They intended to use this method to show the public that he was in, but they didn't know that their house was one of the masterpieces designed by Team Lightheart during the Ether Army era, and no signal could safely escape its scrutiny unless he personally activated the permissions. Yin Sui notified Alan to find someone to handle the body. Today, he had lost his only friend from his time on the island. It was time for a proper burial, he thought gloomily. He then stepped out of the room, piloting the light shuttle aimlessly, finally stopping at Yin Nahin's doorstep. Chapter 47 Heart to Heart. When Yin Sui arrived at Yin Nahin's residence, he found her already asleep in a chair outside. The household AI had covered her with a thin blanket, and it seemed to have adjusted the room temperature to 24 degrees Celsius. Yin Sui initially intended to carry her to the bedroom, but as soon as he touched her, she woke up. Back? Yin Nahin asked, still groggy. Yeah, back. Were you just trying to carry me? She teased him. Unfortunately, he failed, Yin Sui replied seriously. His earnest answer successfully made Yin Nahan laugh. Want to try again? She leaned closer and whispered in his ear. Yes, then give it a try. She giggled. Her eyes filled with temptation. Yin Sui immediately scooped her up and took her to the bedroom. For some reason, he felt especially eager to hold her, kiss her, and touch every part of her body today. Yin Nahan sensed his restlessness and anxiety. She covered his lips with her hand and asked, Aren't you going to tell me what happened today? Seeing her expression, Yin Sui thought that perhaps Xia Yin had said something to her. I met Bai He said, his tone somewhat downcast. Who is Bai He? She had never heard of this person and assumed it was one of Yin Sui's friends. Do you remember De Gu from the island's black boxing gym? That rang a bell for Yin Nahan. She recalled when she first met Yin Sui. Back when she saw Chung Li, she noticed his discomfort and didn't disturb him too much, but her curiosity got the better of her, and she quietly followed him. At that time, Yin Sui was not as alert as he was now and didn't even notice someone was tailing him. She learned that Yin Sui had lost several matches in a row, and if he didn't T-win soon, De Gu would expel him. His life was difficult, and black boxing seemed to be his only source of income. Back then, she had a bit of a hero complex and thought she could save him, so she spent some money to bribe his opponents, allowing Yin Sui to keep his job. I remember the boss at the gym, all muscle. Yin Nahan said with some disdain. Bai He is her daughter. She came to find me. Yin Nahan frowned, unsure of what to think. Is she your first love? No, don't think too much. Every time De Gu wanted to punish me, she would help. How did she know you were Chung Li? Your face now is quite different from back then. During the transitional period, she followed me and found out, Yin Sui said lightly. What did she want from you? Help or a threat? Yin Nahan, having spent a long time in a high position, was well aware of these dynamics. She dead just before I came here. What do you mean? She joined the Island S organization. She wanted me to admit that I was an anomaly. She left a recording device in her bag. Maybe she wasn't even sure I was an anomaly. This time, the design from the Guangxin team really helped, Yin Sui said helplessly. The term Guangxin team, which had loomed over both of them for years, suddenly emerged, and they both paused before returning to a calm state. Oh, yeah, I've caught Su Lao-san. For now, I can't see what they really want, Yin Nahan said, lowering her head, looking troubled. Is there a problem with Fan Chi? Yin Sui asked again. Whether during the alliance period or now, his position isn't high. He might just be a minor character. She added, Aren't you supposed to have Alan keeping an eye on him? Yeah. Piao Xue has been investigating the dark web spreading Lin Tao's news and found that many of their communication addresses are very close to Ziming University. I wonder if this is a trap set by someone behind the scenes. Yin Nahan raised her eyes and said nonchalantly, whether it's a trap or not. In the face of absolute power, all schemes will have nowhere to hide. If someone wants to test my strength accumulated over the years, then let them try head-on. But the existence of black gold is still a threat. How did you discover this substance? He hadn't expected Yin Nahan to answer, and even as a couple, they should give each other more space. He realized it was inappropriate as soon as he asked. It was former Alliance President USO who told me. Uso? Yin Sui found it hard to believe. Aren't you at odds with him? He couldn't understand. Yin Nahan had always wanted Yuhua Star to break free from the Alliance's control, and USO knew that. Yin Nahan had long suspected USO was the culprit behind her father's death, and now this was a shocking twist. Uncle Wu and my father were friends. Black gold appeared 10 years ago. A batch of mech my father encountered was filled with black gold. Someone wanted to blow up Yuhua Star, and Uncle Wu shut down the celestial shield system at the last moment, so General Yi chose to personally escort that batch of black gold to the grayscale black hole. He had long planned his own death, just as people say. He was a deserving human hero, his soul always illuminating humanity's future. Does he agree with the dissolution of the Alliance? I've said before, the dissolution of the Alliance is inevitable. After a long time together, they must separate. The Alliance has completely lost the ability to manage its various organs. So separation is inevitable. Of course, there must have been someone behind the scenes pushing this forward. Yin Nahan was silent for a moment. Back then, my father encountered interstellar pirates during an inspection. They crashed on purpose. The amount of black gold inside was enough to destroy 2 Yuhua stars. The patrol route of the Ether Army is not fixed, with the celestial shield system in place. That batch of black gold will be hard to smoothly enter Yuhua Star's territory. Uncle Wu speculated that they had insiders in the alliance. And then, Yin Sui asked, "Over the years, I feigned a falling out with Uncle Wu, and our tension was all an act. We did catch quite a few people with ulterior motives, but they were all minor characters. The term mastermind felt like an empty guess, as if it didn't really exist. Xia Yan's boyfriend, Guoya, you remember, right? He told me before he died that he had found a lead. But before he could meet me, he received news of his death, which made me more certain that there was indeed someone like that. You never told me these things before. Why are you telling me now?" Yin Sui asked. "I used to think I could handle it alone. Now I want to rely on you." Yi Neihan smiled. "The past was hard, right? Not too bad. I felt like I was always being led around by the nose. Every time I was targeted, I would get very frustrated. After I got the black gold source from Uncle Wu, they started to become active again. I have a feeling that the real confrontation is not far away." Yin Neihan posed. "Will you help me? What do you think?" Yin Sui retorted, then added, "Actually, I've been investigating too, but the other side is hiding too deeply, and I haven't found anything. Such an opponent is indeed quite tricky." Yeah. Chapter 48 Fan Chi the next day. The governor's office of the Star and Alliance forces welcomed an unexpected visitor. Upon seeing him, Yin Sui was not too surprised. The visitor was Fan Chi. Yin Sui said lightly, "Minister Fan, what brings you here? Does Yi Xingzhang know?" Fan Chi ignored him and stated directly, "General Yin, I have something I want to discuss with you privately." Seeing Fan Chi's serious expression, Yin Sui no longer pressed him and said, "Come in." Fan Chi walked straight into Yin Sui's office and sat down on the sofa, a stark contrast to his usual submissive demeanor. "General Yin, you are monitoring me, aren't you?" Fan Chi said bluntly. Yin Sui nodded, not refuting him, and then handed Fan Chi a glass of water. Fan Chi took the glass but did not drink it. Instead, he said, "You were present during my last meeting with Mori." The new head of Washington Star had become Hall. Yin Sui was not surprised, as Fan Chi likely heard this from Hall when he went to see him. "That's right," Yin Sui confirmed. "Did Hall tell you?" Fan Chi nodded and sighed, as if he had made a decision. "I have indeed done something unworthy of my position. Now humanity is facing a crisis that threatens its survival, and perhaps only you can stop it. After this incident, I hope to choose a dignified way to die." Yin Sui nodded, indicating for him to continue. The dean of the sociology department at Ziming University, Fang Chongchun, you might not remember him, but everyone who studied at Ziming University knows him. He went missing last week, and I can't reach him. He should be in the wasteland now. Does he have any issues? Yin Sui realized something when Fan Chi mentioned Ziming University. The chairman of the Pinnacle Group, Gu Yujing, is his student. During the Alliance period, Pinnacle Group was the largest producer of nutrient solution in the Alliance, and he mixed black gold into the nutrient solution. Yin Sui's expression became serious. This was no small matter. "Where's that batch of nutrient solution now?" "It has already entered the market." "When did this happen?" Yin Sui asked again. "On the day Yi Xingzhang was imprisoned. His plan was too insane. I thought that lipsticks have a smaller audience, and unknown lipsticks would have an even smaller audience. I wanted to create some incidents to raise your suspicions, so he would be more cautious. But I didn't expect him to be so stubborn." Hearing this, Yin Sui was shocked, realizing this was a very tricky situation. He turned and left the office to find Alan. "Alan, investigate the nutrient solution from the Pinnacle Group. It may contain something serious. Do it quickly." Yin Sui spoke rapidly. "What is it?" Alan asked, puzzled. "Black gold." Upon hearing this, Alan also realized the severity of the situation. "Understood. I will take care of it immediately." After Alan left, Yin Sui quickly sent the conversation he had with Fan Chi to Yi Neihan before turning back to the office. Yin Sui's face became serious, but he also knew that since Fan Chi had been lurking around the Alliance and Yi Neihan for so long, his abilities were certainly not ordinary. "What exactly is your plan?" Fan Chi took a sip of the water in his hand and said, "You are a mutant, right? Fang Chongchun is the highest leader of the Pioneers organization. Su Laosan once told me that you had a playmate named Baihe when you were young, and she has seen you before your mutation." Yin Sui's expression did not change as he replied, "I am not. I hope you can answer questions related to the topic, rather than waste time discussing racial differences. In fact, you don't need to deny it. I won't speak of it outside. Answer my question." Yin Sui's expression became serious. "I am a mutant, and so is Feng Changchun. Whether in the Alliance or in Inghui, mutants are not recognized. He and I plan to fight for some rights for mutants. I have always believed that natural humans and mutants should coexist harmoniously. So, I thought that if we caused a few more disturbances, the higher-ups would notice, but unfortunately, our efforts did not create any ripples. Thus, our actions in recent years have deviated from our original intention. I didn't expect Changchun to take such an extreme path. Yin Sui was silent for a moment. So, the Healy mutant incident was your doing? Fan Shi sighed and slowly replied, to be precise, it was a joint effort between Changchun and me, but I regretted it afterward. That massacre was too cruel. Our actions crossed the line and went beyond humanity. Once this matter is understood, I will apply for a public trial myself. Where does your black gold come from? Yin Sui asked his most concerned question. The source of black gold has always been handled by Changchun. I am responsible for the downstream processing chain. You know, if black gold is not processed, the radioactive materials will affect not only natural humans, but also mutants. Only Washington Star and Inghui Star can handle black gold, and I dare not touch Yixingzhang's brow. What impact will it have on mutants? Yin Sui pretended to look nonchalant as he observed Fan Shi. The mutation abilities of mutants will become stronger, such as an increase in mental power. For mutants who have not mutated, the mortality rate will be higher, and for natural humans, the mortality rate will be even higher. Fan Shi glanced at Yin Sui, his eyes somewhat strange. Who are the members of the organization? I am the second in command, responsible for lurking in the government system. Feng Changchun is the leader. He oversees many matters, and he is very wary of me, so I'm not clear about many things. Then there is Su Laosan, who is responsible for recruiting followers. Yin Sui thought to himself that he was distancing himself quite well. Why did you think to come find me? Why should I trust you? After all, you are one of them. Yin Sui's eyes were filled with scrutiny. I have always disagreed with Feng Changchun. Laosan listens to him, and this time, the black gold has infiltrated the nutrient solution, which is almost an event that affects all humanity. Although I extremely despise natural humans, what Feng Changchun is doing behind my back has trampled on the bottom line of being human, and if it goes wrong, it could lead to extinction. I cannot let him do this. Fan Shi spoke with righteousness, but Yin Sui did not actually believe his words. You said Su Laosan listens to Feng Changchun. Then tell me, what is Su Laosan's true purpose in coming to Ziming? He is responsible for preaching, increasing followers for the Pioneers organization. Because I disagree with Changchun. They have been discussing plans behind my back recently, and I completely do not know their plans. Yin Sui let out a cold laugh. Not want to talk to Fan Shi any longer. He directly seized his mental network and conducted mental guidance on Fan Shi. Although this was not only illegal, but also inhumane, it was necessary to use the most shameless methods on someone like Fan Shi, who was full of malice. What is Feng Changchun's plan? Yin Sui asked. I don't know. That bastard Feng Changchun, the Pioneers organization, was clearly established by the two of us together. And now he wants to collude with Su Laosan to monopolize it. Fan Shi's face showed a hint of ferocity, appearing as if there was internal strife. But Yin Sui still felt that this matter was peculiar. Did Feng Changchun really go to the wasteland? Just then, the smart brain relayed a message back. Yi Neihan informed him that Feng Changchun had resigned 2 days ago and had gone missing, which matched what Fan Shi said. He went. He knew you would soon find out, so he fled early, leaving me here to accept your surveillance. I did not agree with the dissolution of the Alliance. From that time, our opinions began to diverge, but he insisted on going his own way for personal grievances. Regarding Healy, we basically had completely fallen out. So when I learned that he was going to act against the entire populace, I created chaos in advance to draw your attention. But I didn't expect you to be so useless. Even in this situation, you couldn't find Feng Changchun. It had been years since anyone had called themselves useless. It was somewhat refreshing to hear. Were you behind Lin Tao's incident? Why should I do such thankless work? It's Feng Changchun. He's afraid you will trace him back and find out he's the scapegoat he threw out. I don't know where he found that evil art, but he actually controlled Lin Tao's consciousness and mental network. Fan Shi said with a worried expression. Although that's what he said. If it weren't for Fan Shi tracking down Lin Tao, he estimated it would take a long time to find the instigator of the last anomaly. Feng Changchun had no reason to do this, But to lie under his own mental guidance is basically impossible, unless Fan Shi's mental power is higher than his, which is simply a fairy tale. Why didn't you look for Yixing Chong, but came to find me? Yin Sui's question was quite abrupt, with no connection between them. She was simply a madwoman. During the last Healy massacre, she threatened to throw the instigator into space junk. How could I dare? I've worked with her for many years, yet I still can't understand her. After saying this, Fan Shi shook his head casually. Am I that easy to talk to? Yin Sui was also a bit puzzled. Yunayan had also said he was too rigid and principled. You wouldn't kill innocents indiscriminately, at least with you. My death might be a bit better. Yin Sui sneered, not expecting Fan Shi to actually dare to say he was innocent. What role did Fang Changchun play in the dissolution of the alliance? Yin Sui changed the topic again. But no matter how he changed the questions, Fan Shi answered with ease, which was a normal state of mental guidance. The alliance can no longer control the planets below. Many star leaders and Fang Changchun's alumni admire his sociological and philosophical ideas. For a long time, we've been brainwashing the star leaders to instill a sense of independent determination. At the same time, independence requires a leader. We chose Washington Star for in-depth cooperation. Although Moray hates aliens, he has dealings with the wasteland. After learning that you were investigating black gold, Moray became a bit anxious. He informed the wasteland that you weren't in the alliance, which is why the space pirates dared to attack Inui openly. Fan Shi paused for a moment, as if searching for memories in his mind. But it was also Moray who was too anxious. Many things were not laid out in advance, resulting in him getting nothing but independence rights after the alliance dissolved. And instead, he was taken advantage of by Yi Neihan, this little yellow sparrow. When Yin Sui heard the term little yellow sparrow, her pupils dilated for a moment, but it quickly disappeared. What was your original plan? I wanted to obtain the black gold separation technology from Inui Star. USO has long begun researching black gold. The Kirk Institute, now known as the Landa Institute, has Luca, who has done extensive research on black gold. Are you saying Luca started researching black gold a long time ago? Yan Sui frowned. As far as he knew, Luca only learned about the existence of black gold shortly before the alliance dissolved. No wonder he quickly figured out the properties of black gold. It turns out he had been researching this material for a long time. He just didn't know what role someone as passionate about research is played in the matter of black gold. Of course, if we had to say, Inui Star's research on black gold is the most mature. If it weren't for Yi Neihan being too unpredictable, we originally planned to cooperate with her. Where does your black gold come from? Under mental guidance, Yin Sui asked this question again. I am responsible for downstream processing. Fang Changchun never lets me know the source of black gold. The answer was exactly the same as before, seeming completely fine, but Yin Sui still felt something was off. Why did you plan the Healy alien riot incident? This question Yin Sui also couldn't figure out. Fang Changchun couldn't wait any longer. You and Yi Neihan are getting closer and closer. Black gold has already been exposed. His goal is to turn all natural humans into aliens. Why does he want to alienate all natural humans? Yin Sui asked again. He believes the gap between natural humans and aliens can never be eliminated, only by turning them into the same kind, and, after a long period of sedimentation, can they consider themselves human and not natural humans and aliens. Yin Sui hadn't thought of this theory, but for natural humans, it was too extreme. He didn't pay any more attention to Fan Shi. There were still many unclear things about him. Fan Shi was Yi Neihan's person, and he didn't care whether Fan Shi was willing to be handed over to Yi Neihan. He directly handed this elder, who crossed 2 generations of systems, to Yi Neihan. Chapter 49 Zimming University. Unknowingly, autumn has arrived at Zimming. In fact, as an artificial planet, Yue Star is entirely man-made, and there are no real seasons like spring, summer, autumn, and winter. However, humans, drifting through the vast universe, insist on recreating the beauty of Earth to commemorate their homeland. After watching the conversation between Yin Sui and Fan Shi, Yi Neihan felt a sense of helplessness. As human society develops, various social relationships become increasingly complex, and everyone has their own stance. It is unnecessary to hastily comment on right or wrong. She piloted her light shuttle to the Dryer Club, where the former president of the Alliance, USO, was detained. if Yin Sui's information was incorrect and Fan Shi was just trying to mislead them, then her visit to USO would surely expose a relationship with him. Yi Neihan dismissed all the guards watching USO and blocked the external communication network of the Dryer Club before entering USO's residence. USO frowned at her actions, clearly disapproving. "You shouldn't be here. I have something I must confirm," Yi Neihan replied, staring intently at USO as if trying to see through his facade. USO ignored her and walked straight to the sofa, sitting down. He looked up at Yi Neihan, evidently aware that she was not someone who lacked a sense of urgency. Her visit at this time clearly indicated that something important was at stake. "Speak," USO said. It had been a long time since USO had seen Yi Neihan, and his frustrated gaze carried an unspoken warmth. "Luca, he's one of your people." Hearing this, USO closed his eyes briefly and said lightly, "You know now. Why didn't you tell me?" Yi Neihan asked. "He is someone I left for you. You can trust him. Why didn't you tell me?" She asked again. "Does it matter? The alliance has been dissolved for so long. What have you discovered? Moreover, you've been played around." USO showed no mercy to Yi Neihan, striking at her pride and her investigative abilities. "You've been investigating for so many years and still haven't found anything? That's not the same, is it? Such a big bait as the dissolution of the alliance, and the other side hasn't even shown up." USO looked down, his head lowered. "Look at this." After saying that, Yi Neihan played the confession video of Fan Shi for him. USO watched the video in silence for a long time. Fan Shi, he could be considered an old friend. He smiled helplessly. Yi Neihan quietly watched him, not interrupting. USO picked up a cup of lukewarm water that had been on the table for who knows how long and took a big gulp. Then he opened his smart brain, pulling up an old photo. The background of the photo was Ziming University, and there were 3 people in it. The one in the middle was Yi Yunhuan, her father, flanked by USO and Fan Shi, the youthful young men, full of vigor. As USO gazed at the 3D image displayed on the smart brain, he slowly began to tell a story that she had never heard before, a story that belonged entirely to the previous generation. It turned out that USO and Yi Yunhuan were influential figures at Ziming University back in the day. It was not surprising that Yi Yunhuan knew USO, as their families had always had a good relationship. At Ziming University, Yi Yunhuan excelled in the military academy, while USO studied in the social academy, which served as a talent pipeline for the alliance's political arena. Where there are people, there are social dynamics. Those who could enter the social academy were certainly not ordinary in their backgrounds. At that time, Fan Shi was an alien for Botswana Star, and being able to get into Ziming University was a unique achievement. If he were not an alien, he could have been considered the pride of Botswana Star. The societal attitude towards aliens was even worse than it is now. The arrogance and prejudice of adults as natural persons were deeply ingrained in their hearts. They wouldn't physically assault or insult Fan Shi, but since Ziming University was mostly made up of natural persons, the few aliens became the topic of gossip. If they just ignored Fan Shi, it would have been fine, but they would openly criticize this innocent and hard-working alien within their circle. They doubted he had used improper means to enter Ziming University. They suspected his character was questionable. If something went missing in the dorm, he was the first one they suspected. No one ever invited him out to eat. Regardless of how hard he studied or how well he performed, his name would never appear on the scholarship list. In Ziming, on Yuhui Star, throughout the entire alliance, and in all of human society, prejudice against aliens had become a consensus. Anyone who held a different opinion was deemed out of place. In this prestigious institution, he lived like an island. Until one day, he encountered USO and Yi Yunhuan, 2 big brothers, and things at Ziming University gradually improved. Like now, it was also autumn. Yi Yunhuan had training that ran a bit late, so he contacted USO in advance, suggesting they delay their lunch. They could have had nutritional liquid, but although it was free of impurities, it tasted terrible. Plus, since USO and Yi Yunhuan were good friends, they would eat in the cafeteria every day to strengthen their bond, as even nutritional liquid tasted much better there than outside. As they arrived outside the cafeteria, a loud discussion reached their ears. That sophomore, supposedly the top student from Botswana Star. Everyone knows Botswana Star is a gathering place for useless people. Who knows what tricks the kid used to get into our Ziming University? Yeah, I arrived late and ended up in the same dorm. What bad luck. Our aliens are already a small percentage on Yuhui Star. Why do we need to admit aliens to school with us? You have no idea how violent they are. All this talk about equality movements. If equality is achieved, what then? They're just born criminals, and they still have the audacity to claim they represent human evolution. Yeah. The voices in the cafeteria gradually faded as those students probably finished eating and were just sitting on the benches waiting for their classmates to finish. Meanwhile, a student stood quietly outside, not saying a word. Yi Yanhuan's keen eyes caught sight of his identity badge. Class of 1006, Fan Qi. The class of 1006 was indeed the current sophomore year at Ziming University, and this person was the so-called useless individual those students were talking about. Yi Yanhuan had a bad temper at the time and directly walked into the cafeteria, wanting to confront them. He was from a military academy, and fighting was second nature to him. However, USO was different. He was from the Sociology Academy and preferred to persuade with virtue. He held Yi Yanhuan back to avoid any punishment afterward. I say, everyone, we're all adults here, still talking behind someone's back? USO's lips curled in a smirk, his face full of mockery. He was a prominent figure at the school, and everyone knew him. Senior. That group of students instantly fell silent, and USO continued. The Alliance's bill states that whether natural person or alien, as long as you are a citizen of the Alliance, you should be treated equally. If you disagree, you can participate in the cabinet assessment after graduation. Who knows, you might even get a chance to vote on amending the bill. As a perennial champion of debate competitions, that group of younger students was no match for USO, and they slinked away without even getting a chance to speak. Since then, although USO never asked, Fan Qi would always wait for him at mealtimes, attend every debate competition to cheer him on, and be present at every public event. Yi Yanhuan often teased him, saying he had found a little fanboy for himself with his extensive professional knowledge. Chapter 50 Origin USO had always known that the mutants were looked down upon by natural humans. But it was only after that he realized that the mere phrase looked down upon had been beautified. The students at Ziming University came from various planets. After mutation, if their mental power was not enhanced, their IQ would be impaired. Most mutants with high mental power would choose to go to islands or wastelands, their extraordinary talents making them arrogant, attempting to become the leaders of the new world, which resulted in very few mutants being able to get into the university. It was expected that someone like Fan Qi, who had low mental power and weak innate abilities, would be isolated. The entire human society seemed to have ingrained discrimination against mutants. Even in a free institution like Ziming University, prejudice was everywhere. In this large school, mutants didn't even have a place to use the restroom, as the university's toilets were not designated for mutants. He could only go to the public toilet outside the school. Uso still remembered how Fan Qi would run out sweating every day just to go to the restroom. Later, during a debate on the social issues of mutants, he defeated his opponents and happened to mention this topic. It was then that the principal learned about the difficulties mutants faced regarding restroom access, and the issue was finally resolved. Although Fan Qi was isolated by his classmates at school, he performed well academically. After graduation, he entered the system and became a junior staff member in the Alliance Security Department, where he had always remained unremarkable, achieving nothing significant. Later, when Uso became the president of the Alliance, no one looked down on him anymore, but it seemed his career still did not improve. Uso, Yi Yanhuan, and Fan Qi were very good friends, and Uso still couldn't understand why it was him. After hearing these past events, Yi Yanhuan felt overwhelmed by the chasm that lay between natural humans and mutants. Yen Sui was also a mutant, and he had already lived a difficult life on the islands. Yi Yanhuan didn't want the whispers behind his back to one day happen to him. What really happened with my father's case back then? If I hadn't found out that my father personally piloted the mech towards the black hole, I would never have believed the fabricated story you told about not being able to withstand the interstellar pirates. I'm not lying to you. If the sky shield system was activated with the military power of that time, it indeed could not have stopped that attack, Uso said calmly. But there was a hint of helplessness in his laughter. Uncle Uso, I believe you because my father wanted me to believe you. He told me when he was still around that no matter what the Alliance turned into, you were the only person he trusted. But you're the one who turned off the sky shield system. This matter has been a thorn in my heart all these years. Now, I think it's time for you to clarify things with me, especially since those small fry from the wasteland probably didn't even register on your radar. The group of wasteland members intercepted by Yunhuan at that time was indeed insignificant, but the materials inside the mesh were enough to annihilate the entire Yuhui. If Yuhui disappeared, the planetary-level energy waves generated would have dire consequences. You should know that New Delhi Star is already very close to Alpha 3. With their strength, they could not withstand such a degree of energy wave. Is there black gold up there? Yi Neihan suddenly grasped the key point of the issue. Yes, not only is there black gold, but also scientists from the wasteland, all of whom are mutants with very high mental power. They have mastered the mining and refining technology of black gold, so they must be destroyed in the outer domain, Uso confirmed. Why did our fathers rush to Yuhui? Perhaps there was still a chance of survival if they destroyed it earlier, Yi Neihan asked again. The technology at that time was not as advanced as it is now. Mental guidance required a lot of time. That group of scientists was mostly mutants with high mental power. One person could control several mechs. It would have been harder than climbing to the sky to pry open their mouths on the way, Uso explained. Luca was one of those scientists, but he was a natural human. The scientific research of mutants was generally not very strong. Luca was a professor abducted from Ziming University, specifically to conduct research on black gold for them. He was the chief experimenter and dispatcher of that batch of black gold, kept separately in a lone mech, and had already fallen into a coma. Your father didn't take it seriously, thinking he would interrogate him after returning to the Alliance. But just as your father's patrol team was about to reach Yuhui, Luca woke up. Upon understanding the situation, he insisted on seeing your father. His request to meet was considered an interrogation, and it was recorded. You can see for yourself. After saying this, Uso opened his smart brain and pulled up an old video. Speak, what do you want from me? Yi Yunhuan frowned, unaware that a life-and-death decision awaited him. I am a professor in the biological materials department at Ziming University. My name is Luca. I was abducted by the wasteland 2 years ago. You should have heard about this news. Yi Yunhuan did not expect to find a professor who had been abducted during the capture of the Interstellar pirates. Professor Luca, how did you end up on the mechs of Interstellar pirates? Yi Yunhuan voiced his confusion. There's no time to explain all that now. I tell you my true identity in hopes that you will believe what I say next. The mech from the wasteland carried dangerous materials capable of destroying 10 planets. They plan to blow up Yuhui. What? Yi Yunhuan raised his voice, but we have thoroughly checked their mechs and found no dangerous materials, as you say. It's a new substance. If arranged by elemental order, it will be classified as the 467th element. This batch of explosives is controlled by the mental power of their mech commander. Once they enter the Yuhui range, they will explode. If he dies, they will also explode. Where is the 467th element hidden? Yi Yunhuan clearly did not fully trust what Lucas said. In the bottom compartment of each mech, Yi Yunhuan signaled his chief guard to check while ordering the mechs to reduce their flight speed. I have no reason to lie to you. My hometown is Yuhui, and I am also part of its defense. Luca understood Yi Yunhuan's intentions. If what you say is true, what will happen if I throw that batch of dangerous materials into space now? The 467th element will automatically explode once it leaves the control range of its controller. This is a program they set up themselves, and I cannot interfere. If the 467th element explodes, this batch of mechs cannot escape. Lucas sighed. How do you know all this? Yi Yunhuan squinted, revealing his continued distrust of Luca. Otherwise, why do you think they captured me? My research topic at Ziming University was the extraction of new species. The 467th element is a substance I discovered. I hadn't even had the chance to publish my paper before they abducted me, so I can be sure that there are people from them in my laboratory. Before Yi Yunhuan could respond, his chief guard entered. He had used an energy detector to measure the energy levels of that batch of materials, completely confirming Luca's claims. What solution do we have? Yi Yunhuan turned to Luca. Luca shook his head, indicating he was powerless. The 467th element being placed on different mechs means that if this batch of mechs is to be destroyed, each one needs a person to do so without letting the mutants notice the deviation in the flight path. Yi Yunhuan's patrol team was already outnumbered compared to the Wasteland's mechs, but fortunately, there were 2 individuals with stronger mental powers who could pilot 2 to 3 mechs. Luca wanted to join in, but Yi Yunhuan stopped him. The Wasteland has such things, right? Yi Yunhuan asked. Luca nodded. Somevat confused. Are they all your creation? Not entirely. They also have their own scientists. The 467th element is not mined, but is a byproduct of fluid separation. The process is complicated. They mastered the formula long ago. I'm just a technical advisor and have very little say. I temporarily believe what you said, and I hope you can live up to your promises and not do anything that harms the Alliance. You stay and continue researching element 467. All aspects of this technology must be in the hands of the Alliance. What does this mean? In fact, Luca has already understood Yi Yunhuan's meaning. He just finds it hard to believe. I will leave a mech for you. Someone will come to take you back to the Alliance shortly. As for whether what you said is true or not, someone will come to investigate. Yi Yunhuan's expression remained calm, and the recording stopped abruptly here. But Yi Neihan felt a suffocating sensation. His father was calmly walking towards death. Not only him, but all the Ether Army members who participated in the patrol chose to face death with composure. So has Luca made any discoveries? Yi Neihan remained silent for a long time, looking at USO. Yi Yunhuan shook his head. Black gold is a byproduct of flowing jade, but there are many sources of flowing jade, and it is impossible to have complete control over it. 1 ton of flowing jade can extract planetary-level energy. I want Yin Sui to investigate black gold, actually to find out the scientist who controls black gold. The weapon expert from Kirk Institute, Cookie, has developed a short-wave shield that can slow down the fusion time of black gold, but can only delay it for an hour. Cookie, in my impression, this person is a slippery character. I didn't expect he had this capability. His research on interstellar weapons is quite profound. Yi Neihan no longer tangled over the fact that Cookie is also a person from USO. The various forces left by the former alliance are already intricately intertwined, and it would probably be harder than ascending to the heavens to clarify everything in a short time. I have another question, Yi Neihan said. You can ask. Since you said there is black gold in the wasteland and they have their own scientists, why didn't they use it when the alliance was disbanded? USO knew she was referring to the time when interstellar pirates raided Yuhui Star. The alliance's forces were intertwined, and so were the wastelands. They also had to divide into factions. The group that has been active in recent years clearly shows signs of aging in their mechs. But Lucas said they have a team that rarely appears, and their research level is not inferior to the Alliance. I suspect that the last group that came was not the one I was looking for at all. Not inferior to the Alliance? If that's the case, then this matter will indeed be somewhat tricky. Perhaps during that time, your father lost a batch of scientists. The ones that have been active in recent years are also likely to be wary of Yin Sui's mental strength. They have been hiding very deeply, and I have not found their source over the years. They only occasionally appear without causing much trouble, USO explained. The wasteland has always been a mystery to Yi Neihan. She only knows that those interstellar pirates live in the wasteland, but there are no specific coordinates, or their bases are constantly changing. No one knows how many of them there are, or the scale of their development, and this has been a headache for the Alliance. Thinking of the challenging issue of the wasteland, Yi Neihan felt overwhelmed. The person Fan Shi mentioned, the dean of the social college at Ziming University, Feng Changchun. Do you know him? USO frowned slightly. He is my classmate. I was always first in the social college, and Feng Changchun was known as the perennial second place. He did target me a bit back then, but we weren't close. He is a natural person, and I can't understand why he would do such things. Does he harbor animosity towards natural people? I haven't heard of that. He disapproved of my relationship with Fan Shi back then. I didn't expect he would end up with Fan Shi. Although I don't like him, I don't feel he is that kind of person. What Fan Shi said may not be true. I can't see him clearly now. In any case, there seems to be something deeper in this. You need to be careful. Yi Neihan replied softly. I have something else to attend to, so I'll leave first. After saying that, she turned to leave. Oh, what is it? Yi Neihan turned back. Pay attention to safety. Okay, I don't know if it's my illusion, but Yi Neihan felt that USO's gaze towards her contained many things she couldn't understand, like affection and something else. Chapter 51. Feng Changchun, Yin Sui, finished questioning Fan Shi and directly locked him up in the central prison of Ingui Star, which is Yi Neihan's territory and was also where Yi Neihan had been held a couple of days ago. Fan Shi said that Yi Neihan wanted to harm him, so he put him in the most dangerous cell and then headed straight to Ziming University. At this time, Yi Neihan had also finished her conversation with Wu Suo. There wasn't much time for her to feel sad, so she quickly adjusted herself and drove the light shuttle towards Ziming University. Here to investigate Fang Changchun, Yi Neihan saw Yin Sui and was not at all surprised. Yes. Yin Sui then asked, "Are you also?" Yes. Yi Neihan hesitated for a moment, called out to Yin Sui, and since they were now in a cooperative relationship, she felt it necessary to clarify the matter of black gold with Yin Sui to prevent him from running around like a headless chicken. Yan Sui. Yes, what's up? Yin Sui asked. Black gold is a derivative of Lu Dai. Uncle Wu asked you to investigate it, hoping you could use the strength of the Ether Army to find the scientists who possess the technology for separating black gold. Wu Suo said that. Yin Sui asked again. Yes. My father sacrificed himself for human safety, and he is very proud. I have indeed been somewhat obsessed these past years, Yi Neihan murmured. Do you remember the oath we made when we established the Lightheart team back then? Yin Sui said with a smile. He can now calmly mention that buried team, but it doesn't mean he isn't sad. Yi Neihan was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled. Of course I remember, to build a better tomorrow for humanity. She didn't expect that one day she could calmly discuss this topic with someone. Then, starting today, let's forget the wrong paths we've taken and work together to build a better tomorrow for humanity. Yin Sui extended one of his hands, including those of other species. Yi Neihan also extended one of her hands, and they high-fived, but Yin Sui immediately held on. To build a better tomorrow for humanity, Yi Neihan said softly. This is Ziming University, Yi Neihan reminded, hoping Yin Sui wouldn't be too bold. So what? Sooner or later you'll be my wife. Don't they love to guess our relationship? Let's prove it to them. Hearing this, Yi Neihan instantly understood Yin Sui's meaning. He wanted to show others his attitude towards Inghui Star. However, with such words, the pressure faced by the star and the Allied forces would only increase. But so what? Every star has long been restless, and standing against Yin Sui is only a matter of time. No matter what, Inghui Star has the confidence to support this army. Ziming University became a dream school for many students during the Alliance period due to its excellent financial and research capabilities. After the disbandment of the Alliance, the Yi Neihan government increased its financial support, so to this day it remains a dream for students from various stars. Fang Changchun was the dean of the Social Academy. After his disappearance, Ziming University quickly conducted a reselection and appointment of the dean. The current dean is a professor named Yi Li from the Classical Philosophy Department. Dean Yi, General Yin, please come in. Yi Li welcomed them into his office as soon as he saw them. I just took over the academy, and things are a bit chaotic. My office is also a bit messy. Yi Li made no comment on the two holding hands, but rather jokingly referred to himself as a smooth-talking fox. We're here to ask about Fang Changchun. Yin Sui looked at Yi Li, his tone somewhat serious. Ask away. I will answer as best as I can. What kind of person is he usually at school? Just normal, nothing special. He has high academic ability, and students like him. His personality is very easygoing. He doesn't have an air about him. Very easygoing? Yi Neihan asked. Yes, very easygoing. In my memory, he seems to have never lost his temper with anyone. Was there anything special the day before he disappeared? Yin Sui asked again. The supervision officer asked about this too. Before he disappeared last week, there didn't seem to be anything special. It was pretty much the same as usual. Yi Neihan pressed on. What about his usual behavior? Any abnormalities? I can't really recall. Generally, he's pretty normal. He is not an eye-catching person. Even though he is the dean, sometimes we might pass by him and hardly feel his presence. He has a low sense of presence. Perhaps he is just low-key, Yi Li said lightly. After saying that, he seemed to remember something, if we're talking about something special. He seems to have a good relationship with Fan Shi from the security department. Although our social academy studies human relationships and development without discrimination against other species, societal prejudice against them is deeply ingrained. Generally, natural humans wouldn't get too close to other species. Yin Sui and Yi Neihan exchanged glances and understood each other's meaning. It was likely that Fang Changchun was indeed involved in adding black gold to the nutrient solution. Where's his office? Yin Sui asked. After he left, he didn't take anything, which made us think he simply didn't come. By the time we discovered he was missing, several days had passed. Do you think he might have encountered some accident? We've been colleagues for many years, and I still worry a bit. Ili walked while chattering, and Yin Sui and Yi Neihan followed behind without speaking. This is Fong Changchun's office. Ili opened a door, revealing a minimalist office to their eyes. Let's check it out. You can leave for now. Yenaihan isuit a dismissal tuyidi. Upon hearing this, Ili fell silent for a moment, then cautiously said, Dinyi, although you are the leader of Inghui, Changchun's office has been sealed by the supervision officer. You can check, but I hope you won't damage any evidence. Understood. Yinahan finished speaking and closed the office door. The office was simply arranged, with a desk, some philosophical papers, and a batch of reports. There was nothing special. It seemed that this place was just a simple workspace for Fong Changchun, where no personal feelings should be reflected. Yin Sui and Yi Neihan then left Fong Changchun's office. Snowfall. Back in the light shuttle, Yin Sui called out to Snowfall. Soon, a human-like figure appeared in the light shuttle cabin. It was Yin Sui's combat core machine, Snowfall. The materials used to create it are changeable, allowing it to take on various shapes and hide in different places. General, check Fong Changchun's communication devices, including his smart brain. Yin Sui closed his eyes and added, also check Fanchi's. In no time, Snowfall provided feedback on its inspection results. As the most human-like core machine that exists, Snowfall briefly summarized Yin Sui's needs. Fong Changchun and Fanchi's smart brains and communication devices were all fine. They weren't even friends on their smart brain terminals. And there were no mentions of black gold or element 467 in their devices. Even the frequency of the term other species was very low. Nothing? Yan Sui frowned. Of course, I checked their registered accounts and device addresses in the gene database. It doesn't rule out the possibility that they have other communication devices or that they might meet directly. In that case, Snowfall would be somewhat helpless. It seems a bit tricky. Yi Neihan sighed. Let's go check on Fan Shi. There are many questionable issues. I used mental guidance, so it shouldn't be. Yin Sui looked at Yi Neihan, set the light shuttle to fly freely, and asked, has that batch of black gold nutrient solution that flowed into the market been intercepted? Yi Neihan lowered her gaze. Xia Yin is already handling it, but the Pinnacle Group and Shangxia Group are competitors. Inghui Star is fine. We can basically intercept everything that hasn't gone out. It probably won't be so smooth on other planets. Is it mainly Washington Star? Yin Sui asked. Yes. Inghui has always had a conflict with Washington. It was fine when Mori was in power. I had some understanding of him, and he definitely wouldn't allow his citizens to all turn into the abominations he despises. But now Hall is in power, and I've been neglecting him. I'm not quite sure what kind of person he is. Yin Sui played with the smooth, flat light shuttle. I have indeed talked to him, and he is quite a troublesome character. Mori's black money comes from Fan Chi, but Hall seems to have a different source. Then Yin Sui added, Qin Shan is currently on Washington Star. I've already informed him to investigate. The Pinnacle Group's headquarters is also on Washington Star, so we can't avoid Hall no matter what. Yi Neihan silently looked ahead, and no one knew what she was thinking at that moment. Chapter 52 Diary Yin Sui and Yi Neihan arrived at Fong Changchun's home. The advanced intelligent security system of the house was a piece of cake for Yin Sui, who had exceptional mental abilities, and they smoothly entered Fanchi's home. Like most buildings in Zimming, it was printed in a style reminiscent of Earth, but with many high-tech smart systems added. The house was 2 stories high, and the interior was empty, just like Fanchi himself, unremarkable and lacking in anything noteworthy. Piao Xue carefully scanned the entire building and then unemotionally described the scanning results to Yin Sui. General, there is no useful information here. Like Fanchi's personal terminal, the information sent from this address is meaningless. What about the items? Is there a scan? Buildings in the Interstellar era are all printed, which makes it convenient for artificial intelligence to check various indicators of the house. There is no special information, but I detected an item that is not commonly used by normal humans. What is it? Yin Sui asked. A notebook, an ancient notebook, a product from the Earth era. After saying this, Piao Xue transformed into human form, retrieved the notebook, and handed it to Yin Sui. 1006, Second Stellar Era, I was admitted to Zimming University, but my father did not want me to go to school. He hoped I would inherit his position as a steward in Gaoyan. He said that it was impressive enough for a different species to achieve what he did and urged me not to have any unnecessary thoughts. I knew that different species were not welcomed, but I really wanted to go out and see the world. Life is really hard. 1006, Third Stellar Era. My father still did not want me to go to Zimming. He said Botswana was the most tolerant place for different species, aside from the islands and wastelands. And he did not want me to suffer. 1006, Third Stellar Era. With my mother's persuasion, my father finally agreed to let me go to Zimming University, eagerly anticipating tomorrow's arrival. 1006, Fourth Stellar Era. I have been enrolled for a long time. My father's words were all true. Normal humans do not welcome me. I brought my roommate a specialty from Botswana, but the moment I stepped out, the specialty I worked hard to bring was thrown into the trash can. I felt very sad. 1007, First Stellar Era. I ranked first in the assessment at the end of last year, but I did not receive a scholarship from Zimming University because I'm a different species. Is being born really that important? 1007, First Stellar Era. My roommates talk bad about others. Why don't they wait until I'm far away to say it? I don't want to hear those words. They say I got into Zimming University through special means. 1007, Second Stellar Era. I don't know why I was born. Was it to be bullied by others? I have no friends. I am a reclusive monster. If only I were a normal human, but aren't there bad ones among normal humans too? How can I explain to them that different species are not as vicious as they imagine? 1007, Second Stellar Era. Everything is terrible. Life is truly awful. 1008, First Stellar Era. Is being a different species really worthless? I don't believe it. I refuse to believe it. 1021, First Stellar Era. Who wants your fake sympathy? I don't need help. I don't need pity. 1022, Second Stellar Era. I discovered a secret. Perhaps the era of different species is about to come. 1038, First Stellar Era. Finally, this thoroughly rotten alliance has disbanded. Next, it's our world, a brand new world. I can't wait. 1038, Second Stellar Era. I have been discovered. Yansui. The diary abruptly ended here, but Yin Sui felt something was off. This diary, which concealed many secrets. How could Fan Shi leave it at home knowing he would definitely investigate? He turned to the next page, and sure enough, General Yin, how surprising. I didn't expect you to have a hobby of peeking into others' diaries. I know your secret. We are the same kind. Once the deed is done, I won't make things difficult for you. I hope you choose to join my camp. A good bird chooses its tree to perch on. I will have it. I only give you 3 days to consider. I will contact you in 3 days. Since you have peeked in my diary, you should know that I am not fond of your little lover. If you're sensible, I might consider letting her go. Trust me, you are not on the same path. Yin Sui frowned and then contacted Alan. Alan, where is Fan Shi? He's detained in Zimming prison. Watched over by the officials of the Star Council, Alan replied, somewhat confused. Before Yinehin could contact the head of Zimming prison, her secretary contacted her. Star Counselor, Fan Shi has escaped. What happened? Along with him, the warden of Zimming prison also left. Without needing to say more, Yinehin understood everything. After the alliance disbanded, she thought she was the Yellow Sparrow, but in Fan Shi's eyes, she was merely the mantis. She never expected Fan Shi's influence to have penetrated this deeply. What about the other management systems? Could they all be his people? Yinehin dared not think further, but she also found it unbelievable. Fan Shi was a different species. How did he manage to make those natural humans obey him? It was simply absurd. Yin Sui also thought of this. He frowned and asked, do you still remember Lu Xingbin? Lin Tao. Yes, I suspected back then that someone controlled Lin Tao's consciousness and erased his memories. However, there was no such technology in the scientific research reports from various stars, not even on Yuhui star. You told me before that what Yuzhuo wanted me to find was actually that group of mysterious scientists in the wasteland. Could it be? Yin Sui turned to look at Yinehin. Are you saying he used technology to control the brains of natural humans and made it undetectable by mental power? It's very possible. But I should go to Landa. Luca might know. Just then, Yinehin's smart brain rang again, still her chief secretary. Star Counselor. Many officials have lost control, jumping off buildings like crazy. Many have already been contained by the Star Council and the military, but some have lost vital signs. Chapter 53, Out of Control, the speculation was confirmed, and Fan Shi began his revenge. This was just the first step of his twisted empire. In just one day, the Yinghui star lost 30 talents in various fields, and the Xing and allied forces were not spared either. Fortunately, they had been stationed at the Tion shield for a long time, so the impact was relatively small and the number of controlled individuals was not high. Perhaps this was why Fan Shi dared to go find Yin Sui and surrender alone. He had enough strength to leave whether in Yin Sui's domain or in Yi Neihan's territory. Fan Shi was putting on a show, demonstrating to them his omnipotence. What had been exposed so far was perhaps just a small part. It was unknown how many politicians were ensnared in the shadows. And Fan Shi surely had bigger plans. Fan Shi had been planning this for many years. Everything they did was under his watch, and he was the one who laid the groundwork. They were merely following the path he had set, step by step. Luca, have you found anything? Yi Neihan asked. You guessed correctly. After the incident with the Star Chief, I studied Lin Tao. His mental network has indeed been controlled, but not via a brainwave chip. There are no signs of physical manipulation in his brain. It seems more like biological control. What do you mean? Yan Sui Prest. Our current technology links a person's mental network through brainwave chips to achieve a connected world. You should be aware of this. It's in the essential reading materials. However, Lin Tao's mental network lacks a brainwave chip, yet is still under control, indicating that the people from the wasteland have completed the manipulation and production of biological chips. I was too slow, Luca sighed. Yin Sui caught the word slow. You were researching this before? Yi Neihan also looked at him. Luca did not answer immediately. He looked at Yi Neihan. Also told you about my situation, right? Yi Neihan's tone revealed no emotion. Although she did not want to discuss her father's death, she had no choice. At the Wasteland Research Base, they were studying biological chips, a type that could completely parasitize the human brain. After returning, Uso and I reported this issue. At that time, I felt that thing crossed the human bottom line and did not want to study it. But Uso told me that the Wasteland was researching such things to deal with the Alliance, so I kept studying it. And then, Yin Sui asked, the biological chip, when parasitized in the human brain, belongs to a carbonyl type and can integrate with the human brain. When artificial intelligence first emerged, we suspected that one day, chip humans might replace humans. But so far, this hypothesis seems absurd. Even if your snowflake has passed 5 rounds of Turing tests, its highest principle remains to serve humanity. Luca glanced at Yin Sui, pointing to the humanoid machine next to him. However, biological chips are different. The original intention of studying them is to integrate with humans, like forcibly injecting a second personality into a person's thoughts. The gene editing of biological chips is perfect once it merges with human mental strength. It can defeat weak humans and overcome all negative emotions, thus becoming a person. The laboratory of the Landa Research Institute fell into long silence. Biological chips, with their functions, sounded very evil, and indeed they were. Biological chips connect to the mental network, directly seizing it. Physical chips cannot evolve, but biological chips can. Humans and human civilization originate from the thoughts of heaven, earth, and self. Without thought, can they still be called humans? Perhaps they can, after all. They still look human on the outside, and there is still no difference in composition. Is there a solution? Yi Neihan looked at Luca, appearing calm and composed. But her true feelings were unknown. I still carried a compassionate heart and removed the aggressive gene chain during research, leaving the conservative parts. But I underestimated the madness of those in the wasteland. The academically inclined expert finally expressed personal emotion when facing the people of the wasteland. It seems they only managed to produce a half-finished product. What kind of people are the scientists from the wasteland? Yin Sui asked again. Scientists? That is really overestimating them. They're a group with extremely high mental strength. They will stop at nothing to develop something to deal with the Alliance. In their world, strength is respected. Those with low mental strength, or those without abilities, are not even acknowledged as their kind. What countermeasures do we have? There are too many controlled individuals. Yin Sui looked at Luca, his eyes full of inquiry. Luca shook his head. I examined the corpses of the deceased. They have already merged with the chips, indicating that this chip is very successful. Is there any way to eliminate it? The chips can't just appear in their mental networks for no reason. Yi Neihan raised her eyes. 2 years ago, I created a detector for potential issues with biological chips. But I'm not sure if it will work on this particular biological chip. Luca paused for a moment and continued, As for how these chips entered their bodies, I still don't know for now, but I found that those still under control seem to have a small opening on their heads. I suspect that inserting this chip would require a minor surgery. In the interstellar age, minor surgeries are not difficult. Any etheric doctor with a robot could do it. But how to make them willingly undergo surgery is a bit tricky. You might want to investigate this angle. Yin Sui slightly closed his eyes, seemingly pondering something. The politicians who were implanted with chips acted uniformly, not under their own control. After the chip implantation, would they always obey the commands of the chip's implanter, or would they be transformed into another person after the chip evolved? Lucas sighed, seemingly powerless against this chaotic situation. This was also the terrifying aspect of the people from the wasteland. They claimed they wanted to establish a homeland for. That evolution was humanity's future. But evolution should be based on differences, not homogenization. Indeed, the current approach of the wasteland is to transform humans into a batch of perfect machines. A batch of completely obedient machines. What would happen if the overall controller of these chips died? Yin Sui asked again. Yi Neihan turned to Yin Sui, realizing his implication. Perhaps this was the only solution. Unless he edits the chip behaviors one by one, otherwise it should be the second situation. The chip and the person merge, becoming a second personality for the human. It then depends on which of the two personalities prevails in individual struggles, Luca replied. Based on your speculation, what is the likelihood of individual editing? Yin Sui asked again. Luca shook his head. Humans are a species. The genetic differences between individuals are vast, and life experiences vary significantly. It's very challenging to edit them one by one. It might be possible with fewer people, but once the number increases, it becomes absolutely impossible. Moreover, even if edited one by one, it would be hard to control completely. Lin Tao should have been edited individually. We can still detect his differences. I understand. Thank you. The wasteland has been too reckless this time, trampling on the dignity of being human. This battle will be difficult. Stay safe, Luca couldn't help but remind. What responded to him was the departing figures of the two. Chapter 54. Fall. The situation developed far beyond Yi Neihan's expectations. This time she did not intercept the information from Yuhua Star. Despite her reluctance to be made a laughingstock by the other star leaders, she could not afford to care at this moment. On the day when the political leaders collectively jumped to their deaths, she issued a statement on the Interstellar network. In response to the speculation about the collective suicide of Yuhua Star's political leaders, the Yuhua Daily released a statement confirming that the incident was real, stating that some officials had been controlled by a new type of biological chip from the wasteland and had acted against their will. It also emphasized that this was not just a matter for Yuhua Star. Other stars might also have individuals under control without their knowledge. The star leader Yi called on all of humanity to unite against this inhumane control and to restore freedom of thought to humanity. The Star Alliance also issued a statement informing the public that the black gold that could cause mutations in natural humans had already entered the market, urging everyone to take it seriously. The problematic nutritional solution from Yuhua Star had been recalled, and he hoped that all stars could unite. He also expressed his support for Ye's actions, asserting that humanity should have the right to freedom of thought. Some people believed the statement, but many others did not. After all, there had been no incidents of collective suicide or mutations among natural humans on their planets. They prefer to believe that this was just a show put on by Yi Neihan and Yin Sui, that they were colluding, and those who had previously supported Yin Sui now denounced him as a traitor to the Alliance. Only Yin Sui's loyal supporters, including those from Camber Star, believed and took action, while other planets remained watchful. Especially for Washington Star, which was usually active in interstellar affairs. This time, there was no response at all. It seemed as if they had no opinion on whether natural humans had mutated or whether the public was being controlled, which made Yin Sui feel it was very unusual. He contacted Qin Shan, but it seemed the interstellar network in Washington Star was completely disconnected, and he could not connect at all. He knew something must have gone wrong. So he turned to contact Goodeye, the star leader outside the Washington Star domain. Goodeye was somewhat surprised to receive Yin Sui's communication. He had been stationed outside the Washington Star domain for almost 2 months. Fortunately, Mo Lei had lost power. Otherwise, he would have certainly been hunted down. Qin Shan is in trouble. You need to check it out. Yin Sui ordered directly without explaining further. Goodeye was puzzled. I was in contact with Captain Sheen the day before yesterday. What happened? It's still unclear for now. Just go check it out. Yuhua is in chaos. And I don't want anything to happen on your side. Ihr plead, I understand. Yin Sui immediately cut off the communication. The situation with Fan Shi was like a tangled mess. If he wanted to control everyone with a biological chip, then they would have to confront it head-on. If the chip was combined with black gold, what was his purpose? The outcome was self-evident. The most important thing now was to find Fan Shi and kill him. But where would he be? Yan Sui pondered. Just as Yin Sui was at a loss, Alan came in. General, we have looked into the commonalities of this group of out-of-control political leaders as you requested. They all visited the Zimming Mountain Club, and the inviter was Fong Changchun. Fong Changchun? Could he really be related to Fan Shi? Based on this series of incidents, I thought Fong was merely a scapegoat for Fan Shi. Could he really be involved? Yin Sui found it hard to comprehend. Yes, they are all students of Fong Changchun. As you know, the former Social Academy was a training ground for alliance politicians. Yin Sui sneered, thinking this was likely the reason why these political leaders were controlled. Since chip implantation required surgery, the number of controlled individuals should not be too many. However, if Fan Shi's goal in controlling these people was to use them to control more, the consequences would be unthinkable. Investigate further. After this group returned from the Zimming Mountain Club, did they organize any gatherings? Yin Sui pinched his brow. I have investigated this. As you suspected, they did organize separate gatherings after returning. Alan, always clever, knew what to do without needing further explanation. All of them have been monitored. All of them have been monitored, including those at lower levels they've developed. Fortunately, during the Alliance period, the Ether Army had little interaction with those politicians. So the number of people who might be controlled in our star and the Alliance is likely not many. Alan explained. What about the civilians? Have you observed them? Alan shook her head. That's beyond the jurisdiction of our star and the Alliance. I have conducted tests among civilians. The numbers are considerable. And the inspectors who confirmed there were no issues are still working overtime. It's Yi Nahan. She's come to find Yin Sui. Is it with Luca's testing device? Yin Sui looked at Yi Nahan. Yes, but his testing device is too slow. The Xinxia group is still working overtime to produce more. Yin Sui understood her meaning. It was like a drop in the bucket. Too many people needed testing, and among the masses, everything seemed normal. What did Fan Shi really want to do? He could quietly control more people before provoking them. Yin Sui was somewhat puzzled. I suspect there may be problems within their ranks that forced him to plan ahead. The air fell into a brief silence. Thinking of Washington Star, he seemed to find a reason. Before Yin Sui could think further, his smart brain suddenly rang. General, what came into view was a disheveled Gadai. He was born in Zimming, and even in the military, he paid great attention to personal etiquette. Moments like this were indeed rare. I found Captain Sheen. He was injured in the conflict on Washington Star, and all contact points are no longer safe. We are now taking refuge in the alien settlement area. Gadai said quickly. Yin Sui did not fully understand his meaning, but knew that his suspicions had been confirmed. Something had gone wrong on Washington Star. Slow down. What exactly happened? Yin Sui rubbed his forehead. How is Captain Sheen? Captain Sheen has sustained minor injuries to his mental strength. It's not serious. Washington Star is in chaos. The conflict between Little and Hall has escalated. Little's forces have now surrounded Hall's office. They have cut off the Interstellar network and increased communication, jamming in the skies over Washington Star, which is why I couldn't contact Captain Sheen from outside. Goodeye took a breath and continued. Little's reason for uprising is that Hall disregarded the safety of Washington citizens and colluded with the wasteland, leading to a large-scale mutation among natural humans on Washington Star. Mutation among natural humans? That term is familiar. It clearly refers to black gold. Yes, the batch of nutritional solutions from the Pinnacle Group has all entered the market for use. The natural humans on Washington Star make up the vast majority. Almost all have mutated, with only a few natural humans who disliked the nutritional solutions managing to escape the disaster. The destruction caused by black gold is too great. The death rate for mutation among natural humans is close to 50. Now, Washington Star is permeated with the stench of decaying bodies. It's terrifying, General. As a regular soldier, for Gadai to use the word terrifying, the situation must be extremely urgent. How'd you end up in the alien settlement area? Yin Sui asked again. The situation outside the settlement area is very unstable after the mutation among natural humans. Most have shown a decline in intelligence and become irritable. Only the settlement area, which is looked down upon by people, has been fortified to prevent their escape. The aliens here are very united, and the chaos outside has not yet spread here. Godai explained quickly. What about the people at the other contact points? Yin Sui asked, lowering his gaze, already having a rough idea of the outcome. The contact point where Captain Sheen is using the nutritional solution from our star and alliance has not been affected, but many comrades at other contact points have mutated, and some have even sacrificed. Captain Sheen was injured while trying to save them. As Godai said this, his eyes reddened, and he lowered his head. Chapter 55. Beyond the Domain. After the large-scale natural human mutation event on Washington Star, Cape Town Star, New Delhi Star, and Zurich Star all experienced varying degrees of natural human mutations. Fortunately, the problematic nutrient solution had a low market share on these planets, and the number of mutations remained within a controllable range. However, on Yuhui Star, after learning that Fong Changchun and the Pinnacle Group were responsible for the problematic nutrient solution, a recall of all nutrient solutions was initiated. Despite this, there were still quite a few natural human mutations on Yuhui. It was at this point that Yi Neihan realized they had all been played by Fan Chi. The nutrient solution from the Pinnacle Group had long entered the market, and their attempt to retrieve that batch was merely a deliberate act by Fan Chi. He had already secured his victory while pretending to confess. He calmly acted alongside Yin Sui, attributing his achievements to Fong Changchun, boasting proudly to Yin Sui, and then hiding in the shadows to enjoy their futile efforts. The mutations on Yuhui Star were not many, and Yi Neihan delegated this type of incident to the lower departments, which was not too troublesome to resolve. With the help of Luca-S detection devices, those controlled by biological chips were also mostly managed. Currently, Yuhui Star is considered the safest among all planets. Because of this incident, the credibility of Yi Neihan's government increased significantly, transforming from a despised entity to a hero that saves humanity. The biggest problem now is where Fan Chi might be hiding. He had been lurking in the Alliance for so many years, and after the dissolution of the Alliance, he had remained hidden on Yuhui Star for so long. As his plan was about to succeed, according to his character, he would definitely want to witness it all in person. At this moment, Washington Star resembled a purgatory. Qin Shan and the others could certainly choose to leave and return to the safe harbor of Yuhui. However, as a human, seeing his kind suffer, he could not stand idly by, especially since these were the people he had vowed to protect with his life when he joined the Ether Army. During the previous riots in the settlement area, he had helped the mutants inside, occasionally bringing them some food. Over time, they became familiar, and they welcomed Qin Shan's arrival instead of rejecting him. Although they knew he had an unusual identity, accepting him might bring disaster to the relatively peaceful settlement area. But Buck and the others still unhesitatingly accepted him. Natural humans said that mutants were violent and lacked empathy, like interstellar pirates who burned, killed, and looted. After living in the settlement area for so long, he found that aside from the poor living conditions, none of the things that natural humans worried about had occurred. Instead, it was those prejudiced natural humans who, beneath their glorious image, hid all kinds of unknown filth. Buck was like a leader here. He appeared fierce on the outside, but in the settlement area, he was a hero who upheld justice. I want to go out and take a look. The next day, after arriving at the settlement area, he told Buck his decision. Captain Sheen, trust me, I have people outside. It's very chaotic out there. Wait until the situation calms down before going out, Buck advised. Goodeye looked at Qin Shan and also disapproved. Your mental strength was injured yesterday and hasn't recovered. What are you going out for? Stay here in the settlement area with me. Can you bear it? Qin Shan looked pale as he faced Goodeye. Goodeye had nothing to say, but clearly, this was not something they could resolve by just going out together. It involved citizen resettlement, internal conflict adjustment, and more importantly, this was Washington Star's domestic affair. They had no standing. Give me a light shuttle. I want to go out and take a look. The general should be very concerned about the situation here. Qin Shan continued without explanation. Goodeye sighed and said, Fine, I'll go with you. You should stay in the settlement area. They don't have brainwave chips or mecha. If something uncontrollable happens, it will be hard to handle. It's not just hard to handle, it's a dead end. If Leard or Hall wants to target the mutants in the settlement area, they will have no means to defend themselves. Although the possibility is small, Hall is clearly someone who doesn't follow the conventional path. Who knows what kind of earth-shattering foolishness this madman might do? No, you can't go out alone. I disagree. I'll call a few brothers down from outside, Godai insisted. Qin Shan smiled. Godai, have you lost your mind? Just you coming to Washington Star gives them reason to sue us for interfering in internal affairs. Calling a few more people will only make us more conspicuous. So what? We've already interfered. Does Washington Star have time to manage this situation now? Qin Shan sighed, not wanting to discuss it further. Do as you wish. As long as you can explain it clearly to the general afterward. I'm not doing this for you, even if it's just me. Can I stop Hall and Lear from doing anything? Jia Dai counted. I could go out with Captain Qin. Before I was assigned to the settlement area, I was a transport supervisor and am quite familiar with various places on Washington Star. Buck quickly interjected to ease the tension between the two. You? Qin Shan looked at Buck. Aren't you not allowed to leave the settlement area? Qin Shan, during the alliance period, those old thieves said the general was too rigid, too principled, and didn't know how to adapt. You've learned this quite well. Outside the settlement area, aren't there mutants everywhere now? Godai rolled his eyes at Qin Shan. Seeing this, Buck quietly said, although, I think Mr. Gu is right. Hall's character is indeed a bit strange. Actually, I didn't tell you the truth before because I was afraid of getting involved in disputes that don't belong to us. On the night you and General Yin arrived on Washington Star, Hall indeed hired me to kill you. If he wants to attack the settlement area, it would indeed be difficult for Mr. Good to handle it alone. You saw Hall with your own eyes? Qin Shan asked Buck. Not exactly. After the mutation, we mutants always have a few perverts. Some functions become more sensitive. On the day of the settlement area riot, remember the skinny monkey you saved? He has a keen sense of smell, Buck explained vaguely. Had he seen Hall before? Qin Shan asked again. Don't you know? Hall is a bastard child. When he was young, Maury never let him be exposed. The skinny monkey lived next to him when they were kids and even helped him. Later, when he rose to power, the skinny monkey went to find him, but he said he didn't know the skinny monkey, a thankless little man. As he spoke of these past events, Buck gritted his teeth. Buck sighed and continued, Otherwise, do you think we were locked up in the settlement area? How'll Hall know about us? Although he wore a virtual mask, he couldn't hide his scent, and that's how the skinny monkey recognized him. Qin Shan and Godai fell silent. Although some mutants had bad tempers, their talents were indeed extraordinary, and these abilities would make them stand out anywhere. Why do natural humans have such prejudice against them? Perhaps it was because they feared that this race, which had always been trampled underfoot, might one day surpass them, which was truly difficult for them to bear. Chapter 56 Destruction, perhaps due to the continuous changes since the dissolution of the Alliance. Qin Shan finally compromised with Godai and agreed to let him bring people from outside the domain to the settlement area. He had never gotten along well with Godai, and after this matter, they would likely have to face punishment together at the general headquarters, which felt quite frustrating to think about. The night on Washington Star was no longer the same as before. The streets were eerily quiet, with silent alleys and still bright lights, creating an indescribable sense of desolation and eeriness. In this silent world, only transport vehicles occasionally roared, as if mourning for Washington City, or rather, for Washington Star, because the ones still operating in the night were corpse transport vehicles, carrying away the once vibrant lives. Do you know how many people are left unchanged on Washington Star? Qin Shan suppressed his discomfort and turned to ask Buck. Buck shook his head and replied, I don't know. Before the settlement area was established, I had over 10 friends who were natural persons, all involved in transport management. We would occasionally communicate, and one of them told me that out of their group, 8 had transformed and 4 had died. After saying this, Buck couldn't help but lower his head. This data was terrifying. It meant that almost everyone on Washington Star had transformed. Maury probably couldn't have imagined that the purebred natural person empire he had painstakingly built would be completely and utterly transformed. Where do we go now? Buck looked at the seemingly empty Washington Star. To find Leard. Leard? Can I choose to go back? Buck's expression turned somewhat disheartened. He still had lingering fears about Leard's madness from the day of the unrest in the settlement area. No, Qin quickly rejected him. You said you understood Washington Star and wanted to come out with me. But you didn't say we were going to find Leard, Buck countered. Qin looked at Buck and chuckled lightly. You dare to do business with Hall, so why are you afraid to meet Leard? Isn't it different? For a long time, Leard has been the gatekeeper of the settlement area. It's normal for us to fear him, right? All right, Buck. You want to make things difficult for you now? At least he is on your side. Qin threw out this seemingly random remark and accelerated the light shuttle again. Upon arriving at Leard's military base, Qin identified himself and was quickly invited inside. Once inside, Buck stayed outside while Qin went to meet Leard alone. This was a task that Yin Sui had given him that morning. To avoid Good Eye's nagging, he had chosen to come alone and had found an excuse to leave Good Eye in the settlement area. But unexpectedly, he still brought Buck along. Captain Qin, is there something you need from me? Leard had only learned after the Healy Shur incident that Yin Sui had already left Washington Star. One must say, this General Yin is indeed elusive. Our General Headquarters wants to talk to you. Qin briefly expressed his request. Have you fixed the communication network? Leard looked at Qin with confusion. The previous communication network was cut off by Hall. After he took control of Hall, he discovered that the madman had destroyed all of Washington Star's communication equipment, and only a few were still functioning normally. The communication department is currently in a rush to repair it. Right now, the only place that can communicate on Washington Star is here. You're familiar with the best core artificial intelligence from the former alliance, Biao Shui, right? I understand. Then please help me contact General Yin. I really need his help right now. That madman Hall has cut off all communication from Washington to outside domains, and the communication department doesn't have anyone from him. Good evening, General Yin. Leard, our verbal agreement regarding Washington Star is still valid. Yin Sui interrupted his subsequent reminiscing and directly got to the point. General Yin, you may not understand, but Washington Star is gone. Leard sighed. What do you mean gone? Once those natural persons transform, are they no longer human? Don't they have a right to life? Yin Sui retorted. Hall has long been colluding with the Pinnacle Group to find his father. He didn't use the black gold supplier his father left him, and instead found another supplier from somewhere to provide him black gold, intending to transform all natural persons on Washington Star. Yin Sui fell silent for a moment. Has he been controlled? Leard knew Yin Sui was asking about Hall. He has been controlled, but he has gone mad, and his mind is very unclear. We can't get anything out of him. He is not unclear. He and the people from the Pinnacle Group may have been implanted with biological chips. Biological chips? A series of events on Washington Star has left Leard unable to pay attention to the news from Inghui Star, leading to the political figures in Inghui going collectively insane due to biological chips. Yes, his brainwave activity and mental power may have been controlled. Then Yin Sui asked again, is the army heavily influenced by the black gold? The supplier of nutrient solution for the military on Washington Star is Shangxia. But some people were still affected when they went home. It seems the situation isn't too bad, Yin Sui said. Not too bad. Even at night, transport vehicles in Washington Star are coming one after another. We're almost facing extinction. Leard's emotions were not right. The suspect behind this black gold incident is called Fan Shi. We have basically confirmed this. He may have more tricks up his sleeve, and now we don't know where he is hiding. I need you to help me keep an eye on it, Yin Sui stated his request. Of course, Lear replied calmly. The Shangxia Group is currently producing equipment that can detect biological chips. Tomorrow, I will send a batch to you. Once we detect any problematic individuals, please be sure to detain them first. Thank you. Just after the communication was cut off, Leard's guard knocked on the office door. General, a corpse of Mori has been discovered in the settlement area, reported by the residents of the settlement area. The guard quickly relayed the message. Upon hearing this, Qin was taken aback. He hadn't expected Mori to be hiding in the transformed settlement area. Given his aversion to the transformed, he must have had a very frustrating time during this period. Understood, Leard replied, then turned to Qin and asked, shall we go take a look? Let us go. Mori dedicated his life to Washington Star. Although we have different stances, we should see him off. On the way to the settlement area, looking at this planet engulfed in madness and despair, everyone fell silent. Had the cause of death been clarified? Leard looked at the waiting corner. Confirmed, it was genetic expiration. Genetic expiration means he reached the maximum lifespan allowed by his genes. Besides the place of death, Mori could also be considered to have died of natural causes. This is an employee who left with Mori during the unrest. The coroner pointed to a young man nearby. The young man's biggest support was gone. In Washington, Star had completely fallen into chaos. Laws and rules could no longer protect him. At this moment, in Washington, Leard had absolute authority, and he could only tremble and wait for the judgment of fate. "What is your name?" Leard asked. "Lanika." The young man's voice was very soft, as if he wanted to minimize his presence by lowering his voice. "Come with me." Leard gestured for Lanika to follow, then turned to his chief guard and instructed, "Give him a decent funeral." Then he took Lanika into his light shuttle. Seeing this, Chin-Jean didn't care whether it was appropriate or not, and directly followed Leard onto his light shuttle. Buck watched this scene, hesitated for a long time in place, then turned and walked in the direction of his home. He was going to tell Mr. Gu about Chin-Jean's bold actions, not because he feared Leard. He comforted himself. Chapter 57. Dying seeing Chin-Jean follow him onto the light shuttle. Leader frowned and couldn't help but say, "Captain Chin, aren't you being a bit too familiar? Purebloods are on the verge of extinction. I might be next. Is it too much to want to gossip a bit before I die?" This shamelessness was something he had never done before, and he felt a bit embarrassed. "Do you really want to die? Is that something I can decide, General Leader? You should be clear about the current situation. Our military is sincerely cooperating with you, and we hope that the right to life for humanity can come first. Mori and Fan Shi have been in contact the longest. He needs to understand their dealings." This was said without any politeness, almost directly accusing Leader of being a selfish person who disregards human life. Leader ignored him and walked directly to Lanika, impatiently asking, "You know what I want to ask, right? Just go ahead and say it." "Aye." Lanika hesitated for a long time, seeming unsure how to start. As a friend to women, Chin-Jean was quite capable of easing people's tense emotions. "Just say what Mori did during the escape, or what he asked you to do." "I was Mori's data clerk, specifically handling file work. Of course, it was all trivial files, and I didn't have access to any core data. On the day of the riot, I happened to be delivering new memory data to the storage room when I realized the outside world had changed drastically. At that time, I didn't know what was happening. There was no one near Director Mori's office, so I panicked and barged into his office. There was a small teleportation point in his office that allowed free movement within the Washington Star domain. Once we came out of the teleportation point, we were already in the alien settlement area. Hearing this, Leader became somewhat impatient and said, "Cut the nonsense. Just tell us what's useful." Lanika looked a bit confused and turned to Chin-Jean. Chin-Jean sighed and helplessly said, "Let me ask. Did Mori have any contact with anyone in the settlement area? His residence was relatively good in the settlement area, but he didn't like aliens and was in a bad mood. Since we entered the settlement area, he hadn't met anyone. What about communication? Did he have any contact with the outside world?" Chin-Jean asked again. "The communication in the settlement area is monitored by the communications department. That's Hall's territory. However, Director Mori had his own methods. When he first arrived in the settlement area, he did contact someone called Long, but after cutting off communication, he seemed to be in a bad mood. Later, whenever he had communications, he would avoid me. I don't know who else he contacted," Lanika said. "Long, that's Fan Chi." Fan Chi chose Hall again. "It's no wonder he's in a bad mood. He might never know that the so-called processing capabilities of Washington Star are just a channel for Fan Chi to circulate black gold. Mori himself is an accomplice in causing the mutation of natural humans on Washington Star. During that time, did he assign you any special tasks?" Chin-Jean asked again. Lanika shook his head. "After we entered the settlement area, we basically lost contact with the outside world. Later, Director Mori tried to go out, but at that time, the settlement area was searching for him. The environment outside probably wouldn't be good either, so he didn't have any instructions after that. Then later, the scandal about Inui Star broke out. He heard about it and was very agitated. For those 2 days, he kept muttering that it was all over and that he was a sinner or something. I didn't quite understand what he meant." Chin-Jean and Leader exchanged glances. There was nothing unclear now. Mori had sought to play both sides, ultimately harming both himself and others. He thought he was the one controlling Fan Chi. But in the end, the whole Washington Star was just a meal on Fan Chi's plate. Did he have any special last words? Chin-Jean asked Lanika. He didn't have any last words, but he rambled on a lot, saying he was guilty that he had too much prejudice against aliens, that he had lived his life calculating everything, forgetting the original intention of serving as the director of Washington Star, forgetting the mission of benefiting humanity. Then he also instructed me that the alien settlement area in Washington Star was still relatively safe and told me to stay there temporarily and not go out. He probably knew he didn't have much time left, and he wanted me to find General Leader after I went out. After saying this, Leinica slightly raised his head and looked at Leader. Find me? Leader said incredulously. During Maury's tenure as director, they were at odds. Maury had always wanted to take military jurisdiction from him. Yes, he cursed Hall as a worthless person without responsibility, saying he knew your true identity and originally wanted to use your secret to sanction you. Now that Washington Star has become a world of aliens, he hopes you can, considering the conditions of the aliens, not let long control Washington Star. Leinica's voice grew quieter. He was a sensitive and timid person and could certainly guess the secret in Maury's words. He could choose not to speak, but he couldn't bear to see Washington Star fall into despair. Leader sneered, I'm different from him. Whether natural humans or aliens dominate Washington Star, I will do everything in my power to protect them. Leinica's head dropped lower and lower. He kept trying to reduce his presence. However, there were only 3 people in this light shuttle, and although the other 2 were not paying attention to him, he still felt as if he were being pricked by needles. He was just a small figure, but for the safety of Washington Star, he had to actively step out of his comfort zone. All right, General Leader, there should be quite a few affairs in Washington Star now. I'll take Leinica with me. Qin Shan looked up at Leader. This general, even when facing friends, still exuded an overwhelming presence, completely disregarding others' feelings. His general was indeed something else. You take him away. He is a person from Washington Star. Leader's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Can you really look after him? Fan, Chi might want to find him. Qin Shan mocked. You. Leader closed his eyes and said helplessly, take him away. Then we'll leave. After saying this, Qin Shan opened the cargo door of the light shuttle, but at the moment he stepped out, he seemed to remember something. If you have any needs, you can contact me. I will help you as much as I can. Did your general really say that? Now Washington Star is in chaos, and it's a perfect time to take advantage. Does Yin Sui really help me? Leader felt somewhat uncertain. Our predecessor was the Ether Army. You should still remember the purpose of the Ether Army, to protect the life safety of all humanity. At any time, human interests must come before everything else. We are for humanity, not for you. Leader fell silent, then said hoarsely, thank you. You're welcome. I'll go first. Living in the settlement area, the security there is very weak. I'm now requesting you to move our mech squad from the outer domain to the ground. Qin Shan said calmly. Okay, I will have my secretary send you the approval shortly. Leader knew that this was a statement from the Star and the Coalition. They would not take advantage of the chaos, nor act arbitrarily. Any actions would require approval from the Washington side, which indicated that the Star and the Coalition acknowledged their legitimacy. Let us go. Chapter 58 Fierce Battle the Star and Coalition Forces. Along with the newly organized Supervisory Police and Star Army from Yuhui, have been conducting tests on the populous day and night. Although it is exhausting, the results are not too bad. Aside from Zimming, not many people on Yuhui Star have been implanted with biological chips. Washington Star, however, has not been so fortunate. Under the power struggles between Maury, Hall, and Laird, Washington Star has become a perfect breeding ground for Fan Chi. Aside from the Washington Army, controlled by Laird, almost all other humans have been implanted with biological chips. What is even more terrifying is that as the scale of natural human mutations increases, the chips are also mutating. Just when Yin Sui thought the situation was under control, an unexpected incident occurred. Due to the previous request from Canberra Star, Yin Sui had sent Thomas to Canberra Star, and he has not returned. Canberra Star is located in a remote area and is often harassed by interstellar pirates. Just now, the Wasteland Mechs launched a surprise attack on Canberra, and Thomas assumed it was just another symbolic harassment by the pirates. Let's go meet them. Damn it, they dare to come here, Thomas said, turning to his partner Lin Xinghong. They then led the mechs squad out into the sky over Canberra Star. They were just about to fire the particle cannon and confront the group of interstellar pirates when the other side opened fire first. Bang! Bang! The particle cannon fired by the pirates emitted an eerie light, identical to the black gold used by Yen Sui during the previous confrontation with the pirates. The particle cannon, mixed with black gold, generated a massive energy wave, with a very short wave pattern and a high frequency that nearly shattered the detectors inside the mech. 35 kilometers s. 1 million K. 50 kilometers s. 1. 5 million K. 120 kilometers s. 2 million K. 280 kilometers s. 3. 5 million K. 360 kilometers s. 5 million K. The shockwave speed and vacuum temperature were still rising, causing the outer layer of the mechs, designed for space warfare, to start melting. It wouldn't hold for long. Retreat. Head to the nearest folding point. Thomas ordered quickly, his eyes bloodshot. But he didn't know if the command could be accurately transmitted to each mech under the influence of the shockwave. He hadn't even started to attack when the group of interstellar pirates quickly distanced themselves from the explosion site and vanished into the folding point. This time, the amount of black gold explosion was many times greater than when Yen Sui dealt with the pirates last time. He didn't even need to look back to know that Canberra Star was definitely lost. That was countless lives. He was able to be stationed at Canberra Star because Alan fought for that opportunity for him. This approval carried a significant public relations risk for General Yen. But Canberra Star was still gone. This artistic star has disappeared, and he no longer has a hometown. The mech's outer shell is melting. Hazardous materials are seeping in. Radiation isolation suits are recommended. Mech energy exhausted warning. Please replenish energy as soon as possible. Communication interrupted. The continuous danger alerts woke him up. There was no time for sorrow. These interstellar pirates must pay the price, and he had to quickly relay the news back to the general staff, Thomas thought. The folding point he chose led to Daosheng, and he didn't know if the remaining energy could last until Daosheng. Although he hated Daosheng, it had become his only choice now. The autopilot mode of the mech was destroyed by the shockwave, and the remaining manual function was shaky. Thomas accelerated towards Daosheng, activating the best energy-saving mode, which meant that the black gold permeating the interior of the mech could seep into his body at any time. This time, he chose to mutate actively. Under the influence of repeated disasters, it seemed he understood the definition of humanity. Fortunately, the mech landed safely on Daosheng, and he finally escaped from death. The mech was a war tool. He had rashly landed on Daosheng. Although the landing site was relatively secret, it would take long for someone to come investigate. Sure enough, shortly after, a group of beings in Daosheng organization uniforms came to investigate. They got off their light shuttles, wanted to open the mech, and check if the person inside was still alive. Thomas quietly sneaked into their rear, heading towards the light shuttle. He jumped onto the Daosheng member's light shuttle, switched back to manual mode, and piloted the shuttle away swiftly. By the time that group of Daosheng members turned around, the light shuttle had long disappeared. Thomas docked the light shuttle in the city center of Daosheng and left the shuttle. His actions would surely infuriate the Daosheng members, and the shuttle would likely be tracked down soon. Only then did he dare to link his smart brain to the spiritual network and communicate with Yen Sui. Thomas, Canberra. As soon as Yen Sui saw Thomas's communication request, he immediately connected, but when he saw Thomas's disheveled and stubborn appearance, he couldn't bring himself to ask. Thomas tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing an extremely ugly smile. Reporting to the general staff, the interstellar pirates attacked Canberra, using a massive amount of black gold. At the moment of the explosion, I chose to enter the folding point to escape. I don't know the current situation of Canberra Star and the other brothers. Yen Sui was silent for a moment. He knew that any comfort would be ineffective now. Canberra Star was not only Thomas's hometown, but his family was also there. Where are you now? Yen Sui's voice was somewhat hoarse. The folding point I chose leads to Daosheng. I am now in Daosheng. I will send someone to pick you up. General, Canberra Star is far away, and they have black gold. They will definitely attack towards Yuhui, Thomas reminded. I know. Fan Shi has issued a declaration of war, Yen Sui explained. What? Thomas found it hard to believe. Did he still have contact with the interstellar pirates? Fan Shi not only has contact with the interstellar pirates, he has now become the boss of the interstellar pirates. His goal is Yuhui. Just as he said, Canberra Star was just his starting point. He wants to establish a new world, a world belonging to the mutated beings. Like Thomas, Alan also made the greatest effort. but still could not hold on to their homeland. General, USO wants to see you. After Yin Sui ended the call, Alan reported USO's request. Ever since Nahin went to the Liddell Club last time, USO had been openly free. Please let him in. Yin Sui rubbed his temples. Soon, USO walked into Yin Sui's office, and with him were Luca and Nahin. Uncle Wu, long time no see. Alan tactfully left the general's office, leaving the space for them, as she had more important matters to attend to, contacting those comrades who had been scattered under the impact of black gold. Yan Sui, I heard about Canberra, USO sighed. I didn't expect that timid kid from back then would do such inhumane things. I didn't guide him well. Uncle Wu, you can't blame yourself. It's Fan Chi who hid too deeply. The current interstellar network is not safe. I came here this time to ask you if there is any way. You know, the energy of black gold is too strong. It doesn't require much to destroy a planet. We need to prepare for the worst. Since black gold has appeared, its existence is inevitable, regardless of whether it is reasonable. Yin Sui paused for a moment. We have black gold too. As long as this thing is in the hands of more than one person, then the opponent will be wary. Nahin looked at Yin Sui, worry rarely filling his eyes. But the premise is that the one who controls the black gold cannot be a madman like Fan Chi. Therefore, I have a next plan. As long as we control Fan Chi, the current crisis will be considered resolved. But we don't even know where Fan Chi is right now. Yet he can control the wasteland mechs to blow up Canberra Star, Nahin said. He may still be in Yuhui, USO said, lowering his gaze. Yin Sui looked at USO. What should I say? Now, I can't say that I completely understand him anymore. After all, people change. I remember once when we went out for a walk and entered a vintage watch shop. The staff accused him of being dishonest, but there was actually nothing wrong. The staff was just deliberately making things difficult for him because his intelligent brain identity code was a certain type. Later, with our help, the staff was successfully laid off. I thought that was the end of it, but later that staff came to me and said that after being dismissed, no store wanted her. That's when I found out that Fan Chi was stalking that girl, disrupting her every time she applied for a job. Even if he didn't go in person, he would observe her from the shadows. At that time, he was a bit crazy, but we didn't take it seriously. He also promised he wouldn't do that again. Later, we entered our respective work systems, and contact with him decreased. I still thought I understood him, but in fact I did not. I also feel that he would be observing from the shadows. Nahin agreed. Uncle Wu, based on your understanding of him, where would he be? Yin Sui asked again. USO shook his head, indicating he didn't know, while Nahin's face showed no expression. Yin Sui observed the interaction between Nahin and USO and realized she hadn't asked about whether USO was her biological mother. I might have a way. Lucas suddenly spoke up. Yin Sui looked at him, signaling him to continue. You may not understand the principle of biological chips. Although the chip is carbonyl, it evolves along with human evolution. However, it was created for the purpose of control. As long as it is something that controls, there must be a source. I remember Ms. Xia Yin had significant achievements in chip research. She might be able to find a way to trace the source. Luca looked at Nahin. Ms. Xia Yin's research field is physical chips, and she hasn't participated in research for many years. More importantly, completing the tracing of a chip takes too long. We can't wait. Nahin stated the facts. They indeed couldn't wait, and Fan Chi wouldn't give them extra time. Of course, completing the tracing of a chip is difficult, especially when it doesn't belong to one's own field. I study biological chips and can only research their genetic structure. I don't have a thorough understanding of the chips themselves. But I remember that General Yin has a chip machine that has passed 5 rounds of Turing tests. USO turned to look at Yin Sui. Are you saying? Chapter 59 Transformation as the most outstanding chip human remaining in human society, Piaoxue is irreplaceable. The researcher who designed Piaoxue, Monica, who was Xia Yan's teacher, has passed away. And Piaoxue is her only legacy. Xia Yan, being Monica's student, completed the main design transformation of Piaoxue in less than 3 days. Before Piaoxue could start calculating, Fan Chi had new movements. Some guard detected that a mysterious starship fleet was moving towards Washington Star. It was obvious that the next target was the already chaotic Washington Star, the star in the coalition governor's office. Recently, Nahin had almost turned this place into her office. Oh hung. Yin Sui looked at Nahin. He hadn't called her that in a long time. Inea knew what he wanted to say. Go ahead. I'll take care of you, Hui. I'm afraid it will be like last time, where the enemy distracts us while attacking elsewhere. I've left you a few experienced fighters. Don't refuse. Yin Sui's tone was unusually serious. The so-called last time referred to the pirate raid on Alpha 3. Yunahan had no extra words of refusal. All right, I'm leaving. Yin Sui turned and left. Just as he was about to step out of the office door, he turned back and walked straight towards Yunahan, kissing his girl. They looked at each other in silence. Yin Sui turned and left, the afterglow of the artificial sun casting on him like a hero walking into a shrine. He boarded the mech heading to the Depth Star, bidding farewell to the human world. They both knew that this departure might be a final farewell. But he did not look back, resolute and unwavering. General, why don't you take me with you? Alan caught up with Yin Sui just before he set off. I'm leaving you to Yi Xingzhong. I do have my selfish reasons. You are steadier than Qin Shan. Yan Sui admitted generously. Alan shook her head, her eyes slightly red. That's not it. You're pitying me, pitying Canberra star being destroyed. Yin Sui looked at her without speaking. General, I've followed you since the Ether Army. It's not easy to produce a military talent from Canberra's star. Even if I die, I hope it will be as a pride of Canberra's star. Fan Shi was still in Yuhui. I hope you can help me defend the star and Coalition S-base. The scattered comrades also need to contact the general. I need to leave someone I can absolutely trust in Yuhui. If done well, this will be an incredibly honorable thing. Yin Sui's expression was filled with seriousness. But before Alan could speak, Yin Sui interrupted her. This is an order. Yes. She answered firmly, yet with disappointment. The black gold energy is too great. If we must clash head-on, neither side has a chance of survival. Yin Sui used the black gold modified by the Landa Institute as fuel and arrived at Washington Star before the pirates did. The moment Leard received news that the pirates were about to arrive, he was busy deploying defenses. The people of Washington Star had received news early about the impending arrival of the pirates. Those who survived the mutation event planned to flee Washington Star overnight with their few remaining relatives. Lear not only did not stop them, but also provided ships for them to leave. As soon as Yin Sui arrived, he saw a dense crowd rushing in one direction, dragging their families along. So he connected to Leard's intelligence brain. General Leard, where are you sending the citizens of Washington? Wherever they want to go. Washington Star is completely finished. General Yin, you shouldn't have come. Are you so sure we won't win? Yin Sui asked. Yes. Leard looked exhausted, as if he had aged many years in an instant. Look at this. An email appeared in front of Yin Sui. General Leard, I am Fan Shi. I regret to inform you that my next target for explosion is Washington Star. Of course, you also have black gold and can completely perish together with me. Yin Sui was silent for a long time. His voice was somewhat hoarse. Why didn't you choose to leave with your army? There are too many people. The residents of the settlement are unwilling to leave. I am their general. I cannot go. I will help you. Yin Sui's tone was calm, as if he were talking about the weather today. Leard found it hard to believe, his lips slightly parted, slowly saying a thank you. Yin Sui and Leard made all the preparations, sending off all those who could leave Washington Star, leaving behind some elderly residents and the exotics from the settlement who were unwilling to leave their homeland. Faced with the impending disaster, the grievances and arrogance disappeared. Humanity was now, for the first time, unprecedentedly united. In the face of the unknown danger, they were both cowardly and strong in their will to survive. The brilliance and weaknesses of human nature were fully displayed. A day passed, and the fierce battle Yin Sui imagined did not come. Yue was also safe and sound. Of course, he would not naively think that this was because Fan Shi had a change of heart. At this moment, Leard came over, looking especially tired from the relentless high-pressure work, and he probably wasn't doing much better himself. The starship that was supposed to take the residents away has lost contact. Leard dropped a heavy bombshell as soon as he arrived. What do you mean? This morning, when the pirates were supposed to arrive, the starship lost contact, Leard explained. Yin Sui seemed to realize something. The people on board, have they all mutated? Basically, how many have been implanted with biological chips? Almost 90%. Yan Sui gasped. He suddenly understood Fan Shi's intention. His true goal was not to basically ruin Washington Star, but those nearly 90% of followers. Or rather, He aimed to create the people he once looked down upon into the very figures they used to despise the most. General leered. Fan Shi's purpose is to expand his own power. Since the crisis of Washington's star has been lifted, I will take my leave. All right. Leard seemed to understand Yen Sui's plan. He was going to pursue that group of star pirates. Yen Sui, called Qin Shan, boarded the mech and left Washington's star. No one knew where they were headed. Meanwhile, the depth star brought by Yen Sui, under the leadership of Gadai, docked outside the domain of Washington's star, where there was a rift point leading to Yuhui, leaving breathing space for Washington's star itself. In the vast universe, countless planets floated. With the development of human technology, it had become entirely possible to transform those uninhabitable planets into the desired forms. Therefore, humans now had many options for habitation, unlike the Earth era, where there were no alternatives. For a planet, the meaning of existence is humanity. The current residents of Washington Star are mostly the elderly, weak, sick, and exotics. To some extent, it is about to lose its significance as a formal existence for humans. But what does it matter? As long as there are people still existing, the spark of civilization will not be extinguished. Nothing is more thrilling than rebuilding civilization from the ashes. Chapter 60 traces Yen Sui piloted the mecha, drifting in the endless universe. The space pirates of the wasteland were very adept at hiding. Not only did they lack a fixed residence, but they also had multiple strongholds. If one base was destroyed, they could quickly establish a new one. If it was a wasteland base that was blown up, they would leave without hesitation. In this regard, Little had already lost. He couldn't abandon the citizens of Washington Star, as that was the minimum standard for him as a human. Searching for the fleet that had lost contact in the endless universe was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. While Yen Sui was aimlessly cruising, he received a communication request from Yuan. It was Yi Neihan. Yen Sui, listen to me. Yuzhuo made a mistake. Fan Shi is not in Yuan. If the detection by Piao Xue is correct, he should be on the starship you're investigating. The current coordinates show he is at New Delhi Star. Upon hearing this, Yen Sui lowered his eyes and said, I understand. There might be a lot of black gold on Fan Shi's starship. He had already gone mad and had now taken several starships as hostages. I heard you left the depth charge at the outskirts of Washington Star. I won't allow you to continue your investigation now. Yi Neihan knew Yen Sui's stubbornness and didn't want to lose him. Maximize the sky shield system. Fan Shi's next target might be Yuan. Yen Sui didn't respond to Yi Neihan's words, but changed the subject. Yan Sui. Ohan. With Fan Shi's madness and current strength, if he succeeds, we will all die. I don't want you to die, nor do I want them to die. Yan Sui smiled. His expression relaxed. Do you remember when the general arranged for us to study at the Alliance Military Academy? We watched a movie. How could I forget? That movie was called New Era. It was about aliens using higher civilization achievements to crush humanity. Humans were merely a sample experiment for aliens, and through continuous evolution, their technological level surpassed that of the aliens. But humans were bound by rules, just a string of experimental codes for the aliens. They wanted to destroy humanity. All they had to do was press delete, and humanity faced extinction. Of course, they had to resist. The protagonist, under the halo of heroism, successfully avoided the fate of being deleted, becoming a tenacious and hidden virus in the alien experimental code. Humanity ultimately dodged the crisis and ushered in a new era. Yi Neihan stared blankly at Yen Sui, understanding everything. You asked me what I would do if humanity faced extinction. Yan Sui bowed. I didn't understand at the time, but now I can make what I believe to be the most accurate choice and answer that question fearlessly. He smiled again and continued, if one day humanity faces extinction, and everyone is desperately trying to hide, I would be willing to be the first to die, to fight for them a chance at survival. Even if it's in vain? Yi Neihan asked. Even if it's in vain? Yi Neihan chuckled lightly, her smile filled with sincerity. Just for Fan Shi, humanity hasn't faced extinction yet. If it comes, I will be the second to die. They exchanged smiles and cut off the communication. Go, my love, Yi Neihan silently thought. General, where are we going now? The last place those starships disappeared was near New Delhi Star. Qin Shan piloted the mecha, not looking at Yen Sui. Then let's head towards New Delhi, Yen Sui replied. I asked the Star Chief of New Delhi Star. They've already left there. Perhaps Fan Shi is clever enough to deceive Piao Xue, and his target is somewhere else. Qin Zhan frowned slightly. Let's go take a look, Yin Sui affirmed. Yes. Yin Sui looked at Qin Zhan. Are you afraid? Afraid of what? Qin Zhan reflexively countered. Just like before. Death. Qin Zhan certainly understood what his general was talking about. He smiled. Of course I'm afraid. Who wants to die when they can live? But just like you said, General, dying for the continuation of human civilization, dying for dignity, doesn't count as death. Even if I die, I still live on. I entered the Ether Army late, my talent isn't great, and my mental strength isn't high. General Yi trained me because she valued my steadiness. After all these years, living and dying with you, I feel my life has been worth it. You know my identity now, right? Yin Sui asked again. I do. With your high mental strength. I had my suspicions long ago. Whether it's the hybrids or humans, they're all human. The barriers and prejudices are just the bad thoughts imposed by humanity. Having lived in the community area for so long, whether natural humans or hybrids, as long as they're in groups, there will be good and bad. Natural humans have been on high ground for too long, and they really think of themselves as judges, which has led to all these issues. Let's go. Enter the convergence point, Yin Sui said to Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan didn't move, but turned to look at Yin Sui. General, I have a request. Speak. If I can safely get through this crisis, I want to marry Alan. Qin Zhan looked seriously at Yin Sui. You too. Yin Sui found it hard to believe that these two were already together by his side. We're in love, Qin Zhan said. I wanted to show off to someone for a long time, but never found the opportunity. I hope our love can have a witness, even if it's just one person. All right, if we both survive, I will definitely attend your wedding. Yan Sui smiled, just as the Star Chief of New Delhi Star said. The starships seemed to have already left this place. They hadn't blown up Washington Star before and had left New Delhi Star way out. It looked like they were just playing a small joke on those who were frightened. Yan Sui contacted Xiayan. After a few days apart, this sister looked obviously tired. It seemed that modifying Piao Xue was indeed a huge project. Can Piao Xue locate Fan Chi's latest location? Yin Sui asked. At New Delhi Star, this is Piao Xue's latest monitoring data. Because the place where the starship from Washington disappeared is New Delhi Star, we recklessly guessed where he might be. What is the search error? Yin Sui asked again. 810 light years to the power of -23. The margin of error is too large. It can only be fixed within a star region. Tell Piao Xue to retest. I want accurate coordinates, Yin Sui said. General Yin, that's useless. Fan Shi is using a biological chip. The more precise it is, the more it will stimulate his mental network, and our search will be exposed, Xia Yin refuted. Then let it be exposed. Xia Yin sighed and said helplessly, fine. I'll trust you this once. Qin Zhan, contact Godai and have him bring the depth charge to New Delhi Star, Yin Sui said after cutting off the communication. Are you sure? On the depth charge, Yi Neihin filled it with black gold before departure. If this were in the era of Earth, it would be a walking nuclear weapon. So this time, the Starship and the Coalition are determined to die, Qin Zhan asked. Not sure. My intuition tells me he should already know I am in New Delhi. New Delhi was the place where Fan Shi, as the mastermind of all this, first gained victory from the Alliance. Yu Zhuo said he was nostalgic, but wasn't in Yuhuan. What is your plan? If all paths are blocked, at least we need the strength to perish together, Yin Sui said helplessly. Understood. Chapter 61 Decision, the universe remains silent. A quiet vacuum where even the sounds of celestial collisions cannot penetrate. If a planetary-level explosion were to occur on New Delhi Star, the chances of survival for its inhabitants would be zero. With the failure case of Washington Star, he dared not rashly suggest anything and could only convey his guesses to the Star Chief of New Delhi Star. Soon, Xia Yin fed the calculation results of Piao Xue back to Yin Sui, indicating that Fan Shi was not far from New Delhi Star at Alpha 3. No wonder the Star Chief of New Delhi Star said that Fan Shi's fleet had disappeared. It turned out they were hiding at nearby Alpha 3. However, Alpha 3 was much easier to handle than New Delhi Star, as it was the mining base of the Shangxia Group, with only a few technical workers, most of the rest being chip workers employed by the Shangxia Group. But if a planetary-level explosion occurred at Alpha 3, New Delhi Star would still be affected. However, if the population were relocated to a planetary safety base, the outcome might not be too bad. Soon, under the dispatch of the Shangxia Group, The workers at Alpha 3 successfully evacuated, but after they left, they all reported that there were no so-called starships or mechas above. And Alpha 3 had not been visited by any unknown object from outside. This matter became more and more bizarre. It seemed somewhat similar to Fan Chi's consistent style. Watching them struggle in vain, like watching a clown perform. General, Godai has arrived. If Fan Chi and his fleet were really here, it would be impossible not to detect anything at all. Do you remember the planetary data of Alpha 3? For some reason, his intuition told him that Fan Chi was indeed at Alpha 3, just hiding in a place he didn't know. What? Xinjiang was somewhat confused. Alpha 3 is one of the few dual-track planets, as it is a mining star. Our measurement data only recorded the side with the mine, but its remarkable feature is that its other track is in a region where the starlight can never penetrate, belonging to the edge of a black hole, yet not affected by the black hole's gravity. Are you suspecting that Fan Chi is in the other track? Xinjiang retorted, that's impossible. That place is close to the black hole. Not only is the flow of time different from ours, but one could easily get sucked in, and there is also a small asteroid belt outside the track. He must be crazy to go there. Yes, he is indeed reckless. Are you going too? Xinjiang was somewhat doubtful. Just for a guess? I'm going. Yin Sui answered firmly. He rarely trusted his intuition, but he wanted to take a gamble this time. Xinjiang smiled. Then I'll go with you. I'll first instruct Godai about the follow-up matters. You can ask Yin Neihin or Xia Yin for the measurement data of Alpha 3. After speaking, Yin Sui left the deck of his Zongshan. Yan Sui, Qin-san, and the recently sent Piao Shue piloted the best mecha on the Zongshan, the Pajia, heading towards the other track of Alpha 3, an area almost untouched by anyone. Due to the proximity to the black hole, the gravitational pull suddenly increased, causing objects inside the mecha to begin to deform, and Yin Sui felt as if he was being constantly pulled. The power system of the Pajia was pushed to the maximum to resist the increasingly strong tidal stretching and compression of the singularity. But the black hole was formed by the crushing of dying stars by gravity. The stretching force of the Pajia system was nothing compared to it. Like an ant shaking a tree, under the increasingly strong stretching force, the Pajia's power system completely went out of control. Everything became distorted, and they could even see the shape of time flowing. I may have made a wrong decision, Yin Sui thought, but he believed in Piao Shue's calculations. It wouldn't be wrong. His body felt as if it were split into countless particle streams, endlessly drifting in the black hole. Yin Sui glanced at the temporarily intact mecha cabin, feeling as though he saw his soul rising. In this constant pulling, Yin Sui's body fell into a deep sleep, but his thoughts and mental power remained clear. He just couldn't control his body temporarily. Finally, the stretching force disappeared, and the distorted time and particles also vanished. He and T died, they hadn't T died, and the Pajia was intact. Yin Sui activated the Pajia's cloaking system and scanned the desolate land. Could this be the other track of Alpha 3? He looked around, but soon he realized that this was not Alpha 3. According to Xia Yin's measurement data of Alpha 3, its backside was at the edge of the black hole, with a surface made of hard rock. Yin Sui looked at the desert-like surface, and it was clear that this was not it. General, I have detected that Fan Chi is nearby. There are large numbers of mechas and carbon-based life forms here, which appear to be human. One more thing, according to the time displayed on the mechas here, it has been a week since coming from Alpha 3, Piao Shue stated. Yin Sui understood that the other track of Alpha 3, close to the black hole, had a high danger factor and no development value. So there had been relatively little research on it. The reason Piao Shue could detect Fan Chi's location near Alpha 3 was due to spatial compression. It detected that Fan Chi was at Alpha 3, but in fact he was at the other end of the black hole. The detection distance was compressed by the black hole, and coupled with the fact that Fan Chi disappeared near Alpha 3, this led to the calculation error. The star at this black hole should not have had much mass before being crushed by gravity, which is why they could safely pass through the black hole. When passing through the black hole, time underwent twisting and compression, and now they had arrived at Fan Chi's lair. This place might be the wasteland they were searching for. No wonder when he went to Island Life to investigate the clues about black gold, the space pirates could appear near Alpha 3 so quickly. It turned out there was a secret passage leading to the wasteland. General, what should we do now? Xinjiang asked. Let us observe for a while. The Pijia was the best mecha from the former Alliance period. It was made of the same material as Piaoxue, and ordinary detectors could hardly detect its presence. They flew around the unknown planet in orbit for a round, roughly understanding its situation. From the air, there were almost no buildings. As far as the eye could see, there were rows of neatly arranged mechas and starships. The wasteland had grown much stronger over the years of disappearance. Just as Yin Sui was about to return through the black hole, a dozen civilian starships arrived outside the black hole. Combined with the group of people previously intercepted by Fan Shi, it was evident that there were likely humans among them. What's going on? Qinzhan frowned and asked, "Can the communications here reach Yueying Star?" Yin Sui looked at Piaoxue. "As soon as I arrived, I detected the communication situation here. Strong signal jammers were installed, and only communications with specific frequency wavelengths could be sent." Piaoxue looked at Yin Sui and said again, "But I broke through their communication port and captured a frequency that could be used for communication. Piaoxue, I suggest leaving. We can report results next time." Qinzhan rolled his eyes. "Thank you for your suggestion. I will put this advice in our update database." Yin Sui flew the mecha towards the newly appeared starships while instructing Piaoxue to ask Yinehin if there were any newly missing populations, whether natural humans or alien species. Qinzhan seemed to understand something upon hearing this. "Do you have any guesses?" "Let us wait for the feedback from Yueying." Yan Sui sighed. After a moment, Piaoxue reported back, "General, Star Chief Yi reported that there have been no reported missing persons from Yueying. Unreported cases will take time to tally." "I see. You report our findings to her and ask Udai to bring the Zongshan through the black hole to the wasteland." Yin Sui looked at those people who were being pressed down from the starships. His tone was calm, but his expression was serious. Chapter 62, Decentralization, just as the name given to it by people. The wasteland ahead is desolate, with bare rocks and dust piled up with wartime supplies. Orderly arranged mechs occasionally emitting a deep rumble, becoming the only sound in this desolate planet. While waiting for the main force, Yin Sui piloted the brake armor to measure the surface data of the wasteland. Although Piaoxue was exposed while searching for Fan Shi, its computing power was significantly higher than Fan Shi's, making it impossible for the other party to track their information. Yin Sui decided to take a risk to see if the group of people brought by Fan Shi was as he thought, missing persons from various stars. Yin Sui infiltrated Fan Shi's base and quietly moved towards the direction of the starships. They wore virtual masks to disguise their appearances. With Piaoxue around, things became much simpler. It easily cracked various encryption devices in Fan Shi's base, allowing them to smoothly infiltrate the newly arrived starships. "Quick, transport them to the laboratory, Doctor." "Blake has been waiting for a long time," shouted a burly man holding a laser firearm. The others, under his arrangement, transported the unconscious people in batches towards a certain direction. If Yin Sui guessed correctly, that direction led to Dr. Blake's laboratory. What kind of experiments required so many living people? They knocked out a few of the transported individuals, donned white lab coats, disguised themselves as them, and followed the convoy in one direction. They passed through one high-density corridor after another, with cold lights illuminating the metallic floor. The bright lights made the shadows of people on the ground impossible to hide, forcing them to disappear as if not a speck of dust could be seen. With the sound of beeping, one transporter after another passed through the checkpoint leading to the laboratory. Yin Sui realized that they had proof to pass the security check, and during the clothing change earlier, they were unaware of this. If they passed that checkpoint, they would definitely be exposed. Piaoxue seemed to have realized this too. Soon it transmitted a message through Yin Sui's mental network, informing him that the unconscious individuals showed no signs of life. Yin Sui didn't have time to understand what no signs of life meant, and their group successfully passed through the seemingly intimidating security check. What came into view was a series of people packed into molds, living individuals who were not unconscious but looked on in fear and numbness at everything. "Where's the doctor?" the leader asked. "The doctor is in the experiment. He has arranged everything. This batch of test subjects will be placed in Laboratory 12 first," replied a person in a white lab coat, likely an assistant or secretary to the doctor. They then proceeded towards Laboratory 12. Here, things were much better than outside. The number of people packed into molds was continually decreasing until they finally reached what they called Laboratory 12. Like outside, the transporters positioned the unconscious individuals correctly, and with the help of laboratory robots, they placed them one by one into the empty molds. Yin Sui and the others followed suit, positioning the people brought in. At this moment, he understood what Piaoxue meant by no signs of life. The people on the transport vehicle had very low body temperatures, rigid bodies, and were already dead. He touched the back of a corpse's neck, and indeed, there was the sensation of low-temperature gel used to stabilize them. This was a low-energy stabilizer used when life was about to end. It could minimize the energy consumption of a dying person, thereby delaying the actual time of death. With the help of this stabilizer, a person's life could be briefly prolonged, but their performance would be indistinguishable from death. The definition of death during the Alliance era was the cessation of breathing and pulse, the exhaustion of mental energy, and no brain activity within an hour. Although this stabilizer had no dangerous factor, it caused significant trouble for the law enforcement in capturing criminals, which is why it was banned during the Alliance period. After using the stabilizer, it could create a good illusion of death, making it difficult to discern with the naked eye, but few would suspect it. Yi Neihan said that there were no registered or reported missing persons on Yuhui Star because this batch of people was not living in the traditional sense. Mimicking how they positioned the individuals in the molds, they quietly left the transport team, and with Piaoxue's powerful computing capability, they successfully infiltrated Dr. Blake's laboratory. I told you, when I'm conducting experiments alone, don't bother me with anything. A young man in a white lab coat, holding an instrument, said angrily without looking up. He should be Dr. Blake. Yin Sui ignored his complaints and directly aimed his firearm at Blake's temple, controlling the weapon with his mental power. Any slight movement from Blake could cost him his life. How did you get in here? Blake briefly panicked. Yin Sui paid him no mind and gestured towards the people quietly bowing their heads in the molds and the various instruments on Blake's laboratory operating table. Explain what those are. Sir, isn't it obvious? They're people, my test subjects, Blake replied. What are they for? Yin Sui continued to ask, seemingly ignoring Blake's sarcastic tone. Blake remained tight-lipped, appearing indifferent. Yin Sui scanned his brain and found no brainwave chip. He also lacked Neihan's special instruments. It seemed that today, unless Blake told him directly, he wouldn't be able to obtain any information through any means. Yin Sui glanced at the chaotic yet orderly laboratory and directly smashed an unknown instrument. After the instrument broke, Blake's emotions showed a clear fluctuation, but he still remained silent. Yin Sui smashed a nearby container. This time, Blake simply closed his eyes, opting for out of sight, out of mind. Dr. Blake, I'm not a good person. Your test subjects look quite good. I wonder if they can withstand this shot from me, Yin Sui threatened. Blake sneered a couple of times, still unconcerned. Sir, although I don't know where you found this place, you must have heard of black gold. If my laboratory explodes, none of you will survive. Yin Sui maintained a smile on his face, but his eyes grew increasingly sharp. All right then, let's perish together with your treasures. If a black gold explosion occurs here, the base won't be spared, will it? This is your home. Hearing this, Blake's eyes turned red as he said, What do you want to know? What are all these for? Yin Sui asked again. They're all about to die. We transport them back to the base, implant chips, and turn them into brand new people, Blake said with a proud smile, as if this was a remarkable achievement. Brand new people? Yes, brand new people. They will overcome their fears, cowardice, and baseness, becoming moral, idealistic, and principled individuals. Also obedient individuals? Yin Sui's gaze towards Blake gradually became dangerous. Yes, history is created by a few people, and they just need to do their jobs according to the requirements of the few, allowing those few to better serve humanity's tomorrow. Blake confidently conveyed his ideology to Yin Sui. Where did you find so many people? Yin Sui asked again. Blake looked at Yin Sui, clearly reluctant to answer this question. Yin Sui fired a shot towards the direction of the molds. Believe me, my gun can definitely pierce it. Blake paused for a moment, glanced at his laboratory, and ultimately compromised. There hadn't been so many people here before. Many of them had just been brought in recently. My workload has increased significantly lately. At this point, Yin Sui basically understood that these newcomers were likely the ones kidnapped from Washington Star, along with those who died during the natural human mutations. After they came back to life, Whose orders would they follow? Blake seemed to know what he was about to ask. Sir, they don't obey anyone's orders. They are biochip humans. We have constructed a decentralized system. Their chip superior is a computer, and I don't know where its server is. What do you mean? Yin Sui asked again. You are from the Justice Planet, right? It's okay to tell you. They are not controlled by any one person, as you might think, but rather by a computer. Killing anyone is useless. We are all part of a decentralized system. The only difference is who has a higher level. You, and Fan Chi. It's not just us. Even if I were to die right now, the evolution of these people has already become a reality that you cannot change. You come from justice, not understanding our evil. Even if it's a threat, you and T kill the people in the mold. Blake sneered. Then the person used to threaten him in the mold was melted away by the liquid rising up right under their eyes. Soon after, alarms sounded outside. It seemed that their secret incursion had been exposed. Chapter 63. Team Lightheart, the soundproofing in the laboratory was excellent. But Yin Sui turned off the soundproofing equipment as he entered, and the noisy sounds from outside grew closer. Yin Sui did not flee. As Blake had said, there was a large amount of black gold here, and this laboratory was currently the safest place for them. Yin Sui gave Blake a shot of the drug, and he quickly fell into a coma. The door of the laboratory opened, and the first person to step in was the long-absent Fan Chi. General Yin, I didn't expect you to find the wasteland, Fan Chi said with a sideways smile, as if he was not surprised that Yin Sui had found the wasteland. Yin Sui decided to stop pretending and directly turn off his virtual mask, while Qin Shan and Piao Xue maintained their disguises. This place is quite nice. Yin Sui looked around carelessly. Fan Chi smiled. We could be allies. Fan Chi, are you naive, or am I naive? Yan Sui retorted. You can't leave here alive. If you want to leave, you can only do so like them. Fan Chi pointed to the molds nearby, his tone filled with threat. We'll have to try to find out. Yin Sui aimed his gun at a device. As he entered, Piao Xue had already detected that it contained the substance known as black gold, element number 467. Do you want to die together? Although it was a question, Fan Chi's tone was full of certainty. Not necessarily. Everyone wants to live, but you must die, Yin Sui said solemnly. I must die? Fan Chi retorted, what a joke. I'm not afraid to tell you. Even if I die, the complete alienation of natural humans is already a fact. You can't change it. The future will definitely be our world. Your so-called world is to inject your thoughts into biological chips and create identical beings? Yan Sui sneered. Isn't that good? The philosopher Yuval Noah Harari from the Earth era once said that history only tells us what a very few people are doing, while the vast majority are just fetching water and farming. Our society only needs elites, Yin Sui. At that moment, Fan Chi was very different from before. He abandoned his previous servility and tried to portray himself as a unique deity. But in Yin Sui's eyes, Fan Chi was merely an evil spirit, finally revealing his true, monstrous side. Whether natural or alien, they should first be humans based on your theoretical framework. Yin Sui did not want to argue with Fan Chi, but he genuinely could not agree with his ideas. Yin Sui, you are also an alien, yet you stand with natural humans. You obviously don't understand how hard it is for aliens to live in this prejudiced world, Fan Chi mocked. Didn't he know? How would he not know? Yin Sui sneered inwardly, but he still had to maneuver with Fan Chi. Piao Xue was searching for the server of the biological chips through Fan Chi and Blake's mental network. Eliminating prejudice takes time. Time? Humans have never had discrimination since the age of great navigation. They used to have sympathy for those who mutated accidentally in radioactive environments. What has caused our level of thought to regress continuously is the comfortable days of the Alliance, the unified ideological standards, which have led those high and mighty natural humans to lose their past compassion. Fan Chi pointed to the people in the molds. General Yin, do you know why I dare to say you cannot leave? Look, these people in the molds are actually still alive. Given time, they will return to human society, and they won't even need education. They can become perfect and qualified individuals. I guess you won't smash that container because you are kind and won't kill innocents. Bang! Yin Sui shot and shattered the mold, and the person inside immediately died due to the loss of nutrition and oxygen supply. Fan Chi laughed. Useless, General Yin. We have already sent out 2 batches of chip people. They have occupied various planets, and soon they will have endless descendants. Looking at the gun Yin Sui pointed at him, he said, "Even if you kill me, it won't matter. They're not under my control, because as long as they are human, they will have flaws. That's why I let decentralized computers control them. You won't find them." At that moment, Fan Shi ordered his chip people to surround the three of them. "Piaoxue, have you found it?" Yin Sui communicated with Piaoxue through the mental network. "I found the approximate location. It's in a mobile state, without a specific location. Contact Yi Neihin and tell her to bring people to blow it up," Yin Sui commanded. Fan Shi was right. He did not dare to recklessly fire his gun. The laboratory was filled with enclosed black gold, and he truly hesitated about the people in the molds. "Fan Shi, I advise you not to do anything. You know I am an alien. If I die, I will definitely destroy your treasures first," Yin Sui said with a smile. "Capture them." Fan Shi commanded his men. Yin Sui shot and killed the person approaching him, and soon they fell into a pool of blood. After the person in front was shot dead by Yin Sui, the ones behind continued to move forward, their eyes showing no fear, even ignoring the blood on the ground. Clearly, they were chip people controlled by Fan Shi. Fan Shi had bet correctly. Yin Sui did not dare to randomly blow up the laboratory, and soon, Yin Sui and his group were captured by Fan Shi. "General, Yi Xingzhang has found the server. Should we blow it up?" Piaoxue transmitted the latest news to Yin Sui through the mental network. "Blow it up." "Yes." Moments later, Fan Shi's expression turned ugly, as he had clearly received the news that the server was blown up. He pulled off the virtual masks of Piaoxue and Qin Shan, revealing their true appearances. "I see. General Yin, what a great move. You actually brought Piaoxue to the wasteland. Aren't you afraid of perishing here together?" "It's the last remaining 5-round Turing test chip person of the former alliance," Fan Shi sneered. "Now it seems the outcome is quite good, isn't it?" Yin Sui said. "General Yin, do you think that blowing up the server means they are free? They are just newly mutated natural humans, and the biological chips have evolved along with them. Their consciousness cannot win. We have data to support this. And so what?" Yan Sui retorted. "If I die, none of them will survive. Yi Xingzhang has always wondered where Team Lightheart went. It's not impossible to tell you." Then Fan Shi opened his smart brain. An entire underground laboratory appeared before him. The one conducting experiments and research for Fan Shi was none other than his former comrade, a member of Team Lightheart. Don't you think about how the wasteland could have made such great progress in such a short time? Of course, it's because of the help of this group of excellent scientists. They are very obedient now, and I have individually edited the biological chips for each of them. Not to mention whether you can leave this laboratory. Even if you do, you can't take them away. Even if I die, they cannot gain the kind of freedom you envision." Fan Shi's face contorted with a near-manic expression. Yin Sui felt that humans could indeed be a very terrifying kind of creature. Chapter 64. Unidirectional black hole. The Lightheart team was not annihilated. That terrifying spatial explosion had not actually occurred, which should have been good news. However, Fan Shi had conducted gene editing on all members of the Lightheart team. If Luca's guess was correct, once Fan Shi died, he would be everywhere. All the humans he had edited would become part of him, under the demands of human rights. The right to life and rules. Yin Sui could not kill them all, but they had completely lost their free will and were merely tools to express the demands of others. One had to admit that Fan Shi was indeed skilled at understanding human nature. He thoroughly grasped human greed and devotion, and he also understood the upright humans represented by Yin Sui very well. The chip people continued to surge forward endlessly, as if there were no end. Yin Sui knew it would be difficult for them to leave the lab today. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and directly activated his brainwave chip to launch an attack on Fan Shi's mental network. This tactic proved effective, and soon the advancing chip people stopped their attacks. However, cold sweat quickly broke out on Yin Sui's body. Fan Shi's mental power was even higher than his own. There had never been a research report from either the Kirk Institute or the Lambda Institute that indicated a mental power greater than his. During the struggle for control of the mental network between Yin Sui and Fan Shi, a sudden loud noise erupted from outside. It must have been Good Dai arriving with the depth. Fan Shi clearly heard it too, but his expression showed no change, as if everything were under his control. Take Piao Xue and Blake out, Yin Sui said, dividing a bit of his energy to speak to Qin Dan. Want to leave? Fan Qi scoffed. None of you will escape today. Tomorrow's humanity will definitely be alien. Realizing what Fan Qi intended to do, Yin Sui shot and broke the sealed black gold of the laboratory. Radiation has no shape, but this high-density radioactive substance quickly spread throughout the space after breaking free from its constraints. Qin Dan instinctively lunged onto Yin Sui, quickly falling unconscious under the intense erosion of the black gold. Yin Sui, being an alien, was affected less. After the black gold seeped out, Fan Qi looked at him with disbelief, but soon his expression changed to one of discomfort. Yin Sui linked up with Piao Xue, ordering it to take Qin Dan and Blake out. Soon, only he and Fan Qi remained in the laboratory. You've lost control over them, haven't you? Yin Sui looked at the biological chip people who were continuously distorting and attempting to escape. Fan Qi had no time to answer him. His expression was now pained and twisted. In front of Fan Qi, Yin Sui took out a micro-hydrogen bomb from his pocket and unsteadily placed it on another black gold sealer, then began to drag Fan Qi out. Under the influence of the black gold, his steps grew smaller, and the pain in his body intensified. Each step felt like carrying 1,000 pounds. He knew this was due to the black gold's influence, and like Fan Qi, he was beginning to undergo a secondary mutation. But he did not know if he would die this time. The most important thing now was to see who would pass through the mutation period first, who could continue to survive under the spreading black gold radiation. Gradually, Yin Sui also fell into unconsciousness. Although his body was unconscious, this mutation was evidently different. His consciousness remained very clear, allowing him to perceive everything in the external world and feel the intense pain in his body, but he couldn't control his own body. Yan Sui. He heard Yi Neihan's voice, but he couldn't respond, only allowing others to move him onto the transport vehicle and into the mecha medical chamber. He was clearly unconscious, temporarily fine, but the genes in his body seemed to have undergone another recombination. More importantly, his mental power had reached 100, even higher than Fan Qi's 98. This meant he could not come into contact with anything that might alter his genes, or else his mental power would explode. It was Luca's voice. Even with his eyes closed, he could perceive everything around him. Perhaps this was the evolutionary power Fan Qi spoke of. He did not understand why Luca was also here. He wanted to tell them to leave, but couldn't control his body. So, he quickly linked up with Piao Xue through his heightened mental network, instructing it to arrange their evacuation, because at the last moment, he understood Fan Qi's intention. He wanted them all to gather in the wasteland and then perish together. If they died, they would simply be dead. But after Fan Qi's body disappeared, he would be everywhere. All the people he had edited would be part of his thoughts, and he could even continue on that basis. He wanted to turn the world into his own world. Luca, evacuate. A figure entered the mecha chamber. It was Yi Neihan. What? Luca asked in confusion. But soon he realized the person commanding him was his superior. Oh, okay. Piao Xue, arrange this mecha to the depth. Yi Neihan instructed Piao Xue, who was following her. Hearing this, Yin Sui directly controlled Piao Xue's expression system. I can't leave. You hurry and take them away. It's useless if Fan Qi dies. He must be controlled. Yan Sui. Yi Neihan's eyes carried a hint of sorrow. You understand me. I don't understand, Yi Neihan said stubbornly. You shouldn't be in the wasteland. Listen to me and go back. All you do is tell me to leave, Yi Neihan complained. Yin Sui remained silent, and Piao Xue fell into a brief state of malfunction. Eventually, Yi Neihan compromised, I'm leaving. All right, explain it to us so early. He will definitely be very happy, Yin Sui suggested. After saying that, she turned to leave, fearing that staying even one more second would make her reluctant to depart. When he was alone in the mecha chamber, he began to sense his newly evolved mental power, discovering that he had the energy to perceive half of the wasteland. His brainwaves could drift far and wide under his control. Everything existed in wave form. He felt himself everywhere. Following his perception, he arrived at Fan Qi's mecha chamber, trying to control him while he was unconscious. However, Fan Qi, in his comatose state, did not activate his brainwave chip, so he could only temporarily give up. Yin Sui prepared to drift towards the depth with his spreading mental power. It was the most advanced starship of the former alliance, equipped with the most advanced technology of the time. At this moment, the depth was nearly ready. All the out-of-control personnel in the wasteland had been locked in high-density mecha chambers. The depth would soon set sail back to the Yuhui star. Yin Sui took another look at his girl. She was anxiously gazing towards the wasteland, where only he, Fan Shi, and a Piaoxue that did not understand human joys and sorrows remained. Just as the depth was preparing to return, Blake woke up, claiming he wanted to see Yi Neihan, or else everyone on the starship would die. Yi Xingzhong, you can't take these people away from the wasteland, Blake said excitedly. Why should I listen to you? The black hole on the other track of Alpha 3 was a unidirectional black hole. Those sent to the wasteland previously also wanted to escape, but none succeeded. Otherwise, do you think we could have stayed in the wasteland for so long without being discovered? Many who came from the other track, upon discovering the base, wanted to return quickly to report their findings to the Alliance, but in the end, they could only go without return. Why are you telling me this? A sudden conscience? Yi Neihan's gaze became sharp, clearly recognizing it as a question worth pondering. All the treasures on this mecha are mine. If you want to take my years of research into the black hole, I certainly agree, Blake said with a somewhat resentful expression. Yin Sui still believed some of what he said. If it weren't for his precious experimental subjects, he would not have been able to control himself in his own laboratory. Send a drone to probe, Yi Neihan instructed her secretary. She then turned to Blake and asked, "Where are the other routes?" "I don't know. I've never left the wasteland." "This is my home," Blake explained. Yi Neihan picked up the detector invented by Luca, and the device showed that Blake was not being controlled by a biological chip. She didn't expect someone with Blake's abilities to willingly serve Fan. Chapter 65 Exploration. Yi Neihan looked at the young man in front of her, who was over 80 years old, as if she were judging the truth of his words. "You have never left the wasteland?" Yi Neihan's tone was filled with inquiry. "My birthplace is the wasteland. My father was the leader of the previous generation of the wasteland. He was an alien. I have known since childhood that humans outside the wasteland live very hard lives. So, he told me he was doing a great thing, something that could change the fate of aliens. Later, he died during the battle with the Ether Army, and this heavy responsibility fell onto Fan Shi's shoulders. Because Fan Shi has a way to quietly bring us into the world of the Alliance," Blake explained. "Why choose to tell us this? You are betraying your father's purpose." Yi Neihan stared at Blake, her eyes filled with distrust. "Because I want to keep you in the wasteland. The black hole is impassable. It can only transmit signals in reverse through waves, which is why you can freely contact me. Without Fan Shi's interstellar navigation maps, you cannot leave the wasteland. When you truly return to your world, you will find that it has already become our world. Moreover, I have put a lot of effort into the experimental subjects on this starship. I really don't want them to die for nothing." Blake laughed, and under the cold light, there was a strange feeling. Yi Neihan lowered her eyes. No one could understand the emotions in her eyes. "You think I won't kill your experimental subjects?" "You won't. Didn't you take a good look?" Team Guangxin is also among this group. Long said that even if you kill everyone, you won't kill them. They're true geniuses, and I've learned a lot from them. Blake, though not young, spoke with a cruel naivety, indicating that he had never received normal ideological guidance since childhood. His actions and thoughts were selfish, resembling primitive humans, yet Fan Shi insisted that it was evolution. "You should know, right? The decentralized server you invested heavily in on Botswana has already been blown up. The backup server drifting in space has also been destroyed." Blake sneered twice, responding with certainty. "So what? Even if Long dies, he is still everywhere. You cannot stop our pace. What if he never dies?" At this moment, a figure appeared in the mech bay. It was Luca. "Impossible. You can't leave the wasteland. It's going to be blown up. Don't you think? We have hidden in the wasteland for so many years. How could we suddenly be exposed?" Of course, it was all part of Long's plan. "I told you, we all have to die." Blake looked at Luca. "You're the researcher who first extracted element 467, right? I don't think I'm losing out. I can still see my idol before I die. I'm not afraid to tell you. Long has set up an automatic explosion device, and it will go off in 2 days. I can tell you this to give you time to escape, but in the end, you will find it is useless because the energy on your starship cannot support you to reach the first energy supply station." After Blake finished speaking, He slumped to the ground as if he were a dead pig, not fearing boiling water. He claimed to care for the experimental subjects on the starship, which was why he chose to reveal the truth about the black hole. But then he also said that even if they stayed in the wasteland, they could only die. His words were contradictory. However, he did not use a brainwave chip, and even if he had one, Fan Shi had tested Blake and found that his mental power was 0, making it impossible to extract information from him through mental guidance. Blake's current performance did not seem like he was caring for his experimental subjects, but rather showing off his achievements to traditional human society, hoping to gain recognition. Yi Neihan ignored him and injected him with a sleeping agent, ordering him to be taken away. Soon, the feedback results from the unmanned mech came out. The navigation data was transmitted to Yi Neihan's smart brain in a broken form, and each waveband was very unstable. She thought there might be hope, but in the end, the mech displayed the result. Space tearing, unable to traverse. Yi Neihan sighed and fell into silence. Perhaps Blake was right. Fan Shi had long set the self-destruct timer for the wasteland, but he didn't expect Yin Sui's army to arrive so quickly. Maybe the moment they stepped into the wasteland, Fan Shi discovered Yin Sui, only pretending not to know. However, he did not expect that Yin Sui would be bold enough to shatter the black gold, causing them to fall into a secondary mutation. He and T had time to take his experimental subjects out of the wasteland before being forced into unconsciousness. Luca looked at Yi Neihan, reminding her, Star Commander. Yi Neihan then realized there were still people in the mech bay. What did you just mean when you said, if Fan Shi never dies? Like General Yin, Fan Shi fell into a coma, but after his evolution, his mental power is beneath Yin Sui's. As long as I can control his mental power, I will have time to conduct research, perhaps to remove the biological chips on Team Guanxin. I checked the self-destruct device in this base. It is linked to Fan Shi's genes, and the trigger condition is his death. However, as long as his mental power remains controlled, he does not count as dead and cannot issue commands. I have to say, Fan Shi is really a person who dares to be ruthless to himself, doing these things on his own territory. Seeing Fan Shi's hesitant expression, Yi Neihan asked, Is there anything else? General, Yin has been in a coma. Although I can inject drugs into Fan Shi, if Fan Shi wakes up first, the danger level will be unprecedentedly high. Also, while I found that the condition to activate the self-destruct program is Fan Shi's death, I'm a bit unclear about the 2-day escape time Blake just mentioned. It's better to be safe than sorry. You don't need to worry about the first thing. Yin Sui has already woken up. I have a way to inform him. As for the second thing, Yi Neihan paused for a moment. Since the black hole cannot be traversed in reverse, then we will open a new route. Luca was startled, then frowned. Star Commander, although our signal can still contacting we. It might be because the waveform can pass through the black hole. But do you know how difficult it is to open a new route? We have no measurement data for this star region and do not know how far it is from Ingui. Fan Shi's mental power is not low. Even if General Yin wakes up, he may not be able to guide him mentally. Yi Neihan looked at Fan Shi and said, In the era of Earth, our homeland was filled with radioactive materials. Many people had a pessimistic attitude towards the plan for great navigation. If we look at it from today's perspective, the plan back then was very wise. From the age of great navigation to the establishment of the first human settlement, Ingui Star, it took us almost 800 years. It has been 1,039 years now, and we still haven't found a habitable alternative to Earth. We can only create one artificial planet after another. According to your plan, how long will it take us to return to Ingui? Luca was puzzled. Do you have a better solution? Since you don't, why not give it a try? Since the black hole cannot be traversed in reverse, then where do interstellar pirates come from to attack us? There must be hidden folding points in this star region. Trust me, it won't take long. We can try to search. What about energy? Where will it come from? Fei Xue explored the energy reserves here, and it's not enough for us to smoothly pass through 3 folding points. If we travel far, the feasible distance will not exceed 210 times -8, 5 light years. If the energy runs out, we can only choose to sleep. Luca looked at Yi Neihan, and he himself didn't expect that a good business trip would turn into a dilemma. That batch of black gold is energy in itself. You can do it. Yi Neihan smiled at Luca, making it clear that he wanted him to transform the black gold into usable energy for starships and mechs. Luca had a look of disbelief on his face, although he had been researching black gold for a long time. He was an expert in biological genetics and had no knowledge of mechs or starships. She really thought highly of herself. I can try first. Before Luca could finish his sentence, Yi Naihan seemed to know what he was going to say. I will send you a few military manufacturing experts. There are talents in this area within the Star and Allied forces. Chapter 66. Wandering the wasteland has no distinction between day and night. The entire planet is shrouded in gray. Its orbital path is an elongated ellipse, and the star it orbits has no recorded data. However, according to the measurement team and researchers sent by Good Eye, the central star of the wasteland is in its old age, about to perish. With the help of the falling snow, Yin Sui successfully invaded Fan Chi's mental network at the moment he woke up, following Luca's instructions. Controlling Fan Chi's mental network, whose mental power is comparable to Yin Sui's, is a challenging task, especially since this is the first time he has faced such a strong mental force. Therefore, when the spaceship Zongshan set sail from the wasteland, he was also in a state of sleep. The Zongshan was filled with black gold and a large number of people who had been locked in masks, including most of the residents of Washington, some unknown extraterrestrial beings. The Lightheart team that she had been searching for in Fong Changchun. This starship, carrying hope and despair, was sailing towards the unknown. She named this forced and uncertain voyage Gue Ying. Captain, we scanned the nearby star fields and did not find any overlapping points. If we move forward, we will lose contact with Gue Ying, said Godai, the head of the measurement team. Yi Naihan understood what he meant. Losing contact with Gue Ying would mean they might drift in space forever. I understand. You go tell them that the starship is about to lose contact with Gue Ying and ask everyone to hurry to contact their families. Yi Naihan decided within a short time. After Godai left, Yi Naihan contacted Xia Yin through the black hole, explaining her current situation and hoping she could temporarily handle the administrative affairs of Gue Ying. Then she sent an email to Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu, I know everything now. I am willing to call you mother. I have encountered some difficulties in the wasteland and may not be able to return to Gue Ying. Fan Chi's chip people began infiltrating during the previous alliance period. Although he has been controlled now, the chip people he produced have spread throughout the human world. I hope you can lead Landa, or rather, reliable scientists of all humanity, to study those who have been implanted with chips, restoring them their freedom of thought and dignity as humans. I have chosen the same path as my father, voluntarily wandering in space for the safety and dignity of humanity. Finally, I love you. Please accept my delayed affection. Soon, Zongshan completely lost contact with Gue Ying, and they could no longer receive any sound from their homeland. 2 days after their departure, the automatic detection base station sent back news. The wasteland had self-destructed. This self-destruction was clearly not controlled by Fan Chi, but was planned in advance. They had narrowly survived. Perhaps Fan Chi himself did not expect that due to Yin Sui's small mistake, his plan would completely collapse. He might still think that his consciousness had spread across the world. The high-intensity work over the past 2 days had left everyone exhausted. Yi Naihan prepared to visit Yin Sui. Although he had been fighting against Fan Chi in his sleep, he surely needed her company, she thought to herself. Before she could get up, the control room's hatch made a sound, and Godai walked in with a grim expression. Captain, Qin may not make it. Godai's eyes were a bit red. What happened? In Blake's laboratory, Qin had been affected by black gold radiation and had been lying in the medical cabin for several days. Luca injected him with a stabilizer, and they all thought he had safely passed the mutation period. However, just now, he faced a second mutation, and Luca detected that his vital signs were very poor. Take me to see him. Qin was Yin Sui's chief guard and had a strong reputation in the Star Alliance over the years. Now that Yin Sui was in a coma, and Qin faced life-threatening danger if he were to have an accident, Godai alone might not be able to control these soldiers. In the medical cabin, the instruments monitoring Qin vital signs continuously emitted alarms with fluctuating data. Luca was sweating profusely, clearly finding the current situation quite tricky. Wake Blake up for me. It seems the black gold in his laboratory may have other substances. At that time, only Qin was a natural human, which is why he reacted so strongly. Soon, Blake was brought into the medical cabin. He was a research fanatic, and the scene before him clearly piqued his interest, But his experimental subjects were all extraterrestrial beings, and he had never seen such a situation. Is there anything special about the black gold in your lab? Luca asked harshly. That is designed for extraterrestrial beings and will include stabilizers to calm them. It's something I invented myself. I named it Rose, which is the oxide of element 435 and element 387. Blake admitted that he had never seen a situation like this. Luca ignored him and frowned at the wildly fluctuating monitor, falling into deep thought. Seeing this, Blake said, I have a way to try. Is there 729 on the starship? We can push a dose to see. Reason? Luca looked up and asked. Intuition. There's no reason. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Are you really so kind to help us? Goodeye, in a bad mood, directly mocked him. Blake ignored Goodeye's sarcasm and instead made a request. Looking at his current condition, if relief was not obtained within 20 minutes, the chaotic fluctuations would directly lead him to death. But if my method works, I have a request. Say it. I want to participate in the research on him. Blake's eyes were filled with fervor. Okay, but it has to be according to Luca's requirements. Yi Nahin directly agreed. Captain Yi. Goodeye thought Yi Nahin's decision was somewhat hasty. After all, he was one of the Star Alliance's people. Yi Nahin looked at Goodeye, realizing that there was no better solution at the moment, and chose to remain silent. Let's push it for Qin according to his request. Yi Nahin turned to Luca. Then, looking at Blake, she said, you want to participate in Qin's research, or any research on this mech, but I also have a requirement. You must remove the biological chips from those people in the wasteland, and I want to know the route map to Guiying. Blake paused, then fell into thought. After a moment, he replied, Madam, those extraterrestrial beings with biological chips have already mutated. Otherwise, what do you think the black gold in the laboratory is for? The chips have evolved along with them, and the longer the time, the more they fuse with the human body. I wasn't lying when I said I had never left the wasteland. I truly don't know what the route map looks like. However, I can tell you that it seems there are overlapping points not far from the wasteland. Yi Nahin stared intently at Blake and then laughed. I said, Scientist, weren't you previously so virtuous that you refused to say anything? Why are you willing to talk now? How can such cheap beliefs establish an empire belonging to extraterrestrial beings? I am the best scientist in the wasteland. I can't just lie around all day. As long as you don't keep me in a coma, I can join the research to remove biological chips, Blake explained. And Fanshi, are you going to abandon him? Yi Nahin asked again, clearly not believing Blake's sincerity. Blake also realized that Yi Nahin did not trust him. You can have someone monitor me continuously, mister. Luca will also watch me. I said that because Fanshi demanded it. He threatened me using my laboratory. I heard he is now controlled by your strong-willed general. Blake looked into Luca's eyes, as if shining with golden light. Yi Nahin suddenly understood. He wasn't being sincere. Blake was a research enthusiast who wanted to work with his idol. He wasn't afraid of death. He was only interested in new things. Looking at Qin, the fluctuating detector has stabilized, but he is still in a coma. Luca said it's hard to say in this situation. He is not sure if Qin will wake up. Perhaps he will remain in a coma like this for a lifetime. Yi Nahin gazes into the vast universe outside the Zongshan, an endless expanse of black with no end in sight. Not knowing how long it will take to return to their homeland, or perhaps they will never return. Farewells sometimes come so quietly, but the quiet farewell also brings some surprising reunions. She once thought that Team Guangxin had been completely wiped out, yet they're still alive, though long-term chip control has turned them into puppets of Fanshi. Now that Fanshi has fallen into a coma under Yin Sui's control. The members of Team Guangxin have also succumbed to unconsciousness. She really wants to talk to them. Chapter 67. Fang Changchun awakens in the most secretive space chamber of the Zongshan. Yin Sui and Fanshi lay at both ends of the mech. The surrounding materials were made of high-density sealing materials, and the chamber was filled with detectors and shielders, all aimed at sensing the brainwave activities of the two. This setup could detect whether Fanshi's brainwaves were awake and prevent any accidental overflow of his mental energy. Yin Sui's mental power had already reached 100. Within his perceptible range, he should have been free, but to control Fanshi, he chose to sleep, opting to confine himself within this limited space. Yi Nahin knew he could sense her and would come daily to talk to him, reporting on the Zongshan's navigation status and the current measurement data. Occasionally, She would share some amusing anecdotes about the Zhongshan, such as the fight between Blake and Luca over the order of experiments, with Blake appearing mature, but actually being a research-obsessed old child. When unsure of what to say, she would reminisce about the embarrassing moments during their time at the Ether Army and the Alliance Military Academy, and would express how much she missed him. In the third month, the Zhongshan encountered a severe stellar storm and was forced to retreat beyond its influence. In the fifth month, the Zhongshan accidentally entered an asteroid belt, suffering serious damage, and had to stop for repairs. In the first year, Fan Shi led the rare scientists on the Zhongshan to successfully convert black gold into fuel, transforming it from a dangerous substance into a beacon of hope for everyone to return home. In the third year, food on the Zhongshan began to run low, and Yi Neihan led half of the Star and Alliance troops, mimicking the initial human voyages, to start producing edible products aboard the starship. In the fourth year, they captured a signal from Yuhui, but it was unstable and quickly disappeared into the vast universe, compelling them to continue their journey and exploration. In the fifth year, Blake and Fan Shi successfully removed the first alien biological chip, but the genetic sequences of each alien varied, making this successful case unusable for quantification. In the sixth year, Fang Changchun's biological chip was successfully removed, granting him freedom of thought, but he faced prison time. According to Fang Changchun, he had indeed been working for Fan Shi. He had a habit of going to the island to watch boxing every year, but later, not paying attention, he fell into gambling and owed a lot of money. When Fan Shi found out, he volunteered to help him settle the debts, provided he helped him with his tasks. You did whatever he asked you to? Yi Neihan asked. Not at first. Who the hell wants to work for an alien? But he had a hold on me. If the Alliance found out about my boxing and gambling, I'd definitely be expelled. Fang Changchun's voice grew quieter. He was the dean of the Social Sciences College at Ziming University, and many political figures were his students. This matter was serious enough to be written into Alliance legal cases. What happened next? How did he control you? In response, Fang Changchun said, to intensify the conflict between natural humans and aliens and gain more controllable people, Fan Shi orchestrated the Helix incident. Those were real people, living humans. I couldn't stand it and wanted to expose him, but he said I had no evidence. After a pause, Fang Changchun continued, I indeed had no evidence. All the visible actions were done by me. Fan Shi could easily shift all the blame onto me while keeping himself detached. I knew he had black gold, which could cause silent mutations. I used his method to choose someone from the followers and created a lipstick infused with black gold. After the initial voyage festival, Yuhui indeed erupted into a natural human mutation incident. Lu Xingbin, also known as Lin Tao, was the person you found? Yi Neihan asked. Yes. My purpose in doing this was to attract your attention. But while you noticed, Fan Shi also did. He sent Su Lao-san to disrupt your focus. But you didn't take it seriously. Later, before I could leave more clues, I was forcibly implanted with their chips by the chip people Fan Shi created. And my consciousness has since remained in a dark state, able to perceive but unable to express. Fang Changchun's narrative was eerily similar to when Fan Shi reported him back then. Due to Fang Changchun's interference, his plan was prematurely exposed. To buy more time for the plan, he shifted the focus of suspicion onto Fang Changchun while personally executing the plan. He initially intended to lure the Star and Alliance troops to the wasteland for a decisive victory, but Yen Sui's premature arrival caused a flaw in his plan. He had to personally deal with Yen Sui ahead of time, because the main forces of the Star and Alliance had yet to arrive, and he dared not easily blow up the wasteland laboratory. The standoff in the laboratory was less about Yen Sui stalling for time until the Star and Alliance arrived, and more about Fan Shi stalling for time until his main forces arrived. However, at the last moment, Yen Sui sensed his intentions and knocked over the black gold in the laboratory, causing both of them to fall into a coma. Yen Sui woke up before him, and this perverse and cruel plan was halted at the final step. All plans encounter changes. Everything is fate. Fan Shi's alien empire perished at the last moment, which was indeed a fortunate matter. Yi Neihan felt it necessary to share this with Yen Sui. Chapter 68. White Hole, the continuation of human civilization, is a remarkable coincidence. They are fragile, yet strong. With just a slight disturbance, there is a crisis of extinction. But with a glimmer of hope, there is a possibility of survival. In the 8th year of returning to Yuhui, all members of the Light Heart 1 team awakened, finally regaining their freedom. Old friends reunited, and upon learning that they had been exploited to extract black gold during their slumber, they voluntarily joined the chip removal plan. This starship, on its long voyage, finally welcomed a new batch of scientists. Yinsui, do you know? The Light Heart 1 team is still here. They have not sacrificed themselves. I'm so glad, and you feel the same, right? The depth traveled for 8 years, and Yinsui also slept for 8 years. It's hard to imagine a person binding themselves in a small space while lying next to a truly wicked person. However, Qin Zhan showed no signs of awakening yet. Blake mentioned he had designed a new plan, but the materials needed were not on the starship. They had to return to Yuhui to obtain them. I really hope we can return to our homeland soon, Yinsui thought. Captain, we have made a significant discovery, said Godai, who stood next to a young man. Shu Miao, a newly awakened member of the Light Heart 1 team. Yi Neihin looked at Godai, urging him to speak quickly, while Godai nudged Shu Miao. It's like this, Deputy. Captain Yi, I have been researching celestial energy, and these days I asked Captain Go for your past navigation trajectory data. I found that you passed by a star that had just gone through a supernova explosion, and its energy is very weak, Shu Miao explained. It seems that way. Yin Naihan Rijalit. Shu Miao, you have been in a state of slumber for many years. If you're not used to it, you can call me Deputy Captain or just my name. Oh, okay, Shu Miao replied, momentarily taken aback. I checked the measurement data of the wasteland and the black hole data from Alpha 3's other trajectory. It is indeed a one-way black hole. However, in our previous research, there exists a theory that black holes cannot be traversed, while white holes can pass through everything. There is a singularity between black holes and white holes to achieve energy conservation. Yi Neihin frowned, and Godai looked confused but pretended to understand. Seeing this, Shu Miao directly explained, originally, black holes devour everything. But the fact that you successfully navigated the depth from Alpha 3's other trajectory to the wasteland indicates that the black hole's energy has been diluted by the white hole, or that their connecting singularity is disappearing. I suspect we can traverse from the white hole. I guess the other side of the white hole is the trajectory where Alpha 3 was developed. Yi Neihin was silent for a moment. Rather than wandering aimlessly in the universe, it would be better to work towards a direction. It was worth a try, but how long would it take us to find the location of the white hole? I reviewed the measurement data and the historical data of the return journey. In the 4th year of your voyage, you received a signal from Yuhui, right? Shu Miao asked. That's right, but it disappeared quickly, Yi Neihin explained. I suspect the white hole is nearby, not too far away, Shu Miao said. Godai hesitated but ultimately expressed his opinion. Shu Miao, that was 4 years ago. We have been away from that place for 4 years. That means it would take another 4 years to go back. But if we don't return, will we just drift aimlessly in the universe? Can we definitely return to Yuhui within 4 years? Shu Miao countered. Yi Neihin interrupted Godai, who wanted to speak again. Given the current condition of the depth, we cannot continue drifting indefinitely. Our energy will eventually run out, and at that time, we will have to choose a suitable planet for transformation, completely severing our ties with human history and becoming a new group of evolving beings. That is not what I want. I agree with Shu Miao's plan. Although it has been 4 years since we last detected the signal from Yuhui, if we head back in the established direction, it shouldn't take that long, Yi Neihin said, looking at Shu Miao. Yes, the journey here was all unknown, which is why the depth moved slowly. If we head back, we can go at full speed. It should take about 2 years. Not far from the last signal we detected, there is a planet suitable for development. Even if we take a gamble, we still have a fallback, Shu Miao explained. Soon, under Yi Neihin's arrangement, the depth began its return journey, and this time, they would no longer be lost. In the 10th year of the long voyage to Yuhui, most of the biological chips of the crew aboard the depth had been removed, with only a few stubborn cases still needing new plans. In the 11th year, the depth reached the coordinates predicted by Shu Miao and received the second message from Yuhui. The danger has been eliminated. Yuhui is safe, and humanity is well. This message acted like a catalyst, further solidifying everyone's resolve to return home. In the 13th year, after multiple tests, Shu Miao confirmed that the white hole was safe to traverse. Ahan, I believe we can pass through now. I have received the 10th reply from Yuhui. The advanced mechas have safely arrived at Alpha 3, proving our hypothesis correct. Shu Miao requested Yinehin for permission to traverse the white hole. Okay, you make the arrangements. We will traverse the white hole in 10 Alliance days. After arranging the crossing, Yinehin returned to the sleeping chamber of Yin Sui. It was his 13th year of slumber, and he had finally gained complete control over Fan Qi, besides not being able to leave the chamber. He could now communicate with Biao Shui and Yinehin. Yin Sui, we are going to traverse the white hole, Yinehin said, smiling at the sleeping Yin Sui. Then Biao Shui was activated. What specific time? In 10 Alliance standard days. I hope we can succeed. We will definitely succeed. We must trust Shu Miao's calculations. Yan Sui encouraged. After all, the previous crossings were all mechas. The depth size and mass are much larger. There won't be any problems. Don't forget, we successfully passed through the black hole. Since the white hole is its symmetrical counterpart, their field strengths should be similar, Yin Sui reassured. Yinehin looked at Fan Qi next to Yin Sui and asked, according to Shu Miao's calculations, the white hole will have strong compressive force. Can you manage it? As the moment approached, Yinehin felt increasingly uneasy. They still didn't know whether Yu Hui had been stabilized. If Fan Qi lost control and committed suicide while traversing the white hole, his consciousness would spread throughout the human world, as he had said. Trust me, Yin Sui affirmed. Recently, under Shu Miao's guidance, he had done many mental strength combat exercises. He wasn't sure what the situation in the white hole would be like, but they had drifted in space for too long. It was time to return. Yinehin sat on the edge of the bed, gently hugging Yin Sui, as if trying to draw energy from him, or perhaps performing a special ritual for the unknown tomorrow. Chapter 69. Returning to Yueying in the second stellar era of the year 1052, the Zhongshan spacecraft officially set sail. Navigating towards the white hole under the calculations and designs of numerous scientists. Everything movable on the Zhongshan was securely fastened, and everyone was placed in specially designed ecological pods for sleep treatment. However, for Yin Sui, even though he was in the ecological pod, his full mental energy still made him feel omnipresent. He could clearly perceive every change as they traversed the white hole. Unlike the earlier experience of crossing the black hole, he did not feel the tidal stretching force upon entering the white hole, nor could he see the shape of time. On the contrary, he felt as if his body was being constantly compressed, and his mental energy was also being compressed to the point where he was almost losing control over Fan Qi. Yin Sui upheld his belief, concentrating his mental energy. Even when he reached the strongest compression, his brain was nearing its limit, the tearing pain reminiscent of his first mutation, constantly tugging at him. Yet, he still managed to control Fan Qi through their tenuous connection. It was unclear how much time had passed when the compression force weakened, indicating that they had successfully passed through the singularity of the white hole. With a crisp notification from the ecological pod, the Zhongshan arrived at its destination, Alpha 3. Soon after, Yin Sui sensed that the cabin had been opened, followed by cheers echoing throughout the Zhongshan. Yes, after 13 years, they had finally returned to their homeland. Although he couldn't cheer with the people on the Zhongshan, he still felt excited. Yin Sui, we are home. You must be very happy. Yinehin said softly as she approached him. Yueying has already developed several plans, and soon you won't have to lie with Fan Qi anymore. During the transit through the white hole, Piao Xue had been forcibly shut down, and now he couldn't respond to Yinehin, only listening quietly as she spoke. That's great. We're all back, Yinehin said after a moment of silence. I'm going to see my mother now. She must be very happy, she murmured to herself. I'll go first. After confirming that Yin Sui was still safe, Yinehin decided to meet someone, a person she had misunderstood for many years. This time, she would no longer avoid it. Welcome home, Yuzhuo said gently, looking at her. After receiving a message from Yinehin sent from the unknown reaches of the universe, Yuzhuo had come to Alpha 3, where he had been waiting for more than 2 months, just so that her long-lost child could see her at first glance. Yinehin said nothing, standing 3 meters away from Yuzhuo, gazing at her. She looked much older than before. The unspeakable love from those years seemed to be reflected in her gentle eyes. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. She ran towards her mother, feeling the unique warmth in her embrace, resting her head on her shoulder and quietly sobbing, recounting her grievances from the years. They said nothing but felt each other's intense and deep love. "Mother," Yi Neihin called softly. "Here," Yuzhuo replied gently. "I'm sorry all these years. Lao Yi and I have never dared to tell you." Usuo gentis strukit Yenaihan shoulder. Of course, they were afraid to admit it. The situation in the alliance was complex, and both held high positions. She didn't hate Yuzhuo. In her position, she wouldn't have done better either. Moreover, although she had grown up without a mother, Yuzhuo had never been absent from her childhood, and she was happier than many others. Yi Neihin released Yuzhuo, looking at her seriously. "Let the past be the past. I don't blame you. Lao Yi must hope that we can all be well." Yi Neihin smiled slightly. "Yes, we all need to be well." Over the years, Yueying had been developing at an astonishing speed. Now the acting planetary leader was Yuzhuo. Yi Neihin learned that in these 13 years, Yuzhuo had incorporated black gold research into the key research programs of the Lander Research Institute. As a dangerous substance, black gold had been completely sealed, and scientists who had come into contact with it were also managed by the Institute. After all, Element 467 was a laboratory product. Most importantly, the flow of black gold, as its primary source, was strictly controlled by the Safety Committee united across the stars. After suffering heavy losses, Yuzhuo helped Lydell without holding grudges, providing assistance to the remaining few extraterrestrial beings to help them rebuild their homes and regain their former glory. Although Washington Star was still developing slowly, it was making progress in step with humanity, proving through their strength that extraterrestrial beings could also establish the dawn of civilization on their own. Regarding Yueying, the research on biological chips was not as thorough as Lucas. There were still quite a few people controlled by the chips. After all, this was something Blake had personally researched, and it was normal for Lander Research Institute to lag behind his speed, considering Blake's efforts over the years. Yi Neihin did not pursue his responsibility for creating the chips and the radiated individuals. To some extent, he had not been trained in the Alliance's legal system. And on the other hand, what moral standards could she expect from a research fanatic? It's good like this now. Luca can firmly suppress Blake in both technical research and capability. After returning to Yueying, Blake was brought into the Lander Research Institute by Luca under the pretext of atoning for his sins. But in reality, it was because Blake was smart and useful. Yi Neihin asked Luca why, and his answer was that Blake was the most suitable assistant he had ever seen. See, talent will be cherished wherever it is. But even with Lucas speaking for him, Blake still couldn't escape the fate of being monitored at all times. He had to pay some price for his actions, whether he was willing or not. In the second year after returning to Yueying, Blake and Lucas successfully awakened Xinjiang from his slumber. He had been asleep for a full 15 years due to being infected by black gold. "Commander, how is it?" He had slept too long, and his vocal cords, not used for a long time, were a bit hoarse. Xinjiang's awareness was still stuck 15 years ago, at the time of the silent black gold radiation. The others explained the changes that had occurred over the years in Yin Sui's current situation. To prevent Xinjiang from overthinking, they repeatedly emphasized that Yin Sui was fine, just in a coma, but his consciousness was free. Xinjiang adapted quickly. After sleeping for so many years, apart from some physical discomfort, he showed no signs of feeling like it was all a dream. Xinjiang tried to speak several times, but couldn't get the words out. The others were not in a hurry, quietly waiting for him to make a move. "Alan." He just managed to say 2 words, and Goodeye immediately understood. No wonder Alan had been running to the Lander Research Institute. It turned out she was visiting her lover. Now that he was awake, she felt embarrassed to come. In the past, Goodeye and Xinjiang had some friction, and now was the perfect opportunity to mess with him. "Alan?" She got married, probably because there are family matters. The others looked at Goodeye in confusion. While Xinjiang only heard the words "got married" and lost all observational ability, his mood instantly dropping. "Got married, that's good. Her husband must treat her well." Xinjiang might not even realize how poor his expression was at that moment. Goodeye, the one stirring the pot, was not a person of good character. Years had passed, and Alan had learned to be sarcastic. Xinjiang quietly looked at his girl, as if he had 1,000 words to say. "When will you marry me? How could I dare to marry someone casually?" Alan smiled. The others finally understood the ambiguous yet passionate love and waiting between the two. Chapter 70 Judgment under the gaze of the crowd. Yin Sui opened his eyes. A long period of bed rest had caused varying degrees of degeneration in his bodily functions. It was the year 1055 in the star calendar, the 16th year of his body's slumber and the second year of the return of the deep dive. With the efforts of numerous scientists, all the biological chips implanted in the chip humans were successfully removed, and Fan Shi's thoughts could no longer hide. Try to move your toes. Luca looked at Yin Sui's feet. Yin Sui controlled himself with mental power and slowly moved his toes. Touch your nose with your hand. Luca said again. Yin Sui complied. We have conducted a thorough examination of General Yin, and it appears that all his bodily functions are still intact. However, he has been bedridden for too long and will need some time to recuperate, Lucas said, casting a meaningful glance at Yinehan, who had also become somewhat mischievous. Come here, give me a hug. After everyone had left the medical room, Yin Sui made a long-awaited request to Yinehan. Yinehan stepped forward, leaned against the edge of the bed, and hugged him tightly, as if trying to burn him with her warmth. You finally woke up, Yinehan said, her voice tinged with a bit of choking and grievance. I waited a long time for you. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Yin Sui said softly. It won't happen again. Do you want there to be a next time? Yinehan pretended to be angry. There won't be a next time, Yin Sui smiled. In the courtroom, Fan Shi still held a proud posture, as if he had not failed even today. 16 years later, the crisis that threatened human existence still sent chills down people's spines. Fan Shi, you recruited scientists to extract black gold for you, deliberately designed to cause a large number of natural people to mutate, created biological chips, and attempted to establish your own empire by controlling others' thoughts. Your actions have severely violated human dignity and the bottom line of being human. I, on behalf of the Human Safety Committee, sentence you to death. The announcement of the verdict was made by Liu Changjiang, the president of the Human Safety Committee, who also served as the presiding judge in Fan Shi's trial. The Human Safety Committee was established after the mass mutation of natural people to address global safety crises and was deeply tied to the Star and Alliance forces. He. Fan Shi let out a mocking laugh. What are you laughing at? The presiding judge asked, displeased. What am I laughing at? I'm laughing at your ignorance and absurdity. You can execute me, but I will never plead guilty. Never. I am not wrong. You're the ones who are wrong. Fan Shi shouted at the presiding judge. You were an official during the pre-alliance period, and after the alliance was dissolved, you still served on Inui Star. You should clearly know that your actions have long since violated the law. What do you know? I'm a different species. You only know that I am lucky to enter the system you created. Do you know how much scorn and injustice I've faced behind your back for this small position? You don't know. You only say that different species are crude, violent, and stupid. Was it my fault to be born this way? I tried my best to catch up. But in the end, all I heard was, he is a different species. Different species do not deserve to live. Did they pollute the air? Fan Shi became increasingly agitated, as if he wanted to vent all his frustrations from years. The presiding judge interrupted him. Since you regard different species as your kind, you used chips to control them, turning them into your personal consciousness. After the mutation of natural people, they should also belong to your kind. You used your own kind as experimental subjects. Even so, do you still not think you are wrong? Naturally, humans are hypocritical, cowardly, selfish, and greedy. The purpose of chip humans is to help them overcome these flaws so society can be better. Crime, jealousy, and ugly prejudices will all disappear. Isn't that good? Fan Shi retorted. You have always discriminated against different species, thinking their souls contaminated by radiation. But, Your Honor, humanity needs to evolve. Different species excel in various aspects compared to natural people. I am choosing a bright future for humanity. Even now, Fan Shi stubbornly believed he was not wrong. So you can disregard their will and lives, forcing them to take the path of evolution, then forcibly control their thoughts, turning them into puppets of bodily evolution. Uso hid among the crowd in the courtroom, and Fan Shi initially did not notice her. Suddenly hearing a familiar voice, he found it hard to believe, and a rare expression of being cornered appeared on his face. Uso was his Achilles heel. Fan Shi lowered his gaze. No one knew what he was thinking at that moment. Your Honor, if you are willing, please sentence me to death. Even now, he stubbornly believed he was not wrong. Uso interrupted him, Evolution should be based on free will. It is a manifestation and necessity for humanity to adapt to the universe, not artificial manipulation. Evolution inherently requires the suffering of a small number of individuals. Fan Shi raised his eyes to retort, but his tone was no longer as arrogant as before. Uso sneered. Fan Shi, you said natural people discriminate against different species. Did I ever discriminate against you? Did Yin Huan ever discriminate against you? Think about it. Is it true that everyone in the alliance system discriminates against different species? Haven't you received any help from natural people besides me? Are natural people really so detestable to you? Have they ever slaughtered different species? Uso stared at Fan Shi, as if trying to find a trace of his past self through his eyes. Before Fan Shi could speak, Uso continued, you raise your puppets like sheep, and to tame them into obedient animals, you break their nature and social connections, suppressing their aggression. Is this what they want? Will they be grateful for the evolution you grant them? In your eyes, they have become thoughtless machines that only reproduce. Yet you tell me that the evolution of the group must be based on the suffering of individuals. Can you find a single happy evolutionist? How ridiculous! As Uso spoke, Fan Shi seemed to lose all ability to articulate. Stubborn people will never believe they are wrong. Even now, he would only think the world was wrong. Uso did not believe she could change his stubborn mindset. Regardless of whether Fan Shi thought he was guilty, his actions could not escape death. She was just saying a final goodbye to him. You are right. I have nothing more to say. Fan Shi closed his eyes and stopped arguing. But Uso knew he still refused to accept it. On the day Fan Shi was executed, he suddenly made a request before his execution. He wanted to see Uso one last time. The Human Safety Committee could have easily denied his request. But considering what Uso had said during the trial and their complicated relationship, they decided to hear the opinion of the party involved. Surprisingly, Uso agreed. Why do you want to see me? Uso asked. I want to clarify something. Yi Yanwan's death has nothing to do with me. It was done by a previous leader of the wasteland. Fan Shi perhaps wanted to explain this to Uso before he died. Uso's voice was somewhat hoarse as she sighed. I know. You know? Fan Shi said slowly. That's good. Anything else? Uso asked again, wanting to know if he had anything more to say. Can I ask you for a hug, just as a gift for the Fan Shi of the past? Fan Shi looked at Uso earnestly. Uso gazed deeply at Fan Shi, and in this uncomfortable atmosphere, they remained silent for a long time. Okay. They briefly embraced each other, then quickly separated. Bang! The particle gun emitted a faint sound, so subtle that it could hardly be heard without careful attention. All of this has come to an end. Humanity carries the torch of civilization, passing it down from generation to generation. The blazing torch appears to burn brighter and stronger, yet in reality, fragile humanity cannot withstand even the slightest gust of wind or rain. Even the smallest storm could extinguish this flame. However, cowardly humans can display unprecedented courage whenever a storm approaches, boldly confronting crises to protect that tiny spark, narrowly escaping disaster time and again.